can't keep waffling and flip-flopping on this. I'm just bought in.
Respect the goons.
Exactly right. I mean, that's what they are. And so I love it. So the way that this should go, it's very simple. We need a U.S. and Canada final. Okay? That's what we need. I feel like that would bring the proper amount of juice, and I think that the U.S. would have a shot to win. Now, Canada's an absolute tank. They are as talented as any team is going to get. Their forward group might be the greatest, assemblage of hockey players that's ever existed. I don't know. It's crazy. But I think that the U.S. is disciplined enough to give them a run. It's the same way I'd kind of feel if the Broncos got to the Super Bowl. It's like, would I bet on them to win? No. But do I think they have a shot? Yeah, I think they would. So I'm hoping, crossing fingers, toes, arms, legs, tails, whatever. Whatever it takes to get us that's what I want. Now, we've heard some things come out of this. I hope that the U.S. has kind of avoided most of this stuff. The Avs players have avoided most of this stuff, which is guys with injuries, but we have seen a few different reports. Brock Nelson, Nathan McKinnon, maybe they got something going on right now, and hence the nerves I had heading into this. But here we are, so hopefully they're all going to be all right. See, I knew this would I knew it. Sometimes things that I think and say, I know immediately are going to be met with a stiff backhand across my face. Matthew and Brady Tkachuk are exactly what's wrong with hockey. How can you ever root for them as an Avs fan? Because they're fun during U.S. times. I don't know what to tell you. That's what I think. I think that those guys wearing the U.S., the red, white, and blue, the U.S. colors, it gives this team extra juice that they need. Because again, look at the straight-up talent across the board on Team Canada. I think the only way you can beat a team like that is to get in their head. That's what I think. So, here's the interesting thing, though. I mentioned something heading in to this Olympics as far as benefits that could happen. Things that you could get that could translate back to when the Avs take the ice in a couple weeks. I don't even know the date. Soon-ish. I said with all these guys that are on the Avs power play, competing for everybody else, they're involved in their different countries' setups. Maybe they have success. Maybe that confidence comes back. Because I'll tell you what it won't do. This won't make the Avs power play worse. It's the worst in the league. Again, they are the worst power play team by percentage with a bullet. They're at 15.1%. The Utah Mammoth is 31st at 15.6, a half percentage point beneath them. So maybe building some confidence in that or finding something new that works could benefit. And at this point, I think you should be willing to experiment with everything. I watched Czechia with Marty Nachos. He's set up in the same place that McKinnon is set up on the Avs power play, and he is brutalizing the puck. Like, he's amazing there. And maybe you think about moving Nate McKinnon. You know, we started talking about this a little bit before the Mikko trade last year. Perhaps things are getting a little bit stale. if they're getting stale, you need to find new ways to fix it. And they have tried new things. They've tried different personnel in the power play group. They've tried different sort of setups, how to enter the zone. Maybe it's like take McKinnon away from that spot and see if you can venture somewhere else. Put Marty Necas on there. Like, there is an argument to be made. I'm no hockey historian, but it feels like to me Marty Necas is one of the greatest Czechia players of all time. Let's just go through a list. Famous Czech hockey players. Okay, well, you got Jaromír Jágr. That's a pretty good one. Jágr. Hasek. It's a goalie, though. It's different. Hayduk. He's up there. He's incredibly talented. Give him a shot. Oh, is this what it is? Somebody says the Tkachuk brother hate is purely political. Is that what's going on there? Maybe. If that's the case, then I can't argue with any of that stuff if that's how you feel. I'm saying as far as just hockey attitude, being a bleep hole, I like that on my team. I feel like you need a couple of guys like that. You know, like for a team that's not the most talented, like I always go back to the 04 Pistons when they had like Rasheed Wallace and Ben Wallace. I'm like, not the most talented team. You need a bleep hole on there. You need somebody that's going to stir some stuff up. I like it. But I really think that if you take some of this positivity that's happened for these guys in their respective countries to their power plays, because they've all really had success. McKinnon has, Necas has, McCarr has, a whole bunch of people have. Maybe that's the way that you can improve on this when they come back from this break. And if they do that, I mean, I'm being dead serious. If the Avs have a power play that is chugging along at the clip that they've usually been at during this run over the last, 6-7 years with McKinnon and Landeskog and this sort of core group, they've hovered around 25%. If they get there, we might be talking about one of the best teams that's ever existed because everything else is amazing. If they have the power play working with it, it changes a lot of things. By the way, I feel like it's the only thing that can get you beat in the postseason is a lack of special teams oomph like you had last year. Speaking of the Tkachuk brothers. So they barked out to Draisaitl during the game. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And I watched the CBC, I think it was. It was somebody, it was some sort of broadcasting company. Chirped back with like a Four Nations win over that. And I'm like, you guys understand that what the Tkachuk that did the barking just won back-to-back Stanley Cups. I don't think saying, yeah, but you guys lost the Four Nations is going to hurt his feelings too much. And screw Draisaitl. I don't like him either. You know what? He was doing, I need to figure out what this is. At a very young age, I found out the guys who sweat a lot will drink pickle juice because it will stop them from cramping. There's something about the salt and electrolytes or something. I watched Draisaitl hammering packets of mustard on the bench. I got to figure out what's going on there. Like the little mustards you would get from like a food truck as they ship you off. He's just tearing those things open and just taking a full slide down the tube of that thing. And I got to figure out, is that it's got to be like an anti-cramping thing. I've never heard mustard. Pickle juice, I've heard of. But is mustard also one of those? Because I like a good spicy brown. And if that's going to get me away from cramping, maybe I add that to the whole, lineup. But cannot wait. 1:10 today is going to be the U.S. versus Landeskog Swedish team. Game right now, Slovakia is up 5-1 on Germany. So Germany looks like they're about to get bounced. Just dominating. Hang on a second. Hang on. Mustard is to prevent cramps. Mustard seed eliminates cramps. It's amazing. Okay. It's the same as pickle juice. Good to know. If you're at the house and you feel one of those hammy cramps coming, head to your fridge. Start chugging some mustard. Do it right in front of your wife, too, and don't tell her why it's happening. A tablespoon takes cramps away. That's it? Can you just have mustard packets in your car just in case? Is that one of those, like, I have my flashlight, my spare tire, mustard packets?
Just leave it out on the dashboard.
Yeah, exactly. Sir, why do you have this mustard? I'm sorry, officer. I cramp a lot. We missed our Ticket Tuesday, so this is going to become a Ticket Wednesday. So we'll have keywords every hour on the 20s. Each show, a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avalanche. So, we will start that in about 5 minutes. I'll give you the first keyword. I'm going to start doing this. I swear to God. See, when I go to Beer Fest, I get after it a lot. Maybe I just take a couple of packets with me. Maybe that's your refresher. Excuse me. I will try your wine barrel-aged IPA pale ale in a moment. Need to make sure my body's right first. So we'll give you a keyword in about 5 minutes. I do want to talk about the All-Star game. Was it better? Yeah, it was better. But was it still worth it? That's an entirely different discussion. It's better than the worst thing that you could possibly do. Does that mean it was actually good? Because there's a lot of people that said, this was great, it's the fix. And I'm not quite there. So I'll explain why in just a couple of minutes. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. All right, it's another key word for tickets to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. And text Patrick to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. You'll be entered to win. And if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, how about Papa Murphy's? They make delicious pizza and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. But again, that key word for this hour is Patrick. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. I get the Olympics on in here. I got to say it. When does curling end? It's been going from the very start of this thing, and it's still like this same event. At what point are medals handed out? It doesn't stop. All I see are people throwing the rock over and over again. Oh, and those damn Canadian cheaters. Don't even get me started. I see what you're doing with the little touch. After you let it go, the little touch, you get called out. Dude, that guy, by the way, the dude who got caught lost his mind. I forget who they were playing. But it was like a very kind soul. It was like, hey, I feel like I saw you touch the rock afterwards. He's like, bleep you, buddy. No, I didn't do that.
Get off my lawn.
Yeah, it was immediate. Don't think we don't see it, Canada. And I got to be honest. If I watch somebody do that, I would think it's a mistake that actually hurts you instead of... I don't know how that helps. How does that help you? The little throw with the index finger, little boop, like you booped it. I don't know how the boop helps. But when does curling end? Because it's on all the time. Anyway, there's my Olympic take from over the weekend. It's just every time I'm just watching, and it's on, and it's like, men's and women's team, just men's, 1 guy, 2 guys, 4 guys, 3 chick. I don't know how many different events there are, but all the skiing events, like, they look similar, but they're different. At least they're different things. Curling's the same thing. Enough. Do they put curling on because it's the easiest to sort of understand? I say that, and I don't know any of the rules, so maybe I shouldn't say that. So anyway, All-Star Game. Was it better? Yeah, it was better. Did it feel like it was worth it? Not really. I mean, being better than an event that you would rather watch, like public access television instead of the All-Star Game, I guess that's an improvement, but how much? Texture says you don't understand curling because you play actual sports. That's right. Not going to go out there and go, let this go. An elegant drop of the stone. Curl! No. Going to be shouting out double teams. Wolf. Those are the things that I say when I play sports. But it's an improvement. The All-Star Game was an improvement off of what it was before. Was it actually entertaining? I got to be honest. As much as I am all in on anything Olympics with the U.S., I don't know if you guys felt the same way. Was really pulling for the world. I was. And it's because it's the All-Star Game. It doesn't matter. If this was the Olympics like it was a couple of years ago when some people were rooting for Serbia and Joker over the U.S. team, I was like, no, you got to pull for your country. As much as you might do it through gritted teeth because you don't like some guys on there. The All-Star Game, it's not really the U.S. It's not like that. And I told you, they're trying to replicate this 4 nations thing. And it doesn't work the same because it's not a country. It's the world. And guys like Jokic very obviously did not work for them or for him. Him and Luka, they're like, I don't care what you think this event is. You are not going to get me to exert any energy on this. Sorry. And I get it. Jokic's game is not built for an all-star style. Like, we all kind of get that. All I'm saying is he didn't try at all. They played him for 5 minutes, and he was like, yeah, this, guys, don't. It also didn't help that both Jokic and Murray were basically non-existent this entire All-Star thing. Like, I was excited for Murray in the three-point contest, and woof. I really thought that Murray was going to go out there guns a-blazing. Like, I thought he was going to take it super serious, and I don't think he didn't take it serious. He was just really bad. Like, you saw him miss, like, 8 in a row. You're like, all right, okay. Let's just... Can you walk off mid-round? Is that something that's allowed? If you miss, like, your first 6 shots, can you just say, you know what, I'm not going to win here. It's okay.
Sorry, just going to go back to the bench. I saw Dame Lillard won it on one leg, and my first thought was, oh, no. What happened to the rest? Happened to the rest of the field?
Well, exactly, and it's like Dame Lillard hasn't played at all in a year, and he's like, three-point contest, screw it, I'll play, and he wins, of course, because Dame is really good. I don't know if people know that or not. He's one of those guys that I think has been devalued because of kind of where he's been. I don't know if Portland did a ton to really help him out. It feels a lot like DeMar DeRozan, like him and CJ McCollum in Portland, felt a lot like DeRozan and Kyle Lowry in Canada and in Toronto. Sorry, I got the countries on my mind now. Toronto, before Kawhi got there. And then it's like they got Kawhi, and then they won a championship, and then Kawhi left, and guess what? They were Toronto again. Weird. But, like, yeah, Dame is really good at knocking down crazy shots. We've seen that so many times in the postseason, even though the Nuggets have won, or at least the last go-around. Was it the first time? Yeah, the first time was in 2019, where they had that 4 overtime game. Dude, I still remember. That was in the middle of that. I forget the exact number. Something like 23 home games in 27 days between the Avs and the Nuggets or something like that for that postseason stretch. Because it just felt like every other night one of them was playing at home. And that game was in Portland. I was doing a watch party at the View House downtown across from Coors. And that game hit the 4th overtime. It's a Friday night. I'm exhausted. I'm with Nuggets people. They're exhausted. We're watching. The bar's closed, by the way. They aren't even selling drinks anymore. That's how late it is.
Last call was an hour ago, buddy.
Seriously. They're like, my job was to give away prizes during commercial breaks. I'm like, I don't have anything else to give you.
Take my shirt.
Yeah.
I got a sock here for you. I'll sign it.
Here's a sock. It's got a hole in it. Take that. Leave. But we were sitting there. We literally said, I don't even care who wins. Someone end this. End the madness right now. But Dame has had those games where he's put up, like he had didn't he have like a 55-point game that the Nuggets won? And I think that was like the Facu Campazzo team. Like just insanity. Anyway. Yeah, he wins that contest. And part of it's just like the second Jamal lost, I kind of tuned out. Because it didn't even keep you hanging on. He didn't even have a number that was like, well, somebody, if they miss a few shots, it's like, can you make 6? Then you got a good shot to advance. But they still didn't care about that game. Now, there's some guys who did. Like Wembanyama cared. And Ant cared. And Cade Cunningham cared. Like those guys were putting forth some effort. Kawhi Leonard just caught a heater in that second game of the U.S. against the world. And I don't know which teams are which, Stars, the Stripes, the whoever. So is this a better format? Yes. Is it something that I would make an appointment to go watch? Not really. If I had other plans, don't care. If I'm just sitting at home doing nothing, maybe I turn it on. But I suppose that's better than what it was beforehand, which was, oh, the All-Star game's on? What's on Netflix? That was the previous approach I had. So it is better. I don't know if it's the team or the U.S. versus the world thing that did it as much as some guys just decided they were going to play basketball. And that's all it takes. Like, if one guy raises the level of intensity, you have two options. You match it, or you go sit on the bench. Because nobody's going to go out there with somebody going 100% when you're going 50. First of all, you can get hurt doing that. Second of all, it's not fun. We've all kind of been there before. Somebody who's being overly competitive in something that nobody's being competitive at. I don't know if it's cards, you play golf, you play darts, whatever. But there's always somebody that is going like too hard and is not reading the room for the vibe the room is going with. And I think when you get enough guys, even in the old format before it was U.S. World, if they just went back to East-West and somebody just brought intensity like that, that's all it would take. But they had nobody to do it. And perhaps it's sort of a changing of the guard because the guys who played with that level of intensity were the new ones. You know, I feel like in the past, people just sort of acquiesced to the way that LeBron and KD and those guys went about it. And I think it changed because the young guys decided they wanted to play. And again, maybe that's all it takes. Maybe that's all you got to do. So yes, better, but not anything crazy. Texas says the biggest issue to All-Star Weekend was changing All-Star Saturday night to All-Star Saturday afternoon. They started everything way too early. Yeah, I mean, they wanted the prime time for the Olympics thing because now it's on NBC. I actually thought it was better, I think. Like Saturday night, I got stuff I want to do. Either go out or just stay in and watch your own stuff that you want to watch. You think what I want to do when I put my children to bed is go watch the All-Star game on a Saturday night? Nope. Not my plans. Not in my household. 4 o'clock or whatever. What was it? I was on Central Time then. Was it 4 or 3 here? Whatever it was. Thought it was totally fine. Get in, get out, leave, make way for the Olympics. Texas says, I didn't watch. Did Jamal play hard? He did. He just didn't play well, is the way I'd put it. He played hard, but you could tell he was like, he really wanted to gun for that MVP, and he just didn't have it. The second game that he played was better, but, I mean, he was 0 for 6 from the floor in the first game. And Jokic took one shot in 5 minutes and then went and sat down. So Jokic absolutely did not care, which is not a surprise at all. And I still love, I don't know what it is about Jokic. People just feel like they need to have some people anyway. They got to find a reason not to like him. And it's like Jokic is so wholly likable that you need to search and farm for reasons why you don't. And when he obviously didn't care about this, it's like, oh, I'm so tired of the gimmick of Jokic not caring. I'm like, it's not a gimmick. What if that's just the way he is? Like, you know what? I don't think LeBron thinking LeBron is the greatest in the world is a gimmick. I think that's how he actually feels. Now, you cannot like it for that, but it's not a gimmick. Now, I'll tell you one thing that might have to become appointment television now. If dudes in the dunk contest are concussing themselves, now we're talking. If you're going to force me to watch a whole bunch of players that I don't know who they are, like, I don't even know this guy's name, but I saw the highlight about 50 times. He has his buddy throw it off the side of the backboard. He was going to come in and dunk it. He hits his head on the backboard and slams his skull against the ground. That is entertainment. That's what I want to see out of the dunk contest. If you're going to have a whole bunch of guys, like I remember I got in this argument with Chris Dempsey years ago where he goes, Mac McClung was great. I go, the problem, Dempsey, is what's a Mac McClung, okay? I can go on YouTube and find guys who do crazy dunks. The NBA dunk contest is for NBA players. That's who I want to see. And if you don't give me that, then put a viper pit underneath the hoop and then let's see guys compete. Do something. Sharks. I want live tigers. I want there to be some risk.
Laser traps, lane mines.
Yes.
Come on.
And if guys are going out there and getting concussed, that's what I want to see. I want dudes who I've never heard of risking their lives to complete the dunk. That's what I want. Like an Evel Knievel sort of tense energy to each time they leave their feet. I watched Jackson Hayes do a normal dunk that you would see 50 times in the middle of a regular basketball game. So not only, because people went back and I think they went to like a Kareem dunk contest that he was in, and he did kind of the same thing. It was just normal dunks, but it was Kareem. I can't make fun of Jackson Hayes. I don't know what that is. But if you are a no-namer and you're in the dunk contest, take a risk. Dunk the ball with your junk. Do something, okay? Hence the reason I want an Evel Knievel energy of if he doesn't make the jump, do we know if he's getting out of the car? I need that to happen now for the dunk contest.
Let's get the gurney ready.
Yes.
We got the stretcher on the sidelines.
I want the old school gurney, not the fancy one that they have now where they strap the guy in. I want the piece of cloth on two pieces of wood. And you take him out sort of like a Three Stooges style. And we're all going to have a vote before this. And if not enough people recognize your name, then we got to bring out the cannonballs. And you have to, or what's that thing that they have like in American Gladiators where they're on the high beam and you got to walk in between like the things that are swinging back and forth?
Oh.
Except those are razors. And you have to time your dunk just right to get in between all of them. I think my idea is better.
Why don't you do it out of a cannon into the hoop?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what? If you did that, think about this. Cannon at the opposite free throw line, somebody pulls a string, and that guy dunks. Tell me that's not a 10.
East Bay's it. Yeah, that's a 10.
Tell me you don't win immediately. Reminder, your key word for this hour is Patrick. Like the starfish in SpongeBob. There's a whole bunch of different Patricks out there. That one you recognize. Patrick in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this. Every hour on the 20s, it is another chance for you to get a keyword to get tickets to an Avs game upcoming. So stay tuned on the 20s all day. Rest in peace to the legend Doug Moe. Now, I am not a Denver sports nor Nuggets historian. Got here in 2019. I cannot speak eloquently enough or in as much detail as I would like to about Doug Moe. So I'm going to table that until Vic gets here, who I'm sure will have a multitude of things to tell you about the legendary life and career that was with Doug Moe. But rest in peace to somebody who meant a lot to our community here in Denver and in Colorado. Again, Vic will give you a lot more detail on that shortly. Now, few other things I wanted to discuss. Number one, so I'm piddling on my phone over the weekend, and I see a picture of a Rocky now that spring training is going on in the batting cage. And I go, who the hell is this guy who looks like he's done nothing but chew on peptides this entire offseason? Turns out, this Arnold Schwarzenegger lookalike is Zach Veen. If you haven't seen him, Zach Veen has gained 43 pounds of pure muscle in the offseason. He said he attributes that to getting sober, is what he said. I attribute that, like the way I put it was, he looks like Zach Veen ate Zach Veen after bench pressing Zach Veen the entire offseason. He's that big. Now, does this translate? Because obviously he's a very important prospect. He has been. And it feels like each time you get one of these guys that is seen as this up-and-comer for the Rockies and a big prospect, it just doesn't feel like they advance like they should. Like Brendan Rodgers was one of those guys, and I know he had a lot of injury troubles that he was dealing with, but big prospect, big expectations, and just never quite got there. It never felt like he developed. So I'm hoping, at least I know this, his muscles developed. I hope his game does too. But I got to be honest with you, because of the sport that he plays, I go, if I put a cup in front of you right now, is that thing going to, like, sizzle? What's going on? Because it's that wild of a transformation. You put a side-by-side of him when he got called up last year. He is a beanpole. Like, he is skinny. And now it looks like if, hey, my car flipped over. He's like, don't worry, I got it. And uses like 2 fingers to push it over. That's what he looks like now.
Is bro going to be in a Marvel movie that we don't know about?
Well,
is he showing up in Doomsday?
Somebody said, now I'm not a big comic book movie guy, but I know exactly what this is. It looks like the Captain America transformation. Like, that's it. Seriously, more than that. He looks bigger than that. It's nuts. And also a weird MLB story, just to throw this off to the side. So Tony Clark, who's been the head of the MLBPA, which is the most powerful players association in sports. And it looks like we are just like going a head-on collision for a lockout after the season gets done, because the owners are tired of the Dodgers throwing out, $80 million a year checks. So I saw that he resigned. And my first thought was, man, he's getting the hell out of Dodge before this lockout happens. And then, come to find out, he's resigning because he's been sleeping with his sister-in-law. I got to tell you, my wife does not have a sister. She has 2 brothers. But I'm trying to imagine if I had a job that paid me a couple mil a year and I lost that job because somebody found out I was sleeping with my wife's sister. it would be, I think I'd have to exile myself. I have to go to some island somewhere.
We're going to
never
find you
be
at the
seen
bottom
again.
of the Marianas Trench.
Yeah, so, it's
Somewhere
got
remote.
somewhere remote where nobody will ever find me again. Because I couldn't deal with it. Couldn't imagine. Like I don't even know. Can you even say that your sister-in-law is hot? Is that even allowed? Can you do that? Like, what if they're twins? If they're identical twins, you'd find your wife attractive. You would have to say the sister's hot too. You'd have to. Or else, that would almost be an indictment on your wife. Do we know? Was it twins in this story? Twins, Basil? Twins? Anyway, I can't believe that's the way you lose your job. So, little side note there to the MLB. It was not because of impending lockout coming. It's because impulses. Speaking of just giving up and moving to a remote island, the Miami Dolphins have released both Tyreek Hill and Bradley Chubb. This is an announcement to the entire NFL. Guys, we're going to suck. And we're going to do this on purpose. And here's what's funny. Like, the first thing I saw when all this came out is, first of all, Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb now in the market. Would you kick the tires on it? Absolutely, I would. You are in a win-now position. I don't care. Like, spend whatever money you need to spend to get talent here. Well, Tyreek's older, and he had a devastating leg injury, and his game's built on speed. I'd like to see if it works. That sounds like a discounted price to me. Like, I want to have the mindset of wherever there's talent, go evaluate it and take some shots. Like, I am willing for you to take the big swing and miss at this stage of where the Broncos are at. It didn't make sense 2 years ago. It makes sense now. But more than that, here's what's funny. The NBA is incredibly concerned about tanking. Incredibly. They want to do everything to fix it. They have all these different ideas they're throwing at the wall to see what sticks. You know what the NFL does? If you're the worst team in the league, you get the first pick. And the Dolphins just came out and announced, hey, we're going to be really bad. Really bad. And you know what the NFL did? Probably smart. You guys were going to suck anyway. That's their response. Why? Because it makes sense. Now, tanking can be seen in a number of different ways. If you're actively trying to lose mid-game, much different than announcing before the season we aren't going to put forth any effort at all. You know, I guess the thing in Utah is, like, when you have good players and you don't play them in the fourth quarter, that's weird. But I got no problem with a team being like, man, we aren't doing any sort of winning here. We are going to tear this thing down and start over. Fine. Like, the NFL just never has. Do teams tank in the NFL? Obviously. We have fan bases that campaign on it when a good quarterback's in the draft. Suck for luck was the thing. There's one like every year. Now, I don't know what the Mendoza one would have been. Be terrible in Orlando for Fernando. I don't know. Whatever it was.
Blow for the Does? Oh,
Yeah,
I don't like that one.
Be a loser for the Hoosier?
Oh.
That was pretty good.
It's all right. Got some staying power.
The point is, teams do this all the time and nobody cares. Anyway, can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals in Delivery app. Get those great deals and get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway Fresh Foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next. All right, so a lot to get to today. The U.S. men's Olympic hockey team takes the ice again today at 1:10, taking on our dear Landeskog's Landeskog, his Swedish team. So that's at 1:10. A bunch to talk about from the last few days. Now, Vic, I just want to open up a couple of minutes here because I know that you knew Doug Moe well. I said earlier that I know the legacy of this man and his career, but I don't know enough about him to feel comfortable speaking totally on it, so I'll open the floor to you.
Haley's Comet. That's all I can say. I know Moser knew Doug from days at the other station.
Yeah, I worked there. I worked with Doug for a while.
Yeah.
Yep.
I had the privilege of, as you guys know, way back when I was a child, I was a ball boy for the Denver Nuggets, and I happened to be a ball boy during the Doug Moe era. And I learned a new language from Doug Moe, and the language of profanity, in the words of Irv Brown. He was the most curious, most joyful, most celebratory, most unique coach I've ever come across. And I think he was the last of a bastion. He was the last of the coaching carousel that actually made friends with media. His best friends were in the media. His best friends were us, believe it or not. And he hung around.
Tom Green and the Cannon and
Ron Zappolo.
Yeah.
And you know, to his very last breath, those were his friends, and he understood them, and they understood each other, and nothing was personal ever. And I just think that Doug Moe, a guy like him, will never come around again. A personality like that, somebody who lived and breathed basketball but never took himself too seriously, you just don't see that anymore. You don't. You don't see the way he coaches. His practices were an hour long. That's it. He didn't do anything else. He didn't have a freaking play. He didn't have he didn't call anything during the game. He made them run the same thing the entire game, and it worked wonders for the decade of the 80s. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we will join two of his former players. Dan Issel, Hall of Famer, his reminiscence of Doug Moe, and my friend Bill Hanslick, who Doug Moe considered the biggest stiff of all. And you want to talk about whipping boys and the way he was treated, Bill has nothing but love for Doug. It just tells you what kind of man he was, what kind of relationship they had. Again, if you're a Nuggets fan, do me a favor, one favor. Go to YouTube. I posted it yesterday. Go to the Altitude Plus app if you have that, and watch the documentary we produced in 2018. It remains my proudest achievement of my career, the greatest work I've ever done. I had a chance to spend days with Doug and his family down in San Antonio. We unearthed some rare interviews. You know, it's not easy getting an interview with Greg Popovich and Larry Brown and Pat Riley. But when we mentioned we're doing it for Doug Moe, they opened their doors right away. That's what kind of ticket he provides.
By the way, welcome back, Moj.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Yeah, Vic, I got the word, I don't want to say some weeks ago, a few weeks ago, that it was probably not going to be too long with Doug. And so I immediately sent a message to Tom, and you know, it just, anyway, the point is that I knew this was coming, but when it does come, it's like, my goodness gracious. Doug was nothing but great to me when I was just a young pup. Total idiot coming into this town and so on and so forth. And it was very nice to me when I started actually doing hockey full time. It was very nice to me, and I thought that was very conciliatory of him. And just as Vic said, Brett, he's simply, there will never, ever be another human being in the world of sports like Doug Moe. Ever. Period.
You know, Mose, you got me thinking. Doug Moe was very much like this show, believe it or not. Not to give us a pat on the back, I'm just talking about his style. His love language, Doug Moe's love language was trash talk, was put downs.
Yeah.
He would see you and just put you down, but in a loving way, in a brotherly way.
So
that's what he did.
I'd walk into the studio and he'd go, "Hello, I can't, blankhead. Hello, blankhead."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Hey, Doug." You know, that can't, I mean, and it's just, it's just such a unique person. You know, just, I mean, the way he did things was so against the grain in the NBA at the time, Brett. Honestly, the way he changed the game, what he did with these Denver Nuggets to try and win in the 1980s. And by the way, I'm going to go on record again as saying it, Vic, if it's not for those stupid Lakers and all that Showtime crap where they stacked that team with Kareem and Magic and Worthy and AC and everybody else you want to throw under the sun, the Denver Nuggets would be multiple-time NBA champions by the end of the decade.
Yeah.
Vic, I'm convinced of it.
Yeah.
They would have won at least 2 NBA championships. I'm convinced of it anyway. It's just it's a sad day because Doug was beloved in this town. Hell, he was beloved wherever he went. It was so great. He had an innate ability to collect checks from different teams. I think when I was working with him, he was still getting paid by Philly and by San Antonio. I think
he's the only coach,
and by us at the time.
When he was fired by the Nuggets,
so
he's the only coach who held his own goodbye press conference at the facility, and it was sold out. It was standing room only, and everybody was there for him to say goodbye. That's what kind of reverence he held in town. As luck would have it, tonight I'm going to be moderating this panel for the new movie Soul Power, the film that's on Amazon Prime. If you haven't seen it yet, give it a look. It's about the ABA. And a bunch of his friends will be there. I'll be visiting with George Karl, Ralph Simpson, Chuck Williams. They all played in the ABA, as did Doug. And this cannot be forgotten. We remember Doug Moe as a coach, but he was a hell of a player.
He really was.
Hell of a player.
Yeah.
He finished second in the ABA MVP voting in 1969. Second. Yeah. That's what kind of player he was. He won a championship, ABA championship with the Oakland Oaks. He was highly revered as a player before he became a coach.
So we'll talk to Bill Hanslick. We'll talk to Dan Issel in the 9 o'clock hour. In the meantime.
Real quick, though, I think that, and I know that David Adelman doesn't have any ties to Doug Moe, but I sent out this tweet a couple of years ago. And I found it last night. What did I say there?
Just one time before I'm gone, I'd like to see an NBA coach show up courtside with an outfit like Doug Moe.
I would love to see, like, David Adelman.
In honor?
Just wear a Doug Moe suit on the sideline one time.
Where the tie comes undone and both sides are just down the middle.
Down the middle. He's got, like a bright maroon jacket on with velour pants. And, it was just such a great
Well, that's what
great era.
Like a Kim Mulkey outfit that the chick who coaches LSU, that crazy Kim lady.
Yeah.
She always wears some flamboyant shirt or something like that.
This was the style back in the day, but Doug had his own style. It was. It's a sad day for Denver sports. It's a sad day for the game of basketball, and you see the tributes pouring in, Vic. I mean, he touched an awful lot of people, and a lot of people inside the game revered him.
Think about this. This is the last, my last mention of how great a coach he was. He had his own coach's show on television. Who's the last basketball coach? Think about this for a second. Can you think of another basketball coach who had a weekly coach's show on television? It doesn't happen. They have radio shows. We have them here. But a television show? He did that for 3 years with Ron Zappolo, and it was must-see television. It was that good.
Not
he was
basketball.
that entertaining.
Dion. Yes. He's got about 5. So we'll talk to Dan Issel and Doug Moe in the 9 o'clock hour. In the meantime, USA taking on Sweden today. And the game against Germany over the weekend, really funny, because I've made an admission, Moj. I know that a lot of people disagree with me on this, but my admission is when the Kachuk brothers wear the red, white, and blue, I'm in. I love the Kachuk brothers on this team. When they were barking at Draisaitl, saying always the bridesmaid, never the bride, I love that. And I think this team kind of needs to have that sort of, Vic calls it sandpaper to them. Because look, we're all hoping for the same thing, that it's the U.S. in Canada in the gold medal match and that the U.S. wins. Now, Canada is stacked in a way that's kind of unbelievable. It's like the greatest players of this generation are all on the same team at the same time. It's wild. But I feel like if the U.S. gets in it, they got a shot. They got a shot at it.
Oh, sure they do. I mean, believe me when I tell you the Canadians, they're worried about Team USA. Now Team USA has to get by Sweden today. Sweden's playing back-to-back. They got the win yesterday. They clubbed Latvia pretty good. They were up 2-0. They scored within 41 seconds. Landy had a tally.
Scored again, yeah.
Landy had a tally yesterday. But by the way, it was a really nice goal.
Explain how this works, by the way. Is this just like, what kind of elimination are we in right now? Because the U.S.
If you lose, you're gone.
Despite going 3-0.
That's it.
Okay, gotcha.
You lose, you're gone.
Gotcha.
And again, it's a pretty damn tough thing to get. By the way,
So Germany just got bounced this morning by Slovakia.
correct. And the reason that Sweden had to play yesterday is because even though they won the game, they gave up a late goal, I think, to Slovakia to make it 5-3 instead of 5-2. They lost the tiebreaker on the goal differential, so they had to play us. It's funky, but I guess you got to do it in a short tournament like that. Anyway, I don't think this does the U.S. any favors because you're going to have UC Saros between the pipes. We know he's good. You look up and down the Swedish lineup, their back end is friggin' great.
Yeah.
They got a ton of great forwards up front. I mean, every guy on the Swedish team is an NHLer. It's not like they're pulling some guy out of the Swedish Elite League. Every guy plays in the National Hockey League.
Well, one of the things I was thinking about, I mentioned this before the Olympics started, and I go, look, all I can tell you is it wouldn't hurt. I've watched a whole bunch of the Avs players, now individually for their respective countries, look really good on the power play. Look really good. And I'm like, is there anything that you can take from this, bring it back to the Avs, and improve on what they have right now, which is the worst in the league 15.1 percentage? Because I watched Marty Nachos yesterday sitting in the same spot that McKinnon sits in the Avs power play and look really damn good doing it. Really good. Like, can you take some of that stuff and bring it back for when the season starts up again?
You know what? I guess we'll ask Jared Bednar 1 week from today because we'll be back at it. In fact, 1 week from today, the Avs will be in Utah getting ready to take on the Mammoth.
Mm-hmm.
Coach will be back, I'm sure, that day, right?
I just think from a
we can ask him, but
from a confidence standpoint, maybe maybe that helps. I don't know.
Okay, you want to put McKinnon on the other side?
I think
Go tell him.
All I'm saying is I don't think anything you do from here on out is going to hurt anything.
Hey, Moj, I'm glad you're back. So much was made about the rink size. The rink's fine. The hockey's great. End fast. What's the issue?
It's 3.8 feet shorter overall.
It's fine. Do you notice anything different?
I guess optically, when you're on TV, no. But when I look at, I guess, the overall view, it looks just a little bit shorter to me. I guess it just optically it doesn't look. It feels like there's something off. I can't really tell. It just feels like there's something off, Vic.
And you can recuse yourself from this. This is just me and Brett. Recuse yourself because this is I'm going to speak glowingly of you. Some of these announcers they're using in the Olympics to call these hockey games are not good. Brett, I don't know if you noticed.
They're not the Moj.
Oh, my God. And I don't know who they are or if the IOC hires them. I don't know who hires them. But I'm watching some of these things, and I'm like, where's my man Moj?
Yeah. I agree with you. Recuse yourself, Moj. He's right. 303
I mean, I would have done it.
0925.
I would have done it for free. There's a guy. We'll talk to Coach coming up here in just a little bit. They had a soccer commentator doing the game the other day. And you could tell he's a soccer guy just by the cadence and by
He called it a match.
But that's his gig. I know, but it doesn't matter. Coach,
Hockey's not a match.
We'll get to Coach in just a second. It is another Ticket Tuesday, a keyword on the 20s of every hour. Chance for you to win a pair of Avs tickets. Stick around.
Look at me, reading glasses. I'm wearing these reading glasses like an elderly person. If you wear glasses, contacts, now you need reading glasses or bifocals just to see menus, to text, or to read commercials. You should consider refractive lens exchange from my buddy Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision. If you'd like to learn about this life-changing procedure, join Dr. Cutarelli for his free live RLE webinar, February 25th at noon. Perfect opportunity to meet the doc, have him answer all your questions about Cutarelli Vision RLE, like how is RLE different from LASIK or EVO-ICL? Who's a good candidate? Why no cataracts after RLE? Dr. Cutarelli, Colorado's most experienced. He's got over 90,000 vision correction procedures. So join his free live webinar February 25th at noon. Register at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision RLE. No readers, no glasses, no contacts, no cataracts.
All right, very quickly before we get to the coach, it's time for another keyword to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday, and that keyword is Francis. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Try Papa Murphy's for dinner tonight. Delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. But again, keyword for this hour is Francis. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline and welcome in brand new coach of the Rapids, Matt Wells. Matt, thank you for joining us this morning. How you doing?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Doing well. And first of all, welcome to Denver. Initial thoughts here on Denver. What do you think?
He's been around for a little bit now. I mean, it wasn't like he was hired yesterday.
Well, I mean, yeah. A month.
First time on the show, Moser. You can say hello.
Hey, Coach, good to see you.
How's it going? It is actually only my third day in Denver. We had the training camp in Florida, so my third day here. As you can hear, I already have the dry throat. I have dry skin, so we have to go and get some new moisturizer, some new lip balm. But it's been great so far.
It may have. Did it take a lot for someone to have you move across the world, across the globe? I mean, you were coaching. First of all, let's get the proper pronunciation from somebody who's from there. It's Tottenham, correct? Tottenham Hotspurs.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I'm half British, so I've got
that. Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah.
And I should tell you, Coach, that I'm a Brentford guy. So Sorry about
Great.
that. We sell away our best players and managers. It's what we do at Brentford. It's no big deal, but it's great to have you aboard, and we're excited. I mean, you start in less than a week. Here we go. You're off and running. How excited are you to kind of just dig in and get going?
Yeah, I'm so excited now. I think the training camp was intense, but it was a great period for me because I had the guys all under one roof at the hotel, so it was 24/7. I'm pretty intense once I get going, so it was good. The team's shaping up well. We had our final preseason friendly the other day against Orlando. We played some really attractive attacking football, which is how I see this team. Played with a lot of intensity, so now I'm excited for the Seattle game.
All right, so Matt, what will the new identity of the Colorado Rapids become under your leadership?
Yeah, listen, every time we step on the pitch, we have to be the dominant team. That's my general mantra. Of course, there's a lot of detail that underpins that, but for me, it's a mentality shift that we can't go into a season satisfied with trying to make the playoffs, or that can't be the limit of our goals. We have to be here to win this whole competition. That starts with every training session, every performance. So every time we step on the pitch, we'll try and take control of the ball. We'll press the opponent. So I'm hoping for the fan base, it'll be a really exciting style of play to watch.
What attracted you about this job in particular?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to change. I was probably for the last 3-4 years, I felt ready to be a head coach. I've been coaching now at a very high level for 17 years. So I loved being an assistant, but there's always frustrations that come with it because you see there's no way you're going to agree with the manager on absolutely everything. So I have my own opinions, my own sort of ideology around the game and how it should be played, how the environment should be. So I was just waiting for the right opportunity. This one came up, and through the interview process, I loved all the conversations I had with the hierarchy here. So it felt like a good fit. And then crucially, I got my wife's permission to move country. And so that sealed the deal.
Well, on top of that, just quick, sorry, Vic. I know that for guys who become first-time head coaches, there's always like some stuff that comes with the job that they weren't expecting. Have you gotten some of that of like, now that I'm the head coach, I have to deal with this and this and this?
I think, listen, the only shift for me is this sort of stuff. It's the media side of things is obviously a lot more intense. I did small bits when I was an assistant, but that was mainly in-house stuff at Tottenham. So I'd say that's the only big shift in terms of responsibility. But the actual job has been the day-to-day stuff. I love it. I'm passionate about coaching. I'm passionate about shaping environments, leadership. So for that, it's been a new lease of life. But yeah, this stuff's been the added stuff to my calendar.
Over under 5 months until you hate us.
We'll see.
Matt, this is going to be a vacation for you, man. You're used to coaching in the Premier League. You see how the media, how fans operate over there. It's a different entity. Have you noticed the difference? I mean, the Colorado Rapids are a reputable outfit in a league in Colorado, and especially in the U.S., where you're competing with a lot more here. And I'm sure you know that. You have to really embrace the fact that you need fans. You need to get people watching your team because it's not as easy as it is in England.
Yeah, listen, that's one of my biggest intentions and goals here is I want to create something that's so exciting, so appealing, so attractive that everyone wants to come and watch us. I said to the players on day one, I want every team to hate playing against us, and I want every fan in the whole of the MLS. I want us to be their second favorite team. If we're on the TV, if we're on Apple TV, they put it on. I can't think of another reason to get out of bed just to create something ordinary. So I want to create something special here, dynamic, something that gets the whole league talking. Orlando was a good step the other day. I already had a lot of people reach out to me, surprised and shocked at both the scoreline, but mainly the performance and the way the way the team played was very impressive at this early stage. I've only been here 4 weeks, so it's going to take time. But yeah, I definitely want there to be a buzz around us, and hopefully we can sell this stadium out more often than not and get people watching and enjoying the football they see.
Coach, I know you got to zip out of here pretty soon, but you're basically drinking through a fire hose right now. Back in Denver for 3 days, and then you're going to go to Seattle, and it's off and running. But I guess, how do you now look at the rest of the league and say, okay, this is what we're up against. I mean, scouting, everything. I know that you have assistants. I know you have people to help you out with all of that, but you're going into this not even knowing once you get off the bus, okay, where's our, where do we go? All that kind of thing. I mean, it's kind of a big deal for you, but how do you adapt to that, or how are you anticipating adapting to that?
Yeah, that was a big part of me coming here, is making sure that I had MLS experience and expertise on my staff. So I made sure that we kept Chris Sharp and Elliot Prost, two fantastic coaches and even better people. So I'll be honest, I wouldn't have come here without that, because as much research as you can do, the amount of games I watched from last season was crazy, really. But you still can't get a feel for the intangibles of the league, and only someone with the experience of a Chris Sharp or an Elliot can give me that insight. So that's been very, very useful. I also brought two guys over from the Premier League who are fantastic at their jobs, but they also need upskilling in terms of the landscape that we're facing over here. So those guys have been great for me. But outside of that, there's no substitute for me just spending hours and hours on this laptop, watching games, studying opponents, coming up with game plans. That side of it doesn't change. That's the same job as it is in England. And when I was in the Premier League, or we were trying to win the Europa League, I'm still watching European teams that I don't know that well, and then having to watch their games in their home league and study and work out the tactics. So that side of it is the same, but definitely having guys here with such experience helps.
I have one quick last one, Brett, and I love this. You were quoted as saying, win everything except the Fair Play Award. And I love that mentality, Coach. I'm not going to lie to you. You don't have to be nice. Yeah. You win. You're here to compete. Is that what you're trying to get across here? We're on the pitch to win, and if that means you got to win ugly, win. I'm not saying you have to play dirty, but you don't have to be a nice guy to win in this league.
Yeah, 100%. I didn't actually realize I said that in public, but I said it a few times to the players privately, for sure. And I stand by that. I think my frustrations early in this preseason, we were the first few friendlies we played were exactly that. I have to stop calling it that, because we were far too friendly on the pitch. We played some nice football, but if you're soft against the ball and you're soft in the duels and you're soft on the second balls, that's a recipe for everyone wanting to watch us, but we lose every week, and that's not why I'm here, and that's not what we're going to create. So it's making sure we do have a nastiness about us, we do have an edge, and it's tough because we're trying to combine this beautiful style of play, which hopefully you guys will see against Seattle, where we're trying to dominate the ball and we're always building out from the back and we're really controlling the games, and there's a lot of short passes. But then the second we lose the ball, I want to go from that ice cold to the fire, and that's the bit that early in preseason we were lacking. But thankfully over the last couple of games, it's still not at the level of edginess and nastiness and aggression that I want, but we're definitely getting there, and recruitment will help that as well. So we'll get there.
Brand new head coach of the Rapids, Matt Wells, joining us. First of all, welcome to Denver. Second of all, good luck this season. Appreciate the time. Thank you, Matt.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
All right, Coach.
Head coach of the Rapids, Matt Wells, joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com.
I love that. If he's telling us that, imagine what he's telling his players when they're playing. Hey, man, quit messing around. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's
exactly
go hard.
Right.
You're not here to make friends. We're not here to exchange jerseys after a game, right? Exchange kits, as they call them. By the way, is today the day that the Rapids unveil their new kit? Is it later this week?
I don't know if it's today, but it's soon. Could be. I'll try and get a check on that. But yeah, brand new head coach of the Rapids, Matt Wells, joining us now.
And the Rapids, listen, let's be forthright. They've gone through coaches like I go through socks.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
They need someone who's going to establish something, and the fan base needs somebody here that's going to set the table for years to come, not 1 or 2 years at a time. So Let's hope this guy's the guy. How many coaches have we had on this show?
Well, there was, I can't remember the guy's name when I first got here. It was right before Robin, because Robin was here for what? Robin Fraser was 4 years, was it? I think.
I don't remember the timeline.
But since I've been here, this is the fourth coach in 7 years. So, yeah, I mean, they've been going through them.
It was Connor Casey was the interim. Yeah.
I don't know if you count interims or not. Yeah. But anyway, good luck to the Rapids this year as they get going soon against Seattle. Now, we can talk about this in more detail, but Vic, watched the All-Star stuff Really disappointed by Jamal in the three-point contest. That sucked because it just didn't feel like he had a shot. To the actual game was
by the way, Jamal during his practice couldn't miss. So
his
he went there.
practice round?
Yeah, he went there earlier, as they all do, because he wanted to try taking the ball off the racks.
Yeah.
Could not miss. Couldn't miss. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this guy might win it. But it changes when you're in that arena and there's no one in the stands. That's, to me, was unreal, guys. I've been to a lot of these All-Star games, Moshe. No one was there on the Saturday. They have those lights in there. No one.
Somebody panned to the crowd. There was so many empty seats.
You hold the All-Star game in the afternoon in L.A. It's tough enough getting L.A. people to go to games at night. Now, if you hold something at 2 in the afternoon, because it started around 1 or 2 L.A. time, good luck with that.
Yeah. Here's the other thing. Was the All-Star game itself better than it was before? Yeah, because the worst thing you could imagine, anything other than that is going to be better. Was it more competitive? Yes. Did it feel like something I had to watch? Still not really. I mean, it was better. There was it only worked, to be honest, because some of the younger guys brought it from the very beginning. Like Wemby was out there to play.
Yeah, can we be real about this? You might have a different take on the All-Star game if our guy really wanted to play.
Jokic did not care still. He was
and you know, that's just the way it is. I asked him afterwards. I said, what'd you think? He goes, well, our team was better when I wasn't in the game. It's just not for him.
Well, also,
it's just not for him. It's just not. You cannot manufacture competition and desperation and all that stuff that goes into it. And I don't care what you do to this game. I don't think you're going to get him to have that same level of intensity as he has in a regular NBA game.
Well, he's one of the guys that I said, like, he's not going to care about the U.S. versus the world. He cares about Serbia. That's what he cares about. And I don't know. Maybe that U.S. versus world thing gave it some sort of extra juice. I really just think it was a few guys decided they were going to go 100%. And so you have two options. You match the intensity that those guys are bringing, or you go sit down on the bench. And Jokic said, not for me. See you later. I'm sitting down. Like, Jamal tried. Jamal just wasn't very good. Yeah. He was okay in the second game, I suppose. But
Wemby was out for blood.
Yes.
Wemby's like, I'm going to block every shot, I'm going to make every shot, and I want to win every game. Did you see his reaction, Moser? I don't know if you watched. When they lost that first game to the Young Buck Americans and the 3-ball went down, did you see how mad Wemby was after that? Like,
I did
not.
Mad. No, I did not.
Okay.
Well, Moser,
look, I'm not.
To be fair, he was in Spain.
No, I was home. I was home.
You were home.
By the way, my buddy's got a broken or unlocked Fire Stick to watch anything I want across the globe. It's pretty awesome.
You took it with you?
No, he's got it there in Spain.
An unlocked Fire Stick. How long do those last?
What do you call? But I don't know. The companies catch up, and then you got to get it unlocked. I don't know how it works.
So, are you advocating piracy? I mean,
no,
our salaries are based on
it's
people.
Spain. It's another. I don't.
So
care.
what you're doing is you're coming on these airwaves and telling everybody to forego any.
I agree with him. International waters doesn't count.
A jack wagon in Spain can't buy altitude anyway. All right.
Get the app.
By the way, give me one of those Fire Sticks when you're at it. He's got some expat Englishman who breaks Fire Sticks in Spain. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the point is he can watch any Avs and Nuggets he wants. He's got altitude right there in Spain.
Here's the thing.
It's crazy. I don't know how you do it, but he's got it. Can I stop for a second, please?
Yeah.
On the airplane home, I made a commitment to myself and to this show and to the listeners that I'm not going to blow smoke up your tail at all. Not that I was before. I'm just not going to do it.
Oh, really? So the last decade, you've just been.
So
this whole thing about your quarterback.
I'll tell you what. I'll acknowledge something like, no, Vic, I didn't see it. I won't expand on it because you probably don't want me to expand on it. And if you do, then I will. But otherwise, I won't. I won't expand on it. But no, Vic, I did not see Wemby's reaction. And you know why I didn't see Wemby's reaction? Because I don't give a rat's ass.
Good. No, I
That's why.
appreciate that. I appreciate it.
And I don't care if you think that it's your job to watch the NBA All-Star Weekend. No, it's not.
I was there.
It's not my job to watch crap basketball and tickle fight time in Los Angeles at the damn Enormo Dome. Crap. I'm not doing it.
Moser, I made it. I made it pretty clear.
I
was
you
there.
So much. I missed you so much.
I was there and I was bored. But it's no different than
there's literally nothing that the NBA could do to get me to watch their All-Star Weekend.
What about the NHL? What about the NHL All-Star game?
No, stop.
Wait. What about the NHL All-Star game?
No, hang on. Before we go, what about the NHL?
Yeah.
Mosh, hang on. I got something. I came up with an idea, myself and Chris, in the appetizer. I got a way I would get you to watch. I'll explain it in a minute, but I got a way. But go ahead, Vic.
Good. What about the NHL All-Star game? Are you are watching every moment of that game?
No, not all of it. A little bit, yeah. It just doesn't.
Would you say it's the same thing? Same product?
Oh, Vic, I don't know if I didn't watch the
It's
Pro Bowl
worse.
At all. Okay, it's worse.
And they're all in the same. They're all the same. They don't mean anything. You can't dress them up. Nobody cares. I agree.
I couldn't. I'm just trying to think how much I could care less, and the answer is none. I couldn't care less. I didn't watch a second of it. I did see the thing online, Jamal doing the 3 points and a lot of clangs. I'm like, well, that's a bummer. At least he was there. Okay. I saw Joker played 5 minutes. I was hoping his leg didn't get blown off. No, they just took him out because it's just management, right? Just management. It is completely unappealing to me. I don't care what format they come up with. I don't care if they have live animals. I don't care if they're playing on llamas. Like every NBA player's got a llama. And they've got to dunk on a llama. I don't care.
That would be must watch.
I just don't care.
See, I think you're skewed a bit because you witnessed the greatest All-Star break ever last year with the Four Nations. That was the greatest event we've seen. It was actual competitive hockey. It comes with a price, obviously. Guys can get injured, but that's the pinnacle of mid-season exhibition, right? That's the pinnacle.
Yeah.
And when you go there, anything else pales in comparison.
One last reminder, your key word for this hour is Francis. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get you a chance to go to the building for Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. Now, Moj, I got an idea. I can get you to watch.
No, you can't.
No, I can't.
No, Brett.
I promise you.
Look, I'm not going to.
I promise you.
Old Moser's gone.
Promise
all
you
the history, all the histrionics,
all right.
all the
Sydney
all the
Sweeney's
this.
topless in the middle of the game.
No, it doesn't do it for me. No.
All right.
All the histrionics, all of the fun times and the tickle fights. And
Okay,
all that,
got it.
That's
got
all
it.
just done.
We'll get to it in just a second. Stick around. Tulatero, your lottery app, and you can participate in all of your favorite games, whether it's Mega Millions, Powerball, or Lucky for Life. You can download Tulatero and register with that code MAGIC. Against the code MAGIC, you receive a free credit to play in your first lottery game. And guess what? Today, Powerball, $169 million up for grabs. So make sure that you get on that Tulatero app and download it right now. Tulotero. Register with the code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. All right, listen to me. Listen to me. Mose, put those damn headphones on. You listen to me good. I know exactly how to watch because I got to be honest. Didn't tune in for a second of that dunk contest, and I'm disappointed in myself. If I had known a man would concuss himself trying to dunk, then I would be all in on this thing. If you're going to give me no-name guys in the dunk contest, I don't even know this guy's name, the guy who fell on his head.
Oh, my God, Jace Richardson?
Sure.
That looked like it hurt.
If you're going to give me no-namers, I got a great idea.
That's Jason Richardson's son.
No.
Yeah, remember Jason Richardson? He played for the Suns.
Jason Richardson could
Who does he
hammer.
play for?
I think Orlando?
You think Orlando? See, there's a mother F. There's a guy in the dunk contest. I think he's in the league.
No, but listen
it's
to
such
me.
a joke. The
Listen
whole
to
thing's
me.
a joke.
Pause.
You know, Jason lives here in Denver.
Hang on a
Probably
second.
listening to this show.
Well, no offense to
dude.
Jason. I'm just saying.
Well, Jason was amazing. Here's what I want. If you're going to give me guys I don't recognize in the dunk contest, I need it to be some Evel Knievel stuff. I need there to be guys shot out of cannons. I need there to be knives pointed up at the floor underneath the hoop. I want some stakes on the line. I want somebody to go up for a dunk. You're like, if you mess this up, you're going to hurt yourself. If you start doing a jackass version of the dunk contest, because that's the only thing that's going to get me now. I watched Jackson Hayes do a dunk that we've seen 800 times in the middle of basketball games, and his name was Jackson Hayes. Can't happen anymore. Not taking it. Nope. I need to have some tigers on the floor or something.
You know what's interesting is that.
What about a viper pit, Moj, underneath the hoop?
Yeah, that still wouldn't get me. Well, I mean, if you land in the pit, you get attacked by cobras,
Yes.
something like that.
Yeah.
That still wouldn't get me. By the way, Jackson Hayes plays for the Lakers. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Yeah, we know that. That dunk was so bad, I think Chris Mitchell could pull it off.
Well, somebody put highlights of Kareem doing the dunk contest, and honestly, it was super lame dunks. But it's Kareem, so it's different. It's like at least it's a big name guy.
Dude, the very first dunk contest in 1976 was held here in Denver. The ABA held the All-Star game. And the reason they did the dunk contest at half, you know why they did it? Because the league could not afford halftime entertainment. Red Panda was too expensive. So they said, what are we going to do?
Yeah,
well, let's have these guys dunk.
Baby races cost too much money. And the
True story.
A baby race?
Yeah, Dr. J launches from the free throw line, and the rest is history.
And back then, Artis Gilmore attempted to dunk, like his dunk contest, and he was told, all right, go up there and dunk. He's like, well, what do I do?
See, but everybody says that thing's dead, and I'm like, do you guys not remember? And like, it's getting farther and farther away, but do you not remember Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine? That was amazing.
But that's a reason why guys like Aaron Gordon won't do it again, because he got robbed.
Look, man.
But it was entertainment. Do they really care that much if they win or lose? Like Jamal was, let's be honest, pretty embarrassing display at the three-point contest. I think he should do it again next year if he gets invited. Who cares?
Look, man, there was a time when I would say this is going away. This just doesn't, the Mac McClung crap, right? Guy's not even in the league, and he's winning the dunk contest.
Yeah, it was dumb.
And I've been saying this for going on a decade. The dunk contest to me is like Sears. Vic, do you remember Montgomery Ward?
Of course. There's the Montgomery Ward at Lakeside Mall. My brother worked there. You kidding me?
Sears, Montgomery Ward. You know, brands like that.
JCPenney?
JCPenney. And I would say this, they're out of business. They just don't know it yet. Does that make sense?
That's a good example of one of those.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The NBA dunk contest is out of business. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
That's essentially what it is, Vic. Nobody cares. Nobody watches. Nobody knows anybody.
I would watch if they put stars in it. I would.
You would watch if they had the right people in it.
There's
they had
only
the right people.
There's only so many dunks you can do.
It
That's the
doesn't matter.
point. That's
It's
the point.
over. It's
It
done.
doesn't matter.
It had its
If
time.
The
It's
home run
done.
derby's been the same thing for 50 years. They
Once-
put big names in it, I watch.
Once Dwight Howard wore a cape, it was over.
Did you watch
Moj.
Shohei in the home run derby?
Moj.
Yeah.
Is that anything different
Moj,
than what
you're
you've seen
being
before?
stubborn and you're being dumb. Okay, stubborn and dumb are not a good combination. If I told you that this dunk contest had I don't care. 41-year-old LeBron James in it. You'd watch.
You would. You know it. You would and you know it.
If they brought Vince Carter out of retirement, you'd watch.
Now we're getting a little crazy.
If Aaron Gordon did not have 4 to 6 weeks reevaluation, you'd watch.
Can I bring something else up that blew my mind over the weekend, please? Saw some video out of spring training. Guy in the cage for the Rocks. I said, who the hell is this Ronnie Coleman, Arnold Schwarzenegger looking guy hitting baseballs?
You talking about Zach Veen?
What happened there?
Here's
what he said.
He went full Moser.
He gained 43 pounds of muscle. And he attributed that to getting sober. That's what he said. I have a feeling, look, I'm not alleging anything. That much of a body transformation looks like, would you pee neon colors? Because that doesn't look normal. Have you seen him, Moj? I know you're out, you were not in the country. Have you seen what Zach Veen looks like now?
No, I have not.
Google it and give me your first reaction.
Okay.
So
There's
what do
a
you want me to
side
do
by
with
side.
that?
Well, here's the thing. I'm always a fan of guys bulking up because I love 1998. I love just ripping the ball over the park. I hope he can do that. The big thing with Zach Veen is I feel like every time the Rockies have a prospect that they really like it was Brendan Rodgers, and I know he dealt with injuries, they never really developed into that. I hope he does that. I really do. But you put on 43 pounds, I want to see that ball go over the fence a whole lot this year. That's what I want. That's what I want you to do with that, Vic. I want you to put that body that he's got into some oomph, party deck style.
That's not even the story of Rocky spring training. The story of Rocky spring training.
Crazy, right?
It's not Zach Veen. The story is they got a guy who showed up, and they owe him $182 million, and he says it hurts when he walks, let alone when he bats and plays. So he can't play. He's already on the IL, DL, whatever they call it now. Says it feels like he's being electrocuted every time he takes a step. What do you do with Chris Bryant?
Man, I don't think it's a story because it's the same story it's been for three straight years.
But it continues to be. You would think after a while, what's the end game here? So next year it's the same story. The year after that, can they not come up with a settlement? Clearly he can't play baseball anymore. And I feel for him. Back injuries are awful. It's the worst, Moj. What do you do?
I don't think there is a settlement. I don't think the MLB has this stuff. I don't think there's a protection for the team for an injury.
Isn't there an insurance clause?
Don't you think that would have happened with guys like Rendon already? If there was? I think this is part of the infinite power that the MLBPA has.
Has any league had more players steal more money from teams in the league than MLB?
No.
I'm trying to think of.
Well, basketball's got a few of them. Like Ben Simmons has been doing that for a long time. John Morant might be one of those now.
Maybe.
Yeah, but basketball does it all the time. They have a settlement. They buy him out. In basketball, they buy out these guys all the time. Hell, they bought out Dame Lillard in Milwaukee. They didn't blink an eye.
They didn't buy out Ben Simmons, did
Yeah,
they?
I feel like if I continue on,
because that's an injury thing.
I feel like if I continue on this path, and here we are almost to the top of the hour. First hour back is just about complete. I feel like I'm in a real negative headspace, and I feel like Vic got me there.
What did I do? I like your hair.
I hate it, by the way. I got it cut before I left, and my regular.
Oh, wait. Have you seen Vic's hair?
Yeah, I saw.
Look at Vic's hair.
It's a joke. Yeah, it's a joke. An absolute ridiculous joke. It's be you.
It is me.
It's not you.
What are you talking about? This is me.
You
this
dyed
is what
it.
I look
you
like.
You dyed it.
This is. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna use this card, and I'm gonna do it because cancer stole my beautiful hair, and it turned it gray overnight. So I'm stealing it right back. And if you have a problem with that, blame cancer. Now what are you gonna say?
He just dropped.
Because it's the truth.
He just dropped up my mom's dead card on you.
Exactly right. I had beautiful, luscious brown hair before 2019. Overnight, it went gray. I'm taking it back.
I'm just saying you ride with what God gave you. That's what I'm saying.
You know, Vic, you can blame it on that, or I got here in 2019.
That's
Could
good.
be.
That's a good.
Did I
good
turn you
point.
gray?
Look, man.
By the way, Ben Simmons was bought out in February of 2025 by the Nets. They bought out $40 million of his salary. He gave back $1.1 million.
Oh, what a
so
nice
if you
guy.
call that a buyout.
That's
So
such a nice
it happens
dude.
in basketball all the time. They look up Damian Lillard's contract.
But that's for guys who want to leave, not for guys who are hurt and can't play.
Well, Damian Lillard was hurt and he couldn't play Milwaukee. They bought him out.
I don't want to be negative, but I find so many things. It just is a joke. And no offense to Chris Bryant, but this is, what are we doing? It's ridiculous. The whole thing. He says he's not going to retire. Okay.
Well, what would you do, Moshe?
Well, I don't know. The guy can't walk and he can't play.
Moshe, you've got 100.
You know what? I tell you what I'd do, Vic. I'd ride airplanes and eat steak for the next 9 months. That's what I'd do.
Okay.
Ride airplanes, eat steak, and sleep in hotels.
You got
and then put my little
180
uniform on, going, ow, my stirrups, ow. I guess that's what I'd do.
So are you being facetious or are you being serious?
I'm being serious. I'd ride it out, Vic, with back pain. I can't play the game, but you know what? I don't want to give up that bread.
So would I. Admission is the first step.
Uh-huh.
$182 million. You show up and you say, hey, listen, guys, you think I'm going to walk away from $182 million? Here I am. I can't play, though.
This is, by the way, people I think have very misguided anger on this thing. I'm not mad at Chris Bryant for this at all.
Me neither.
Like, it is not his fault that his back gave out. It is the fault of the people who thought it was a good idea to sign an aging guy who had back problems, whose game was already past its prime when they signed him. Like, even when he was healthy enough to play, he was not good anymore.
It was such a panic move. You look back, I mean, it felt like such a panic move that we've got to do something. Oh, here's a former All-Star that's
a lot of it's
on
bad
the market.
luck, too.
Oh.
I'm not going to rip on. I mean, bad luck. I mean, it happened. His back went completely out.
Vic, hang on. Beyond the back injury, they signed him. We all said, what are they doing? This makes no sense. Immediately.
That's true.
The reaction was never like, yes, we got Chris Bryant. It's, what's the point of this? Like, right away. So this isn't one of those, like, when people talk about how bad the Russ thing was, the Russell Wilson trade, and it's like, well, you probably were jumping for joy when it first happened. I think most people were like, I don't understand this at all. At all.
How many games do you think the Rockies are going to win this year?
I don't know.
How many?
63.
Let me reverse that then. How many do you think they're going to lose?
I think they'll be more intriguing this year.
99.
99?
I think they made enough changes. They'll bring some intrigue this season. I do.
Why did I even come home? Why did I even come home? You know, I told my lovely wife last night, I'm regretting going in the morning because I know they're going to say some stupid things that I thought was out of my system. I know it. Vic, they lost 119 ball games, bro. Their plus minus in run differential was minus 424. The biggest in FDR wasn't even born yet.
Your face looks bigger. How much food did you eat in Spain?
Jack Glasscock was roaming around spitting in brass spittoons with the last time a team had a minus 424 run differential.
Your headphones won't even fit over your face.
And then you say, I think they're going to be intriguing. I can't do it with you,
Hey, just
bro.
quick before break. Quick. Raj texted me over the weekend. He said, I thought you should know this. I found out something amazing. Jack Glasscock's great-great-great-grandson, JJ, is a sophomore shortstop at West Virginia.
Get out of town.
How about that?
Does he play without a glove?
I think he has a glove. No, I think he does.
Now, if he played without a glove, that'd be something.
That would be something.
And let me say something else, Raj.
Can you do it quick?
Yeah. If you've got enough time on your hand to research the lineage of Jack Glasscock, then you've got problems, man. Why did I even come home?
All right, back after this.
Here we are in the middle of 2026, February to be specific. And the spring is going to be here before you know it, then the summertime, and you're going to want to feel good. You're going to feel like your old self. Have you called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and gotten yourself taken care of? Maybe you're dealing with low testosterone like I was, and you just don't feel like you used to feel. Tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, no progress in the gym, all that kind of thing. Well, they can definitely help you. And when you combine that kind of treatment with the body composition programs that they have, you're going to notice real improvements. They've got GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. You're going to feel more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often maybe a renewed sex drive as well. That might not be too bad, dude. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. In fact, maybe I'll see you here in the Denver location off Colorado Boulevard. I'm going to be there after the show, getting a couple things taken care of and renewing a couple things to my house. You can do that as well, and they're going to make you feel better and feel like your old self. Schedule an appointment. Go online to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Very simple. Cost of the appointment, initially $99. Includes the consult, the T, PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's absolutely free. These combination treatments with the peptides and with the low T treatment and everything else, I'm telling you guys, it works, and it's going to make you feel great. So again, that number, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, and maybe after the show, I'll see you over there, dudes.
All right, Bill Hanslick, Dan Issel going to join us both in the 9 o'clock hour. As we learned of the passing of Doug Moe yesterday. Vic, you got a couple of things that you want to play from Doug Moe. I'll let you set it up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we have a 90-minute documentary that we produced that if you want to watch the whole thing, Altitude Plus has it. I believe the Nuggets YouTube page has it. It's available to get, and we've done it. It's been out for years. So
it's really good. It's really well done, dude. I
want to thank Julie Browman for helping out, by the way. She was, without her, we wouldn't have gotten that to the finish line.
For sure.
Believe it or not, Moser, the first thing I wanted to do when I moved over to Altitude, I said, we need to do a documentary on Doug Moe.
I remember that.
And
I do recall that.
Matt Kroll gave us the tools to get it done, and we went out and got it done, and it took a couple years, but thank God we did, because it's the only, as far as I know, it's the only life story of Doug Moe that exists in a television format. So we flew out, we talked to him, we talked to coaches, and some of the stories that he relayed to us during the few days we spent with him, I will cherish that project forever. It is still the greatest television I've ever been a part of because of the redeeming value and quality of it. But this story really resonated. You want to know what Doug Moe is? You want to know who he is? Do you want to know what kind of personality he is? He played high school basketball at Erasmus High School in Brooklyn.
Such a good story, man.
In the summers, he was such a basketball junkie. He wanted to keep playing in the summers. And not just one league, but every league. And back then, summer leagues, they were truly tribal. Like different religions held leagues with their schools. Like
think of this. This is the early and mid-'50s.
Catholic leagues, Protestant leagues.
Oh, so it wasn't AAU basketball?
No.
Far from it.
No. Religious institutions held their own leagues. So Doug Moe, he thought to himself, you know what? I'm agnostic. I'll do it all. Give me all of those leagues.
That's all I want to do.
I just want to hoop. And this is the story he relayed to us, and I thought it was pure Doug.
When I was at Erasmus, I played in a lot of church leagues. I played in the Catholic League, I played in the Protestant League, and I played in the Jewish League. You weren't allowed to play in those leagues if you were playing high school ball. So the second half of my junior year, when I was on the team, I had to change my name in the church because I still wanted to play in the church league. Played in the Catholic League under Chatterton, Protestant League under Martin, and the Jewish League under Moskowitz. So I was Moskowitz, Martin, and Chatterton. Then the senior year, I couldn't play. People got to where they knew who you were. So I think I'm immature now. High school, I was really immature.
That's so good.
So good.
Chatterton, Martin, and Moskowitz.
How many times do you think his coach yelled at him, like just at his last, "Hey, Moskowitz," and he didn't respond because it's
the coaches knew. The coaches knew.
Oh,
the coaches recruited him. I mean, he just had to change his name. You know,
all he wanted to do was hoop. So yeah, if it means a little name change to keep on playing, then you change your name.
You realize Doug was an accidental coach. He never intended to get into coaching. He went to North Carolina to play for Dean Smith, get the grades right, played at Elon for a while. Dean Smith convinced him to try coaching. He said, I don't want to coach. His best friend was who? Larry Brown.
Larry Brown.
One of the greatest coaches of all time. He's the guy who convinced him, here, just sit on the side with me and we'll coach together. And then he got the Nuggets job when the previous coach, Donnie Walsh, got fired. And he got nudged into that job. His intent in life was never to coach. An accidental coach. At one point, the winningest coach in Nuggets history.
That's crazy. To be that caliber of a coach, and you're like, I don't even want to do this.
We're going to hear from Dan Issel and Bill Hanslick coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. So if you want to be regaled in Doug Moe stories, and they're enough to fill 2 or 3 days of radio, those guys will join us in the 9 o'clock hour to give him his proper due.
And I would also recommend watch Tom and Ron Zappolo and Woody reminisce as well, because the word came down right as they wrapped up their podcast. And they turned the microphones back on, and then and they did that as well. And I think that's a really good of guys who obviously knew him really, 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 really well. That's a really good thing to watch too.
Hey, just quickly here, did you guys see the story? just talking about the MLB earlier. The MLB PA president, Tony Clark, is resigning.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first saw it, I was like, oh, no. This guy sees that they're going head-on for a lockout next year, and he wants to jump ship before we get there. Because I think everybody is convinced that there is going to be some sort of shortened strike season next year because the owners are really dug in on getting a salary cap now. And it turns out he's resigning for another reason. You see what it was?
Yeah, he was nailing his sister-in-law.
Something.
Yeah. Oh, I guess that's I shouldn't have said it like that. Yes,
you
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, he had relations with another.
There you go.
Yeah.
Didn't she work there as
And
well?
he
Yeah,
hired
correct.
her
He hired her,
within.
yeah.
Let me tell you something.
That was a mess.
My wife doesn't have a sister, but I can only imagine if I had a job that was paying me a couple $1 a year, and this is how I got to be let go. I'm going to like Tahiti. You're never going to see me again. There's no way I could show my face anywhere, I don't think. That's the way I lost my job.
Even with your own family. I mean,
That's what I'm saying.
Even like with your brother and your parents and everything.
My parents, they'd be like, what the hell's the matter with you?
Absolutely.
I tell you what, Tony Clark was an intimidating hitter back
Yes,
in
he
the day.
was. He still is intimidating. You see the beard he's rocking
Yeah.
right now?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a strong beard. Looks like it hurts.
That being said, did you read Patrick Saunders' article in the Denver Post?
About?
With Kyle Freeland? He's the new team rep for the Colorado Rockies for the MLBPA.
What'd he say?
Apparently, the MLBPA and Freeland is saying that they're preparing for a massive battle.
Well, of course. I just saw Machado the other day. Remember, Machado is not part of the Dodgers. He's competing against the Dodgers. And they asked him, what do you think about what the Dodgers have done? And he said, I love it. I think every team should do it.
Why do you think he loves it?
Because
he wants to make $70 million a
Exactly
year.
right.
Yeah.
Now go ask the players who make minimum if they love it.
Oh, I'm sure they love it too because they have the potential to get there. They love it too. Vic, there's not a lot of guys making the minimum in the MLB right now.
Generally speaking, players are going to love it. You're right. Because when, I don't think people understand how rare the case is with the LA Dodgers. They're owned by Guggenheim.
Guggenheim?
It's a fund. They're owned by, know what?
Pizza shrapnel.
Hey, Brett, the Dodgers are owned by a pile of money. Yeah. I had this debate with my future son-in-law in L.A. over the weekend because he's a huge Dodgers fan, and he didn't see anything wrong with the present system. I said, dude, your ownership group is this. You have this huge
future
pile
son-in-law
of
is a
money.
real problem, Vic. I don't know how to tell you this.
Like they're owned by Scrooge McDuck. It's just
Pretty
the
much.
giant thing of
That
coins.
is pretty much.
Moj, you're not gonna be happy with me. I cheated on Nuggets Nation over the weekend. And
I saw you
feel
played
shame.
on the Lakers court. I saw.
What?
I don't want to say anything.
Brett, I got to tell you about this. So on game day of the All-Star game, Dave McMenamin, who was ESPN's own, he's married to Malika.
Yeah.
So he invited me to be part of this All-Star media game. Invite only, Moj. You would not have gotten an invite.
I wouldn't want one.
And we all went out there. It was a private home in the hills of L.A., the Ritzy Hills, the Will Smith Hills.
Was
And
it a
this
famous
home-
person's home?
This guy used to own L.A. Gear. I don't know if it still exists.
Okay.
L.A. Gear, I don't know. He has a full basketball auditorium in his backyard, indoor. And it's all decked out in Lakers stuff. He owns like he's owned front court tickets to Lakers for years. And apparently it's where guys go for private workouts when they don't want to be seen, when they don't, want the media involved. This court is unfreaking real. And even me, the most ardent anti-Laker fan that exists, had to be impressed by what I saw.
Get out of here. Leave.
Well, this is my opportunity to call out all Nuggets fans. What are you losers doing? Is there not a Nuggets fan out there that can build an all Nuggets auditorium somewhere in your private home?
It's really
Because
not
until
needed,
you
Vic.
do-
It's not needed, man. It's not. It's gaudy. It's
I was going to, Vic, but my 8-foot
Audacious.
ceilings in the basement prevented that.
Until a Nuggets fan matches what I saw in LA, I'm sorry. They got us. They got us. And there's nothing we can do about it.
I don't even know who I'm talking to right now.
You know what we do in Denver instead? You know what we do? Instead of building beautiful, spacious, private gyms, we're taking our current gyms and transplanting them and turning them into pickleball courts. That's what we do because we're losers.
That's true. That is not – but I just knew I shouldn't have come home. I just know it. It took me an hour and 16 minutes to realize that dude, listen. Back to the Dodgers real quick. It's a problem for the game. It's a problem for all but a handful of teams in Major League Baseball. It's a problem. You know what I watched last night? National Treasure, which I love, by the way. I've probably seen it 4 or 5 times.
It's a good one.
So at the end, when he lights the torch and it goes all the way through the treasure room, and you see you see how big it is and all that. Yeah. All that treasure, that's what owns the LA Dodgers. Okay?
Yeah.
The marble, or what do you call it? All the Egyptian stuff and all the scrolls of Alex, all that they own the Dodgers.
It'd be like Fort Knox owning a team.
That's exactly right. Who's the? That's Fort Knox. Yeah, but a building full of gold can't own a team. Well, it does.
It does.
That's exactly what the Dodgers are. It's an absolute joke. And everybody knows it's a joke. And you know what? I'm here for it. If baseball shuts down completely for a year, 8 years, 10 years, hey, no skin off my teeth. I couldn't give a rat's rip less.
I would love to hear contract negotiations with the Dodgers. Like, you're sitting down at a table. They're like, all right, what do you want? You're like, $700 million? Done. Yeah, sure. Like, do they even push back on price? It's just like, just say the number, and then we're good. Just say it out loud.
Why do these pop into my head? You ever see the Seinfeld episode when he and Elaine are flying and he gets upgraded to first class?
No.
That's too bad. Mitchell, you've seen that, right?
Sure have.
So he's sitting with a supermodel in first class as Elaine's shoved back in the economy in the middle, doesn't get a meal or anything. And the flight attendant comes by and says, more of anything? And he looks at the girl and he goes, more of everything, which is exactly what the Dodgers are.
Yeah,
they're just more of everything. Everybody gets money. I mean, everybody gets money. Everybody gets everything they want.
Got another keyword coming away in just a couple of minutes, along with the NBA is very concerned, very, very concerned about tanking. And there's one sport that has people openly tanking and nobody cares. We'll get to it next.
Hey, Vic Lombardi here for Dan Caplis Law. You're all going to need a lawyer at some point. We all do. Dan Caplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases, involved in historic high-stakes personal injury cases for years. And you know what he does in those cases? Over 40 years, he wins. He wins high-stakes injury cases because they're fought at a different level. And Dan Caplis Law has the capacity and the legal team to fight toe-to-toe with the biggest and the baddest the insurance companies have to offer. So reach Dan Caplis today. You can either call him 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit him up online, dancaplislaw.com.
All right, it's time for another keyword for tickets to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday, and you can text Peter in your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you'll be entered. And if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, why not Papa Murphy's? Delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. But again, that keyword for this hour is Peter. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So, some news out of the NFL yesterday, and we can take this two different ways. Number one, the Miami Dolphins.
Wait.
Yeah.
Like Peter, like the name Peter?
Correct.
Yeah, well, then somebody needs to tell the computer that that's the keyword.
Well, you know what? I've done my part of this. I don't know how to fix that part.
Cool.
The Miami Dolphins have released both Bradley Chubb and Tyreek Hill yesterday. Now, very clearly, one thing is for certain. Out of all the trades and Russell Wilson and the things that you missed, you won this one. You traded Bradley Chubb for a first-round pick. You parlayed that first-round pick for Sean Payton. Sean Payton has now led you to the AFC Championship game and 2 straight playoff appearances. So, that's number one. Number two, I'm kicking the tires on any talented player that's on the market right now. The Broncos are in that position, okay? They should be talking to everyone who could potentially make them better. That includes Tyreek. That includes Bradley Chubb, for all I care. You should be talking to everybody. You have cap space. You're in a position that it's sort of like championship or bust. Now that you made it as far as you did this past season, I think everybody should be on the table if they have talent. And I know Tyreek is like, well, it's character issues and speed guy who's getting older and has a leg injury. I get it. But see if that guy can still run, because if he can, I'd love to add that to the offense. I'd love to.
You know, the Tyreek thing is very intriguing. That's my word of the day. Clearly, you can't walk away from that kind of talent. He automatically makes your offense, your team better. I just don't know if I can trust him.
I get that. I totally get it. It's my same concerns I have with A.J. Brown and George Pickens and guys like that. Mm-hmm. But I think you're in a position to talk to everyone.
I'm trying to think back. Did Sean Payton ever have a problem child diva on the Saints? Did he?
Michael
ever?
Thomas got there.
And
Michael Thomas did get there.
You
he
also
did.
You also recall when Sean Payton took over the job, he started to clean house a little bit.
Jeremy Shockey was a little, he had a personality, but
sure
didn't shake it.
But
up too much.
Tyreek is a huge personality, and there's a lot that I'm just saying when you sign a Tyreek Hill,
there's some off the field issues.
There's a lot that comes with it. You can call it baggage. You can call it whatever you want to call it. You're not just getting the player and his ability. You are getting everything else that comes with it. But his ability, obviously, and his speed is so tantalizing. I'm wondering if that's a Sean Payton kind of guy.
You talk about a game breaker?
Or at this point, do you just eat all of that and deal with it because he can help you get over that offensive hump that you need to get over right now?
Is there anyone more tantalizing athletically than Tyreek Hill? I mean, you put him in the open field. You throw him a simple slant pattern, and he could take it the distance.
Yeah.
Every time.
So we've seen it against the Denver Broncos. It's not fun to watch.
I think that you should be in on anybody that has talent and at least be poking around. Now, here's the other thing to this that I think is really interesting. By the Dolphins doing this, they have admitted to the world, hey, we're going to suck this year on purpose.
They're tanking.
And no one cares. Meanwhile, the NBA is like, I think we need to have a tournament to see who has the first pick in the draft. And I was like, maybe you could just do this. Maybe the worst team gets the first pick. Maybe that's just how it should work.
Do you understand why there's so much unrest with the NBA and the tanking issue? Do you know the root of the problem here?
Gambling.
Well,
gambling.
The problem.
The gambling companies who are in bed with the NBA, and they're in bed with the NBA. The NBA was the first league, by the way. You go back in history. What was the first league to embrace the gambling company?
It was the NBA.
The NBA. So they took them in. And now the gambling companies are like, wait a minute. This ain't good. Now all these bets we have out there are getting skewed.
There's a difference with what the NBA is dealing with Utah right now, I think it's perfectly okay to have your team suck because you're sucking with a purpose. I mean, NFL franchises, they make mottos around their team sucking for certain quarterbacks. Suck for luck or whatever all these different things are. We've seen it over and over again. The difference with Utah is that they're sucking in the fourth quarter on purpose, and that's different. Not playing your best players in crunch time so you intentionally lose is different than just having a bad team that loses.
I'm hearing all these ideas to fix the NBA I don't understand what needs fixing. There's this movement now to eliminate the NBA draft and just have free agency.
Insanity.
Absolute. Do you understand the ramifications of that? Do people think this stuff through? They're, every team, each on their own, they should be able to spend amount of money and recruit. Do you Moshe, what happens if you say no draft? Every team can just bid on whatever college player that exists and let the bidding begin. What happens if you do that?
Then your league becomes the LA Dodgers.
It's exactly right. I mean, you have your cap, but all the best teams get all the best players still.
Here's why. Because people may say, well, no, that's not possible because there's salary caps. So let me ask you this. If there's a shoe deal between Nike and A.J. DeMonsa, the guy from BYU, there's a great shoe deal. Where do you think Nike is going to push?
They don't
AJ
want him in
play?
Charlotte. They do not want him in Charlotte.
Not
or
in
Memphis.
Milwaukee.
They don't want him in Sacramento.
Where do you think they want him to play?
Los Angeles,
And
New
do you think
York.
maybe they'll fluff the money up a little bit if he plays in a big market?
Of course.
So don't do this, man. Don't do this because all you're going to do is make the big markets bigger. That's all you're going to do. The only chance these teams in the NBA have is to draft and develop. It's the only reason there's been parity for the last decade.
But why are they so
It's the only reason that Oklahoma City is where they are. Well, not the only reason. They made some good deals as well. But those draft picks have been remarkably productive for them.
I don't understand the concept of a lottery and why they think that's better than just the worst team getting the first pick.
Because of the tanking. That's why.
Miami just admitted they're going to tank in the NFL. They just admitted that. They released their best players. They said, we're done. We're not competing this year. And everybody's reaction was,
football's
okay.
different.
Yeah, but
football's different, though.
It is.
Sometimes what you deem as less talented, sometimes those teams win.
Miami's not winning this year.
I think football is different because of the physical nature of the game. But number two, Brett, Miami was 7-10. Tua's got a bad cabeza, right?
Yeah.
You can see the writing on the wall where they're going to have to eat some dirt for a couple of years to get out from underneath that contract, but they're going to do it. They're in sort of a rebuild mode, not necessarily they're tanking. I think they're going to try to win.
What does try to win mean?
Well,
the guys on the field are going to
don't-
try and win, but if you put bad players on the field, you probably won't.
Here's what they're not doing. They're not taking all their first stringers and putting them on the bench for the fourth quarter into 12
Well, that's what I'm
12
saying.
game.
The individual
Okay.
game situation is different. Like
It's 17-17 and you're sitting all your starters. I mean, that's that's tanking.
Here's the difference, though. This is why the Utah thing is different than what I'm talking about. That will affect gambling companies because that is one singular game in the middle of it. If Miami is tied 17-17 going into the fourth quarter and then they decide we're just going to bench a healthy Tua, that's much different than being like our team stinks from week 1 to week 17 on purpose. That's what I don't get. It's like if it's your only recourse. If your team stinks, you need talent. You get talent through the draft. To get a good draft pick and a good player, you need to be bad. That all makes sense. It checks out. Yeah. I mean, I don't even think that's tanking. That's just rebuilding, isn't it?
The other big issue that's going on now, and people are pressing on this, is the length of the NBA season. Like it's almost ironic. The NBA seasons and the NHL seasons run parallel. The NHL is actually adding to its schedule. They're actually adding games. In the NBA, they're talking about removing games, subtracting part of the schedule. And it's been thrown out there, maybe 10 games come off the schedule. My question remains, if you take 10 revenue-generating games off the NBA schedule, what do you do with the player salaries?
Yeah, they aren't taking less money. So that's why all of this is like the only option that you're going to have is expanding the season. You aren't shortening anything. It's never going to happen. They aren't going to voluntarily give away money.
Ain't happening.
But so Vic,
By the way, take 10 games off the schedule, 82 to 72. Are they still going to do load management? Yes.
Yep.
Of course they are.
That doesn't fix that either.
Are they still going to sit back-to-backs?
Yep.
Well, they may not have as many, but yep. 15% less, 15% fewer games is not going to solve a lot of the problems that exist, is what I'm trying to say.
Vic, I saw your stuff all over the interwebs and whatnot when you were in L.A. So I guess my question to you is, what's the feeling around the people you were talking to regarding the league right now? Is there genuine worry? Is there genuine concern?
No.
Everybody thinks everything's just honky-dory, everything's fine.
No, the players having a good time. They're making good money.
Okay. I'm not asking
You're
you.
not worried
I'm not
about
asking you if a guy who's making $25 million a year is having a good time. Okay. What I'm trying to ask you is behind the scenes. I saw the Adam Silver stuff. I saw all of that. This is Vic. It really is very concerning. And I also saw where he said, no, we're not going to contract and we're not going to move. We're going to expand. So there comes some more money right there.
Yeah.
But do you want to buy into this right now? Because to me, it has a really uneasy feeling.
I walked by Bruce Brown in the airport a couple of days ago. I should have asked him, you having a good time?
I'm sure he's having a great time. Yeah.
You know who else having a good time? This came up again because I saw him at the All-Star game. And I've got some insight, ladies and gentlemen.
But imagine this guy real quick. Sorry, Vic, I hate to cut you off, but Brett, imagine this guy. But yeah, players having a good time.
Good time.
Having fun, eating
Great
some
time.
food.
Learn about Cuba.
I know I've brought this up many times on the show, and some of you are probably tired of me going here. But I don't care, because I think it's very important. When you write the history of Nuggets basketball, we just saw Doug Moe.
I'm not doing it.
The legendary Doug Moe. He is the history of Nuggets basketball. He's one of the forefathers. He's on the Mount Rushmore. Can't write the history of Nuggets basketball without Doug Moe. Nor can you write the history of Nuggets basketball without Carmelo Anthony, who now works for NBC.
Yeah, great.
Ran into Carmelo, and he told me off camera a couple things that he's working on. And one of those things is to make good here in Denver. And when I say make good, when you hear this interview I did with him, you tell me what comes to mind. Do you have it, Chris? Do you have it ready to go?
We got it.
All right, so Moj, I want your reaction, and I know what
Is this something new or is this something I've seen before?
No, I want you to hear the interview, and then I'm going to give you some information after the interview. I just want to get your violent reaction to this exchange.
Oh, it's going to be
Carmelo
violent.
Anthony.
Yeah, you got that right.
Go ahead.
Carmelo,
When are you coming back to Denver?
I'll be there soon. I think we have a game coming out there.
How much are you looking forward to that?
I'm looking forward to it. I've been looking forward to coming to Denver for a long time, man. I've been looking forward.
You don't understand how many fans want to see that fixed.
Yes. I don't know what is there to fix. I don't know what is there to fix. I'm good. I love Denver, man. I don't know where we're left at. I love Denver.
Pause it. The lack of self-awareness of this guy is it's mind-boggling to me.
He really doesn't do himself any favors,
The
man.
lack of self-awareness of this dude is unbelievable, Vic. To spit out that statement to you at the All-Star game, I don't know what there is to fix. That right there gets him another 5 years in my book. So tack it on to whatever it is for me right now. Maybe it's 2, maybe it's 10, maybe it's 15. We tack on another 5 years because I ain't doing that. I ain't doing intellectual dishonesty, and I ain't doing a lack of self-awareness. I'm not going to do it. Continue, Mitchell, please.
No, that was it. That was the whole thing.
That was pretty much it.
Oh, well then what is there to say?
What I'm here to tell you is he understands that there are people like you that exist. There are many like you that exist out there.
There are virtually all of us that exist like me out there.
No, that's not the truth. There are many of us on the other side who understand that Carmelo certainly did not do himself any favors. Listen, I'm not naive. Carmelo's the reason why he's no longer a Nugget. Carmelo and his ex-wife are the reasons he left. He's the reason. This wasn't Nuggets induced. It was induced by his camp. I understand all of that. But I'm also of the opinion that at some point, somebody has to take the first step. Somebody has to say, all right, let's shake hands. Whose hand goes out first? And I think it behooves the Nuggets to throw their hand out first. That's me. That's my opinion.
There's absolutely no need to.
Why not?
What does putting a right hand out to Carmelo Anthony do for the Nuggets at all?
Good spirit. the right thing to do?
He accused the team of trying to erase his legacy by giving his number to Nikola Jokic.
And he's wrong. He's wrong.
Well, he's an
100%
idiot.
wrong.
Hang on.
It's a joke.
To
I'm sorry.
Moser's credit, I don't get it. For him to say, I don't know what there is to fix, means that he either believes he did nothing wrong, or I don't even know what the other option is.
No, he thinks the whole anti-Melo thing in Denver is overdrawn. It's he's not hated here, but I talked to him on the side and I said, no, you don't understand. I got a co-host who's in that camp, for crying out loud. You gotta ease into this. And he's got a team that he's working with to ease into it. Put it that way.
Okay, I know I don't know as much about this town as you do, Vic. But the vibe that I get from this is nobody really cares about bringing Carmelo back in the fold.
Well, that's your vibe. There are a lot of Nuggets fans who grew up with Melo. A lot of Nuggets fans who were introduced to the Nuggets fandom through Melo.
Vic,
he raised a generation. It was 10 years, the Carmelo George Karl years. That was 10 years of Nuggets basketball. You have to understand where they were before he arrived. Before he arrived,
Vic,
the team
I was here.
It was disenfranchised.
I was here for many, many years before that. I know. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I loved Carmelo Anthony. I did. I loved to watch him play the game. I loved Melo, man. He was everything I would hope for. Like, this Nuggets team is back. He did help save the franchise from the abyss. I agree. But he's done nothing but badmouth and whine and bitch and moan about this team.
That's it, though.
And by the way, he also, if I'm not mistaken, didn't he also say that he didn't want to leave, but they forced his hand because they're rebuilding or something like some crap which is a total lie, a complete fabrication. This guy can't tell the truth, Vic.
Just quickly, it's not about him leaving. It's about the stuff. I think people could get over that eventually. It's about all the stuff that he did afterwards and the way that he talks about Denver that bothers people. And I think that it should. It should. And then he acts like here's my problem with it. He does not care about Denver. He cares about being liked. That's all
That's
it is.
exactly right.
He just cares that he wants people to praise him wherever he goes, and there's a place in this country that is absolutely not. And that bothers him. It's not about the city. It's not about getting right here. It's about, can I have everybody love me? That's all he wants.
How in the world did the Denver Nuggets put his back against the wall? How in the world did they ever
They did nothing wrong.
Force any narrative or any trade narrative or anything?
The Nuggets
never
did anything
from
wrong.
his side. Every bit of it was from his side.
Of course it was. I've said that. I've established that. And now it's time.
Listen, I would say this. Vic, I'm going to make this admission today.
Quick.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Kroenke is a bigger man than I am. Vic Lombardi is a bigger man than I am.
Oh, I know that.
And some of you Nuggets, not stature-wise, but I guess emotionally mature in this regard-wise. Look, man, I can't – I don't see a reason to do it, and he's never, ever even extended 1 ounce of an olive branch. Other than, I work for NBC, and I'll be back there doing a game.
Put him in that position. Put him in that position. Sometimes, you know the old saying, honey, it's a lot easier to get to somebody through honey.
He just wants his love. He doesn't care about the team or the city.
One last reminder, the keyword for this hour is Peter, so text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Oh, by the way,
to shut up and listen.
Comes your way next. All right, every day at this time, a little by the way, some stories from around sports, entertainment, whatever that maybe you didn't hear about, but you should.
Moser was not here when you started this.
No, So we'll start it off like this. Like, here's a story, Moj. I don't know if you guys were following over the weekend. Nick Castellanos was let go from the Phillies with a whole bunch of money owed to him. And Nick Castellanos has his own lore where whatever somebody's doing some sort of tribute to someone, he slams a home run and ruins the entire thing. But why did they let him go? Well, it was a fractured relationship within the locker room, both with players, coaches, and front office members. And it came to a head last year when he was pulled from the game, and he decided he was going to walk in the dugout, take a beer, and bring it back. Sat in the dugout with an open beer in his hand to show his displeasure of him being pulled from the game. And so now every single meme about Nick Castellanos on the internet is him. Remember when Will Ferrell did that old Milwaukee commercial? And he's in the middle of the field and he cracks the beer open. It was during the Super Bowl. Oh, dude, you would love it. It was during a Super Bowl like 5 years ago, but it's just a picture of Will Ferrell opening up a beer that says, whenever Castellanos gets pulled from the game.
Well, I guess my question is, if you've been yanked,
why not?
Why not crack open a coldie, I guess?
Hey, you can't re-enter. I mean, your day is done.
Am I missing something here?
No, it was that along with a whole bunch. He was being openly insubordinate was the problem. And so
I've got to know, by the way.
Go ahead.
By the way, 1-0 Canada over Czechia. Celebrini, this dude, he's going to be a problem. For
19 Mo.
Can you put? Well, was there really any speculation? I guess maybe I'm making that up, but I heard some scuttlebutt before the team was announced. Hey, man, should Team Canada take the kids at all? Should they consider the kids a Bedard, a Celebrini, whatever?
Yes.
Kid's 19 years of age, dude. He's going to be, if Canada wins the gold, he very well could be the MVP of the entire tournament. I told you, he's a great player. When the Sharks were here,
God, he looks like a child. He is a child.
It's fun.
He and
it's
McDavid
fun
are like a machine.
Yeah, it's fun to watch him play the game of hockey, man.
All right, what you got, Vic?
That was it.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, they just scored. It's 1-0.
I got another one for you. You saw Michaela Shiffrin just won gold, right?
Yeah.
So this is Vic Lombardi's dream to be a slalom racer down the mountains in the snow.
A lot of turning.
It is a lot of turning. Have you ever, Brett? Do you
wear
ski
that
at all?
weird face mask, the old Joe Theismann face mask?
Yeah, I don't ski anymore. I really don't have time in the wintertime, to be honest with you. But when I was younger, I would, I'd get shorter skis on and try to pretend I could slalom. Impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible.
Tell you what, the moguls are the one that looks like my knees would explode.
But I think what's so amazing about this is, ski racing, it's the 100th of a second difference, right?
Yeah.
Vic? It's so close, right? She won by a second and a half over the silver medalist.
Biggest disparity in Olympic gold history? Isn't that what it is?
Yeah, it's insane.
By the way, Tiger said he might play in the Masters. He's leaving that door open. And I don't know if that's a cooler story or I know it's on the Live Tour, but Anthony Kim winning that tournament was pretty cool. If you guys don't know, he battled a whole bunch of addiction issues that took him out. He's actually got he had to have surgeries. His face looks different than it did years ago because of it.
Whoa.
Yeah, what did he have to...
What was he on?
What happened to his face?
My guess is something that you snort.
So what did he do?
I don't know the full story of his opiates or coke or I don't know. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, I'm saying this up front. I don't know, but I feel like that's a part of it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah, he's got a little collapsed thing on the side
That's
there,
what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah.
So he comes back, he wins this Live Tour. I think he shot 8 under the final day to jump John Rahm. And I know it's the Live, but still, it's a really cool story how he's battled back since then.
You know what? And yeah, let me say this about Anthony Kim because people left him for dead. I mean, the guy's 40 years old now, but people, honestly, when he had his problems, Vic, people left him, they're like, this guy's, he's gone forever.
Yeah.
Good for him to fight his way back and overcome those demons because he was a very popular player when he was a young guy.
He was. All of it kind of changed when his kid was born, and he had to get his life right, and now he's back playing good golf again. By the way, when does curling end? every day with the curl. What? How long does this last?
I am so.
Oh my God!
I'm so glad you brought this up. Like we sat down the last couple nights as a family. Said, let's watch some Olympics. Let's see what's on. And 9 times out of 10, when you flip on the television to watch Olympics, enough with the how many different teams and how many different. Just stop it.
Mixed teams.
We get it. We get it. You like throwing the stones. Shut up.
I mean, it's crazy.
One match is all I need.
It's so long. The only joy I took out of it is we found out the Canadians are cheaters. Did you guys see that little interaction?
They're pushing off on their stone, and then they're cursing about it.
But what you should do is watch.
See you Canadians.
Can somebody explain to me why that helps you? I would have thought that would have hurt because you have spin on it, and like what? You're taking the spin off? What does it do?
Probably last minute you figured it's offline, and you're just trying to reset the line. Who knows? But I am so with you on. Enough with the curling. 1 day is all I need. 1, not 13.
I agree.
I tend to agree with that. You watch some of the women's curling.
They need to rest, I think, Moshe. I think it's too tired
between
bodies.
Between like Italy and Japan, they're curling or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of shouting. Even with, everybody.
But how many
just
different
a lot of
teams?
Screaming,
Like,
a lot
we
of
have mixed
screaming
team.
going on.
We have doubles. We have quads.
Honestly.
We have singles. We have.
Explain to me how they can't get that done in a day. Just do a round robin, and whoever comes out at the end comes out at the end. How does that not work?
I still don't even know the damn rules.
Oh, by the way, did you watch the doubles luge with any sort of different?
I did, yeah.
Different view, different
with a smile
slanting?
on my face, yeah.
Oh, did you really?
It's stupid. We're trying to get the color commentator for the luge at the Olympics on the show, by the way, to explain to us what the hell's going on with that sport. We're trying to. So hopefully that'll happen in the next couple of days. Just a couple more real quick. Oh, by the way, Moj, congrats. Your Sac State Hornets are officially in the FBS. They're joining the MAC.
I don't know what that's going to do for them. I guess we'll figure it out. But can you, try to think of that, though. Try to think of the Sac State Hornets going.
I was doing the math. I don't have it in front of
going
me.
FBS, but they're in the MAC.
The amount of money they had to pay to join the MAC, they won't make that money back through the MAC TV deal for like 12 years.
So what does MAC stand for again?
Mid-American Conference?
Mid-American Conference.
Yes, because Sacramento is in the middle of America.
Oh, yeah,
and Cal's in the Atlantic
in the
coastal.
Okay. Yeah, and USC's in the Big Ten. Eat it, Vic. Hey, by the way, don't you even remotely start to cast aspersions on my team. Of all the people in the world, I don't want to hear it from you, okay? You're the last person I want to hear it from. But
why?
Oh, don't do this. No.
Why? What's the problem?
We aren't gearing up for another Notre Dame defense for another 5 minutes, okay? You stop.
But
we're America's team. We don't need a conference.
But the whole
we represent America.
Oh, Czechia just scored. Oh, boy. The whole Sac State on the road at Akron. In the middle of November.
They just showed Mark Stone's face, and I immediately. Sorry.
One more, real quick. Oh, by the way, Vic, you remember when we played the audio of Jerome Tang? He was then the head coach of Kansas State's basketball team, saying a lot of these guys don't deserve to wear the uniform, and many of them won't next year. Kansas State went on to fire him over the weekend. They are trying to do it with cause because of those comments. Saying that was, I don't know, in a word, unbecoming of a head coach and didn't represent the university correctly. They're trying to take his money away that he's owed on the contract for those comments. I don't think there's any way you can win that.
I don't know if you noticed this. There's a handful of coaches across the NCAAs that are crashing out right now.
Did you see Gottlieb?
Yeah, not only Gottlieb. Did you see Mick Cronin,
yeah.
UCLA? There are a bunch.
Dude, Fred Hoiberg, Nebraska's coach, just smacked the phone out of somebody's hands.
I know. They're going crazy. I've never seen such violence from coaches before.
They are at their wits' end with this. You can tell they're so over it.
Last thing, I had multiple people over the weekend when it was announced that California State University Sacramento Fighting Hornets are going to go to the MAC. Multiple people sent me I guess, memes or I don't know what they are, graphics, this kind of thing, that they can't wait until Ball State plays at Sac State.
I get it. I get it. That's sort of like the Grady Dick jersey swap.
I'm like, I get the joke. I get the joke. Okay, you don't need. You can stop sending me the Ball State at Sac State football matchup.
Did you watch
graphics.
that show MXC back in the day on Spike TV?
I did not.
Where
Most Extreme Challenge?
Yes.
Yes.
That sounds like Team
that.
Ball and Team Sack. Sounds like something they would do.
Yes. Anyway, yeah, it makes for a funny little graphic and anecdote. I appreciate that. We'll see when they match up how it looks.
Hey, Rodney on the text line is mad at you guys for spoiling. He says, do you guys not know the phrase spoiler alert because you gave the score of Canada, Czechia?
It's live, bro.
It's on TV. What do you want me to do?
I want to make this case again for all of you because I have good friends who are always, hey, I'm recording the game. Don't tell me. Yeah, tough. We live in the information age. We live in the Twitter age. We live in the instant information age. I don't care what you're recording. I don't care what you want to watch tonight on primetime. I don't care. If something happens, it's going to be public information. It's not my job to secure your late night viewing pleasures. I don't care.
I hate to tell you this. Ned Stark's head gets cut off. Okay?
Hey, Jaws gets blown up. If you haven't watched it yet.
Oh. What's to watch that tonight?
What's her face doesn't let Jack on the door and he drowns in the ocean.
Rose.
Whatever her name is. There's plenty of room for both of them, and you know it.
Dan Issel's going to join us at 9:20. Bill Hanslick at 9:40. Stick around. Dan Issel's going to join us in 15 minutes. Bill Hanslick at 9:40. Canada just went to the box. It'll be a Czechia power play with the game tied 1-1 in the first period between those two. So we'll keep an eye on that as well.
No spoilers. Somebody just texted in. Just don't spoil the mixed 8-man freestyle curling preliminary rounds, please. That's from Mike.
Love of God, curling. I can't do it, man. I was back in Nebraska seeing family. My dad is he's locked into curling. And I'm just like, what is so entertaining about this product that you're watching right now? What is this? I can only take like a couple of minutes of it before I am bored to tears.
Like the first couple that came out, right? I was like, yeah, okay. Yeah. And then again, and again, then another day, and then another day.
It's kind of like watching somebody play pool. Yeah, for a minute, and then I'm done.
Yeah, you got a trick shot in there or something? You got a hottie playing? Is there a hottie?
There was another thing that went on that I saw that was not part of my list before the Olympics began. And I didn't even realize it was a thing. Monobob.
What is that?
Oh, the single bobsled?
It's a bobsled with a chick sitting in a golf cart going
U.S.
on
won
the thing.
gold. I saw that.
Who cares?
Is there any sport that we do care about in the Olympics outside of hockey?
Hockey's pretty good.
I like that one where they go down the hill and fly. I can watch that.
I saw that. Yeah, I did see them ski jumping in a blizzard a couple days ago. That was pretty crazy. But it's the monobob, and I'm watching the women's monobob because that's what I like to do.
Then there's that freestyle jump where they flip and
that
jump
one's cool.
And
I like
turn
that.
and flip and do all this flipping and turning and
so I'm watching
flipping.
the women's monobob, and I don't know how difficult it is to control these sleds. They're bouncing all over the place.
It's the thing, like
they're ramming into everything.
The U.S. chick that won, she was bouncing around like a lottery ball, and I was like, and she was the fastest. Made no sense.
9506. If that girl from Italy is in the curling competition, I'm watching it. What girl from Italy? Help me out here.
A handful of them.
Is there like a hot Italian curler?
Tell you what.
Just Google hot Italian curler. It'll come up.
Tell you this much. Speed skating is a loaded category.
Jesus.
Loaded.
Italian curler.
It is.
I Googled hot Italian curler and hot Italian sausage came up.
Okay. Well, all right.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it comes right up. Stefania Costantini.
Pass.
I don't want to sound insulting.
I'm insulting.
This is going to be insulting.
I'm having a day today, man. My first day back in a couple weeks. I'm having a day.
Outside of hockey, have you watched any event in the Winter Olympics that after 4 to 5 minutes, you're like, I want to keep watching this? I'm having a very difficult time. Summer Olympics, I don't have that problem. I can watch swimming.
Hockey? I can watch hockey all day.
I said outside of hockey.
Oh,
outside of hockey.
I'm sorry.
Because in the Summer Olympics, I can watch volleyball. I can watch swimming. I can watch track and field for an hour. Like, I can do all this stuff, and I have no problem with it. Winter is very hard for me.
You're not a winter sportsman. You don't ski. You don't partake in winter activities. So,
okay, even people that are into
it's now 2-1 Czechia. What a shot!
This is going to be a real problem.
This is a real problem.
Because you're ahead of us.
Yeah, you're ahead of us.
See, we're both
so this is a real
textures. You like the textures?
No, but the problem is you're ahead of me.
Oh, what a shot! What if Canada loses?
The entire country will come unglued.
There are already cheaters in.
That was a bomb, dude.
Dude,
that's from the Ovechkin McKinnon office. That was a bomb.
Moj, call it.
It just happened. It was David Pastrnak. Just absolutely unleashed a one-timer. Absolute bomb.
Beat Bennington.
Ooh, that's the one.
Beat him stickside.
Short track speed skating, very easy for me. It's quick. They go on to the next event immediately. That one's simple.
Which one is the speed skating, where they're all like grabbing each other's hips and they're like,
that's the team pursuit.
What's going on?
That's team pursuit.
Like that.
And then they push their butt. They give them a push in the butt.
Is it me, or does it look like they're just sort of freeloading out there? Yeah. And then when they're done, it's, oh my God, I'm going to die.
I need the speed skating where it's constant. I'm going 1,000 miles an hour. This speed skating where they do this thing, this number where the hands behind their back, nope, I'm out. I'm out on that one. It's too long. Too long. If you have time to put your hands behind your back, I don't got time to watch this.
See, I need some Femke Bol in the speed skating. I think she needs to do a dual sport thing.
I take it.
They tried so hard. They wanted gold.
I just went in for the last track of the race.
You know what I like to do in the summer? Summer Olympics, I like to get me a 12-pack. I like to sit down and turn on the start of the marathon. And then I get to see how many beers I can slam by the time they cross the finish line.
I'm going to be honest. I didn't think
Tom
this
Wilson's getting into it again. He's trying to intimidate these check-ins.
Oh, really?
I didn't think this was the case. I'm in on the mogul stuff, though. The mogul, I like. It's like your knees are bouncing everywhere. You got to do a couple of flips.
That looks like
it's
it
quick.
hurts.
That's what I'm saying. I have respect for that. Looks really painful.
The downhill is great because it's quick, it's fast, it's as fast as you could possibly go on skis. All right?
Yeah.
How do you not like that?
Oh, the downhill, you're an inch from death at all times. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I agree. It's pretty amazing.
Texture says, way to crap on one of the most decorated women's athletes ever.
Who?
I'd like to see you run just 10 feet without 22 different medical emergencies. Hey, I want you to hear me.
What are we talking about?
Hear me clearly. I don't know who this is either. We never called out anybody individually, number one. Number two, if it's the sport that I'm talking about where I said I can't get on that for more than like 4 to 5 minutes, that person that you're discussing, which I don't know who it is, probably doesn't respect the job that I do. And that's fine. I'm just saying it's tough. And Vic, you're right. I'm not a winter sport guy. I've never skied before. Like, I don't get it. That's part of it. But I'm watching the luge, and after like 2 of them, I'm like, yeah, I think I'm good on this. Really think I'm good.
I do have an issue where Norway is the most decorated country in the world in an Olympiad. That shouldn't be the case. That just shouldn't be. That tells you that this is sort of backwards. What are we doing here?
How many
Norway?
How many Super Bowls you got, Norway?
Yeah. What do you got, Norway? What have you done? Outside of producing a lady who dated my old college roommate, what do you have to offer in Norway?
Hang on. I'm going to Google
What does Norway offer?
Norwegian accomplishments. Oil and sports. Yeah. Norwegian explorers like Roald Amundsen. They reached the South Pole in 1911. Vic, that do anything for you?
They reached what? But they're up by the North Pole.
I know.
That's a little crazy.
Listen,
You're up already
Vic,
there.
you have to understand, man, once you get tired of hanging out at one pole for too long, you get bored. You got to go do the other pole. Just that cinnamon.
Significant
Cinnamon.
Significant inventions include the cheese slicer in 1925. How about that?
That's incredible.
Yeah, that's kind of it.
They can go cross-country, like no cross-country skiing. They got the dude that goes uphill. Isn't he Norwegian? Which one is he?
Oh, the runner guy?
Yeah.
Hell if I know, Vic.
You guys, here's this, 0131. You guys whine so much about the Olympics. America's getting spanked at the Winter Olympics. Deal with it. Oh, my God.
Whatever
what am
will I
gonna
do?
Oh, what are you going to do after the show? America's getting spanked at the Winter Olympiad.
It's hard to deal with something you don't care about.
I'm actually trying.
I mean, Americans aren't represented in the biathlon, whatever the hell that is.
The 0131. I guess that the 0131 is not American. Okay, fine. I don't. If an American wins the monobob gold or finishes last, I don't care.
We did win the monobob gold.
But I don't. It doesn't. You know what? I'm
Take
having a hard
that,
time caring
Norway.
about stuff, man. I really am. I watched the women's short program a little bit yesterday. Bored.
Yeah, I think it's established. The Summer Olympics are
Way better.
It's the goated.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to be demeaning. I'm not trying to denigrate athletes because skiers are incredible athletes. If you watch remember the Battle of the Network Stars, Moshe? Remember that?
Fantastic.
The skiers were some of the best athletes when they did like other events. They
100%.
were incredible athletes.
Well, I think you're thinking of superstars, not Battle of the Network.
whatever the hell that
Superstars.
was. Yeah.
Superstars.
I don't know how to do it. I don't
Ooh,
partake.
Canada's in some trouble here. Not only are they down 2-1 in the first, they just went to the box again. Wilson's in there.
Ooh, he's been barking the entire game, trying to do a little intimidation stuff. This is elimination round, right?
Yeah, it is.
Catch me up.
If Canada loses, they're gone.
They're done.
That's correct.
Wow.
I almost don't want them to lose because I want Canada-U.S. in the final.
So do I.
Pick it up, Canada.
I don't know, man. Should they go down 3-1 in the first period? This is gonna be hella.
Yeah.
This is gonna be hella tense the rest of the way.
Canada,
really tense.
Where's Canada in the medal count? And to all my Canadian friends out there, you live in the cold. What are you doing? Why aren't you producing at a better level? You are the Winter Olympics.
So Norway is first with 33 total. Italy is second with 25. United States.
Look at my Italians out there. My Italians are rolling.
United States is one medal behind them at 24. Then it's a big gap to France at 17. Where is Canada on here? The hell are their medals? Have they not gotten a medal yet? Wait, no. Here you go. They got 12. Okay. They're 11th.
Canada. You live in the snow. What else do you have to work on up there? What are you doing?
You know what I don't see on this list?
What are you doing all day?
Saudi Arabia.
Who has more medals than Canada right now?
Switzerland is tied with them.
Switzerland's neutral, for crying out loud, and they're kicking ass.
Japan, Austria, Germany, Netherlands, Sweden, France, U.S., Italy, Norway.
It's embarrassing.
Now, if they lose this, I mean, it's going to be
Hey,
chaos.
Can we talk to the horse, please?
If you'd like to.
All right, Dan Issel coming up.
Wait. We'll ask Dan Issel what he thinks of the doubles luge and if he can watch it for 5 minutes. Obviously, having Dan Issel on to talk about the passing of Doug Moe, he will join us next.
Here we are in the middle of 2026, February to be specific. And the spring is going to be here before you know it, then the summertime, and you're going to want to feel good. You're going to feel like your old self. Have you called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and gotten yourself taken care of? Maybe you're dealing with low testosterone like I was, and you just don't feel like you used to feel. Tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, no progress in the gym, all that kind of thing. Well, they can definitely help you. And when you combine that kind of treatment with the body composition programs that they have, you're going to notice real improvements. They've got GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. You're going to feel more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often maybe a renewed sex drive as well. That might not be too bad, dude. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. In fact, maybe I'll see you here in the Denver location off Colorado Boulevard. I'm going to be there after the show, getting a couple things taken care of and renewing a couple things to my house. You can do that as well, and they're going to make you feel better and feel like your old self. Schedule an appointment. Go online to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Very simple. Cost of the appointment initially $99. Includes the consult, the T, PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit's absolutely free. These combination treatments with the peptides and with the low T treatment and everything else, I'm telling you guys, it works and it's going to make you feel great. So again, that number, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, and maybe after the show, I'll see you over there, dudes.
All right, one final keyword here, and it's your chance to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. You text Paul and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Try Papa Murphy's for dinner tonight. Delicious pizza. Bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. But again, that keyword for this hour is Paul. So text that in with your first and last name, and you are entered to win. We'll draw a winner at the end of the show. And let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. And we're joined by Dan Issel. Always a pleasure to be joined by you, Dan. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing terrific. How are you?
Well, we're great, and thought of you first, obviously, with the passing of one of the greats of all time, certainly in Nuggets history, Dan. I want to start by this. For those of you who don't understand Dan Issel, he is a Hall of Famer. He is one of the greats in Nuggets lore, and I'm not sure anybody would be able to look back at Doug Moe's career like you could, but what made him so unique? What was it, and why is he different from any other coach you had?
Because he was lazy. He was, Vic, as you know, he was the most laid back coach, not only that I played for, but maybe in the history of the NBA. He didn't worry much about scouting reports or watching film. He was concerned with how we played, and he thought that if we played up to par, then we had a pretty good chance of winning.
Go ahead, Vic. Go ahead.
So when he cursed out players, because he did it, I heard it when I was on the side. I heard it. How were you able to, after a game, just say, "Oh, it's cool, it's just Doug"? How did that work?
You know what? It works because of Doug's attitude. It was literally like flipping a switch. As I said, he was very laid back, and when the ball was tossed up to start the game, he went nuts. And he'd rant and rave and run up and down the sidelines. And then you say, curse at players. Of course, some players he didn't curse at, but some players like Hanslick he cursed at all the time. And as soon as the game was over, the switch went off. And I've said before, he could call you every name in the book, and then as soon as the game was over, go out to dinner with you.
Hey, Dan, when you first came to the Nuggets, was Doug an assistant at that time?
Yeah. Larry was the head coach. Doug was the assistant, and Doug was the assistant until he went to San Antonio to coach the Spurs, and he really didn't want to go. He was very comfortable being in the 2 seat and being an assistant coach, and it was actually Big Jane and Larry who had to talk him into taking the head coaching job in San Antonio.
Oh, so take me through it now. Okay, so he goes to San Antonio. You're a Denver Nugget at this point. You're well into your Nuggets career, and then you get the word that they're going to hire Doug Moe to come back and be the head coach. What was, since you knew him beforehand, what was the reaction?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, we had been through some pretty rough times. Probably not as much as a coaching course. Larry left, and Donnie Walsh took over as the head coach, and we went through a couple of tough years. The 25 years of organized basketball I was blessed to play, those were the only 2 losing seasons I ever had, and it was not so much the coaching. Donnie was a good coach, but it was some of the personnel moves that we made, like, for instance, trading a career over George McGinnis for Bobby Jones and some other moves. But hearing that Doug was going to come back to be the new head coach, I think everybody was thrilled about that.
The thing I appreciated most about Doug Moe was his sheer honesty, and I'm not sure you get that much today. When I say honesty, a reporter would ask, "Hey, you guys have a chance against the Lakers?" No chance at all. No, we'll try, but they're better than us, and that's the way he acted. I mean, as a player, did that throw you off, or were you like, "No, that's just the way it is. He's right"?
Yeah, no, he was right. We had no shot to beat the Lakers.
Yeah, but you know what, Dan? You had a shot to beat everybody else. That's what kills me. Is that you guys, and even after you, I mean, I think the Nuggets had a chance to win it all, but those stupid Showtime Lakers were in the way.
They were pretty good. I think they had like 4 Hall of Famers playing on their team and a Hall of Famer coaching them. So yeah, we got to the Western Conference Finals a couple of times. But guys, here's my theory on that. When the Lakers had to play us like every 6 weeks during the regular season, our style of play was unfamiliar with them, and that threw them off. But when they got to play us, 4, 5, 6 games in a row, they made the adjustments, and they were a better team. I think what you're alluding to is my last year when we got to the Western Conference Finals, and I think the NBA fined Doug because he said we had no.
They did. Yeah. How would Dan? I've asked you this before. How do you think Doug Moe's style would work in today's game?
I think it would work great. The NBA today looks more like the way that Doug played. Now, we didn't shoot all the 3-pointers that they play today, but the wide open style, you got the best player in the world standing out at the 3-point line, making incredible passes. I think Doug's style would work because it looks more like today's NBA than it did then.
What about from a personality standpoint? Like, you didn't want to draw up some plays, you just wanted you guys to go out there and make it happen. Do you think that they get maybe too in the weeds on this stuff now?
Well, you have to make Doug's style work. You have to have unselfish players. I mean, Alex scored a lot of points, Kiki scored a lot of points, but you knew if you made a good hard cut to the basket, they were going to pass you the ball. And so, in today's league, do you have that unselfishness? And I think that if you know that if you give the ball up, you got a good chance to get it back, then I think it would work.
Dan, I finished watching Soul Power, the history of the ABA, which was produced by Dr. J. George Carl and Company, and it was wonderful. All episodes. I learned so much that I did not know about the ABA, and you're featured prominently in that series. You started your career with the Kentucky Colonels. I didn't realize how revolutionary the league was. Like, the Colonels were run by the first female owner in sports. How did that come about?
Yeah, it was John Y. Brown, who started Kentucky Fried Chicken with the Colonel and was later governor of Kentucky. He was one of 5 owners, and they were going to sell us to a group in Cincinnati and move the Colonels to Cincinnati. He stepped in and stopped it, and he said, I'm too busy to run a basketball team, and so he made his wife Ellie Brown the owner, and it was that league was so special, and it may be more popular now than it was when we were playing, but we had some unbelievable players because the NBA still had a rule: they couldn't sign you until your college class graduated. It didn't matter if you went to college or not. The ABA would sign an 8th grader if they thought he could play. As a result of that, we got players like Dr. J and George McGinnis and George Gervin and on and on and on.
Moses Malone, who was 18 at the time.
Yeah, no, it was an incredible league, and we did things that as soon as the NBA thought, that people had forgotten, they adopted them. The 3-point line, the All-Star Weekend. Carl Shearer was the one who started the All-Star Weekend. We had Glenn Campbell as entertainment the night before. We had the first slam dunk contest ever. And so a lot of the things that the ABA started are now routine in the NBA.
Dan, haven't seen you in quite a while. I want to get you back on. I remember back in the days at the old place and some of the stories you would tell about, guys getting paid and running to the bank in the ABA and, trying to cash the check before the other guy did and that kind of. I would just love to talk to you about that an awful lot. Back to Doug real quick, though, and you talked about how he would be as a coach today. Can you talk about, though, the style that you guys did play? I was talking to Vic earlier and telling Brett, I'm like, it really was unique. I mean, it was a unique brand of basketball. You're in the Mile High City. It was It was just kind of a special time, was it not, with the way Doug employed his team?
Yeah, it really was. I mean, can you imagine having a basketball team with no plays? I mean,
Like not even an inbound play, though, Dan? If you had an inbound play under the bucket with 3 seconds left, you didn't have a play call for that?
Well, but some out of bounds plays. You're right, we did have. But as far as going up and down the court, there was never a play called, and so it was. It was unique, and Doug was the one who. I mean, he funny story. He never looked at film. Never looked at scouting reports, or he would not be one of those analytical guys that every team has today. And one year, Doug started carrying a briefcase, and we thought, "Oh man, what's he got in there? Does he have game film? Does he have scouting reports?" It was for his fantasy football team.
Hey, can you relay a story, Dan? Because the days of traveling those years, much different than the chartered flights we have today. He was dreadfully fearful of flying. Do you have any good stories of him trying to get through a trip to, I don't know, New York from Denver?
No, he would. Doug wasn't a drinker. After a game, he might have a beer, but he wasn't a drinker. But if we had a flight, he would, as the flight came in, he would go stand and ask everybody that was coming off the plane, was it turbulent? Did have a good flight? And if they said, yeah, it was pretty rough coming in here, he'd go to the bar and have a couple of drinks. It didn't matter if it was 10 o'clock in the morning. He'd go to the bar and have a drink, and he never sat down. As soon as the only time he sat down was when the fasten seatbelt sign was on. If it was off, he was out of his seat walking up and down the aisle, not only in first class, but all the way back to coach.
Oh, my God. Could imagine that.
That's just awesome.
The anxiety. Well, He was one of a kind. He was certainly the kind of coach you will never forget. And Nuggets Nation, you don't have Nuggets history without Doug Moe. He was that kind. Hey, have you heard any insight? Is there going to be a public service, anything of that nature, Dan? Have you heard anything from the family?
I haven't talked to Jane yet, but I talked to Lisa Johnson down at the Nuggets office, and she said there will probably be a celebration of life later on this spring, and I'm assuming that would be in San Antonio.
Well, you guys are connected forever. I mean, your numbers in the rafters over at Ball Arena, and Doug's is as well, and 432 wins. And I don't know, Dan, it's just great to talk to you again. And by the way, I don't want to ruin your day, but I did get a message to say hi to you from your old buddy Kevin Fulness, and I said that I would, but I don't want to ruin your day with that news, okay?
Hey, Mo, I remember when Tom Green and this is how far you've come. When Tom Green and I had our radio show, and you could park. It was a 4-hour show, and you could park on one side of the street for 2 hours. And I used to ask you to go out and move my car.
I remember that.
Hey, Dan, I still do the same thing today. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, most of the meters up.
Exactly right. And I would do it.
You've come a long way, Mo.
Thanks, Dan. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Dan. You're the best. Appreciate your time.
All right. Anytime. Bye, guys.
Take care.
Guys.
Dan Issel joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Bill Hanslick will join us shortly. Reminder to you guys, the key word for this hour is Paul. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Kane, I don't want to be, what I don't want to be is an old, like fuddy-duddy. I don't want to be boomer guy and that sort of thing. But there's a lot of younger people who listen to this program. They don't know, and it's not their fault. They weren't even invented yet by their parents. By the time Doug was even out of town, I mean, he came back and assisted for a little bit here to kind of, get some people over the hump and that sort of thing. But he was long gone, maybe even before their parents were around. You know what I mean? That's that sort of thing, or really understood what it was all about. But I'm glad that we have the opportunity to celebrate, Doug here in Denver and talk to the horse and, get their perspective on things. We'll talk to Bill coming up here. I just think it's important to the history of this city, Vic.
I just saw a quote from Doug Moe. He said, "One of the biggest disappointments in my life was going to the NBA after the merger. the NBA was a rinky-dink league. The league was run like garbage. There was no camaraderie. A lot of NBA guys were aloof and thought they were too good to practice or play hard. The NBA All-Star games were nothing. Guys didn't even want to play in it. And I'm like, that sounds a lot like what you'd say about the NBA right now.
You know, it's interesting when they merged, when they took on the 4 ABA teams, and you go to that first All-Star game, that All-Star game was full of ABA players. That's how good the ABA was at the top. Some of the best players in the world were in the ABA, and that included the likes of Dan Issel and Doug Moe when he was a player. So, trust me,
Dan's a Hall of Famer. I mean, these were great players.
He's in the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame. He's in the New York City Basketball Hall of Fame. He's in the San Antonio Sports Hall of Fame. He's in every Hall of Fame that you got. So
all right, well, let's take a break because Hanslick wants to chime in when we come back after this timeout. We're going to go from a player who was asked to shoot to a player in the Doug Moe style. If he shot, he sat on the bench right away. You're going to love this one.
So we'll get to that in just a second. Last reminder, the keyword for this hour is Paul. If you want in the building for Colorado's return on the ice against Minnesota next Thursday, Paul in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Second period has started in the Czechia-Canada game. Czechia still up 2-1. We'll talk to Bill Hanslick in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. All right, back out to the Ramos Law Hotline as we're joined by Bill Hanslick. What's up, Hans?
What's happening?
Well, we just visited.
We need some snow. I want to see Vic Lombardi on the slopes.
Oh, come on. You make fun of you don't ski. There's not many 6'7" uncoordinated guys up on the hills. There's no way you ski, Hans. Have you ever skied in your life?
See, Vic is thinking skiing. I'm thinking he's only good for a toboggan or a sled. Some of us have skied, but that's what he's good for, a toboggan or a sled on the bunny hill.
Know your role, Hans, and your role as the biggest stiff on earth, a title decreed by one Doug Moe. Man, I know it hurt you as much as it hurt the rest of us when you got the news yesterday. For a guy who played Doug Moe's whipping boy, can you tell us why he was so beloved?
Oh, golly. Yeah, like everybody, I was sad, but the stories and the smiles just started coming, flooding in. There's so many. Doug made life fun. He was a fun guy. He made it fun going to practice every day. We didn't go that long. We just went hard, and that was it. And he was quite the entertainer during games. I'll just leave it like that.
So was he, like, your time with him? I mean, Dan Issel was just on with us. He said that you got it the worst of anybody. What's the worst you got from Doug?
I don't know if I know the worst. I remember a few times where Doug was on me so bad, and I was a little fiery, I guess, and finally I go, Doug, I'm trying as hard as I can. This blah, 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 blah. You start yelling back, and he just stops and he goes, oh, that's good, Hans. Let's go. And I'm like, oh, it just made me even madder. Yeah.
What would Mary Beth, your lovely wife, say when he would harangue you during games? I mean, that could not have been nice for her to hear some of the words.
He would come out. You should have her on because she would be, yeah. He would come. I would always be one of the last guys to leave. I'd take a while to shower and all that. And so Doug was out of there before me. And one of the benevolent nights where he just really went at me, he got, Bethy, you okay? You all right, Bethy? Yeah, Doug, I'm good. Doug, yeah, but once the game was over, that was it. That's what made Duck a little unique and stuff. He just on to the next one.
But Hans, he knew you could take it, right? I mean, he knew his team, he knew the personalities, he knew the guys, and nothing was personal, right? It's just that's who he was during the course of the game. And as you said, the game is over, everything is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, but some of his comments. One time he told T.R. Dunn, T, I don't want you to shoot, and he goes, T, not only not shoot, I don't want you to ever shoot again. He in the game, he's got a freaking layup, and he won't shoot it. And Doug starts yelling, us, hey, you got to shoot that shot.
Hey, can you relate?
Back, he told me not to shoot.
Can you relate the story when he told you there was a late game situation and he did not want you shooting the ball at all? Can you go through what he told you on the sideline?
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a couple stories with that. Yeah, there's two different stories. During my career of, I don't know how many games I played 8 years. There were, 8 years with Doug and in Denver. And we were playing Dallas, first game. I can't remember, game 3 or game 4. It was we were either down 2-1 or it was 1-1. And Doug, in his classic fashion, we had the ball for last shot. Playoff game, crowd's going nuts, and Doug, he talks to 4 of the 5 guys that are going to be in the game after we had called timeout. I think we got a rebound or something. Mike Adams, you got the ball here. English, you go over here. No strategy, not like come off a string. He just kind of points you at spots. The horn goes off, and he hasn't told me where to go. And I go, Doug, where do you want me to go? Oh, shit. Excuse my friend. He drops a few choice words, and he goes, Hans, just go over in the left corner over there, all right? If for some reason the ball comes to you, just shoot it. And in classic form, a guy named Roy Tarpley has guarded me.
Oh, yeah.
Big power forward for Dallas. And they take away, I think it was Mike Adams, take away his right hand, so he's got to drive left. and my guy comes off to help. Tarpley comes off to help. Mike kicks the ball over to me in the corner. Classic listening to your coach. I just react. Tarpley comes flying at me. I ball fake. I go to the rim, and I make a layup over Sam Perkins. We win the game. Doug meets me at half court. I told you not to dribble the ball. You're supposed to shoot it. I go, Doug, you won the game. Yeah, but I told you not to do that. I go, good.
Can't win.
Oh,
Doug
was beautiful.
Do you think
Beautiful.
Do you think that sort of style, though, Hans? Like, I asked this to Issel, and I was like, do you think somebody that, I guess to put it accurately, lack of preparedness? Do you think that could work now in the NBA with no analytics, no drawn-up plays, nothing like that?
Oh, wow, that would be. Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm getting my Starbucks here. Thank you. Thank you. You know, would Doug work in today's NBA? I'm not sure because I don't know if I've seen coaches go as haywire as him. And if he went that haywire, I'm not sure what other players would do. But it worked in his system. I said one of the reasons why he was successful. Doug, coaches always talk. The first thing we want you got to play hard. Well, hard has different interpretations. Like how close can you get to being 90 or 100% in a game? And he would get his teams close to that 90, 100%, where other teams would be like a yo-yo, up and down, maybe 100% one game, 50 the next. But Doug, through his screaming and hollering and all the crazy stuff he did, that's how I think we won a lot.
You know, Hans, I know his style was a bit unorthodox, but I don't want anybody to misconstrue the fact that he wanted to win and he tried to win and he was.
Well, he didn't always try to win, Moj.
Well,
Hans,
yeah.
can you relay the story about where he didn't want you guys? Wait. It was the game in Washington where he said, okay, you guys are so bad, I want you to attempt a shot as soon as you cross the half-court line. Half-court shots.
Yeah, that story's great because we're playing – it's the Bullets back then. We're playing and we're playing bad. We're down second quarter early, I don't know, down 18, and it's like one pass shot, and that was just you could just see him getting madder and madder. Calls the timeout, and he said, all right, you guys want to play like that? Okay, here's what we're going to do. First guy over the ball, half court with the ball shoots it. If you don't shoot it, you're coming out. We go, okay, we go back in. We go from 18 to down like 24. Then he calls another timeout. See how horrible that looks? We go back in, the ball starts zipping around, we come back and win the game.
Are you kidding me? You won the game?
The game?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hans, you guys, I was talking to Dan about this. You guys had some great teams, man. I mean, you were really, really good. Is there any doubt in your mind that maybe you'd be an NBA champion and Doug would be an NBA championship coach without those stupid Lakers?
That 1 year where we go to the Western Conference Finals, we're 1-1 in L.A., coming home to Denver, and I can't remember. Issel hurts his knee and English breaks a thumb. So it's not Magic and Kareem getting hurt. That was our one real chance because that was probably our best team.
Right.
We had some depth. We had a little bit, and we could flat out score. So, yeah, it was good. It was really good.
Hans, you're the best, buddy. I love weaving the stories, and I know you're hurting like the rest of us, but that man, he's going to be up in the sky with the big stiff himself, and we will never forget the great Doug Moe, man. Appreciate your time.
No question. Vic, last thing, I'm really looking for, they're going to do a celebration of life end of March, early April, and it will be so cool seeing how many people come back and go to that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking forward to next.
Me too.
So,
Me too. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it, Hans.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, take
Thanks,
care.
Hans. Bill Hanslick joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline.
So back then, last story, they didn't have many coaches on an NBA bench. It was Doug and one assistant coach, and then Chopper Travellini, and that was it. Today there are 30 coaches.
And Chopper literally had like 7 jobs.
Yeah. So it was it. It was. So Bill Fickey, who owns Big Bill's Pizza, was an assistant coach of Doug's. And the way he got the job is the stuff of legend. We did this in the documentary. The way he told the story was hilarious. So Bill ran Fleet Feet, which was a shoe store, a running shoe, athletic shoe store. and he had a franchise at Fleet Feet. He also had a basketball background. He knew his basketball. But Doug got to know Bill through the shoes and all that stuff in basketball circles. And he asked Bill one day, he lived on the other side of town where they had cable television. Because back then in the metro Denver area, only half of the town was wired for cable TV. And those who had it got to watch all the games. So he asked Bill, hey, can I come over and watch some games? Bill said, yeah, come on over. So one thing led to another. He'd come over once a week, then twice a week, then 3 times a week. They got to become friends. Doug just says, hey, you want to be my assistant coach? And that's how he got an assistant coaching job with the Nuggets.
I love
Think about that.
Can you imagine that? I mean, in today's day and age, can you imagine that?
What, like, we're just on the golf course with Bedsy? He's like, by the way, you want to be on the bench?
Yeah, kind of that way, yeah.
You know what that would be like? Like today, you give somebody your username and password for the Peacock and all that. Hey, you want to be my coach? Thanks for the password.
Yeah, just go ahead. All right, so we have that pair of tickets to give away to Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. Had keywords all day. By the way, it's all brought to you by the great folks over there at Papa Murphy's Pizza. Have that for dinner tonight. Delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. The winner of that pair of tickets is Andrew Munson. Get Munson in the middle of nowhere.
Andrew.
Wait. Andrew Munson is an assistant coach with the Denver Nuggets.
Well, Andrew Munson, congratulations.
Hey, right on.
What? There's no
really?
way that's the same Andrew Munson.
So, by the way, do you realize that Doug Moe was suspended by the NBA for 2 games back in '83?
Do you know why?
Brett, you ready for this? Doug Moe was suspended. This is such a... He was suspended by the league and fined $5,000. He was suspended for 2 games because he ordered his team to stop playing defense. And I'm not kidding.
Yeah. In Portland.
In Portland. He ordered his team to stop playing defense, and the Blazers that night put up $156 on the Nuggets.
Jeez.
I mean,
probably worthy of a fine.
He ordered the team, don't play defense.
You know today's coaches, when they call it, they're down 8 and they call a timeout with like 6 seconds left, thinking, that bothers me so much. Doug was the opposite of that. If he knew a game was over, it was over. Stop playing. There's no reason to expend any more energy. There was none of that little drip, drip, drip to the very end.
I'm trying to figure out, did a Nuggets assistant coach just win tickets to the Avs game? Is that what just happened?
There's no way.
Got to be another guy. Fact check it, please, Chris.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
All right, it's time for a fact check. Mose, you were talking about that funny little fire stick that you brought with you on your vacation to watch whatever, whenever. There is a term for that. It's called a jailbroken fire stick.
Jailbroken, there you go.
That's right. You can jailbreak a whole bunch of things. Phones, game consoles, whatever you want.
Really?
I would never recommend it.
I would not recommend it either, but this is a guy in Spain. So you got some crazy guy in Spain doing his thing.
Well, what do they call that? What are the international police? What are they called?
What?
There's like international police that you don't know what I'm talking about here?
Interpol?
Interpol. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, that's just the system, I think, that shares information.
Well, Interpol's going to be all over your buddy in a second.
I reckon.
Pirating stuff from the U.S. and Spain, please. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. Have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. Love you.
See you.
What up, people? We are 20 minutes away from your next Avs Ticket Tuesday. Make sure you stay tuned and be ready to text it in for your chance to win 2 tickets to see the Avs and the Wild in their first game back after the Olympic break next Thursday. As we welcome you guys into the morning sprint. We are off on Monday and Tuesday for the holiday. Coach Mike Sanford's over there. I'm Alex Trianemi. KJ Granderson's behind the glass. Nathan MacKinnon just scored a, wait for it, in the Great Power Play Summit of Milan in the year 2026. A power play goal, Nathan MacKinnon ties it up with the Czechs. 2-2 is the score about halfway through the second period in the quarterfinals out there in the men's Olympic hockey tournament. Coach, first off, welcome back. How was your weekend? Good to see you.
It was good, man. You know what I did to celebrate President's Day weekend and Valentine's Day? Well, first off, on Valentine's Day, I held a football practice. You know why? Because me and the guys that I get to coach, we are desperately and madly in love with the game of football.
We love football here at Altitude
That
Sports
is
Radio.
why we did football practice on Valentine's Day. And then we also had practice on President's Day too. You know why?
Because you love the presidents.
No. Every president in the history of the world also loved football. And so we honored each president by doing football.
Wouldn't that be disappointing to find a president that did not like football? Now, there were presidents before football was invented.
I could see James Garfield being a little bit indifferent about football, huh?
He wasn't president for long enough to understand whether or not he liked it. Guy got assassinated too quickly. We've got so much to get into. Doug Moe passes yesterday at 87 years old, the former Nuggets head coach, 432 wins, his name up in the rafters at Ball Arena. We'll be joined by Chris Dempsey coming up at about 10:40 today to talk about the life of Doug Moe, the legacy that comes with essentially building mile-high basketball. And if you guys read Denver Stiffs, there's a reason why they're called Denver Stiffs, and it's because of an old Doug Moe quote. I got Olympic hockey to continue to talk about. All-Star weekend for the NBA, which was, it was better than I anticipated. The dunk contest still a snooze fest, but like while Jamal bricked his way through the three-point contest, that's always delightful. Damian Lillard is lights out. I don't know if they fixed it, but it was a step in the right direction of having Team USA versus World in that little like bracket tournament style. Still not fixed, but it was better than the previous iterations.
Cool. Happy All-Star, NBA.
Yeah.
Can we get back to hopefully a healthier Nuggets team and contending for the second seed in the Western Conference? That's what I really care about. And clearly, that is more what Nikola Jokic cares about than the stupid All-Star
Without
game.
a doubt. He can't.
But you know what, Jamal Murray?
Nikola is part of the problem. He is.
Everybody's a part of the problem. If you're an established NBA superstar,
it's impossible not to be the problem.
You are, but it's every sport, man, except for the Four Nations. And that was so different. It didn't feel like it wasn't an all-star game.
No, because you hadn't had best-on-best hockey in a decade.
It was international elite hockey with club and country on the line. It was fun. Super fun. It's different, man. Every other all-star game just feels like just an event.
Baseball's still good. Baseball's still an excellent all-star weekend.
It's good, but like, to me, it's none of these all-star games outside of Four Nations have been anything that resembles appointment watching, TV viewing.
Sure.
But like the Major League Baseball All-Star game, if I'm not occupied with something else, I'm watching it. Right. It's great. I don't care to watch the NBA All-Star game ever. And I haven't since like Michael Jordan played in the NBA All-Star game.
You know what you were doing on Saturday? Because you were out at number 38. You were watching USA versus Denmark.
Which was a lot closer than it.
A lot closer of a hockey game for like 2 periods than it needed to be.
I was conflicted with my grandfather's roots of Danish. Like I was like,
can't be conflicted. Can't be that guy. You're American. Can't be that guy.
You're right.
Can't be that guy.
You're right. I was good. I was happy when they ripped off 4 consecutive goals and got it right.
The Finns are dead to me.
Yeah, they suck.
They're
I hate
dead
the Finns.
To me, unless the Americans get knocked out by Sweden today, then the Finns are my favorite team.
You stopped drinking Finlandia vodka this week.
Without a doubt. Sidney Crosby was hit by a couple of Czech players about 20 minutes ago. He did leave the bench. I have not seen him back on the ice.
Whoa.
McKinnon got hit pretty hard by Radko Gudas, but he did score a power play goal. Again, the Avs, all 8 players in the Olympics have scored a goal. 4 of them have scored a power play goal. 2 of them have multiple power play goals. It is the Great Power Play Summit of 2026 held in Milan.
I can't wait for the payoff when the Avs get back to be exactly what I fear it's going to be.
My new
Which
goal
is
for them.
No improvement whatsoever for the Avs power play.
There's no way it doesn't improve a little bit. Like, the numbers are so bad that it has to improve.
That much talent on the ice, it has to. The pendulum has to swing the other way at some point.
Right, and we've been waiting for it for so long. Canada just rips one off the post. They're kind of buzzing right now. Again, tied 2-2, 3 minutes to go in the second period.
They started out in a 2-1 deficit.
Yes, it was 1-0 Canada, 2-1 Czech, 2-2 now.
Got it.
My new goal is 25% for the rest of the season for the Avs. They've got 27 games remaining. Their first game back is again against the Wild, and you can win tickets. They have 55 games played already.
Percentage. Power play percentage.
15.1, something like that. Abysmal. It's the worst in the NHL.
What's the best in the NHL? It's hovering around 30.
31% is either Edmonton or Dallas. I'm assuming it's Edmonton. My goal is 25%. They average 3.25 power plays per game. That's about 22 goals for the rest of the season. I need 22 goals in 27 regular season games for me to feel this thing is fixed for the playoffs.
I think that's a fair mark.
Fair mark.
It's a fair mark, and I do think that this time away. By the way, are the Canadians staying in the Olympic Village?
No, the Canadians are not staying in the Olympic Village.
The Americans are?
They stayed in the Olympic Village at the beginning of the tournament for like a couple of days, and then they transferred to a 5-star hotel.
Oh, okay.
They're all staying at the same hotel.
I thought it's because they ran out of prophylactics.
Not quite.
Okay.
The Americans have stayed in the village, and they're having a great time.
Is that prophylactic? Is that the right term?
I think so.
I don't really know.
I think you're right. I hope you're right.
Yeah.
That's not this type of show.
Not my jam.
No, it certainly isn't, Coach. Got 3 of them to prove it.
Yeah. Those don't work.
Yeah.
The Americans play the Swedes in a knockout game today. Win or go home for Team USA. Coming up at about 1:15 today. We're going to get you guys inside the building for the Avs and the Wild when they return from Olympic play next Thursday. Your first keyword comes up at 10:20 today. So you guys won't want to miss that at all. Spring training is underway. We got some terrible news back from Chris Bryant over the weekend.
The most shocking news of all time, right?
It's not the most shocking news of all time, but I was shocked to hear he's like, I can't walk without pain.
It sucks.
That shocked me.
It sucks. But how long has he had back problems? Is this the 3rd season in a row that you're dealing with it? That's a long time. And the amount of time that he's missed is far outweighs the time that he's been in Rocky uniform available to compete. It's just so inevitable.
You want to hear some crazy breakdowns of Chris Bryant's career? Now, what I heard from him when he was talking to the media at spring training was, 1, I'm not retiring. I'm going to continue rehab. But I walk and my back hurts. What I heard was Chris Bryant has played his last game in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
He is 32 years old. He is not playing ever again.
I felt like that when he went on the IR last year.
Okay, that's fine. The realization was made for you last year. I was hoping at some point he'd come back this year. You get a few games out of him this year. You get 60 games out of him the following season. And then the last year, who knows, but then you're off the books in 3 seasons. This is what he had to say at spring training.
But yeah, it's difficult. It's not easy waking up in pain every day. So, so now we're here. And I think just try to determine next steps while I'm here and with the training staff and the doctors.
That is a broken man. He's due $78 million from the team over the course of the next 3 seasons, $26 million per year. If my prediction holds, and your prediction based off of last year's injury is that he will never play another game for the Rockies, probably won't play another game in Major League Baseball. He will have played 170 of a possible 1,134 games over the course of a 7-year, $182 million deal. That comes out to just 15% of your possible games. That's $1.07 million per game. That's about $288,000 per at-bat. About $1.18 million per hit, and nearly $3 million per run batted in over the course of the Chris Bryant free agent deal for the Rockies.
Did you do per home run?
I did not do per home run because he has, 16?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Ooh.
When I saw $3 million per RBI, I went, that's enough for me to realize that, well, yeah, it's terrible.
Okay.
It got me thinking, back when A-Rod signed his crazy deal in 2001 with the Rangers, right? Coming off of his great years with Seattle, and he was almost going to be a Met or a Yankee at that point, obviously becomes a Yankee later on. He signs this crazy 10-year, $252 million contract. And I remember ESPN, the magazine, having a great breakdown of the A-Rod contract. It came out to an average of $45,000 per at-bat, $170,000 per game, and $144,000 per hit. The Shohei deal, which was just signed, so you want a recent one, the $700 million Shohei deal, if you don't defer the money and you just go, he's based $70 million per year. Shohei's deal is about $430.
That would allow for injured player to continue to show up and stand as a potential healthy body during spring training and the season for 3 consecutive years. That's what's happening. That's what's happening with Kris Bryant. Because Rob Boras, his agent, was not an idiot when he signed this deal. Rob Boras is not an idiot now that he has damaged goods. Scott Boras. Might be there's a Rob too, I think. But it is Scott. You're right. I know Rob Boras.
Rob Boras is an American professional football coach who was the tight ends coach and run game coordinator for the Buffalo Bills back in, right now.
Good ball coach, but not Scott Boras. Scott Boras, super agent for... So funny, man. Gosh, usually when I say something ridiculous, there's a reason.
It's a squirrel brain, and it's always some no-name coach that you... Yes.
It goes back to
It's
football.
my favorite like dog with a tennis ball moment.
But Scott Boras is advising his client to do exactly as he's doing, which is not retire.
I'm not retiring.
Which is not
I'm rehabbing.
Try to settle. No. You know what you do? You get every single penny of this guaranteed deal that you signed several years ago. And I'm just glad that Schaefer and company have just addressed the elephant in the room now.
He's not part of the team.
And move on.
Yeah.
And we can all complain about the financials. Hey, Kris Bryant, you did some great stuff as a Chicago Cub, and you ended up reaping the benefits of that financially. That's
Dude,
okay.
It is nuts. I looked back at he had one elite season and 3 good-ish seasons. 1 elite and 3 good, if not over average seasons. He wins Rookie of the Year and MVP in back-to-back seasons. And then the rest of his career is like...
Scouting report that I got from people that are somewhat in the baseball know, especially around my San Francisco Giants connections.
Number 1 prospect in baseball for years.
Remember I started this segment about the game of football, what we did on Valentine's Day and what we did on President's Day? The team did that because they love football. I have heard that the number 1 prospect in baseball, even back in 2016, after the achievements that he had, there might be a question of how much there was a deeply rooted love of the game. And it's a game that's based off failing. It's a game that's based off of the grind. No matter what, even if you're getting paid a lot for it, it is a grind.
162 games is nuts.
And when you're already getting paid, man, no matter what you do, and you don't really love it, are you going to invest every single possible physical resource of your time to make sure that you're available to play at all times? Not necessarily. I'm not saying that's what he did, but the reality is that it cost him $3 million. It cost the Rockies $3 million per RBI of Kris Bryant's contract. Insanity.
Better or worse than the Russell Wilson deal?
Oh, it's way worse.
Is the Kris Bryant, is that contract the worst contract in the history of Colorado sports?
Way worse. Way worse.
You gave up multiple first-round picks to go and get Russ, and you gave up
But guess what you
active
did?
NFL players, and then you extended him as well.
What have the Rockies done under this contract?
They've lost 100 games in 3 straight seasons, and the Broncos went to the AFC Championship game last year while paying Russell Wilson.
2 years of playoff appearances. In the 2 years, they were responsible for a Russell Wilson contract, sans Russell Wilson on the roster.
Damn near made the playoffs the 1 year that Sean Payton didn't want him on the roster.
He's like, I don't want to go to the playoffs because I don't want him to play my quarterback for the next 3 years.
Chris Bryant, worst contract in the history of Colorado sports. Speaking of contracts, the Kansas City Chiefs have made a big move. They open a ton of cap space by restructuring Patrick Mahomes. What does that mean when Mike Evans needs a home? When Tyreek Hill needs a new home? When Kenneth Walker III and Breece Hall need new homes? Oh no, what's happening in the AFC West? Don't go anywhere. Your first keyword for Avs tickets is next. I'm here at KSC Radio and Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. When there is free food, Mike Sanford, well, he flocks to the free food and doesn't find a way back in time. I said my favorite thing about you, Coach, is your dog with a tennis ball. I have an obscure football name in the back of my head. My second favorite thing about you is free food.
Yeah.
Coach disappears.
Yep.
Coach is gone.
Do you understand why? It comes from 18 years of being essentially incarcerated in a college football building where you get locked into a really nice facility. I mean, these are $100 million facilities, sometimes with no food for 18 hours straight. And so if you see any food whatsoever, you smell it.
Make a beeline, especially when you see 40 people behind you.
I need food. I go get food.
Your keyword this hour to get inside the building for Colorado and Minnesota on Thursday is grand. G-R-A-N-D. Grand. Text that to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. And if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, you can try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. You can order online today at papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword this hour, Coach, is
grand, as in 100 grand, or as in the Great Lakes that are so grand.
As in the 288 grand per at bat Chris Bryant has made over the course of his Rockies career.
Isn't that grand? For all of you that love
grand.
Is that not grand if you love the Blake Street Bombers and care about their success whatsoever?
You know what else gets me that level of Andy Lindahl pissed off is when I wake up to see that the Kansas City Chiefs have restructured Patrick Mahomes' deal to open up about $44 million in cap space for KC.
It's almost as if that franchise knows what they're doing. And it's almost as if they want to re-enter competitiveness again after 1 year of bad football. And they still got their quarterback, man. He might be banged up. He might be hurt. He might not be the exact same that he was 5 years ago. They still have the witch.
Well, Clark Hunt came out and said, I expect him to be ready by week 1.
That's what I keep hearing that. That's what Patrick Mahomes himself is throwing out there. You know what's really weird, man? I have had players that I coach that had horrible season-ending injuries during playoffs. And I look at them like, hey, they've had surgeries in their off seasons and they're doing things. And I'm like, this is wrong. Stop. You're not allowed to do things right now.
I shouldn't see you for a year.
I don't need to, I don't want to see you because my old dumb brain with old medicine and old surgeries thinks that an ACL is 14 months or 12 months or whatever it may be. Sometimes ACLs now are 6 months.
It's insane.
Lindsey Vonn, she skis without one. And then, well, that's why I kind of don't like to rush people.
Surgeries? Gosh. 3 different surgeries, multiple fractures.
4th, I think.
Her dog passed away.
What?
The day after she crashed.
Didn't she bring the dog to Italy?
That I
to
don't
Cortino?
know.
She said died in her arms. I'm like, gosh.
That's terrible.
Maybe it's why the dog died. You don't travel a dying dog to Italy. You don't put it on a flight.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
And you know what?
Are you trying to tell me that Lindsey Vonn is responsible for her dog's death?
Flying old dogs is not great.
Whoa. Chiefs restructure Mahomes' contract. They convert $54.45 million of his 2026 salary into signing bonus. His cap number this year will be at 34.65. Now it jumps up to somewhere like 87 million or 86 million in 2027. But the way that the NFL works, you just continue to kick the can down the road with Mahomes. What this is telling me, man, Kansas City is gearing up for one final run with their core. One final run with Mahomes and Jones and Karlaftis and Tyreek Hill. And if Tyreek comes back, there's one more year of Travis Kelce. This is the final hurrah. And this is Andy Reid and company making room on the Chiefs roster for, you know what we've been missing? The guy who can actually get over the top. The guy who can actually break defenses. It isn't just a speedster. It's Tyreek.
Dude, did you see his leg going the exact wrong way?
Just talked about medical marvels.
Yeah, you're right.
That happened in week 4.
I just don't see it, man. But I could be completely wrong, and Tyreek Hill comes back, and he's running a 4.1940. He's like the pitcher in the Disney movie Rookie of the Year from the 90s that comes back with his shoulder reset, and all of a sudden he's throwing 104-mile-an-hour cheese, just straight gas. That's going to be Tyreek Hill running like crazy. I take the other approach. I actually think that they cleared cap space to build for the future with new humans like Breece Hall, of which they would have the cap space to be able to get a bell cow running back.
You get both of those dudes if you wanted to, especially if you restructure Chris Jones' deal. They've got a couple of linemen that you can cut as well to open up cap space this year. You can get both of those guys. That's the worst news that I could have woken up to. One of those two running backs, Kenneth Walker III, which, by the way, the Super Bowl champion Seahawks aren't going to tag that dude.
Isn't that low-hanging fruit to make that decision
Seems like it.
After a title?
Dude, if I'm Kenneth Walker, I'm going, I have a Super Bowl MVP.
So a tag would put him in the conversation of Saquon Barkley and what other backs are Saquon and Derrick Henry.
The projected 2026 franchise tag for running backs this year is $14.53 million. The transition tag is $11.7 million. Your top
What does the transition tag mean?
Your top running backs this year, as I get Spot Track running up. Our Wi-Fi is dying right now, so I apologize.
So the transition tag, that's the thing that's unique. Retain unrestricted free agents. It guarantees the original club the right. So they didn't even, could they have triggered, I don't know NFL contract language well enough, but would Kenneth Walker III have been able to be transition tagged?
No, he'd have to be franchise tagged at 14.5.
Okay. That's pretty steep.
Saquon made on average this year 20.
Yeah.
McCaffrey on average over the course of his deal was at 19. If I'm Kenneth Walker, I'm running. I'm not signing a long-term deal with Seattle. I'm going to all these running back needy teams and saying, I want a Super Bowl MVP, I'm your guy. Pay me 15 sheets over the course of the next 4 years. Maybe even get me into that $17 million range of the next 3 years. That's what I'm doing.
Who do you want more? Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker III?
I honestly don't care.
I don't either.
Either one of them I'd be thrilled with. I think I'd rather take the guy with championship pedigree.
Probably. But is there benefit, especially in light of the J.K. Dobbins situation, and going with a guy like Breece Hall that doesn't have those extra, that he hasn't been stretched out over the course of 14 game season or 20 game season this past year? Like, to get a guy that is bona fide, has brand new tires on his sports car, and you can see those grooves, and they're beautiful grooves, and it smells good. When you open that garage door and you smell the tires, you're like, yep, that's what Breece Hall seems like to me. Kenneth Walker III doesn't feel like an aging back by any stretch.
I was going to say, he's 25. Like, they're the same age.
They are.
They came into the league the same year.
Compare the workload, though, over the duration of those two guys.
Kenneth Walker, these are rushing attempts by year in their NFL careers. 228, 219, 153, 221 for Kenneth Walker. He has had one season where he's dealt with an injury. That was 2 years ago. Nowhere
How
near
many playoffs? Two?
Kenneth Walker's played in one playoff run just this past year.
Okay.
Sorry. Did he do it as a rookie as well?
I thought the Seahawks
they may have made it. They may have made it as a rookie, but they got bounced in the first round.
One and done.
Okay, there you go. That's true. 2022 as a rookie, they had one game. He had 15 attempts for 63 yards.
So it didn't add any significant.
Breece Hall, 80 attempts, only played 7 games as a rookie. 223, 209, 243.
Okay.
So your thought process on like tread on tire?
They're both good.
They're comparable. Breece Hall's been used more and has had a bigger injury than Kenneth Walker has had in his career up until this point.
What was his bigger injury?
His rookie year was a knee injury.
Okay.
Almost positive it was a knee injury.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're right there.
Yeah, Kenneth Walker just looks healthy. He looks like both of them do. When you watch them play, they look like backs that aren't bringing any type of injury history into what they do.
ACL tear halfway through his rookie season.
Yeah. So, yeah, you got that. I mean, J.K. Dobbins, I still think you kick the tires on bringing him back because he is
He's cheap.
not.
He's a $2 million running back.
He's going to be cheap as all get out.
He might be cheaper than he was this year.
And really good cheap. And if he's not asked to be RB1 and you build it the right way, which is I always say that your RB1 and your RB3 should be identical players.
Kenneth and
JK.
Okay.
Brees and JK. And then your middle back should be the change of pace player. And that's RJ Harvey. Your RB2 should be the guy that can be the back out of the backfield guy.
Either one of those two people, those two running backs, excite me when it brings in that full room. Brees or Kenneth Walker paired with RJ Harvey, tripled up with J.K. Dobbins, makes me very excited about what the running back situation could be next year. But you're going to have to overpay now, right? Like if Kansas City continues to restructure contracts, right? They had to do that Mahomes deal to get back under the cap. They still have more people that they can restructure before free agency hits. If they're opening up the doors to try and get Tyreek in or to try and get one of those running backs because they don't believe in the future of Isaiah Pacheco or like Kareem Hunt, who can't believe Kareem Hunt's still like actively getting carries in the league.
Those guys have become
They're Jags at rate.
They're just a guy.
They are.
And they're also, especially Pacheco, when he was looking like that guy, it was going to be, that was playing like a top 10 running back in the National Football League. Everything looked so violent. Every time he made a cut, you're like, dude, this is gonna fall apart at some point in time. With where Andy Reid probably is as a play caller, he would die to have a bona fide one at running back.
You have to overpay for one of those two guys. Kenneth Walker's, dude, if they're not going to use the tag and he's got that MVP that he can just bring into negotiations and slam on the table, is he a $15 million running back? Would you pay him more than Jonathan Taylor?
He's not as talented as Jonathan Taylor.
2,000-yard seasons, a 900-yard season.
Jonathan Taylor almost like 2,000 all-purpose type seasons.
But like when I'm talking about $15 million, right? Because if we're talking about exceeding the franchise tag that Seattle is not willing to pay him this year, that is getting over the 14 and a half, what did I say it was projected, $14.53 million. So me just rounding up to 15, that gets you over Jonathan Taylor. That gets you on to the number of Derrick Henry. I think that's kind of the number for Kenneth Walker. And
15.
I think Breece Hall is 12 to 13.
I still want Breece. Let somebody else overpay for K9.
You think Travis Etienne is going to be available out of Jacksonville?
I don't see it, but it seems like a trend in the National Football League. Teams do not want to give running backs their second contract.
Add him into the mix. Where does he rank?
For me,
in terms of your Christmas wish list.
Total value, style of back, the way Sean Payton would utilize him. 1, Breece Hall, bell cow back, runs all schemes well. 2, Travis Etienne. 3, K9. Because I think it's going to be an overpay. And I think it's going to get tight. The Broncos are going to get tight with some of their financial decisions. They're going to be up against the cap, man. And if there's some of the things that we hope happen with regards to either a bona fide tight end that can get it, or a wide receiver 1, I don't think you want to overpay 15.5 to 17 for a running back.
It's a lot of money, man.
It is. Especially for a back that was tasked with the franchise's hopes and dreams of a Super Bowl on his back, especially in the postseason, man. Because that defense was so good, and you wanted to get that guy 15 to 28 carries. And that's what they did. Give me Breece. I'd love ATN.
Your keyword this hour to get inside the building for Colorado and Minnesota when they return from the Olympics on next Thursday. Your keyword is grand. GRAND, grand, to 303-504-0925. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll be joined by Christopher Dempsey to talk about the passing of legendary Nuggets head coach Doug Moe, who passes yesterday at the age of 87. If you missed your Avs Ticket Tuesday keyword, don't worry. We're going to have another one coming up in about 35 minutes from right now. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, although it's Wednesday today, and we'll get you guys inside Ball Arena to see the Avs and the Wild coming up next Thursday. Make sure you stay tuned all day for more keywords. Tied at 2 in an elimination game. Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Devon Taves, representing Team Canada, are locked up against Marty Necas and the Czechs.
Puckered up time, baby.
It is pucker time for Team Canada. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline, where we are joined by our friend Christopher A. Dempsey. Demps, I know it's the week off, but massive news, very sad news in the Mile High City yesterday. Legendary Nuggets head coach Doug Moe passes away at the age of 87.
Yeah, wow, there's so much involved with Doug Moe, and obviously for those who knew him best, I mean, he was just such an affable, he was always laughing, or he would get you laughing, and he would tell a funny joke. He would, but he would, at the end of the day, he was just a very smart basketball coach, and I wrote a little something that I voiced over for a feature, and the first thing I said in that is, if there was a father of NBA of Denver Nuggets basketball as we now know it, it would be Doug Moe. And when we say let's get back to Nuggets basketball, that actually had a real that had a real meaning, a real connotation, and that was very simple. It was run up and down the court with pace, pass the ball, so in an organic sharing way, and use altitude to your advantage. Period. End of story. That was Nuggets basketball, and that persisted all the way until basically you got to Michael Malone, who changed it just a little bit. But still, that's when you say Denver Nugget basketball as it's defined, that's what it was. It was when Doug Moe was teaching that style, it was a style that nobody else in the NBA was doing. And so it was very unique to his basketball teams here in Denver. They won a ton of games under that. Obviously, it went up to 432 of them here in Denver. And it was very successful. It became synonymous with what the Denver Nuggets were in the NBA.
Debs, when you look at it on a personal level, you've covered this basketball team for decades, had a chance to be around Doug Moe. You returned in 2002 and then worked until 2008 as essentially coaching consultant. Take us through any personal anecdotes of Doug Moe, the person that you had a chance to interact with, and maybe the last time that you had some meaningful interaction with him over the last couple of years.
Yeah, so it was fun for me to get to know him when he came back as an assistant coach, because obviously I was a kid when he was the head coach of the Nuggets, and I just loved being able to sit and talk about the state of the league with him. How it was changing, how so many more teams were running and playing with a lot of space and pace, and just why he chose to go that route. When he was coaching, and then he was just a funny guy, Coach. Any subject, like, he would have something funny to say. He loved fantasy baseball, and I mean loved it.
My guy.
Yeah, and so we would talk about it. As a matter of fact, he ran a league, and I was in it one year. So we talked a lot about fantasy baseball, but he was just a joy to be around as a person, period. It felt like he never had a bad day. If you have people in your life that are always jovial, always got to have a smile, always have something fun to say, that was Doug Moe, and I really appreciated the times that I was able to be around him.
Demps, who are the players in the NBA or the teams in the NBA Doug Moe would have liked to have coached right now?
Oh, wow.
Who would have fit Doug Moe?
Yeah, I would say Golden State would fit Doug Moe, just from the, they kind of really took, basically, if his philosophy was kind of a foundation. They basically kind of took it to the next level with how they played, especially when they were winning championships. The ball was just flying around the court, even though you knew Stephen Curry was going to end up with 25 to 30 points. It just didn't feel like he was dominating the ball. And so that's the kind of team that Doug Moe would have liked. I think he would have loved to coach this. There were a couple of Nuggets teams. I don't know that he always loved, how George Karl had to coach that team because Carmelo Anthony was a ball-dominant player. So I know he didn't always love that. But I think he would love this iteration of Nuggets because, Nikola Jokic keeps the ball moving. And, I wouldn't say that this team as a whole moves as much as Doug Moe's teams did, but I think what they have is the capacity to do so. And so if the coach is emphasizing that part of the game, then this team has the ability to be able to do that. So I think that, especially when your best player is your most unselfish player, he would very much enjoy coaching this iteration of the Nuggets as well. And if I'm looking more across the league, I think the Miami Heat would be a team that would be kind of fun for him because, they play a lot of drive and kick and move the ball around. And just kind of any team that's in this kind of a category, I think would be a team that he would enjoy coaching because the last thing he wants to see is just to run down the court, no movement, throw it to maybe a post player or just maybe one pass and then shot jacked up. And, that is just not basketball to him. It's not basketball to me either. And so it's really cool that Doug Moe and his style became our style here in Denver because I think that it's quite honestly the best way to play the game of basketball.
You look at the longevity of Doug Moe, 19th most games coached in the National Basketball Association. Obviously, you take some of his ABA years as well, but 628 and 529 was his total record. That's a lot of basketball games. But his win total was the most in the Nugget history until, of course, Michael Malone passed it up in November of 2024. Doug Moe was very happy about that. He was very happy that mantle had been passed to Michael Malone, and the Nuggets, as a franchise, were in a really good space for the first time in a long time. What was that like, in terms of watching, a predecessor of yours for Doug Moe be able to uphold the level of success and standard for the Nuggets?
Yeah, I think the reason why he was very pleased at that is because, he worked very hard. Every coach does, not just him, but so we're talking about him. He worked very hard to get this team when he was coach to the NBA Finals and to win an NBA Finals. He was not able to do that. And what I think he recognized in Michael Malone was the ability, like he saw a leader that could most certainly get the team not just to a finals, but to an NBA championship. And my goodness, wouldn't that be nice if that's the person that then if his record has to be eclipsed, it couldn't be eclipsed by a better guy, by a better coach, So I think there was just a lot of joy from him seeing the success that Michael Malone had, the ability to get a team that he always knew in a city that he always knew could harbor an NBA champion to the mountaintop. And, and then I think he had a chance to visit with Michael Malone as well. So they're very, very friendly and you throw all those things in a pot and you have a lot of joy for what Michael Malone was able to do as the winningest coach in this team's history, as the only coach to win a championship in this team's history. There's no animosity there, right? He laid a foundation that Michael Malone was able to pay off, and I think there's a lot of joy in that.
Chris Dempsey on the life and legacy of legendary Nuggets head coach Doug Moe. That name and the number 432 will hang in the rafters at Ball Arena forever. If you haven't seen it circulating on social media quite yet, don't worry, because tomorrow on the pregame show for the Nuggets as they return back from the All-Star break, Dempsey's piece on Doug Moe is fantastic. Do not miss it on Altitude TV tomorrow. Demps, we appreciate your time, man.
Yeah, thank you. This is a really great conversation. Thank you for having me on to have it.
All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio on the phone are brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. A huge update in the men's Winter Olympic hockey tournament with 5 minutes and 56 seconds remaining in the third period. The Czechs have taken a 3-2 lead over Team Canada. A blocked shot from Tomáš Hertl leads to a rush from Avalanche forward Marty Nachos, who drops the puck to Andre Palat. He beats Jordan Biddington, and there are 5.5 minutes remaining in the third period. It is win or go home for Nathan MacKinnon, Cale Makar, and Devon Toews as Team Canada trails the Czechs 3-2.
Transition ahead. It's Marty Necas. Necas in. Dropped it. Score! Andre Palat has given Czechia a 3-2 lead.
I know we just heard the goal from the Czechs, but 30 seconds ago, Team Canada, off of a tip from Montreal Canadiens captain Nick Suzuki, a sensational redirect from a point shot off of yet another Avalanche player. Devon Toews ties the game up 3 minutes and 16 seconds to go. In the third period, it is win or go home. Devon Toews fires a snapshot from the top left side of the zone. Suzuki tips it from the right through the middle of the legs of Lucas Dostal, and we have a tie hockey game in the quarters. An unbelievable tip. And now John Cooper has put out his top line. That is Connor McDavid, Macklin Celebrini, Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Devon Toews all on the ice right now with 3 minutes to go in regulation. This has been a remarkable hockey game between the Czechs and the Canadians.
The pace, the physicality, the back and forth. This is wide open playoff style hockey.
Oh yeah.
And win or go home hockey. You said it off the air. Single elimination hockey is
crazy.
It's like it's not even normal.
It's crazy.
It's insane.
It makes it feel like the NFL playoffs and where anybody can win it, right? You play 10 games between Canada and the Czechs. The Canadians are winning 8,
maybe 9.
Probably 8 or 9 of these things. And Marty Necas at the beginning of the week talked about, hey, we let Canada beat the crap out of us in game 1 because, well, we know we're not beating them twice in a tournament. Now they're tied at 3. The Americans have a brutal matchup against Gabe Landeskog and the Swedes coming up at 1:15. It's a great shot from Devon Toews. It's going wide. Woo. Suzuki tips it back through the middle of Dostal's legs. It's just a good hockey goal, man. There's no two ways about it.
How is that one of the wildest skills to develop in sport? Is
tipping a puck?
Just net front tip, because obviously your stick has so many different contours of it. It's not just a simple. Now it was kind of the nub. It was at the base of the stick, I think, is where he
on his heel.
The heel of the stick for that one. But I mean, that was a rocket by Devon Toews, and it appeared that it was going to be foot left maybe of goal,
probably,
and he's just camped out, and it ricochets hard right at about a 45-degree angle right in the 2-hole.
It's the reason why 99% of tipped shots that go in, I look at a goaltender and I go, you can't do anything about it. You're expecting to have to go fight this puck off a foot and a half away, and it gets redirected in the blink of an eye. And you're pushing across, and now you have an open 6-hole. Your legs are open in the 5-hole, where you are square to the puck everywhere else on the ice. I look at tip shots and I go, that ain't your fault, dude. You can't do anything about that. Sometimes you just...
Two holes front left or top left?
I suppose if you were to go, you don't really call a 2-hole, but if you were to go, it'd be clockwise from the bottom left if you're looking at the goaltender, up and around.
Okay.
The only ones you really talk about are the
5-hole.
5 and the 6. And the 5 hole is between the legs, and the 6s are right in the rib cage, is what you'd call a 6-hole.
And then upper deckies?
Upper deckies, little upper 90s.
That's who
ear hole guys.
That was the Czechian goal was an upper decky.
That was a great shot. Marty Necas on a breakaway goes forehand, backhand, gets stuffed by Jordan Binnington with a minute to go. Marty Necas nearly puts the Czechs up with a minute left in this game on the breakaway. Necas has had an excellent tournament. If you're looking at this from an Avalanche perspective, going into the home stretch to get into the playoffs, right? A team that has been wonderful, and Nate just blocked a Devon Toews shot to go onto that breakaway just now. If you're looking at it from a purely Avalanche perspective, this has been a great tournament.
You called it.
Just because your guys are scoring. They're scoring in positions where they haven't this year, mainly on the power play, and they're leading their teams in squeaky butthole situations. And that's what's happening right now for both the Czechs and the Canadians. Is you want your players to perform at their best when the stakes are at the highest. And that's been the big question about the Avalanche is can they do that, right? The 3 consecutive early playoff exits since winning the Cup. Can they do it when it matters? individually right now, they're showing every one of those players that the Avalanche sent to the Olympics are performing when it matters the most. Your hope is, can they take that experience and coalesce it together for the last month and a half of the season?
Well, yeah, I mean, Bedsy probably loves watching his players have all that type of success, but when they're becoming highly talked about players at the international stage 7 deep, guess what? Probably need to have some ROI. Probably need to have some return on investment with club.
They've been awesome, man.
It's
been a great tournament so far. Makar just tries to go short side with 20 seconds to go. It looks as though this game might be going to 3-on-3 overtime as we're under 10 seconds and Canada's got the puck for one last effort. They're going to kill this thing. We're going to 3-on-3 overtime to see
who's out there for Canada.
McDavid, Makar, Celebrini.
Okay.
I think is going to be their 3. That's my guess. Because Crosby still hasn't returned, if I'm correct. If I'm John Cooper, I'm not putting Nathan MacKinnon out there. We know, and Crosby is out and has not returned. I'm not putting Nathan MacKinnon out there. I know Nathan MacKinnon does not play well in overtime. You know who plays great in overtime? The dude who just tied the game up, Nick Suzuki. I'd put Suzuki out there before Nathan MacKinnon. Now, Natchez has to be out there for the Czechs because, well, he's their second best player behind David Pastrnak. And Natchez is also a little bit of a turnover machine in overtime, too. We'll have to see. I don't know. Do you put Nathan MacKinnon out there? Just go, here's my horses. I dare you to be as fast as McKinnon, Makar, and McDavid.
Did the Milan Power Play Summit just turn into the Milan 3-on-3 overtime hockey summit for the Avs?
Yeah, it's what happens when you go to conferences? You have breakout rooms, right?
Yeah,
like you're
good
at
breakout.
You're at the...
It's a good session. This is a good 3-on-3 session.
Yeah,
right
it's
here.
a breakout session.
Yeah.
Go out to a few groups, try and learn a couple of things. You come back into the meeting hall, and you continue the Power Play Summit of 2026. It's been perfect.
The big picture is the Power Play Summit, but this is a cool little breakout room.
Man, as a hockey guy, I can't ask for more. To follow up the 2024 Paris basketball tournament, this has been great.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I was asking for going into Paris was like, I want multiple teams to give the U.S. a run for their money. And it happened. The Serbians Serbians should have won that game. The French were incredibly dangerous all tournament long. So we got that same thing in basketball when you're looking at the U.S. in basketball as compared to Canada in world hockey. Right? Those are your two superpowers. You have to be perfect and they have to be flawed in that one game elimination in order for you to beat them. You almost got it in basketball. And the Czechs almost did it today as we go into overtime.
Who's winning this thing?
Canada. They're too good.
How quick? First
3
2 minutes?
minutes in.
Okay.
3 minutes in.
I'm calling like 90 seconds in.
You got the Canadians or the Czechs?
Oh, Canada. Yeah. I'm not rooting for Canada, but I'm rooting for Canada-America for the gold medal match.
That's the thing. Like, I wouldn't hate if the Canadians
I called
got
it a
beat.
match. I called it a match.
Did you listen to the one hockey game over the weekend it was broadcasted by a soccer dude?
Yeah, call it a match.
I loved it.
Yeah. It's called a match in parts of the world, and this is international hockey. Hockey is not, it's a game in the United States. It's a game, I think, in probably 75% of Canada. But this is an international sport, and matches used in a lot of countries to talk about a contest.
I don't want a British dude calling all of my hockey games, but once in a blue moon,
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
Speaking of which, wasn't it great to hear?
Canadian game? Was it like Canada and like Denmark or something? I don't know. It was some throwaway game.
Wasn't it great to hear the Rapids' new skipper today?
Yes.
Hearing a nice deep British accent.
So we will have the Rapids coaches show throughout the season here on the Morning Sprint. What we must do in that first interview, guys, he has to say Burnham Yard.
Burnham Yard!
And that has to be the drop for the rest of the year prior to that stadium being built is a proper Englishman saying Burnham Yard.
And he is gonna react to us like we are the biggest morons ever when we ask him to do it. He is not going to fully. Do you think he'll really comprehend the bit? Will he really understand what we're doing?
Matt
here?
Wells is going to figure it out.
Okay.
Especially if because he coached at Tottenham. If I give him that, he'll understand the bit. Right? You can't come to the States and have that type of accent. Is that a Cockney accent? I don't know. Might be. You can't have that accent in the States and not know that you're going to have, a couple of radio goons make fun of you. Nathan McKinnon is on the ice, by the way, and he has the puck on his stick. I would be terrified if I was a Canadian right now.
So McKinnon was in the top line?
Yeah, it's McKinnon, Devon Taves, and Connor McDavid on the ice.
Jeez.
It's a 10-minute 3-on-3 overtime. Then it gets followed by a shootout if no one scores in 3-on-3. It's going to be close, dude. It's going to be really close here.
Is this Netchie right here or no?
Nate just is wearing 98. That's him. He's got the puck right now.
He's buzzing.
So Nate just has a chance. He's found him. Checks. Oh, they had a great scoring opportunity. It was so close.
This is so fun.
All right, Coach, we will continue to get you guys updated here on 3-on-3 overtime between the Czechs and the Canadians. The Athletic came out with their top free agents, the best available free agents of 2026, 150 of them. It is led by edge rusher Trey Hendrickson for the Cincinnati Bengals, and Canada has finally pulled off the win 4-3 in overtime. I want to say it was Mitch Marner on the backhand. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Canada wins 1 minute and 22 seconds into overtime. Coach, you had it at 90. You were nearly there. Canada beats the Czechs. They move on to the semifinal. They will face the winner, most likely, of Finland and Switzerland. It's the next game up.
That was deadly 3-on-3 hockey. The opportunities that were created by both sides in that, what was it, 1 minute and 22 seconds was wild. Did it end up being Marner?
Mitch Marner wins it for Team Canada on the backhand. 1 minute and 22 seconds into overtime. They move on. They are guaranteed to play for a medal. Again, Team USA kicks off their quarterfinal matchup at 1:15 today against Gabriel Landeskog and the Swedes. We'll take a quick timeout on the other side. We'll get you caught up with your next keyword to get you inside the building for the Avs and the Wild when they return from the Men's Olympic Hockey Tournament next Thursday. Again, 27 games separate the Avalanche from the Stanley Cup playoffs. Your keyword to get inside Ball Arena comes up on the other side of the break, and KJ's NFL Notes. It's time for another keyword for tickets to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota coming up next Thursday after the Olympics. Text the word casino. Casino. C-A-S-I-N-O. Casino. To 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Casino, like what the Vegas Golden Knights have surrounding T-Mobile Arena, a bunch of casinos, because Mitch Marner, Vegas Golden Knight, just won the hockey game for the Canadiens over the Czechs in overtime 4-3. If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you can bake it when you're ready at home. Order online today at papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword for this hour's tickets is casino. Casino with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Team USA and Sweden coming up in about 2 hours from right now. The next quarterfinal matchup is between Arturi Lehkonen and the Finns against Team Switzerland, which is live on Peacock.
It's already 2-0 on that one.
Are the Finns up 2-0 or the Swiss?
Is
it
Swiss? The Swiss are up.
Is it Swiss? KJ, it's 11:20. Time for your NFL notes.
Come on, give us some notes.
Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint, the biggest stories on the gridiron. We call them KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what do you have?
As the Broncos prepare for the NFL Combine and free agency, one thing to keep in mind is the contract extension window coming up here in the NFL. Riley Moss and Marvin Mims are extension eligible, and they also have to make a decision on what they're going to do in regards to safety Brandon Jones and guard Ben Powers. So, wanted to kind of lob this up to you guys. Should the Broncos extend any of these guys or start preparing to move in a different direction?
I would like to extend Marvin Mims before he has a breakout season.
I think that you would get good value on doing it now rather than waiting. Marvin Mims Jr. has to be a part of this this team going forward, correct? It appears that Sean Payton's maybe starting to find the use for Marvin Mims.
If the playoffs were any indication.
He was really good against Buffalo, man. Really, really good.
I would 100% extend Marvin Mims, trying to get value on the front end of that deal. And then if you have to rip it up in the future and give him a new deal because he's outperformed the contract that you gave him, cross that bridge when you get to it. Don't do it if he has, if Marvin Mims throws up I'm not saying it's going to happen. If he throws up 1,000-yard season this year with 7 touchdowns and then is also an all-pro returner, he's going to be difficult to fit under the cap when Bo Nix's contract comes up. Now, Riley Moss, that's the big question. He's going to cost you. Can you fit him under the Pat Surtain deal? Can you fit him with sending a first-round pick the way of Jahdae Barron? Can you have all of these studs, assuming you re-sign Jaquan McMillan, can you have all of these studs in the secondary? The answer is no. You got to make a decision somewhere.
Who do you end up moving on from?
McMillan?
Probably.
And you hope to play Barron out through his 5th-year option, and then he probably walks, and then you utilize a pick over the next 3 seasons on another corner, and a corner who is not, as of right now in his career, a nickel corner. You utilize a pick on a corner that can play both the outside and in spots can play the nickel.
Who?
Some kid who's at LSU right now.
I thought you were talking about Jahdae Barron.
Some 17-year-old who hasn't even stepped into college yet.
My least favorite take right now is move on from Riley Moss because you have Jahdae Barron to play corner.
That's not the take I'm having.
Not you.
I've heard that. My take is I'm not ready to extend Riley Moss because I'm worried about what happens to the cap when Bo comes up and he becomes a $60 million quarterback, and now you have a glut of talent at safety. If
you were to move on from Riley Moss, that does not imply that Jahdae Barron is playing outside corner. It would be Chris Abrams' drain. He is played in that position, and I know the Broncos have said that Jahdae Barron has the quote-unquote flexibility to be an outside corner. Raj, he wasn't an outside corner in college. Raj, he hasn't played outside corner in Denver in training camp, in preseason, or in a regular season game. He is a slot corner. He is a nickel or a dime defensive back. His body type lets you know he is a dime or a nickel. That's what he is. So you have to make the decision. It's really extend Jaquan McMillan, pay him pretty penny probably. I think it'd be an overpay. Although he's been great. He has been great. I can't argue with that. And I think Jaquan McMillan can make more on the open market. Then that forces your first-round draft pick in 2025 to become your starter, which is great. And that's what Jahdae Barron has made. If you move on from Riley Moss, that means that you love, and I don't disagree with this whatsoever. You love what you have in 2024 draft pick, Chris Abrams-Draine.
And you would be moving on from Riley after next season.
Correct.
It wouldn't be this offseason. You still have team control in 2026. This would be going into 2027, as KJ's talking about the window opening up for extensions. I just get worried about what that contract looks like if you extend Riley Moss in 2029 when you'd have to pay, 2028 after that season when you'd have to pay Bo Nix. You could run into some issues if the Broncos get to a Super Bowl. If they win a Super Bowl and Bo continues to take step forward, he becomes a $60 million quarterback like that. And then you can't afford a guy like Riley Moss. And then what you're banking on is we're going to find another Riley Moss in rounds 2, 3, or 4.
I think you might already have him on the roster.
Okay.
And I like Chris Abrams-Draine.
All right.
I think he's a really good, I think he might be, I love Riley Moss. Big Riley Moss guy. Love him. Talked about him positively for a long time. Where I think Riley Moss's real value in the National Football League is a team that's predominantly a quarters zone-based outfit where he can stay eyes and vision on the quarterback and get some of those interceptions, as opposed to Vance's system, which is heavy man and or cover 3 with match principles.
He's a handsy corner.
Yeah. And I think that Riley Moss could command some serious value on the open market if he survives this year if he passes this year with flying colors. There's going to be one of the Vic Fangio, Robert Saleh, one of those guys in the camp that's going to want a guy like Riley Moss.
Your keyword this hour to go see Colorado and Minnesota on Thursday when they return to the ice is casino. 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 To 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name on that text message, and you'll be entered to win. We'll give away those tickets coming up in 20 minutes from right now. KJ, what's next?
There's always regrets.
Earlier this week, Bovada announced that the Buffalo Bills and the Denver Broncos were the favorites to land A.J. Brown if he were to be traded at plus 375. So ESPN did their own version of a trade proposal for the Broncos to get A.J. Brown. The Broncos would receive Brown and a 2026 fifth-round pick. The Eagles would receive cornerback Riley Moss, a 2026 second, and a 2027 fifth. Would you guys do the deal to get A.J. Brown to Denver?
Yes.
Because of what you just said about Chris Abrams-Draine.
I feel good about where this franchise is at in terms of its top 3 corners outside defensive backs.
How's this? I'll put another caveat on this. What if the only way to get A.J. Brown here in this trade scenario is you also have to extend him? Do you still do it? Because my answer is no. My A.J. Brown love ends at the end of his contract.
Does it end because you don't trust what's going to be after it? Or does it end because you'd like to see what is there until the duration of the contract?
He'll be 33 at the end of when he is due for a new contract in 2029. He'll be 33. And I don't think that he's going to be a great wide receiver after the age of 33. I still think he has excellent years ahead of him in 26, 27, and 28. That's the reason why I'm taking the chance on a guy who's a $22 million, $25 million cap hit in those years. I'm willing to take the chance. I'm not willing to have the guy here long term. I would make that trade. I would do that. I have to fall in love with Chris Abrams-Drain a little bit more. But you're not giving up a big-time pick, man.
I'm there.
2026 second?
I'm there with KAD, man. CAD. I like KAD. He's a baller, man.
I would do it. You guys know how much I love A.J. Brown.
The thing I like about...
I'm infatuated with him. I was the first guy around here to be infatuated with him. I'll continue to say
The thing I love about Chris Abrams-Drain is I think he's a man corner. And if it appears that you're going to have Vance Joseph, I think... See, that's changed a little bit, right?
Because he didn't actually get the nibble this year in terms of his head coaching opportunities.
Well, it's also changed now that Jim Leonard is gone and he will never come back as your D coordinator.
Right.
So you won't have the continuity to promote the next D coordinator, at least that we know of right now. There could be somebody on staff.
You're banking right now on the franchise having Vance become Vic as a defensive coordinator.
Lifer.
Do
you find it ironic at all that Vic Fangio, he's the D coordinator where? Philly, right? That Riley Moss is the player. I was just talking about that system. Quarters, vision on the cornerback.
Don't they already have a sick white defensive back too over there?
Yes, dude. They
Is
got
that Reed Blankenship?
Cooper DeJean and
Cooper
Reed.
DeJean.
They got both.
They have both?
Yeah, Reed Blankenship.
They have the whitest secondary in the history of the NFL.
Exciting whites, man. The wine section. It'd be... I mean, bunch of Southeast.
Where's Jason Sehorn when you need him? KJ, what's next?
There's always regrets.
The Seattle Seahawks are unlikely to use either a franchise or transition tag on running back and Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker III. The Seahawks have multiple free agents they want to retain, and that's specifically geared towards their young secondary. And that window I was talking about in regards to the Broncos young players, that same window is now open for Jackson Smith and Jigba. What's the number that would bring Kenneth Walker back to Seattle?
Anything north of the $14.5 million franchise tag or a deal that is 4 years long at $13.5. The Athletic right now, KJ, has Kenneth Walker as, I believe, their number 6 ranked player in their top 100 in free agency. He is, I apologize, number 8. He trails Mike Evans, Tyler Linderbaum, Daniel Jones, Devin Lloyd, Jalen Phillips, Breece Hall, and Trey Hendrickson.
Interesting.
And they have him mocked at a 4-year, $52 million deal on the open market, which comes out to, what is that, $13 million on average?
Yeah. That's by not tagging Kenneth Walker, his market value immediately got down, I think, into that $13 million range.
So I overestimated 20 minutes ago. I was saying I think he could get anywhere between 14 and 15.
Because the question would be, why wouldn't Seattle have just done that with the franchise tag? Especially, like, there's even more pressure on Seattle to do it because he was your MVP in the Super Bowl.
Well, they already have another running back there, too.
Charbonnet?
Yeah.
Is he Kenneth Walker?
Probably not.
It didn't feel like that, but maybe they see it that they do.
Charbonnet is 2 years younger. He has 2 fewer seasons under his belt, but nowhere near as dynamic. Now, he did have 12 touchdowns this season. He ran for 730 yards on 184 attempts. The previous season, he had 8 scores for 570 yards on 135 attempts. He does a little bit more in the receiving game than Kenneth Walker does, 340 yards in his sophomore season, 20 receptions for 144 yards this year. I do believe that was superseded by Kenny Walker's numbers this season in terms of receptions. He's a little bit younger, and he's probably way more cost controllable than Kenneth Walker is at 4 years, $13 to $14 million on average annual basis.
They like George Holani, too. They have a third back, the Boise State. He was actually the starting running back over Ashton Genty in 2024 with Boise State. Crazy. They like Kalani too. I mean, they feel like they have a pretty good group of running backs. And gosh, I mean, Charbonnet had 730 yards rushing. Would he have led all rushers in Denver?
I believe so.
Because I don't think that. I'm trying to think what. RJ Harvey was under 730. And I thought JK didn't get to. JK may have gotten to 730.
Your leading rusher this year was 772.
Okay.
JK Dobbins in 10 games. Charbonnet had 730 in 16 games.
As the backup.
Dude, JK Dobbins rocked.
He was awesome.
That guy was so good until he did the only thing that we know JK Dobbins to do. Just get injured halfway through the season.
The Liz Franc.
He was so good.
He was awesome.
He was the answer.
He was the answer.
They're playing
He was
in
great.
the Super Bowl if he's healthy. It's like they're giving Seattle a game. Are they beating Seattle? Probably not, but they're giving them a real good game.
Freaking that Liz Frank and that little hardware piece on Bo Nix's ankle. Those two little things.
We didn't cry about this enough. We did not cry about the J.K. Dobbins injury nearly enough.
I was not encouraged whatsoever when I found out Liz Frank for J.K. Dobbins.
KJ, give me one more.
There's always regrets.
The Kansas City Chiefs restructured Patrick Mahomes' contract this week, lowering his salary cap number from $78.2 million to $34.65 million for the upcoming season and creating $43.56 million in salary cap space. So they basically converted the $44.05 base salary and a 10.4 roster bonus into a fully guaranteed roster bonus to be able to make that fit under the cap. And this is the fourth consecutive year that Kansas City has done this type of restructure for Mahomes. Our Kansas City Chiefs insider, Chris Mitchell, who was filling in for Nelly, was telling me earlier that Juwan Taylor is someone that we should keep an eye on, that Kansas City may look to move on from this offseason as well to help create more salary cap space. If you're a free agent, which situation looks more attractive right now? The Broncos or the Chiefs?
You're not far enough removed from Chiefs dominance to say that they're not the most attractive option. If they have another down season, let's say Mahomes plays 14 games. Let's just say that conservatively. Let's say he plays 14 games. They're not dominant and they get beat in the divisional round. I think you can have that conversation starting next offseason. With Mahomes going down with the ACL injury and the question of can we make chicken salad with you-know-what over the course of the last couple of seasons, and honestly, they have, right? You get to a Super Bowl, get blown out, but you're right there. Get blown out, but you're in the game. You're not far enough removed from their dominance to go, they're not the more attractive option.
If you're an offensive player, to me, it's 6 and 1, half dozen the other. In terms of Kansas City or Denver.
An offensive player, really?
Yeah, like to me, it's like, okay, you either have the potential of a once-in-a-generation quarterback that's achieved at a high level. So if you're a receiver, you can play with Mahomes, or you can go play with, in a system, if you're a receiver, that Sean Payton loves, high-volume throwing. He called the most pass plays for a starting quarterback in the NFL. So either way, you like what you have defensively. I mean, if you got a chance to be a piece that can come in and help, you want to come to Denver.
Yes.
Although the need is so much greater on defense for the Chiefs.
Well, especially from an edge rushing standpoint, like you would go to the Chiefs. There's no room in the secondary to be here. Like if you are an inside linebacker, they need you here in Denver.
And you could be a part of something really significant.
Everything else is kind of a roadblock. Like, you have to be a stud to break into the interior defensive line, especially if they find a way to keep JFM here. You have to be a stud to break into that outside linebacking core in terms of their edge rushers. You have to be a stud to break into the top 2 cornerback spots in the Broncos. There's one position group on the defense, maybe 2 if you add in the safeties. Maybe.
I don't know, but like, if you bring back Brandon Jones and he's
Talanoa
healthy,
Hufanga,
yeah, I mean,
they were
how
fine.
are you breaking through that?
You can't do it.
And PJ Locke's been more than a game back. He's been an awesome backup. Devin Key's been a great backup. Wild.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We're going to give away some Avs tickets on the other side. Don't go anywhere. That's the Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan, PhD, coming up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. The Canadians beat the Czechs 4-3 in overtime. The Swiss currently lead the Finns by a score of 2-0 in the quarterfinals. And Team USA takes on Gabe Landeskog and Sweden coming
Gabriel
up
Landeskog
at 1:15. Wondering what's for dinner tonight? Make sure you try Papa Murphy's Pizza. Delicious pizza, and then you can bake it when you're ready at home. Just order online at papamurphys.com. We're going to give away some tickets coming up in about 5 minutes from right now ahead of PhD. PhD will take you guys from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy 3 to 6 today. Team Canada comes back in stunning fashion to beat Marty Necas and the Czech national team 4-3 in overtime. Mitchell Marner scoring the goal a minute and 22 seconds into 3-on-3 overtime. Team USA takes on the Swedes at 1:15, and Gabriel Landeskog. Nathan McKinnon scored the goal to tie the game up on the power play for Team Canada with under 5 minutes to go in that third period. Also, something I just saw, the goal that the Czechs scored in the third period to go up 3-2, Andre Palat scores at the New York Islander off of a wonderful pass from Marty Necas. There were 6 dudes for Czechia fully playing hockey when that goal got scored.
You ain't cheating, you ain't trying, Raj.
Yeah, there were 6 guys defending
and
in the Czech zone. And then there were 6 guys attacking.
Okay, so you said that would not have been in a reviewable play?
Can't review it.
Is that at every level of hockey, or is that just an international rule?
Yeah, can't review it in the NHL either. Like,
So
you
just-
would not,
is it
you
just
would
bad
not be
officiating?
able to. Oh, it's just terrible officiating. It's garbage officiating.
How
You would
does
not
that
be able
happen?
to, throw the proverbial flag and say, "Hey, they scored, but there were 6 dudes on the ice." It's not a challengeable play.
Is hockey a little bit like World Cup, where it'll have officials, it'll have referees that are from really obscure places when they're doing international refereeing? Like you'll have a Kuwaiti referee.
Yeah, a Kazakh referee.
Because like in soccer, you're like, I mean, they don't really play soccer there, or at least they don't play any good soccer in that country that ref's from.
You know what? The other countries around the world, when they see an American ref, some poor sap from Kansas, they go, "What the hell is this bloke doing calling our game?"
You're talking about hockey or soccer?
I'm talking about soccer.
Oh, of course. They're like, why is the dude named Bob Walker? He shouldn't be officiating this game right here. Man, this is bloody UK. This is England versus Ireland.
He's probably got a firearm in his shorts. I think the Rapids head coach is excited to talk to us all season. It's
going to be so fun. Oh, yes! All we do for the 18-minute segment is just make fun of his accent.
Oh.
Or we should do, all 3 of us, including KJ, which I think this would be appointment listening. The 3 of us that should have our first segment with new Rapids coach Matt Wells, where we are all
You got to do it straight laced, though. There can't,
British
right there,
character.
we can't break. You can't do the SNL thing where you turn around, you see Beavis and
No
Butthead,
no Jimmy
and
Fallon.
you lose it.
You can't
You
Jimmy
got to
Fallon.
break. You can't break. Stay straight on character.
You got to be Belushi.
That's
you gotta
the
be
way
a
to do it.
straight, You got to be a straight old school
I'm
psychopath.
not Belushi. I'm not good as Belushi. I can't do that thing. You guys know me.
Who's the guy? Pete Davidson.
Pete Davidson. He want the bunghole eyes.
I think he keeps character pretty good. It's Fallon that's the worst. You can't do
hasn't
it.
been on SNL in years.
But even now, like the bits that he does on his own show, he just breaks down laughing all the time.
Coach, you mentioned
Farrell's pretty good. Farrell was pretty good.
Farrell was great. You mentioned an article on ESPN talking about players who need a change of scenery in the NFL. Aaron Schatz came out with this earlier this morning, goes through every single team around the National Football League, and he names a player that could benefit from being somewhere else. There's some obvious ones. There's Keon Coleman with Buffalo. There's Tua in Miami. There's Rashad Bateman in Baltimore.
There's Alex Ryanemi with Altitude Sports Radio.
Ouch.
Sorry.
Son of a gun. Hey, I am going to change some scenery. I'm going to Costa Rica on Friday for a couple
La
days.
Costa Rica.
That is a
La pura vida.
pura vida. That is a change of scenery for me for just a couple of days. Jonah Ellis makes the list for the Broncos. Is that a fit or is that a miss?
It's not a miss in terms of Jonah Ellis hasn't been a miss of a prospect. He's been a great prospect. Has battled a little bit of injury history here in Denver. Man, the problem is just traffic. There is a lot of traffic at that outside linebacker edge position, is there not? And Jonah Ellis has proven that he can be pretty dang good against base looks when you're playing against bigger personnel groupings offensively, whether it's 21, which is a tailback and a fullback, or potentially 2 tailbacks on the field with 1 tight end, or 2 tight ends and a tailback. You play base. But the problem is that Q Campbell's, I mean, he's shown the ability. Q Robinson, excuse me, Savion Jones, a lot of names. Q Robinson has shown that he can be that Sam linebacker in base, and then also potentially provide more value down the road because he's a lower draft pick. Jonah Ellis was a great acquisition, but I do think like you could get some return on investment. Like think about the New England Patriots. They could have Christian and Jonah Ellis playing on the same team, and they could use a little help with their edge position. They're not nearly as deep as Denver is. I mean, could the Denver Broncos kick the tires on trading with the AFC champs and getting potentially there could be a piece there for them. Hunter Henry could be involved, huh? Hunter Henry and
that would pique my interest.
Hunter Henry and maybe a pick or two plus Jonah Ellis. Let's go.
That would pique my interest. There's some other names on here that I really like. Tell me if Zamir White moves the needle for you, running back out of Vegas.
I don't know that he's going to be an upgrade over. He's not going to be an upgrade over a healthy J.K. Dobbins.
We can't say that, though. I don't think we can go into another year going if J.K. Dobbins is healthy.
Okay,
because if is a when J.K. Dobbins gets injured, your season is screwed.
But I don't know that a Zamir White is a significant upgrade over R.J. Harvey. Do you? I mean,
no. That's the reason why I've been so enamored with Kenneth Walker III now that he doesn't get franchised by Seattle, and obviously in love with Breece Hall. I mean, heck, before we started having the conversation about Breece Hall, I was going, is there any way you can get Derrick Henry?
How many games?
I want a top-end running back.
You know how many games Zamir White's played in the last 2 seasons? 14 combined.
14?
8 in 2024. Sorry, my computer's talking to the world right now. That was a pop-up right there on the ESPN.com. But he had 8 carries for 65 yards in 2024, and then Ashton Genty comes in. He had 8 games played, 65 carries, 183 yards. And then in Ashton Genty's rookie year in 2025, 6 games played, 12 carries, 32 yards. I mean, Zamir White, his best year was in 2023. He had 104 carries for 451. That's not better than R.J. Harvey. You keep R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins on the cheap, and you go out and get one of these 3 elite backs. And it's Breece Hall, Travis Etienne, or Kenneth Walker III, the Super Bowl MVP.
The roadmap is so very clear. Like, you've map quested this thing. You know where you're going. You know what the offseason needs to hold for the Broncos. Elite running back, maybe kick the tires on a true number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah, that's a maybe. Like, that's not an...
It's a maybe.
If you get elite running back 1...
It's good enough.
I'm great with the receiver group as it is. I still wouldn't mind it. Still give me a tight end in the draft, please. Give me a Sadiq.
It's going to do it for us today. Give Coach the Sadiq. Congratulations to D. Clark. D. Clark, you're going to see Colorado take on Minnesota on Thursday when they return to NHL action. Congratulations. If you didn't win with us, you can win next from 12 to 3 with PhD. Again, if you're just catching up right now, Canada survives a scare in overtime from the Czechs. They move on to the semifinals. Team USA takes on Gabe Landeskog and the Swedes in 1 hour and 15 minutes. We love you. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10 on the Morning Sprint.
Well, we are back. Glad that you are along with us here today. And we start with a somber topic, and we'll have Tom Green on with us in about 18 minutes. But the passing of Doug Moe. By the way, I am caught up. I watched the Vic Lombardi Altitude TV documentary, which was excellent, and you can see it on Altitude Plus about Doug Moe.
You just now watching it?
Yeah, I didn't have much of a motivation to watch it before,
Oh, really? You just wouldn't cross party lines?
Cross party lines.
Well, you were at the fan when it came out.
Oh, no. It had nothing to do with that.
But it's a good documentary.
I'll tell you this
locally
too.
Produced.
Very, very good. And I'm in 3 out of the 4 episodes of Soul Power on Prime about the ABA.
I think I'm going to watch that tonight.
I'm hearing that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Give yourself some time because each episode is 4 hours, and you're not going to want to stop watching it.
How many episodes?
4 that are out.
Do you
4
think?
hours?
Do you think Tropic Thunder every time you watch that? Or?
The Tropicals, Flint Tropics, not Tropic Thunder, but yes, semi-pro.
Semi-pro.
Will Fire. I am dying for you to watch it.
Yeah, I can't
so we can talk about it. It is spectacular, and obviously Doug was part of that.
And he could play.
He came in with the Oakland Oaks, the runner-up for MVP one year, a year they won a championship.
Yeah.
The Denver Rockets, not the Nuggets, the Rockets were an ABA team, and we had an unbelievably racist owner of that particular team that screwed Spencer Haywood out of a contract.
Right.
And
after being Rookie of the Year and MVP.
It's despicable.
Yeah.
And it sickens me that guy was even associated with Denver sports history whatsoever. Didn't know anything about that.
Well, I don't even know his name, so I don't know who
Ringsby, something like that.
Yeah. Was it Ringsby's Rockets for a while, too?
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. And I'm not even sure when, the Rockets became the Nuggets. Something happened, and I'm not exactly sure exactly what happened there. This is deep in the history. But the reason I bring this up is that Doug Moe and Larry Brown were a twosome. I didn't know that either. They were college,
Carolina
pros,
guys, yeah.
Coaching. They were, besides Big Jane, his wife, that he called Big Jane, and perhaps you know that story, Larry Brown was his second wife. But I'm talking too much already. The floor is yours about Doug Moe.
Well, I was talking to the Warren today about it. And watching Zap on the gorilla thing, and he, how he was pretty tore up, and we'll have Tom, and Tom worked at the Fan, doing a radio show for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, I think. I'm going to just say this: I'm going to start from a player, and then I'll take it to when I really got to know Doug as a player, as a big white player. When I got in the league in '82. Most teams, 22 of the 23 teams, the big white guy was like Groot, and you just got on the block. I'm Groot. I'm Groot. Throw your hands up.
What year was your rookie year?
82, 83.
Okay.
And we've talked about on this show, I was more of a shooter, step back, perimeter guy in college. Now, because I'm a big white 6'11" dude, guess where I got to be? I got to be on the block.
Issel was allowed to go outside.
Changed my day. Well, but where did he start? And who did he play for?
Played for the ABA, and he played for the Colonels, the Kentucky Colonels.
And then played for Doug here in Denver.
Gotcha.
I always wanted to be traded. I always wanted to. In fact, the 1 year I was a free agent, I asked my agent to get me to Denver, see if he could find if Denver had any interest. San Antonio did, and that was a close second. So I was kind of excited about that, but I didn't. Everything worked out fine, whatever. But I was Groot. My career was Groot. I always wanted to play for the Nuggets because he had Blair Rasmussen and Danny Shays, and I knew I could shoot better than both them two cats.
No doubt about it.
And I felt I could move better than both those two cats.
And all he did was move.
And all they did was play high and move and bing and bong and boom. And I said, if these guys can find success playing for Doug, I always wanted to play for Doug. So that's my playing career. So I didn't really know him other than I kind of, as a big 6'11" white dude, I want to get my back up off the block and get out on the perimeter and play in Denver. Get traded here, everything, boom, boom, boom. I started doing TV. then Doug's up in the rafters, and he's the mystic, right? I mean, he's the legend that everybody talks about. He's the legend of the fall, right? He's that guy. George gets the head coaching job, brings Doug over. So for the next 5 or 6 years, and I'm doing the games, that's where I got to know Doug. Because especially on the road, and this is before they fed you all the time, Doug and, gosh, I had his name, Louis, I think his name was. No, it wasn't Louis. But he was a massage therapist guy who was traveling with him. Him and Doug, whatever town we're in, they had to find a Subway.
Okay.
And they ate lunch at Subway, and I asked the guy one time, and he was from like Serbia. I said, why you guys go to Subway? There's another, and he goes, Subway, eat fresh. Broken English.
Okay.
Eat fresh food, eat Subway. So, but it could be 3 people, it could be 9 people cramped into a Subway around 1 or 2 tables because Doug was there. Doug was always the king of the court. Doug was always the center, and it had all these minions like assistant PR guys, assistant trainers, TV guys, radio guys, massage therapist guys, lower level assistant coaches. Chad Iskey used to always come and sit there, and you'd sit around and Doug would hold court. That's how I got to know Doug. And George was good with me too, and George always liked me.
King of the round table, huh?
Yeah, king of the round table. Big Bill, I talked to Bill Fickey today. Bill would put out a mass text and go, hey, Doug's going to be here for lunch tomorrow on Thursday at noon. Dude, you might get 50 people. High school coaches, the local college coaches, all the PR staffs, bing, assistant coaches for the Nuggets. And Big Bill would have a full house. And I don't know if you've ever eaten at Big Bill's. He's got that big, giant round table. In fact, he had that paint on the sign, Doug's seat, right? And Doug was sitting right there in the middle of that table, and then you hope to get a seat at the round table, right? But if not, you have this table right beside him and this table, and he would hold court. And that's how I kind of got to know Doug. But I used to go to practices and shoot-arounds, and when I didn't have to do the radio show, I could just call in so I could go to all the shoot-arounds. It was a wonderful existence. I'm not sure it endeared me over at the Fan, but it was a wonderful existence. I would sit by Doug because he wasn't standing up going around and coaching, and you could talk to him. And I talked to also Jay Clark, who was a longtime PR guy way back in the day. And I said, I equate Doug and his MO, his persona, to kind of my radio career. That look at this big rube that's just, boisterous and loud and busting everybody's chops. And there's a highly intelligent guy in there that a lot of people don't ever get to see. That was Doug Moe. And I started looking, I think that's kind of me. I'm kind of the rube. Been a rube for 30 years on the radio.
A rube or a stiff?
Yes.
Using Doug's language.
Yes.
The big stiff.
Yeah, big
Everybody
stiff.
was a stiff.
Big stiff.
This guy was a stiff. That guy was a stiff. I was a stiff.
Yeah. You know what? I got a shout out as a stiff one time. We beat Denver. We only won 15 games our inaugural season in Miami. We only won 15 games, and I hit a big 3 late, either sent it to overtime or gave us a cushion in overtime, one of the two. But we ended up beating them, and they were much better. We won 15 games all year. And the quote in the paper, some big stiff hits a 3 from the corner. I'm like, yeah, that was me. He was talking about me. All right. But it was a badge of honor when he called you stiff. So,
what's your relationship with Doug been in the past few years?
When he stopped coming the last couple, when he stopped showing up to games in San Antonio, because he would always show up to games.
And he was living down in Texas. There were altitude issues or something with him traveling or health?
That's what he said. That's what Zapp said. But he and Jane lived down in San Antonio, and I think his 2 sons live down there, and he's got grandkids down there. But he would always come to the game. He'd always come to the Nuggets games. He was a Nuggets guy. So George has already been fired, but he's still coming to the Nuggets games. He hadn't showed up last couple of years. In fact, I remember last time we were there, I asked somebody, I said, one of the PR staff said, hey, anybody heard from Doug? Is Doug going to be here tonight? And I think Jane came to one game without Doug, actually. So I think he's been going downhill for a while. I talked to a couple people that were with him within the last month, and he and Jane were, they knew what was coming.
Mm-hmm.
They were both ready for what was coming. You don't want people to suffer and hang on for, 6, 9, 12 months past, being comfortable. So I think it was kind of a beautiful thing and probably the right thing. So it was time. And he passed, and now we get to remember the biggest stiffest of us all. You know what he called Cause? I keep doing.
Yeah.
Cause, that's when Cause would go to practice stuff. Because he didn't call us big stiffs. He called us dip.
Okay.
With an S word.
Gotcha.
Dip. Shut your
Shizzles.
mouth.
Got it. Yeah.
Dip shizzles.
Dip shizzles.
He goes, we're sitting there at one of the subways somewhere. I think it was in Detroit. He goes, Cause, I don't know what you're talking about. You're the king of these dips. So that became Cause's nickname. Cause was the king of the dip. You know what?
It's a great nickname.
So we were all dipwats, and Cause was the king of the dipwats.
Seeing the video in the documentary and hearing people talk about the business he gave Hanslick is, it is something else. By his own admission, Hanslick was his whipping boy.
Oh, yeah.
But Bill has nothing but incredible things to say about him.
Yeah. Because you know what? Bill could take it. I think certain coach, we had Fratello on. I told you a story. I was Fratello's whipping boy. I think, and they're both older school coaches. But I think as a coach, you kind of know who can take it and who can't. I don't think Alex English could have taken the chewing out that Bill did. So he might be chewing out English, but he's directing to Bill.
Yeah, that happens a lot in professional sports. All the time.
All the time, right?
Can't yell at the vets, so we're going to yell at the young guy. I hope the vet's listening as I'm yelling at the young guy.
Absolutely. And I think that's what Bill was for all the misdeeds. And I probably was that for Fratello for a lot of years too. So
we have a Ticket Tuesday. We have Avs tickets to give away. We'll have a keyword for you coming up. And Tom Green. Plus, we'll hear what Ron Zappolo had to say. He was very emotional about it. That's next here on PhD. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Improving your health, hopefully, is a priority for you. And if you're tired, low energy, not sleeping all that great, not seeing the progress in the gym, staying committed can be tough. But the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is here to help you with whatever dedication you have to getting healthier. Symptoms are often signs of low testosterone. And this year, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men see real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take their low T quiz, see where you sit. 720-440-7900. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
It is time for another keyword for tickets to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. Text FROST to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you can bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword for this hour is frost. Good luck.
Good example, now that I kind of got it together, is if there's somebody in your life that means something to you, don't hesitate. Pick up the phone, call them, tell them you love them, because nothing's guaranteed in life. And I'm kicking myself that I didn't call Doug enough in the last year.
Well,
as they were doing a show on Guerrilla Sports and was wrapping up, Tom Green, Woody Page, and Ron Zappolo, who keep it basically very lighthearted and fun.
Good show.
Got the news that Doug Moe had passed, which all three guys had a very direct connection to. And Tom joins us now. Tom did a radio show with Doug Moe on our sister station, AM 950, back in the day. And Tom, it's great to have you on. Perhaps we should go through that process. And we heard Ron get so emotional. What was that like for the three of you guys to finish a show, and then you stopped and you got right back on, and you were doing memories of Doug Moe, but you could not have been prepared for that. It must have been about as raw as you can get.
Yeah, and we, like Scott had alluded to earlier, we knew it was coming. Doug had gone into 24-hour hospice care in the last couple of days, and it was only a matter of time at this point. So we just finished our show, and I got the text from David, Doug's son, saying that Doug had passed, and he was holding Jane's hand when he died. And it was, it's like it always is. You are prepared for it until it happens, and then you are cast into that state that we get into when you deal with the loss of a loved one. And Doug was a loved one by many, but Woody covered him as a player. Ron was here before Doug started coaching here, and I got here at the outset of his coaching days and covered him. And as a young, trying to figure out what's going on sportscaster, I could have ended up with some hard-ass coach who just wanted to bust on everybody who knew less than them about the game. And instead I got Doug Moe. And then, of course, a dozen years later, he and I were cast together to do a radio show. And that's by far the best job I've ever had. And I've had quite a few jobs, but spending 2 years, 5 days a week, 4 hours a day in a room with Doug Moe was fantastic.
When you guys got together and decided to do this show, what was the thought process before you hit the on button?
Well, I mean, I'd never done talk radio. I'd filled in and stuff, but I'd never really had to drive a show. Doug obviously had no idea what was going on, which was when he's at his best.
Which at his best,
He's always at his best. Yeah. And it was fun because I tell the story. I spoke with Dave Logan before I signed up to do the radio show, and I said, I'm being talked to about doing this radio show, and he says, well, you got to love your partner. And I said, that's cool, Dave. I get along with just about everybody. And he stopped me cold. He said, you got to love your partner. It's got to be someone you really like being in the room with. And I thought about that. And then they came and said, they've got Doug Moe. And I'm going, well, that takes care of that, because it's going to be great. I couldn't believe Doug wanted to do it. I mean, he's always, some of the best memories I have of Doug is how lazy he was. Now, talk radio, I know you guys work really hard, but some people see it as a pretty easy job.
No.
And yeah, there are those few. But we had so much fun doing it. And, there are days everyone goes to work and they don't look forward to going to work for whatever reason, if it's their state of mind or where they're working or whatever. But there was never a day I didn't look forward to going and getting in the room with Doug. Because it was always going to be enlightening or fun or ridiculous or just a unique day.
Tom, I didn't know Doug like you guys, but from everything I've heard, it sounds like you just had an incredible sense of humor. Maybe use some colorful language from time to time. You got any good anecdotes or maybe personal stories that kind of captures his personality?
Well, there's two that come to mind, Tyler. One is when you talk about swearing, people didn't swear as freely 30, 40 years ago as they do now. Now, you hear swearing on the air, you hear swearing in the supermarket. It's become standard American vernacular. Doug was way ahead of his time. He was, and when he was coaching, there would always be that time when he would lose it, and he would go after Elston Turner or Hanslick or Kiki, and he would turn his back to the basketball game and face up the guy he just took out of the game and would scream at him, and it would be blue. And he felt bad because every now and then he would look up and see some 10-year-old in the third row with his mouth, his jaw dropping, like, oh my God, people talk like that? And he always said that's not his fault. He always felt those seats should have been R-rated. So that was the seating problem.
What was
one of my favorite?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Todd.
Well, I was just going to say one of my favorite last stories with Doug was a few years ago. He'd had some bad physical issues, and one night he got up to get out of bed and he slipped and fell flat on his back, and he broke some bones in his back. And I called him and we spoke, and he really, for the first time ever, sounded down because I think he really saw the rest of his life being limited by an injury. As you age, a back injury can just make you into someone who lives in a chair. I see you, Scott.
Yeah.
But he was, so I called him a few days later after that call, and he said, Tommy, I can't believe it. They want me to get up out of bed. They want me to get up and move around, even after they'd had to fix this and this and this. And he said, I tried to get up and I couldn't, and I tried to get up and I couldn't. And then finally they got me up out of my bed onto my feet, and it didn't feel great, but they wanted me to walk around. So they told me to do a mustard lap. And he starts to finish the story, and I go, wait a minute, what's a mustard lap? And he goes, oh, well, that's where they throw down one of those packets of mustard and you walk around it. So I was like, okay, you're doing fine. You'll be fine. And he was fine till the end. His body failed him in these last few years, but he said he was never hurting, and his attitude was always that of Doug Moe. He saw the sun. He always saw the sun. He saw the bright side of life.
The wonderful thing in this, and does, I don't think has gotten mentioned enough, is Big Jane, who a lot of time was the foil.
You got to help me with the nickname as somebody that
Tommy can probably tell you that story better, okay. but Big Jane.
Yeah. Go ahead, Scott.
Well, Big Jane, there was no one who was a bigger foil and laughed right alongside him. Mm-hmm. I think also controlled him because she would get on him if he did one of those cussing tirades on the bench. But the prime example for me of Big Jane was when Doug got fired, and Doug was emotional about that. That hurt him when the Nuggets fired him, and Big Jane came in there and took that press conference over. I mean, she brought the champagne, and she took it over.
She had the line, and it was funny because obviously this is how dysfunctional this Nuggets franchise was when he was cut loose, is he had to have the press conference.
Yeah.
They didn't have anyone, and nobody wanted to get in front of it. So Doug had to do the press conference, firing himself, so to speak. And Jane, as you said, Scott, with the champagne, basically big smile on her face, says, I only have one question. Are you going to mail us the checks, or do we have to come down here and get them? And it was like, that was it.
Yeah, because he had 2 or 3 years left on his deal, right?
Sure.
Well, he would come back to the Nuggets, too, 13 years later as George Karl's assistant. What was that like?
That was cool. I will say this. I played for Dan's first coach, and I think Dan was a foil at times of Doug's. But you remember what Dan did on his very first home game he coached? He wore an ugly brown tie in honor of Doug Moe.
That's so great. Yeah, it's funny because you think, it's Doug, if there's a universal thing about Doug is that, I mean, I'm sure everyone in life picks up an enemy or two, but I can't think of any. He was really universally liked, respected, loved, laughed at with, and he was the guy who always made you feel like if you were with him, it's going to be great. Whatever we're doing, it's going to be great.
What's the nature of the nickname Big Jane for his wife? Which on the surface sounds a little insulting, but it wasn't. I understand that. What was the history
She was
there?
behind the scenes. She's behind the scenes. He's the big basketball player, basketball coach.
Yeah.
At one point, he just referred to his wife as Big Jane, and just because of that's his type of comedy. He thought it was funny, and of course, she's tiny.
Yeah.
And so people loved it because it was clearly something that, like most things husbands do, it gets them in trouble. And whenever you asked about Big Jane, he'd always say, "Oh, she thanks me every day."
Yeah. I tell you what, and everybody's probably heard this story a million times by now, but I got to hear it from the originator, Doug, and Janie was with him. And I don't know, we were sitting somewhere at a practice or a court or something, and George was coaching. And like I said, Doug wouldn't get up and walk around and coach. He's going to sit down. And he goes, "I ever tell you that time Big Jane and I went to Hawaii?" I go, "No." So Big Jane and I are walking down Hawaii, and there's this big fat guy out in the distance walking towards us. I go, "Jane, that looks like a fat George Carl." And they said they kept walking. He was walking towards them. They walked toward him. He got up close. He goes, "It is a fat George Carl."
Well, that goes all the way back to Carolina. The thing with Doug in passing is I've had so many people reach out to me because they knew how much I grew to love him and his family over, especially the 2 years on the radio where we really drew close. But it's, there's sadness when someone dies, but there's also that great feeling that you were so lucky to have them in your life and to have that proximity to them. And Doug is one of those shining examples of that. I mean, there's so many people who still knew him even in his late years, and he was always a guy you'd feel great about giving him a call, or when you'd see him on your phone calling you. It was always a lift.
Tom, we appreciate you being on. That was fantastic. I highly recommend people check out your episode with Ron and Woody. You don't get reactions as honest as that very often, and that's at Guerrilla Sports, so you can check that out. And we really appreciate it, Tom. Thank you.
Or the one with he and I on the other Tom Green show. That was like a Emmy right there.
That was good.
A podcast Emmy.
I really enjoyed
anything with
show.
Hastings.
It's great.
Well, thanks, Tyler. We'll get you on someday. I don't know. I've
Anytime.
had the other two stiffs on, but I'd love to have you
I'll
on.
never forget this,
We'll make it
actually. It might. I know it was Woody, and it might have been you. I think it was the two of you guys. When I came back to the Broncos in the Super Bowl 50 year, I think it was the two of you guys did a story. It was a feature, and you were talking about the hometown kid coming back home. And my whole family was playing it. Everybody was sending it to me. It meant so much to my family. They absolutely loved it. I don't know if that sparks a memory for you, but I know Woody was on, and I'm pretty sure it was you as well. But anyways, it was a great memory for my family that I believe you were involved with it. I know Woody was.
Well, that's nice. It's you always have to remember when you do stories, whether you're talking about somebody on the radio or where you're doing it on TV or a podcast, it's going to mean a lot, good or bad, but it may very well mean a lot to someone. So I'm glad we had that impact.
All right, the great Tom Green. Thank you, Tom. We'll talk to you later.
See you, fellas. All the best.
See you, bye.
So, Scott, I know you have to leave because you're catching playing with the team. Will you dress like or some sort of tribute style-wise to Doug Moe over the next couple of games? I'm not even sure what you would do. I guess it would be a suit jacket with the flaps of your shirt way out, unbuckled a little bit, maybe a little frumpy.
If maybe for that first home game, because I'm sure that'll be the first time we'll get to do a tribute to the home fans. I will try to find a brown jacket.
Okay.
Because you wore a brown jacket and a brown tie.
Well, in the documentary, it said he had two sets of clothes.
Yeah.
He had a brown jacket and a blue jacket, brown pants and dark pants.
Yeah.
And he would just mix and match. To
like
make it easy.
John Harbaugh before John Harbaugh.
A little bit. And I highly recommend the documentary, which is on Altitude Plus. So perhaps a tribute when you guys get back home.
Yeah. I think, I might do that.
All right. Any quick thoughts on the Nuggets of the All-Star? I know we only got you leaving here. You got anything else?
A little worried about Joker and Murray probably not being 100%. At least Joker.
Something going on?
Well, I mean, how much did he play?
I just assumed he didn't play because he doesn't want to play, and everybody knows he doesn't want. Is there something else going on?
Listen, he was limping that last home game.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, 3 days later, you're playing in a game that he doesn't want to be at. So I'm just hoping
the most active was when he almost plowed over President Obama, and Devin Booker kind of shoved him out of the way. And I think Jokic was like mad at himself for even trying a little bit. And that's what you get. I almost run over an ex-president. Other than that, I don't think he cares about the game, and I don't blame him.
Right.
Although the game was better.
They were better. They were a little better.
It's better. If that's the answer, I guess that's the answer. But they were only better because of Wembanyama. If Wembanyama didn't care, then nobody would have played hard in that game. He, by himself, raised the level, and then Kawhi just went unconscious. And apparently everybody left by that fourth game because, I mean, seriously, nobody cared. And the LA sports fans may be up there amongst the worst sports fans in America.
They got a beach.
Yeah, they got a lot of things in LA.
They got a beach.
Are you concerned about Jokic, Murray?
Listen, if they're healthy, I have no concerns about the Denver Nuggets, but health is never guaranteed.
Did they come back or did they just stay in LA? Because you're off to LA and that they were just there.
That's a good question. I do not know. I think they had practice last night.
The media session was canceled. Yeah. But I don't know if that was because of Doug. I have no idea. I'm not sure.
Might have been.
I don't know.
Might have been a way just to hassle with the media, and you can still get a practice.
Yeah, well, of course. All right, well, listen, have a good trip.
All right, God bless you guys.
All right.
I'll be listening.
All right.
Please do.
Come back. Tyler, your dreams may be coming true.
Really?
About...
You bought me a pony.
I do. It's a small Shetland.
Thank you.
Careful how you say that. But there's a trade that's been proposed that not only is Mike Sanford listening to you, somebody else is as well. Details coming up next.
Next goal wins winner on to the semifinals. Knifing through, they score! Mitch Marner delivers Canada into the semis.
Alex Ryanemi coming in here as our Olympic hockey expert. That's what we have dubbed you, because that's what's going on today. Update us with the latest, then we'll go back to Canada. But what happened with Switzerland, Finland?
Yeah, so you heard Mitch Marner send the Canadians through to the semifinals. The Finns were down 2-0 to the little country of Switzerland with 6 minutes to go. They pull the goalie.
They're down 2-0 and they pull the goalie.
They're down 2-0.
Wow.
They pull the goalie after they scored the goal to go down 2-1. And then on the 6-on-5, they get a Dallas Stars connection. Mikko Rantanen to Roope Hintz to Miro Heiskanen. And then Arturi Lehkonen in front of the net ties up Siegenthaler. Puck goes off Siegenthaler's stick. They tie it up 2-2. And Arturi Lehkonen on a breakaway snipes it home. And the Avs continue to score in bunches in Milan.
The Avalanche are all over the Olympics. This is nuts, man.
It is unreal how many goals they're scoring, and they're doing them in like crunch time.
Is anybody tracking goals per team in the Olympics?
They have the most.
They do?
They do.
Okay.
How much time was left when Lehkonen scored the game winner?
I think it was 3 minutes into overtime, something like that. It was pretty quick.
Oh, it was a golden goal. It was an overtime.
Overtime, 3-on-3
So
hockey.
they pull the goalie and score 2 goals to send it to overtime.
Yep.
That is bonkers. Okay, Canada, Czechia. Talk to us about this one. This was heart-pounding.
It's one of the better games I've seen in best-on-best hockey. Marty Necas is having a sensational tournament. He's playing physical. He's fast. Unfortunately, the Czechs are now dead and gone. The Czechs tied 2-2.
Why do you say unfortunately?
Because I want to see Avalanche players who are playing well continue to play well. Now, there's 3 of them on Canada who are, benefiting from winning in overtime.
Yeah.
But Marty Necas has looked good, and he looked good on the power play, and that's something that Avs fans really need to see work.
But he's playing in Nathan McKinnon's spot on the power play.
And Nathan McKinnon isn't really playing in his own spot on the Canadian power play. He's kind of in the middle.
Should we be rethinking things on the Avalanche power play?
Well, they're running at 15%. You need to think outside the box as much as possible.
Right?
They look good, dude. All of the Avs players are performing very well.
All right, let's get to
scoring.
the Canada, though, because I'm skipping over it. Czechia led. I mean, they were up late in this game by a goal, correct?
They were up 3-on-2, but what we didn't see, when they scored this 3-on-2 goal, Marty Necas comes down 3-on-2, and Canada's trying to figure out, how are we outmanned all over the ice right now? Necas makes a cross-ice pass. Andre Palat scores to put the Czechs up 3-2. The Czechs had played for about 30 seconds with 6 guys on the ice, and no one knew. There were 6 Czech players on the ice.
What?
Nobody knew.
Wow.
And it's a non-reviewable play. Czechs go up 3-2.
Wow.
Nathan McKinnon has to score where? On the power play to tie the game. Canada wins in overtime.
Wow. Okay. The U.S. Now we can play the... It's U.S.-Sweden that we'll be watching as we're working, coming up in 20 minutes. And by the way, it's around the time, if you missed the Avs Ticket Tuesday keyword, we'll have another one coming up in about 35 minutes. So stay tuned for that. Preview this one, and what are the ramifications of these other games? Because I thought it was lined up where... Well, just walk me through it. All right. What do we got here?
So if the U.S. beats Sweden in the final quarterfinal matchup, the U.S. will take on the Slovaks, who are the 3 seed.
And they killed Germany today.
They killed Germany 6-2. Germany was really disappointing in this tournament.
Okay.
And then the Canadians will match up against the Finns. If the Swedes beat the Americans, it'll be Canada and Sweden in the semifinal round, and then the Slovaks and the Finns. Because they reseed, and the Swedes are the lowest seed right now as they got in as a wild card.
How dangerous is this Swedish team?
Super dangerous, although their goaltending isn't great. Their best goaltender is 20 years old and hasn't played a minute in this tournament. And he's likely not playing in the quarterfinals. And that's Jesper Wallstedt of the Minnesota Wild.
Better than Soros.
Saros is Finnish.
Oh, I'm thinking the wrong guy.
Wait, he's hurt, or why isn't he playing?
My bad.
He's just their third goalie, apparently. They've been playing Jacob Markstrom over him, and I think their other goaltender's Gustafsson.
Well, there's been some controversy with Sweden, period, with who they're playing and who they're not playing. Is that right?
Yeah, Philip Forsberg had like one shift in their first game. They're playing a lot of Gabe Landeskog, and he looks good and he looks physical. He's playing on the power play, but there's been some big names that have been like left off of major roles. Like Mika Zibanejad is on the second power play unit. Elias Pettersson, who signed like that huge deal in Vancouver and has been terrible, has been playing a bunch for Team Sweden in this tournament. It's been weird.
So just to let everybody know, Slovakia, Germany, okay. We almost had two of the biggest Olympic hockey upsets ever back-to-back games.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been so much for... By the way, Taves gets the assist on the goal that tied the game.
The Nick Suzuki goal.
With about 3 minutes to go. And Nature's had the assist on the goal that gave them the go-ahead goal.
Yeah.
To your point, like everybody from the Avs is doing something, which is true.
And they're all scored on power plays, too.
There's a lot of power play goals. Ain't no doubt about it. So this Sweden-U.S. game, I'm just setting it up here, man. You don't want to be that team, U.S., to get upset.
No,
there were almost two unfreaking believable upsets today.
Your prize for winning your group is to face off against Gabe Landeskog and Erik Karlsson and Victor Hedman and
All NHL
Sweden.
guys.
Yeah.
All NHL
That whole
guys.
roster is NHL dudes. That's your prize for being the second best team in the tournament. That sucks, but that's best on best hockey, man. That's the old adage, right? Like, to be the best, you have to beat the best. And I suppose in international competition, that's the way it goes in hockey, man. It'll be a fun game today.
Who's in goal for the U.S.? Hellebuck?
Hellebuck.
Okay. All right, well,
they're going to get through, man.
It's going to be a hell of a watch.
Brock Nelson, he's going to have another point today.
Brock Nelson was wearing a full face guard at practice the other day.
There's been some big injuries, right? So Kevin Fiala.
Out.
Done for the season with the Kings. Sidney Crosby got hit twice in the second period for Canada. Did not return to the game.
Okay.
This is why it's crazy.
Right.
In the middle of the season, it's crazy.
When Czechia was leading with 6 minutes to go, were you guys having the same thought I was? Like, oh, man, I would love to see U.S. Canada gold medal. But you know what? We are 6 minutes away from McKinnon, Taves, and McCarr being healthy and just coming back.
No, I officially want to see a U.S. Canada. Yeah, 100%.
I was rooting hard for
I
Czechia.
was worried that Canada was about to blow it. Because at this point, I can't actively root for Canada, but I do want that matchup. So, no, that's absolutely what I want.
Like, it would have taken...
If we do not get U.S.-Canada, the whole thing will be disappointing.
It would have taken all of the air out of the balloon.
100%.
100%. I wasn't negotiating, McKinnon and Taves and McCarr get out of the tournament healthy. I was negotiating, like, I want the Americans to win gold, therefore I don't want Canada in the tournament, but... We need USA and Canada.
I just somehow want to feel the Four Nations again. And, and that's how we get it.
100%.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I was ready to see McKinnon and McCarr and Taves get on a plane.
You and Brett Kane are of one mind.
Because it was good enough. Like, 4 games, you're not hurt. I mean, McKinnon did get elbowed by the big French dude there, Timuron or whatever his name was. I was ready for them to be done, but they won in very dramatic fashion. And I'm happy at the same time. Like, the fact that Taves was a integral member of getting the assist to tie the game, that was unreal. That was incredible. So I'm sort of, I guess I don't really care about Natchez that much, which is weird. And to see how good the power play. Okay, real quick. What can the Avalanche take away from the successful power plays that all their players have been part of?
Well, if you look at Team Canada, it's like, just go get Connor McDavid and the power play gets fixed.
But really, seriously, should you move McKinnon and put Natchez in that spot and figure out another way to use McKinnon?
Sure. I could throw McKinnon up top and then put McCarr on the far right side. Maybe throw McKinnon in the middle, but then he doesn't have the puck as much. At this point, I said a few minutes ago, try anything. That power play is historically bad. They need, for my count, I want them to rip it 25% for the rest of the regular season. They have 27 games. They average 3.25 power plays per game. I need 22 power play goals in the last 27 games for me to feel comfortable going into the postseason.
All right, we'll do our best to keep you updated. And by the way, if you were really waiting after work to watch this game, tough luck. It's live sports. This is what you get.
No, you know what, though? I will say the Olympics are just not as fun with Peacock and everything. It's not.
What do you mean?
I'm dead serious. It's not as fun when you've got access to it all day long. It's so much better when we would just watch it in prime time.
When it's a mystery?
Yeah, it's so much better.
Stupid technology.
Get off my lawn, I guess. But sorry, I'm not sitting on my TV all day long flipping through Peacock, and then we all know the results before we watch it in prime time, and it does blow it.
Tyler's got it. He wants to feel the Tirico tingle.
I do. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, what can I tell you? If you're listening to us, you'll get updates about how Team USA is doing. That will be happening. It's literally live sports that we cover.
I mean, if you have social media, you're going to know the answer. So you're going to know the results.
Yeah. So if you're looking for the Tirico tingle a little bit later. By the way, I need another.
Peacock has ruined the Olympics. That's what I'm standing by it.
Yeah, by showing everything?
Yes.
Live when it happens.
It's absolutely ruined the Olympics.
So by showing everything live, having unbelievable recaps, stories left and right, and Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, I have
They're destroying.
I have to go to 14 different channels rather than just seeing the best of at night.
By the way, do you guys know when the gold medal game is in hockey? Do you know what time it is, Mountain?
What?
9 a.m.?
6:10 a.m.
No!
On Sunday.
Cool.
I'm going to be in Costa Rica. What time is it in Costa Rica?
I'm going on immediate blackout. I'm watching it prime.
Well, good for you going to Costa Rica, by the way.
How many freaking vacations have you been on this year? I am not kidding. I literally
Zero.
No,
I left for parental
All right,
leave.
let's go. No. Let's go back a full calendar year. Maybe a year and a half if I have to go back a year and a half. And you've been on at least 12 and a half vacations.
I think I was in Mexico in December.
Yep.
Before
you
the
had
kid.
a Hawaii trip in there.
Yeah, don't forget.
I did have a Hawaii trip in there. All right. He's right. He's got me.
Hawaii.
Don't forget about golfing in England.
Golfing in England?
Or Ireland or where the hell you were.
I don't know, man. I negotiated a pretty darn good PTO clause into my
contract. 6 months off for a baby. I mean, what else do we have in here?
Raj, we're glad to have you when we
What, now we're going to Costa Rica?
I'm spending more money than I need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be very honest about
I'm going
that.
to Mexico.
Oh, yeah. Tyler's about to go.
We're going to hang out in the lounge together before our trips.
I went to Boulder this weekend. Because my kid.
Go see the dark horse before it gets
we were gonna go
down?
there. Yeah. We didn't, but it was.
I got a text from a buddy last night who filmed his last burger ever at the Dark Horse.
Okay.
He filmed it coming out. He gave a breakdown of it. He said,
that's cool.
Last burger ever.
Devastating.
Well, if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you can bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Make a video of that. The NFL trade I was talking about, I'll get to it coming up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, maybe you're looking for a simple one-day solution that could reverse that process. Guys, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask about the Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. Let them know that I sent you on over. Guys, call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is the limited time offer. Or check out the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
We're 20 minutes away from your next Avs Ticket Tuesday. So stay tuned. All right, text it out. Chance to win 2 tickets to see the Avs in the Wild. Then their first game back after the Olympic break next Thursday, coming up at 1:20. My math isn't great, but you get the general idea of when we're doing things. So stay tuned. That's coming up. Tyler, talk to me about where you came up with the thought about acquiring A.J. Brown, because I have some what might be good news for you.
Well, it's certainly was not necessarily a breaking thought to trade for A.J. Brown. You're just looking at wide receivers that are on the market that might not be happy where they're at. The real reason why I landed on specifically a trade for the Broncos is that the Broncos need an upgrade to the wide receiver position. That's for sure. I think that's something almost everybody could agree on. And then you look at the big picture on what are the options to get an upgrade at the wide receiver room. And can you get it in the draft? Well, you could probably draft a good football player at number 30, but you're not going to get a day one, number 1 upgrade over Cortland Sutton at number 30, right? So if you're trying to improve immediately, get a true number 1 wide receiver, you're not going to get in the draft. And then you look at free agency. And although free agency might get interesting here with a bunch of names that are about to be released, there's not a ton of names in free agency. Guys like George Pickens, who's not going to be available. Alec Pierce might become available. Michael Pittman Jr. sounds like he's going to become available, so that's on the list. Tyreek just became available over the weekend. So there might be some names that pop up, but they're not great names. They've got issues for whatever reasons. That list gets small real quick. Mm-hmm. And then you kind of land on, if you really want to upgrade that spot, it's probably got to come via trade. And A.J. Brown, to me, is the most likely player to be traded that would actually be an upgrade in the wide receiver room.
Well, Bill Barnwell and ESPN agree. And they did projections of trades that would make sense. And their trade projection, check this out, is A.J. Brown plus a 2026 fifth-round pick for, can you guess for?
Well, I know the answer.
Oh, okay. For Riley Moss, a 2026 second-round pick, and a 2027 fifth-round pick. Mm-hmm. How would you like that deal?
I'd probably do it, but reluctantly. Yeah, I mean, do I want to give up Riley Moss? I don't. I like Riley Moss. I'm a huge Riley Moss defender, matter of fact. So I'm not in a rush to get rid of Riley, but here's the deal. Riley Moss might be the most tradable asset on the entire football team. If you really think about it, there's only 2 names I could come up with that might have value that you could actually trade. In order to trade them, it has to be a handful of things, right? In order to be traded, you have to be good, okay? Mm-hmm. So everybody gets all offended with that conversation. Why would you want to trade a good football player? Well, that's the only guys that are going to have value, right? So you have to be good enough to have value. So Riley Moss, he checks that box.
Right.
And then secondly, if you're going to trade him, do we have ways to fill that spot already on our football team? And you might. I mean, you might. I don't know if you do or not, but you do have Barron on this football team. You did draft him in the first round. Mm-hmm. If you believe in the guy, then you should have his replacement there, right? And then there's one more layer to it with Riley Moss in particular, and this is one that it really comes down to for me. If you want to trade Riley Moss, you have to know that in theory, it's not a good idea to trade away a number 2 corner that's good, that's on a rookie deal. Unless, there's an unless in there, unless you already know when he hits free agency, you're not willing to pay him $20+ million per year. Mm. And if you know that already, if you know there's no way that you're going to pay Riley Moss, then go ahead and trade him. And I could probably justify that trade because you've got the backups and you've got ways to fill that hole.
Alec Pierce or Daniel Jones may get tagged by the Colts. We'll see. It's expected that the Cowboys will tag Pickens. So it is kind of slim pickings, pun intended, the rest of the way for these receivers. Would you consider Tyreek Hill?
Nah. First off, I mean, if there's no other reason, and there's a million other reasons, but if for no other reason, man, that injury was gruesome. That was really, really gruesome. Mm-hmm. Will Tyreek Hill ever be able to be the same dude again? I don't know. And then, I mean, obviously there's a million other reasons. Off the field, on the field, headache, all of the above. I think all these wide receivers, they're more or less known as a headache to some degree. Find one that doesn't have that personality, and they're probably not that good, right? So it's always complex when you talk about bringing on a headache, but I think that injury is so gruesome that the risk-reward with Tyreek Hill, it's just no longer there.
Is it a higher profile to get a free agent or trade for something? Acquire the running back or the receiver?
Hold on real quick. One more thought on Tyreek.
Oh.
Okay. About 100% guarantee he's going to end up with the Chiefs. Like that feels like that's an absolute guarantee to me. So there might be justification out there for some teams if you just wanted to keep away from the Chiefs, maybe something along those lines.
By the way, the Chiefs did restructure Patrick Mahomes, and it brings their available cap space to $40 million-ish. Luke Evans of the Denver Post wrote a detailed article, too, about what the Broncos can do with a few restructures, and they can also get to around $40 million.
Broncos can get to like 70 in a heartbeat. It really wouldn't even be that challenging. Broncos got plenty of space. Space is not a problem.
Okay.
Sorry, what was your other question?
Which is a priority, running back or receiver?
Whatever you can get, right? And I think it's actually a great time for the Broncos to need running backs. There are so many options out there. This is one of the best running back classes I've seen in a long time. So if the Broncos want to go top shelf, there's guys out there to go top shelf. You can go with the Breece Hall. Mm-hmm. You can go with the Travis Etienne. If you want to bargain hunt a little bit, there's plenty of options out there.
I'll give you a specific name.
Okay.
Rico Dowdle.
Rico Dowdle's definitely on that list. Tyler Algier is on that list as a bargain hunter, right? Brian Robinson Jr. on that list as a bargain hunter. So, if you want to go top shelf, you could pay a guy like Breece Hall $12 to $13 million per year, maybe a Travis Etienne $10 to $12 million per year. And I think the Broncos could justify it. Or you could bargain hunt a little bit for guys like Tyler Algier, Brian Robinson, or Rico.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a great time to need a running back. But with running back, you can get one in free agency. That you can just get it. He's there. Whatever you want to go top shelf, buy it. You want to bargain hunt, go bargain shopping. You can find an upgraded running back.
Well, I was laughing because, again, projected free agents, it was Rico Dowdle in this article to the Broncos, but in this article too, it said Breece Hall would be franchise tagged by the Jets, and I'm just laughing at such a terrible team and organization spending $14.2 million on a running back.
Is that what it is, the franchise tag?
That is what the franchise tag is. By the way, that, aside from kicker and punter, that's the lowest tag is running back, 14.2. Tight end, 16. Safety, 20.8. Cornerback, 20.8. Defensive end, 26.7. Defensive tackle, 27.4. Linebacker, 27.6. Offensive lineman, 27.8. Wide receiver, 28. Quarterback, 47.4. So the cheapest would be running back, but still, if you're the Jets, you're spending $14 million to keep Breece Hall for 1 year? I mean, I know you'd probably want to do a longer-term deal.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. A guy that I could see getting tagged at the running back position would be Kenneth Walker. I could see the Seahawks with all their free agents that they've got to figure out this year.
Who are for sale, by the way, today.
Who are for sale. Yeah. They've got like 8 or 9 really good free agents that are all hitting the market.
They do.
Do you really want to commit long-term to Kenneth Walker, a 3 or 4 year deal where you're paying him $12 million per year? Or would you just say, yeah, we'll pay you 1 year, 14 on a franchise tag?
And let's see how it goes. It's very tempting. Very tempting. I bet you, boy, that seems more likely than a long-term contract with them. That seems way more likely.
Like
yeah. Okay. Defensively. Yeah, they're having a fire sale there in Miami, aren't they? So they're getting rid of everybody left and right.
Bradley Chubb got released over the weekend.
Would you be a fan of perhaps exploring bringing Bradley Chubb here?
Not really. I mean, we've got so much talent in that room, and it's not like it's not the same conversation as bringing back a Von Miller, right? Von would be like something you do for fun, and it's dirt cheap. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, no big deal, right? Bradley Chubb he's still playing good football. Bradley Chubb is going to make a lot of money. So we don't need a lot of money pass rusher on this team. We already got 2 of them.
Would you rather have Bradley Chubb or Jonathan Cooper?
Well, you've already paid Jonathan Cooper, so
I gotcha.
You would have to trade him.
You could always trade him.
I'm good with our guys.
Good with our guys.
I'm good. Like I like our group.
All right. The last one I saw over this past 4 days where we've been off is the potential of Max Crosby to the Broncos in a trade.
Yeah, that's never, ever, ever in your wildest dreams ever, ever going to happen. In no world will the Las Vegas Raiders trade Max Crosby in division to the Denver Broncos. I actually saw that there was, on one of those betting sites, the Broncos were actually the favorites to land Max Crosby. Polymarket.
Yes.
I'm like, what is going on Polymarket right now? Because I'm not a bettor, but if I was, I'd be trying to figure out what those odds were.
Right.
And I'd be trying to figure out what's a better value play, because there's a 0% chance that Max Crosby gets traded to the Denver Broncos.
Okay. All right. Well, that's my NFL stuff. You got anything else that was on your radar over the past few days? Oh, I do have a mock draft thing. I got it here. A new one that's out. And I kind of like this one, Tyler. C.J. Allen, inside linebacker from Georgia. And listen, I don't think Sadiq's going to be there, the tight end, Kenyon Sadiq. That was fun to see him mocked to the Broncos, but everything else I've looked at, he's going way higher. Not way higher, but higher. Like to a degree, I don't think the Broncos could get him. And Vic was on to something. I shouldn't have poo-pooed Vic at the Super Bowl. Jeremiah Love, his running back from Notre Dame, he's maybe a top 10 guy. And I've seen him mocked to the Kansas City Chiefs. The Chiefs are going to go after some sort of running back one way or the other. But the concept of a high-level inside linebacker like C.J. Allen perhaps paired, well, I don't know how this would work. Because are we keeping Alex Singleton or not? I guess it starts there. What do you think?
Well, there's also another world in which you get rid of Drake Greenlaw. I think that's a bad idea, but I see that floating around all over the place, that Drake Greenlaw might be one and done and you just release him. I'd bring Drake Greenlaw back. I would absolutely try to bring Alex Singleton back, but it's not like a do it at all cost type of thing. If he wants to hit free agency and if he finds a hell of an offer somewhere, there's a dollar figure I'm unwilling to pay for Alex Singleton.
The unhinged world of college basketball, coaches, plus a Ticket Tuesday keyword coming at you next. All right, here we go. It's time for another keyword for tickets to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. Text LYNX, LYNX. Lynx, like the cat. LYNX. To 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword for this hour is links. Best of luck. Just real quick, there's a bunch of short things here. The All-Star Game. And by the way, if you missed it earlier today, I would recommend either our podcast or YouTube. Make sure you like and subscribe, which would be great. We had Scott here, who's traveling with the Nuggets today, and Tom Green. So we spoke extensively about Doug Moe. So if you missed it, you can easily go back and listen to it. But we're very sad about the passing of Doug Moe, and we spent a lot of time on it on the beginning of the show. USA, Sweden has started. We don't have it on any of the TVs here. I'm happy to put it here. I'm not actually sure how to put it on these TVs. But there is the possibility, Tyler, we would be massively distracted if that game was on. But Raj will join us between the first and second period to let us know what's what. But it's been an interesting day of almost upsets, with Czechia almost upsetting Canada and Switzerland almost upsetting Finland. Very close. And then Germany just went down like dogs to Slovakia. So we will keep you updated on this stuff as it goes. Where are you in the world with college basketball coaches? What's your thought of college hoop coaches?
They've got some all-time great meltdowns. I know that, if that's where we're going. Yeah.
Well, recently...
what's your question?
What's your thought about these guys melting down? Because we've had like 4 of them here in the past week.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Which seems insane. So, the one guy, Jerome Tang, remember this guy?
This was embarrassing. These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. You know, it is just ridiculous. We got practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, guess who's not going to be there anymore?
This guy.
Yeah. And they fired him for cause because of that meltdown press conference.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Guess what he's doing?
How do you fire him for cause for a meltdown at a press conference?
Yeah. Guess what he's doing?
Suing him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's exactly what's going on.
I'd sue him also. I mean, listen, was it a great press conference telling your guys that you still need to compete this year, that they're not going to be here next year? Probably not a great coaching move, but you can't fire him for cause for that. What's the cause?
I'm being mean. Being a mean guy.
Wow.
I guess. So he's not taking it lightly, and he's suing because the money on the table is like $18 million.
Yeah, he should probably win that.
We'll see how it goes. Tad's not in trouble necessarily, except they're having a hard time winning. But Tad,
embarrassed by our performance. I'm embarrassed for our university. I'm embarrassed for the city of Boulder. I'm embarrassed for the state of Colorado. I'm embarrassed for every former player that's worn this uniform. And we got to own this.
My kids are embarrassed. My wife is embarrassed. My friends won't talk to me.
Okay. So
and dang it, none of these guys will be wearing this uniform next year.
There's that one. Now there's a new one. And by the way, well, I'll get to Doug Gottlieb in a second. We go to Mark Cronin from UCLA, who threw out one of his own players the other day, Tyler.
Yeah, what's softer, throwing out your own player or this response to the media?
Here we go.
What was your thought in the student section chanting Booker's name?
I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
I just meant the overall the way that you.
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
All right, I'll take it.
Did you like
You should take it.
the preparation of the?
Do you really think I care about the other team's
No, I don't.
student
I don't
section?
think you care about the other.
Are you
team.
raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just.
Yeah, you are.
talking.
Yeah, you are. Come on, dude.
No, it's
Come on. Yes, you are. Everybody's standing there listening to you. Everybody, this is on camera. They can hear you. I answered the question. I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section. I coach UCLA. I don't care about Michigan State students. I mean, who cares?
Wow.
That's what I used to say to my coaches when I'd give up a sack.
Yeah.
Are you raising your voice at me? You're raising your voice at me. I give up a sack and now you're going to raise your voice at me?
Right. And that's why I kind of have a personal sort of thing. Like, if a coach or player ever comes back at me with something, I just ignore it. Because what are you doing? Are you seriously going to debate the guy that you're interviewing? You know, like, when did this interview session become a talk show?
Hold on. Tell me, what was the deal that he kicked out his own player?
So, yeah, he's got this guy, Stephen Jamerson II. Jamerson hard fouls a dude on Michigan State with about 4 minutes to go. So, yeah, there's a foul, and the guy he, fouled kind of got up in his face a little bit. Well, Cronin grabs Jamerson and just tosses him. Like, leave.
Wait. He tosses his own player for a hard foul.
Correct.
So he wanted the referees to kick him out of the game or something, and he's like, nope, I'm going to do that for you?
Well, he was upset because they were losing by 30 points. They were getting killed by Michigan State.
Okay.
So he was upset that, one of his guys was taking matters into his own hands, that sort of thing.
Gotcha.
Which, like, I don't know, man. The kid, I don't know. I think humiliating college athletes by these coaches, I'm not down for. I think it's bullying. I think it's bad. You could clearly just take him out of the game, sit him on the bench. But you want to, throw him out of the game in front of the entire crowd, audience, media, everything? I think that's just a low-class move by the coach.
Well, I mean, I don't know about the part about, like, humiliating and bullying the kids, because I think that's a fine line between, sending a message to your players and what's considered bullying. But I will say, it generally speaking, just feels like a weird thing to do. Yeah, yell at the dude in the team meeting. Yell at him in front of everybody. Do whatever you want to do. But kicking him out of the game, that's definitely an unusual move. Can't say I've seen that one before.
Yeah, I don't know about
I don't think in my entire career I ever had a coach kick a player out of our own game, off of our own team. I don't think that ever happened.
I can't recall it either, ever. I'm trying to the Rolodex of all the sports, like.
I mean, it happened all the time.
Antonio
In
Brown.
practice,
like,
all the time.
Oh, yeah,
Coaches
like, get
would be
out of
like,
here.
Get out of here. Go inside.
Right.
You're done for the day.
Right. And that's bad enough. That's not a great day for the kid, but you're right. That happens all the time. Happened to Michael Jordan when he punched Steve Kerr. It's a famous story about that. Like, he got thrown out of practice. Happens all the time. A game? Like, I've had it with you. There's, 4 minutes to go. Get out of here. But then he's sniping at a reporter, too, which just, the wheels are unhinged there, I guess, at UCLA. Last one for you. Doug Gottlieb has been suspended for a game in the Horizon League? Like Green Bay, Wisconsin, something like that, Tyler? For this.
Donnie at the league and the new commissioner to explain to me the disparity in the officiating. That's what I need explained to me. I got no problem with their team, their staff. They played hard. They did what they do. They play tough and they play aggressive. I need somebody to explain to me, okay, how just those two. There's others that I have massive issues with, okay? Others that have including every time we touched them, there was a foul in the second half. The last play of the game, just to get the ball, they're grabbing us and holding us. Okay, and I understand. If you're not calling that, that's fine. You had the exact same play at both ends in the last play of the game. The exact same play. The exact same play. So I need the new commissioner of the Horizon League to explain to me what a technical foul is when I don't leave the box, I don't curse, I'm not demonstrative.
Quote, the Horizon League is suspending Green Bay men's basketball coach Doug Gottlieb for violating the league's operating regulations on Sunday, February 15th. As a result, Coach Gottlieb has been suspended for Friday's game against Oakland. Gottlieb's post-game comments do not reflect the league's values or sportsmanship expectations. The Horizon League considers this matter closed and will have no further comment.
First off, I forgot that Doug Gottlieb was actually a head coach. That happened like last year or the year before.
He's in his second year.
He just came straight out of the radio booth and went into becoming a head coach.
Correct.
That was a weird one. So weird hearing Doug Gottlieb as a head coach of a basketball team.
Yeah.
But I would call that one soft on the league. Really? Like, come on, that was nothing. That was fine. Like send the guy a fine, you know, slap him on the wrist, whatever you got to do, but don't suspend the guy.
Okay. What do you think it is about college basketball?
I don't think it's just basketball, do you?
Oh, I think it's more common in college basketball than anything else.
Dude, I don't know. We see this all the time in football, post-game pressers.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen in other sports, but to me, in my opinion, the most unhinged coaches in this world are men's college basketball coaches. And I started with Jim Boeheim back in the 80s at Syracuse, and it just kind of rolls on. And there's got to be something about this sport for some reason that leads to this sort of emotion. You know, we just talked about Doug Moe, and what did we hear about Doug Moe? Now, this is professional, not college, but that Doug was the greatest guy in the world. Everybody loved Doug. But if you had a seat behind the bench, you know, stick some cotton in your ears if you're a little kid, if you don't want to hear the profanity patrol. Maybe there's just something about basketball, Tyler. I don't know. You played at a higher level than I did. I don't know how it went for your high school experience. I had a lunatic for my varsity high school coach, Frank Marcus.
Yeah, I did too.
Worst coach I've ever had. He was an absolute lunatic. And I don't know what it is about the sport and about the guys that coach the sport.
I don't know. I guess I would ask you. I'm not sure that I would necessarily agree that it's unique to basketball. I think we see it in football a lot. I think it's just more what comes with college, in particular, college sports, is judge, jury, executioner, right? Like
yes.
you are the king of the kingdom,
right?
And you are not answering to anybody. Maybe in theory you've got an athletic director that you have to answer to, but very few of these coaches actually answer to the athletic director, right? The athletic director works for these coaches, not the other way around. So I think it's just a college thing, if you were to ask me. But I don't know. You think it's unique to basketball, so I'd turn it back.
No, I think actually you're nailing it on the head. I think it's one of these sports where you are the judge, jury, executioner, man. Like no other sport. You are the king of the castle. It's a smaller staff. It's a smaller amount of kids. I mean, the guy from Kansas State is owed $18 million. Like, these contracts are wild for these guys. How much does Tad make up at CU? So I actually think you're right about this. I think there's some institutional insaneness with how much control these college guys actually have.
Yeah.
Way more so than in all right, we talked about Doug Moe a little bit, but you don't see anything like this in the pros. Like screaming at your players like this. All right, help me out, man. What was the last pro coach you can remember screaming at his players? And I get it. Every coach, every now and then, we were embarrassed. It wasn't great, that sort of thing. But like this? I don't know, man.
Probably Belichick.
Belichick? All right, football. Pro basketball? The NBA? I don't know, man. I think there's something, and who knows if it changes depending on how much these kids are making, but I think it's lunacy, man. I don't know why you would ever want to play for any of these guys. But, that's me.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know so much about like having to protect the kids type of thing, but these guys, sports has changed a little bit. I don't know. I feel like these are the type of coaches I grew up playing for, though. I really do. I feel like the majority of the coaches I played would lay into us like that.
I love the guy saying,
what was your thought in the student section chanting Booker's name?
I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
I just meant overall the way that you
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked. Okay. All right, Coach. Great talking to you. Those guys. All right, cool. It's the worst question you've ever been asked.
I wonder how many times you said that. I guarantee you said it before.
Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt he's got that up his pocket. All right, listen. As Ticket Tuesday, our keyword this hour is links. LYNX. 303-504-0925. You still got time to get that in. If you got a dumb question for us, now is the time. 303-504-0925. And we will give you an update on USA Sweden coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford has the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. Guys, I think relationships matter in life. That's why I go back to Phil Long every time I need a new vehicle. I've been doing it since my rookie year in the league. Guys, they are going to take care of you, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. Don't drive all over the state. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you need a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford also has an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, make sure that you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to check them out online at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, if you missed the Avs Ticket Tuesday keyword, we'll have another one coming up in about 35 minutes. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday on a Wednesday, and we're getting you into ball to see the Avs Wild next Thursday. So stay tuned all day for more keywords. It is No Dumb Questions.
I do have an important no dumb question that we need to get to.
All right. Raj is coming in here to give us an update with the U.S. team, but yes.
Well, I can't. I don't.
You want to hold on to it?
Well,
okay.
yeah. I mean,
all
it's
right. No Dumb Question is Alex Ryanemi, our Olympic hockey guru, is here.
Hi, guys.
I'm asking this in form of a question. How much are we puckering right now that it's no score after one against Sweden? And maybe you give us some details about what's going on.
I mean, my update is no update. It was a pretty boring period of hockey. I'm puckered because of this reason. It's 0-0, you haven't scored, and Sweden has played their best defenseman for 0 shifts.
Why?
Victor Hedman hasn't played. And there's no explanation.
What are they doing with those coaches? What are they doing?
I have no idea. Like, there hasn't been a report that Hedman is injured. Now, Hedman's been battling injuries throughout the season.
He's dressed and he's on the bench.
Yeah, he's not playing. I don't know what's going on.
Wow. Okay. Any good scoring?
Stayed out a little bit late past curfew in Olympic Village.
I don't know his marital status, but the Sweden delegation
Whoa. I didn't accuse him of cheating on his wife or anything.
I know, but what I'm saying is
did you see the condom update in the Village?
If
I say that every Olympics.
If he's a single dude and isn't talking to the Italian women's curling team, he's doing something wrong.
Yeah.
There's that.
Yeah.
How's Brock Nelson playing?
He's fine. I didn't notice much. There wasn't really much, like a lot of dynamic play in the first period. There's a lot of physicality. Landeskog got lit up by Charlie McAvoy.
Really?
Hit really hard.
Where?
Along the boards, up high.
All
Not
right.
in his rib cage, and it wasn't a knee-on-knee thing. It was more around the shoulders and the head.
That's a terrifying update to hear something like that.
He got hit pretty hard.
Can you imagine if Gabe hasn't played for a month for the Avs, comes back for the Olympics, scores multiple times, gets hurt again and is unavailable for the Avs, and the only time that we see Gabe is what? In Italy for Sweden?
Like in October and November. I've said this on my show a few times. They can't win a cup without him. They can't do it.
Well, I agree with you, so let's get this over with.
Yeah, call into your Boston boy, Charlie McAvoy, and tell him to screw off. This is your problem.
All right, so a pucker factor of 10 is all the way. 1 is we're loose as a goose. Where are we at?
7?
Tyler?
Well, without watching it, it's hard to tell, I guess, but 5.
Guys, it was a boring period of
I think
hockey.
I'm at maybe an 8 or a 9 because just karma tells me there's about to be an upset today because of everything else going on.
It's been close all day long.
It's been ridiculous that Finland and Canada both won.
Yep.
They had to overcome some ridiculous odds to win, both of them. No score. You got a no-score game going the last couple minutes, man. That could, who knows?
I mean, it's a bounce. It's a bad change. It's a penalty. The Americans had one power play. They didn't. I mean, it looked
they did have a power play.
Looked like the Avs power play. Didn't do much. Sweden did not go on the man advantage in that first period. Markstrom looks okay for Sweden. He's playing in goal right now. Hellebuck looks solid, but there's been a couple of times where like Sweden's had the puck behind the American net and you're kind of seeing like yellow jerseys pop out and there's no one within 3 feet of them and you go, what's going on here? So yeah, I'm a little puckered.
No dumb question. The United States loses, but Gabe scores the game winner. How do we feel?
I'm devastated. I'm pissed.
Yeah, me too. No question.
Okay, so
I
we
desperately want to see USA Canada.
We don't care about Gabe being a hero.
No.
Okay.
Gabe can
What do
be
you
a
mean?
hero.
He can be a hero when he comes back.
No, Hey, I want Gabe to be done too. You can't win a cup without Gabe. Team USA, let's go. You can win a cup without Brock Nelson. I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. Yeah, you can. I think you can.
How has the 2-center experiment worked since Nazem Kadri
Right,
left?
but you can't win it without Gabe. And I'm not saying it has to be one way or the other.
Brock Nelson scored like 30 goals this year, dude.
I gotcha. All right, maybe you can't win
He's
with
also
either
been
of
on
them.
fire.
He's been so good.
I want that dude. I want that dude.
All right, more valuable player to the Avs, Brock Nelson or Gabe Landeskog?
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I might go with Brock.
Brock's been more impactful because of how he scored. They play differently when Gabe is in the lineup.
Correct.
They play
It's
more
Gabe.
physical. They care a little bit more.
Oh, I just saw the hit on Gabe.
Yeah,
by
he got hit
McAvoy.
hard. McAvoy's a mean dude.
Right on the bench, right on the U.S. bench.
I hope the next time I come and talk to you guys, there's like a couple of American goals to talk about.
All right.
Because I got to be honest, boring 20 minutes of hockey.
All right, we'll get you out of here.
Bye.
Come back in between the second and third, and then it'll be Nate and Andy, and we'll all be watching the game together at the end, terrified. No dumb question. Go ahead. What you got?
All right, my no dumb question. Now, this is like a circle of trust deal, okay? Because I know that we reach a wide and vast audience out there, okay? So
All
there's
right.
like 3 degrees of separation at all times, right? So if anybody out there knows my daughter, you have to promise that this conversation is staying within the sanctity of the nest, all right?
Okay.
Because I've got an issue that I got to figure out, all right? And you cannot tell my daughter what's going on right now because I'm trying to save the day, but I need help from the people.
All right.
I've got a missing hamster. I've got a hamster that had a cage. Wasn't my fault, by the way. I just want to point that out.
Mm-hmm.
The top was left up out of the
Do
aquarium.
you have a missing hamster? Or does she have a missing hamster?
We, as a collective family unit, have a missing hamster
Okay.
that she doesn't know about. Okay.
And the cage was open.
I got a call today that the hamster is missing right before I went on air.
Who opened the cage?
Well, we don't need to start pointing fingers here, but
well, okay.
My daughter did. Yeah, my daughter
All right.
opened the cage. But so here's my question.
All right.
Because I know that people out there have had this issue before.
Yep.
That hamster gets out. Yep. Is there any way to lure a hamster back? Is there
No.
is there a cheese trick? Is there a cucumber trick?
Gotcha.
They like vegetables. Is there any way to get this hamster back? Now the door was closed to the room, which gives me slight hope that maybe it stayed in the room. But I know if it's anything like a mouse, it could get under it. But those things are bigger than a mouse, so I'm not sure if that thing can actually sneak out underneath the door. So there's a fair chance that thing is either roaming free in the house or it's lying dead in her stuffed animal bucket. One of the two things is going on right now. Now, I can't find a carcass laying in her stuffed animal bucket, right?
Okay.
So a lot of things I got to figure out here. Hold on, I'm not done. Hold on.
Okay.
There's a lot of things I got to figure out. Number one, how do I get this hamster back? Okay. Number two, if I don't get this hamster back, do I just tell her a fib that the hamster passed away and I threw it away? I got rid of it because I didn't
Harsh.
want her to see it. But then I run the risk of her coming across a carcass later on that we never found.
Yeah.
What do I do with this situation right now?
You tell her the truth.
No, DMac, no. Truth is not on the table right now.
Because
truth is not on the table.
Truth, if she left it open, will lead to accountability, hopefully in the future.
Oh, knock it off.
You're talking about just lying to her. Why don't you just go buy another hamster and drop it in there?
I'm going to get blamed for this either way, which is fine. But what I need to figure out, because she knows her hamster. That's not going to trick her. I can't trick her.
All right, but it was her fault.
Yeah, it was her fault.
Okay.
Sure, it was her fault.
Well, I would not lie to her.
I got to get the hamster back. That's problem number one.
All right. There's tons of suggestions. You want the suggestions?
Sure. Yeah,
it's
let's
happening
go.
quickly.
Let's go.
Dog food near the wheel.
Okay, dog food. Is that they like that? I've never tried dog food.
I'm just reading
I know this hamster loves vegetables. So like cucumbers, big hit.
Peanut butter in a non-lethal rodent trap.
Okay. Circle of trust, by the way. If you know my daughter, you better not snitch on me right now. If you know my daughter and you snitch on me, I will find out your name and I will find you.
Hate to say it, but check your mouse traps. Do you have mouse traps?
I have no mouse traps. No mouse traps in the house.
Tyler, try a python and we'll find it for you.
So that's actually on the table also. If I do go the lie route, yeah, which is also on the table. I got to find a way to make sure this carcass is found. Because that thing is somewhere in this house.
There's 10 million suggestions coming in. We can digest them. You can look at them. And we can try to... Does the hamster have a name?
Yeah, Pibble. Pibble the hamster.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are a lot of suggestions here. Let's take a quick break, come back, big question of the day, and we'll see if we can. Is there other humans searching for Pibble right now as we speak?
There's a human searching.
There is a Pibble search happening.
Yeah, going on at this very moment.
So we can get live Pibble updates as well as U.S. hockey.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? The show has it all. And if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. Hamster pizza.
I got Papa Murphy's over the weekend, by the way.
When you bake it, when you're ready, order online.
And hamsters like it?
I guess if there's some peanut butter on the pizza.
Yeah.
Order online at papamurphys.com. We'll get to the hamster and piddle update in a second. U.S. against Sweden. We'll get you an update on that one as well. No score after one. Big question of the day. We have the franchise tags. I don't anticipate the Broncos will be tagging anybody, but that period is now open. When it comes to improving the Broncos, Tyler, what would you like to see happen first? What should the priority be? And how would you like to see the Broncos approach that? Through free agency? We'll wait for the draft, trades. What would be the ideal situation?
Well, I think you go with what's available and what you can address, right? So what do you know? Well, what do you know right now is you've got an issue at running back, and it's a great time to need a running back. So I would absolutely address the running back issue in free agency. And then if you want to draft somebody, you can draft somebody as well. But there's so many great options out there for running backs. If you want to go top shelf, guys like Breece Hall, Travis Etienne, they're out there. There's bargain market guys like Tyler Algier and Rico Dowdle. They're available. Tons of options to upgrade your running back room. So plan on addressing that in free agency. I do think if you want to fix the wide receiver room, you got to have a plan for that, and that might be the first thing that you do, because you could start working on trades right now. Those are things that you could start working today. If you want to start working a trade on an A.J. Brown or someone along those lines, those are things that you could do this very moment.
One of the proposed trades was A.J. Brown for Riley Moss in an exchange of draft picks in the future. Essentially, it would be Riley Moss for A.J. Brown. And the Broncos would have to give up a little extra in terms of draft picks. How would you feel about that?
I mean, on the surface, I don't love it because I'm a fan of Riley Moss, and I don't love the idea of breaking up our defense. We've got a great corner duo that, do you really want to – do you have to include him would be my question. Is there no other way to get the deal done that doesn't include Riley Moss?
Who else would have that value?
Not the same value, but I'll give you another player on defense that you could probably get rid of.
Okay.
And when I say you could get rid of them, that means you've got to have other players at the same position that can help you out, right? Maybe Jonah Ellis. That might be a dude that if you find the right team with the right needs, they might need a pass rusher. And we got plenty of pass rushers on this team. if it really came down to it and trading Riley Moss was the only way to get the deal done, I'd probably do it, I guess, because do we believe in Jahdae Barron or not?
Why do we draft him in the first round?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've had this, we've had this conversation a million times when it comes to quarterbacks, and this is the situation like up in Minnesota. Like, this is why they got rid of Sam Darnold, because why did we draft J.J. McCarthy? And it's a tough one, because if it blows up in your face, it was just a wasted pick. Oh, man, that's bad news. That's a lot of value down the drain. So how much time do you give that to work? And it's even higher when it's a quarterback. Well, Jahdae Barron, listen, okay, it was a pseudo redshirt year for this guy. But is he that player or is he not that player? And if he is that guy, kind of let's go.
My gut would tell me that they're not confident in him being that guy right now. You didn't necessarily see him on the field enough to think that the team has got that belief in him, right?
That's for sure. Oh, no doubt about that.
So I don't know that the team would confidently say, yes, he's ready to replace Riley Moss.
What about him going to the nickel and Jaquan McMillan replacing Riley Moss?
You could definitely make a fair argument that McMillan is actually your third best corner on this team.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fair argument that could be had. I don't know if he would hold up as well on the outside as he has in his other role. But you would put it up for grabs between those two players.
Would it be more impactful, though, just to get a better running game going and just roll with the receivers that you have?
I think you got to do both. It's time.
Mm.
We've invested a lot in this defense over the years.
Mm-hmm.
We like where it's at. The one thing that we have not done is properly address our playmakers on offense, and it's time for them to get a significant upgrade at running back. It's time for them to get a significant upgrade at wide receiver.
So with the ultimate,
were we satisfied with this offense this year? I wasn't.
No, we're satisfied with 14 wins for sure. But once J.K. Dobbins went out, it just felt like everything stopped.
You know what? And I think I've come full circle on J.K. Dobbins, by the way. I love J.K. Dobbins. A huge fan of him. Great player when he's healthy. And for a long time, I kept thinking to myself, gosh, I just don't want to lose him. He's too good. I think he's going to be cheap. You could probably get him back again for $3 million, something along those lines. And if he could be healthy, he's dang good. I think we got to let him go. It's time to move on from J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah.
Because the problem with it is that if you bring him back, it might be a gamble that works out. But if you bring him back, you're going to be so tempted to not properly address the running back room.
Yeah.
Because you feel like you've got options already. You got J.K., you got R.J. Harvey.
I agree.
It would just be so tempting to not properly upgrade the room. If you could tell me that you could bring back J.K. Dobbins and go get somebody else, and then you're letting go of McLaughlin, you're letting go of Tyler Bidet, I'd be all for it.
Yeah.
I'm just afraid they'd be tempted to not go upgrade it.
My ideal situation, and Breece Hall seems to be the Mount Everest. So, okay, that's the tippity top, but I think the Jets will try to keep him. Then you go down to ATN, and
I think Breece is gone from the Jets. So,
you do, huh?
If you want him, you could probably get him.
Well, that'd be great. Listen, if you got Breece Hall, ATN, or Rico Dowdle, and I know, do you like Algier too? Are you a fan of his?
Yeah, I mean, they've all
Robinson.
got different styles. Like
Yeah.
Tyler Algier, the problem with him, he's not like a playmaking running back. He's a short yardage. He's a grind it out. He's a bruiser. He's a change of pace.
Yeah.
But he's not a break it free for 40 yards type of guy.
Dowdle has had an interesting couple years. Even though there was one more game played, he had the same amount of carries and almost identical same amount of yards he did for the Cowboys as he did for the Panthers. It's kind of weird. It's like rushing yards were like 1,079 for the Cowboys and 1,076 for the Panthers. And he averaged exactly 4.6 for both. So I think you're going to get exactly that with this guy. You know exactly what you're going to get with Rico Dowdle.
Yeah, he's a good football player. You can talk me into it.
Yeah.
It's not top shelf.
No, it's not. In fact,
you're not going for the caviar.
No, in fact, his deal was a $2.75 million contract with incentives over 6. And he's looking to be the main guy. So I think you could get Rico Dowdle for, I don't know, man.
I think it'd be about $5 million a year.
Maybe some incentives thrown in there too, but something along those lines. Yeah, I mean, really affordable. No issue whatsoever. So that is an unbelievable savings that you could pour into other things. So if you want to go it depends on what you want to do everywhere else though, right? Ideally, selfishly, I would be so tempted if you could put a trade together for A.J. Brown, and if it costs you Riley Moss, so be it. You bring in Rico Dowdle, okay? You draft C.J. Allen as an inside linebacker, and I don't know who the next tight end would be available, but you invest either in a tight end or maybe even an offensive lineman, because you haven't drafted an offensive tackle, Tyler, in forever, and depending on what the class is. And that would be using free agency, trades, and the draft all together for 3 different positions: tight end, running back, wide receiver.
Well, I think you should use all your resources. And if that requires a trade, and then you got free agency in the draft, which you're going to do anyways, you probably should take advantage of any possible way to improve your offense right now. And the reason why the trade feels like it's a necessity this year is because if you want that day one guy, you're probably not finding him at 30. That's probably not going to happen.
Offensively, it's
not a great tight end class either, by the way.
Okay.
And for the draft, it's really not. So it's unlikely. You're not going to get a Tyler Warren or a Colson Loveland. That's not going to happen.
Well, I don't think you're going to get a Kenyon Sadiq either. I think he's just going to be gone.
Well, even if you got him, good football player that I'd be excited by for sure. If you drafted him, I can get excited. But he's not Tyler Warren. He's not Colson Loveland.
I gotcha. He's the unanimous, though, top tight end prospect, though. I gotcha. He's not those guys, but, it is what it is, right? When you look at things. By the way, as I'm looking through stuff, terrible quarterback here. After Mendoza, Tyler, good luck with everything else. It is funny. I wonder if Arch Manning did come out, despite his roller coaster. Like, I think Arch Manning might be a top 10 pick if he came out in this year's draft.
Yeah, a lot of people say he might even be the first or the second overall quarterback.
Yeah. Which is like, all right. But, again, I guess he's got plenty of money.
They're saying there's some quarterback from North Dakota State. I don't know anything about him.
Okay.
This guy could be the second quarterback selected.
Cool. We've seen that story before.
Well,
so.
Joe Flacco worked out of Delaware.
Yeah, all right. I mean, that's a Division I school.
North Dakota State is now too.
It is?
As of next year.
What league?
Mountain West.
No kidding.
Yep.
Really?
Yep. North Dakota State moving out to Mountain West.
No kidding.
I don't know if that's next year, but it's happening.
Wow.
They just announced that last week.
I wonder why they would do that.
What do you mean? Money, opportunity.
Okay, all right. I mean,
why wouldn't they?
Because they dominate at their level, like they are the kings of the castle.
Yeah, but doesn't everybody want to level up in life?
Okay. Sure, I didn't know that. Oh, that's really interesting. Mountain West, huh?
Yep.
Who's even going to be in the Mountain West? It's
I
so
don't
weird
know.
that Colorado State's going to be in the Pac-12.
Is that next year?
I think
Does
it
Pac-12
is.
start next year?
Is Dan help us out there? I think it is. Yeah, it's really weird. If you see the teams in the Pac-12, it just kind of looks like the Mountain West.
Is it still going to be a power conference?
I don't think. No. It's like the power. I don't think so. I don't know, man. All right, how are your suggestions going on Piddle?
Pibble.
Pibble.
First of all,
sorry.
Well, Dan was going to work on collecting a few of these, but there's definitely some advice in there. This one I didn't love. Someone said, Tyler, hamster story for you. I lost my hamster as a kid. Looked everywhere and couldn't find him. Eventually, he was found in the undercarriage of our dryer, chopped into pieces, and my poor dad had to clean up the mess. Simba, I could have gone without that one. Yep, don't need that one right now.
We all could have gone without that one.
A lot of people suggesting to put slices of cucumber on the floor in each room, see where the cucumber gets eaten, and then you know what room he's in.
Oh, that's pretty clever.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
right?
that does sound good.
Yeah. Others are saying that they came back after 2 weeks when they couldn't find any more food. So
2 weeks?
Yeah, they lost their hamster and it just came back after 2 weeks, came back to its home.
Wow.
So we just gotta
2 weeks.
We just gotta hope that he remembers his home.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Wants to get back inside the aquarium. I don't know how he got out of the aquarium. It's actually really impressive. Like even with the top off.
Yeah.
Like it's just it's a glass window, you know? Like he still had to climb up the glass window somehow.
Could he spring? Could he go off of something else and jump?
Well, there was a wheel in there. There
Could he
also
climb
was a
on top of the
plastic
wheel?
castle. Maybe he jumped from the top of the castle. I don't know.
He saw his chance.
There are shockingly quite a few people that found their hamster after they lost it. So that is giving me hope.
All right, so that would go down the daughter. Sorry this happened. However, there's a high likelihood that Pibble will return. So that kind of works out like it's the truth, which is good, with a sense of optimism.
Yeah, maybe. Or I just got rid of that thing for you. Yeah, I found it. You didn't want to see that, and then I just got to cross my fingers and hope and pray.
Can I ask you a dumb, somewhat mean question?
What?
Is there a point to Pibble?
What does that mean?
Like, what's the point of a hamster?
My daughter likes it.
Okay.
She goes in her room.
Yeah.
We put the hamster on the ground.
Yeah.
We play with the hamster.
Okay.
We put the hamster between between us, and we corral it, and then we see who it chooses.
Okay. All right. So it's like we have little mind games with the hamster.
Yeah. We see who Pibble likes the most.
So okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Pibble loves people, by the way. Loves to be held.
Oh, that's sweet. How big is this hamster?
Size of a hand, I guess.
Is it? All right. Last dumb question on this.
Okay.
Is it clear that it's a hamster, not a rat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a rat. I mean, within the rodent family, for sure.
No, I get it. It's just not big enough that you would be like, oh my God, that's a rat.
No.
You'd instantly know it's a hamster.
I would. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do dogs handle hamsters?
I only want people that have refound your hamster. That's all I want
you
from
don't
here
want,
on out.
You don't want
I don't want the death stories.
Okay.
I don't want it got caught in the fan and it got chopped into pieces. Okay.
I'm glad you brought that story up, though.
All I want are the success stories of you put up the missing sign in the neighborhood that says I've got a missing hamster.
Should we do a Twitter poll, Dan? Pibble. Lives, dies. Should we throw it?
No. We can't do that because remember, this is a circle of trust thing that can't get back to my daughter.
Yeah.
Anybody out there that's listening and you know my daughter, you cannot tell her about this conversation. I'm telling you, this is serious. You will break a girl's heart. You got to let me handle that conversation.
I mean, is your daughter on Twitter?
Yeah, I'm a little like I wonder who Tyler's talking to right now because I think most of our.
Are you kidding me?
Audience.
Do you realize on a day-to-day basis
men.
how many people at their school events are like, "Hey, was listening to you on the show.
Okay,
you said this, you said that."
All right.
We got people everywhere.
Okay.
At the swim meets, at the swim meets, every single time.
It gets ridiculous.
This weekend, nonstop.
Okay. I just know what our audience is, and I'm thinking,
So you know that our audience has kids, right?
Oh, so you think that's the way it goes?
You know that dudes have kids.
Dudes in their 40s tell their kids, the kids tell your daughter.
Dudes have kids. Their kids know my kids.
All right, so the circle of trust is don't let our dudes who are listening tell their kids. Just keep your mouth shut around your kids.
Keep your mouth shut around your kids. If you've got any third degree of separation to my family or my kids, do not let this story get back. I will find you. I will hunt you down.
All right, Liam. Sounds good. Best of luck with Pibble. I bet you find Pibble later today. I mean, where could Pibble go?
Anywhere. An event. In a wall.
Last dumb question. Could Pibble actually crawl underneath the door?
See, I don't know about that, actually. And that's what gives me hope. Like, it's not as small as a mouse.
Right.
Like this thing, like, it's big enough.
That's why I asked.
I actually don't know if it could sneak under the door.
So it's probably still in the room.
Well, my fear is that it, like, crawled into the stuffed animal bucket and died. And all of a sudden, we're going to find a hamster in a stuffed animal bucket.
Why would it die in the stuffed animal bucket?
Because he couldn't get out.
So Pibble just decides to end it all? Like this?
Maybe it's under the comforter. I don't know. In a pillow.
All right. Well, the search for Pibble. I feel like we should be getting an update here relatively soon. Because you said there was a human on the case.
Yeah, there's a human on the case. But, what updates is there if it hasn't been found?
I guess you find it or you don't find it.
Yeah.
I mean, how big could the room possibly be?
I've not gotten a Pibble has been found text.
It's time for, okay. But you haven't got a Pibble's not with us anymore either.
No.
It's time for another keyword for tickets to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. Text SWARM to 303-504-0925. Your first and last name to be entered. Wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pibble Pizza. Wait, that's not on there. Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza and bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword for this hour is swarm. Good luck. Let's football go coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction is a real thing that impacts thousands and thousands of men, and the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. It's embarrassing at first, and maybe you're just in denial, and then it could probably be a little bit depressing. Maybe the pills are working out okay, but could things be better? Well, listen, if you go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, first of all, their treatments work where pills or herbals fail. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%, so we know it works. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more, so we know it works well. So here's what you do. It's a new year. Make some resolutions on your ED that could possibly change your life. It's simple. Schedule a consult today by calling 720-440-7900 or visiting RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose, and if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But with an expert staff, and you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Easy to find, too. 5 locations up and down I-25. So get that man machine going in the right direction with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
There was traffic in front, but it was off to the side. I mean, that was a juicy rebound, good opportunity. Let's see if maybe these rebounds become a story.
Score! Jack Hughes with the bullet from just inside the line. The United States strikes first. Dylan Larkin got a piece of it. 1-0, Team USA.
There's Kenny Albert on the call. That happened maybe 5 minutes ago as we were just going into a commercial break. Since then, little tie-up in front of the Swedish goaltender. Brady Tkachuk face-washed Gabriel Landeskog.
Wait, what does face-washed mean?
Just take your glove and you put it in the guy's face and you just sort of, you give him a little rub. You rub it and you face-wash him.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
Like he was punking him? Like he was messing with him?
Kind of like it's instead of a punch, it's just like, hey, take this. I got longer arms.
Was he instigating? Was he hold on.
There was a skirmish.
Was it playful or was it?
Oh no.
Oh,
there was a skirmish in front of the Swedish goalie. Everybody's kind of coming together here, right? We're all introducing ourselves. Gabe kind of enters the fray a little bit, and Tkachuk reaches out and sticks his hand in Landeskog's face and pushes and gives him the old face wash.
Well, I'm Team America today, so I'm a big Tkachuk fan.
Dan, you all right with seeing Brady Tkachuk face wash Gabe Landeskog?
Today, yes.
Oh,
In 3 weeks, no.
Oh my God. I got to tell you guys, I'm not okay seeing our guys get messed with. I mean, I'm rooting for Team USA, but I cannot get into the Tkachuks. And by the way, it's all Tkachuk all the time.
What's wrong with the Tkachuks when it's Team USA?
I don't know. There's just something about them.
You could separate NHL Tkachuks from Team USA Tkachuks. I can, at least.
All right, we're going to get Jeff Legwold on here in a second. And we'll do Let's Football Go with Jeff Legwold. How about that, Dan? You're being replaced by Leggy. Jeff Legwold does
go face wash Dan.
Joins us, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, you got an extra $7-8 billion to buy the Seahawks? You think you're going to be in the mix for that today?
The money you find in the couch, that's what you use to get the Seahawks.
Can you imagine what the Broncos will actually be worth once Burnham Yard is actually developed? With everything. Yeah, oh my God.
Since they built it, they'll keep whatever revenues they create out of that whole thing.
Can you imagine?
That is it will be, it'll be epic. I don't know if I'll cover a game there, but it will be epic for their wallets.
Well, I heard Adam Schefter said on Pat McAfee's show that, people are guessing the Seahawks could sell for $7 billion. And Schefter said,
"No surprise.
I wouldn't be surprised if it went closer to 10."
That's what Tyler. That is what people in the league are saying.
10?
I was just talking to somebody. Yeah. Well, it's because in that world. I mean, it is odd in the NFL where the rules they limit the field of who can actually buy a team because the rules say you got to have a singular majority owner who has to, own a certain percentage. Now they have allowed private equity into the game a little bit, and I think that will only increase. But in the billionaire world, there's few better things to feed your ego and your want to enhance value than an NFL team, at least right now. Who's to say what the league looks like 15 years from now? Who knows? But right now, man, that's a safe bet in that world.
Crazy. Let me drop a few scenarios. Bill Barnwell, ESPN.com, one of your colleagues, on trades that could make sense. A.J. Brown for Riley Moss and a couple of draft picks. What do you think about that one?
Well, I mean, Bill is very good about assessing value, especially in draft pick value. So he's right on sort of the value trade-offs. It's just, again, I know Michael Thomas got tons of targets, set records when he was with the Saints. But we haven't seen that sort of proclivity from Sean's. But they need an explosive playmaker. And are you willing, with uncommon depth at corner? I think a trade like that impacts the Broncos the least in sort of all the trade scenarios you can think of, just because they do have depth at corner that few teams other have. But again, trades are not as hard to come by as they used to, but they haven't really shown under this regime that they'll take a big swing like that yet. So it would be intriguing. Certainly, they would have to take a look if that was a real offer from the Eagles.
They do have depth, but I guess the real question would just be: is Barron ready to take over for Riley Moss? So I'm asking you.
Yeah, Riley takes a lot of heat, but you would be giving up the guy who played the most man snaps. Now Vance Joseph will argue how many man snaps they really played, but in the data world, what was considered man snaps, Riley played more than anyone else in the NFL. So you would be trading a high volume snap player who actually played pretty well and cleaned up during a season, penalty issues he was having, and you don't often see that. And is Barron ready for that kind of high volume work? He's not as big as Riley. So he would have to play differently, but that is the toughest position to play in the Broncos defense. You are the corner who is not named Pat Surtain. So that's a big ask. I thought Barron was one of the best players on the board in that draft. And, that I'll run up that hill for as long as there's a hill, but that would be a big ask. He's certainly got the talent. It would just be a mentality thing. Can you hold up being the other guy that isn't Pat Surtain?
Another ESPN one, perfect place for free agents. Projection was Rico Dowdle to the Broncos. That's like not on the top shelf. It's not in the bargain bin. It's somewhere in the middle, right? Rico Dowdle. How'd you feel about that one?
Well, I will tell you, I just spoke to a running back coach yesterday as part of my draft stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him, who are your favorite backs in free agency? And the two names he mentioned were Dowdle and Gainwell.
Nice.
So that I think he would be an impactful guy in their offense. His style, he would gain yardage, and they need that player somewhere, however you get him.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be, to me, an investment you could make. I know everyone's looking at guys like Kenneth Walker and saying go big, but if you're going to split carries, then Sean Payton has consistently said, I like two backs, I'm splitting carries. High-end free agency at running back is you may not get the value. It would be that sentence every game, so-and-so, making $25 million,
right.
got 12 carries,
right,
type of thing.
That would not be the case with Dowd. I mean, he'd be paid well, but I mean, nothing like that.
But no, that would be an investment. I think you would get production over investment in that, in him as a player. Again, this coach I spoke to is I've known him a long time. He's one of the best at evaluating backs on the market in the draft. And
nice.
He didn't even hesitate. He said Dowdle or Gainwell would be guys he would pursue.
It seems to me that this is one of the better running back free agency classes I've seen in a long time. I mean, if they want to spend money, they want to go top shelf, there's plenty of guys to do it on. And if they want to bargain hunt, there's bargain hunts to be had. Can you remember a class as good as this in a while?
It's good in a lot of ways. I think you're right, Tyler. The question I have is a lot of the guys at the top in the talent pool are older players. So it would be your analytics guys coming to you as the GM saying, here's where the benchmarks are. And a lot of the guys have had injury issues. Walker missed a lot of their offseason program last year with ankle and foot issues. He didn't have an issue during the season. So you'd have to weigh that. He missed 10 games in his first 3 years in the league because of injuries. So you got to weigh that. Now, he didn't miss anything. I think he was only on the injury report like 3 times last season. Kenneth Walker, I'm talking about. So I think at running back, they weigh injury history even heavier than they do at other positions, just because it's a factor. And with teams going to that don't sign a guy to the second deal analytics approach, I think a lot of in-house guys are going to fight against the go big at running back pay scale thing. But I think you're right. These are better names that have been out there in recent years. It's just, are people going to be willing to pay those better names? Because they've not proven they are. That's why a lot of these guys are back out there. A lot of them signed 1-year deals and are back out. Dobbins, 1-year deal. Najee Harris is in this free agent class. Walker's the Super Bowl MVP, and they're not going to tag him. So I think a lot of it's the position.
All right, last one for you, Jeff. We see that the Chiefs restructure Mahomes, gives them $40 million available cap space. Reasonably, with some restructuring, what could the Broncos get themselves to, and what do you expect them to be able to get to in terms of cap space?
Well, I think they're in a lot better position than a lot of teams are, just because they took their punishment, and I think they'll be able to do whatever they want.
Okay.
Honestly, I think that's just the easiest way to say it. Now, does that mean, the $200 million deal? No, but they can move around and do things however they want, because they've taken the important punishment, as it were. I mean, a team like the Chiefs, they're still not done to get under, to participate in free agency, even with this pretty big move, with I'm looking through my notes here, just because I just went over this the other day with a couple of GMs getting ready for the combine.
Yeah.
And dead money and all the rest of that, they're in good shape, coming into it.
I think that's important. They can do what they want.
They can do what they want.
Fine.
I mean, that's the easiest way for me to say it.
Yeah.
They're going to be middle of the pack, probably, in cap space, like probably 16.
But who cares? That's irrelevant.
Yeah.
As long as they can do whatever that's the most important thing. And that has not been the case the past 2 years. So
no, not at all. And that's why I'm intrigued to see, because, I thought the warning shots were already fired by Penner and George Payton at the end of the season, when they basically said, we're not just going to, throw the cash around just because we can. I think they're still going to be selective at this point, because I think they don't see themselves as get this one guy in free agency, and that's the difference. I think they see themselves on a little higher ground than that.
Jeff, when we talk to you next, it'll be at the combine. And we will
number 39.
Wow,
for Jeffy,
good for you, Jeff. That's awesome. And we will have the question at least asked of Sean Payton.
Oh yeah,
about the play calling. It'll by this time next week. That'll be out there. And
I'm actually intrigued to see how he's going to tackle it.
Yeah, me too.
Full disclosure, at one end of the spectrum, convoluted in the middle, and I'm not saying all the way at the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah, I'm going with convoluted.
I'll go with word salad too. I'll go there.
Yeah, I think if I had the bingo card, I'm looking at convoluted with a hint or two.
All right, and with that, we'll talk to you next week from the Combine in Indy. Thank you,
later,
Jeff.
fellas.
We'll see you. It's Jeff Legwall, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. A reminder, our keyword is swarm. 303-504-0925 to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. And we'll actually have a winner coming up in about 13 minutes or so you still got a little time. Plus an update from Hockey Raj as we're done with 2 U.S.-Sweden next.
There was traffic in front, but it was off to the side. I mean, that was a juicy rebound, good opportunity. Let's see if maybe these rebounds become a story.
Score! Jack Hughes with the bullet from just inside the line. The United States strikes first. Dylan Larkin got a piece of it. 1-0, Team USA.
Those are hockey highlights. We'll get a hockey update with Hockey Raj here in a second. If you missed the Avs Ticket Tuesday keyword, Nate and Andy will have another one in 35 minutes or so. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday on a Wednesday, and we're getting you into ball to see the Avs Wild next Thursday. Stay tuned for more keywords the rest of the day, and we'll announce our winner here in just a few minutes. Okay, Raj, second period action. We know the Team USA did take a 1-0 lead. What can you tell us about that period?
Second period was a little bit more American-controlled. Connor Hellebuyck had to make a grade A save early on to keep it 0-0, but off of a face-off, a bunch of Michigan kids figuring it out. Quinn Hughes, Jack Hughes, win the draw. Hughes walks to the middle, and then Dylan Larkin, who grew up playing hockey for Bell Tire in Detroit and is the captain for the Detroit Red Wings, tipped a puck to the blocker side of Markstrom, goes off the post and in. You're up 1-0. They're playing well, man. It's physical. It's tight checking. Like that is Stanley Cup playoff Game 7 hockey.
How's our guy Slavin doing?
Jacob Slavin's good. He's the term in hockey is like it's called sitting in the rocking chair. That type of defenseman where you're not really going to notice Jacob. And when I played with Jacob when we were 14, I felt that when we were kids, where you're like he's not going to do anything special, but he's always going to be the best player on the ice quietly. And he never gets beat around the outside. He's strong defensively in front of the net, and he can get a shot off without it being blocked more often than not. He's going to be a great defenseman from you. He's just not going to stand out like Kale does or Quinn Hughes does.
1-0. The U.S. approaches the third aggressively or defensively?
Aggressively. I don't think they sit back. I think they have to push for another one. I don't think this game ends 1-0.
Okay. We feeling good?
I'm feeling better.
Told you I was at a 5, boys. You guys are panicking over
My
there.
guy.
Yeah.
My guy.
How you feel about...
That's why he's a professional athlete, and I speak for a living.
Brady Tkachuk face-washing Gabe Landeskog?
I don't like that. Keep your hands off Gabe. Go after anyone else. Keep your hands off Gabe.
Gabe's not American.
He's not American.
I'm sorry. Like, today, you can do it.
I felt weird seeing that. I didn't like it.
Try it a little bit later. We got problems.
For a second...
today... I'm Team America.
I don't know. For today, I looked at it and I'm like, that's Brady Tkachuk on our guy Gabe Landeskog.
You can't pit two different-looking dudes against one another. It's Sloth from the Goonies and Adonis when those two mugs are next to each other.
Gabe really looks American because he's good-looking.
Well, the Swedes are pretty good-looking, too.
Well, not as good-looking as Americans.
There you go. TP's got it, man. This is the red, white, and blue blood that I need in my veins right now.
There's some not so good-looking guys on Team USA. I mean, let's just start with the Tkachuks.
That's what I was saying. It was Sloth versus Adonis.
Talk about the Hugheses, too. They ain't in poster
Jack's
boys.
a good-looking dude. Quinn's not. Jack's dating like...
Hellebuyck ain't one for memories.
I think Jack Hughes is dating some big pop star.
Who? Okay. Madonna.
Who's the big Canadian pop star? Tate McRae.
Oh,
I think he's dating Tate McRae.
Okay. Oh, Tate turned her back on Canada also.
I know.
Yeah.
You don't pull Tate McRae if you're looking like Quinn.
All right, so our projection is a win, and that means U.S. will face who and when?
They will face Slovakia in 1 day's time, right?
Friday.
On Friday. Oh, sorry, 2 days' time. They'll face Slovakia if the U.S. win, and the Canadians take on Team Finland. And then the winners move on.
And the gold medal match is a nice, juicy Mountain Time 6:10 a.m.
The only thing that sucks about this, 3-on-3 overtime. That's the rule.
You don't like it?
Even in the gold medal game.
No. No, gold medal's 5-on-5.
No, it's not.
Are you?
I guarantee it. It is not.
Are you sure?
It is 3-on-3 overtime at 10 minutes in the semifinal and the quarterfinal, and then it goes to a 5-man shootout, and then you can repeat players. Remember TJ Oshie all those years ago? In the gold medal game, it is not 5-on-5. It is continuous 20-minute 3-on-3 overtime with no.
In the gold medal game?
In the gold medal game.
Oh, I feel like that's wrong, but I don't know it well enough to.
Sidney Crosby's golden goal was not 5-on-5. It was 4-on-4. and that was 4-on-4 continuous.
Raj seems very, very confident
I know, but I could have
I think you're a fool to fight him on this.
All right.
I'm pretty confident on this. I've looked through a few
Oh,
websites.
your confidence just went down. I
right.
was feeling your confidence. Then you said you're pretty confident, and now I don't feel your confidence anymore.
I'm just going to read.
Where are you reading from?
Google. Where else?
But hold on. Is it the AI Google?
You immediately lost my confidence in you.
This is from NBC Olympics. I don't know. Let me just read it. I haven't even read it yet. In 2026 Winter Olympic gold medal hockey games, men's and women, if the score is tied after 60 minutes of regulation, teams play 20-minute 3-on-3 sudden death overtime period. You are correct, Rob.
Wow.
Doesn't that suck?
There's no shootout.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the difference.
Yep.
It's longer too. It's 20 minutes, not 10, and there is no shootout.
Correct. Isn't that a bit of a bummer? If you get Team USA in Canada and then it goes to 3-on-3 overtime and you go, what are we doing here?
Okay, so you're right. You're right. There is a difference though between the gold medal game and the other ones.
Correct. If Sweden and the US go to overtime in this game,
that is so stupid. By the way,
it's dumb.
That is dumb.
It's stupid
for a gold medal. That is stupid. Just put them out on the ice until they all die.
4-on-4 in 2010 was fun. That was an enjoyable game. That felt like real hockey when Crosby scored against the U.S. I would do 4-on-4 continuous and be fine with it. 3-on-3 is just too open and too weird. It's like playing freaking 7-on-7 football.
All right. Thank you, Raj.
Bye, guys.
Appreciate all the work. We got the whole third period to watch.
You're an excellent Olympic hockey watcher. Is that a denim shirt?
No, I think it just kind of looks
sure?
denim-ish.
Hey,
yeah.
Can we
I
put
think
the
it might be a denim shirt.
Dude, can we put the game on the big TV out here?
We sure can.
Come on, man.
I'll go figure that out. No,
all
it's some weird Eddie Bauer, like looks like denim but isn't.
Okay.
Congratulations.
I don't think I could pull off a denim shirt.
No.
Congratulations. Get out of here, will you? Just get it on the big TV. Just sit back. You have a pop. Have a cool pop.
I'll go get a CL smoothie.
Get a little US. Yeah, man. How about that?
You got like a lot of Bud Lights out there.
Yeah, let's just start drinking. What are we doing here?
It's America.
What am I talking about? Halfway through the week, let's get drunk. All right. Billy Woodward is our winner. That would be fun to have. I just got my bike here.
You know, you can get a DUI if you're drunk on a bike.
Yeah, I gotcha.
DMac face plants when he's not drunk.
Yeah, it's, I just walk home. Said my wife picked me up. USA! Hey, Billy Woodward is our winner. More keywords to come. What's for dinner tonight? Not Pibble. Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. I'm a little fired up to watch the end of this USA game, not going to lie. Have you caught any of the other... anything else from the Olympics that's caught your attention?
Watched a little figure skating last night.
Oh, I felt bad for the Tanya Harding too.
Did we talk about Michaela Shiffrin winning a gold?
We did not talk about
hold on.
that.
We're talking about Tanya Harding 2 first. What's her name? Something Allen. Brenda Allen.
Sure.
Gwen Allen. Something like that.
Josh Allen.
No, you don't know what we're talking about. You're not participating.
Don't you feel like we used to know all the figure skaters going into the Olympics?
She's the U.S. woman who puts on way too much makeup.
Okay.
I mean, it's fine to put on some makeup, but tell me you don't have Tanya Harding vibes watching this one. And she, Oh,
you were saying that because of the makeup?
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to figure out why you were calling her Tanya Harding.
Well, because she looks like there's too much makeup. It's like, kind of ridiculous.
Tanya Harding, that's a pretty aggressive one right there,
Yeah, well, she wore too much makeup. My list of figure skaters who wear too much makeup is limited. I got the one here from the U.S. and nobody knows her name.
That 17-year-old was having the time of her life. That's all I know.
From what country?
The one,
Japan?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she was good. Our U.S. woman, we had 3 of them. 2 of them did all right, and then the makeup girl she sow-cowed when she should have triple axled or something. And she kind of disappointed the world. Meanwhile, we finished 1-2, or I think 1-2 in monobob.
Oh, we got hosed in the big air.
Not really.
Yeah, we got hosed.
Not really. Well, they do combine scores.
Yeah, we got hosed. Came down to a Norwegian judge. You can't trust a Norwegian.
I know what you're talking about because the dude from the U.S. pulled off a trick he had never practiced before, which is
that
wild.
Nobody had ever done before.
He got a 98.5, but he was in second place going into the jump, and then the next guy was amazing, Torsted from Norway, and his score just...
shocker, the Norwegian judge.
Well, but they don't do single jumps. They do the best 2 out of 3. It's just how they do the sport. So you're upset on how they do the sport?
No, but I thought it came down to how that Norwegian judge judged him, and had he given the same grade as everybody else, then he would have won.
Oh, if he lower scored his Norwegian countrymen.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, it was all unbelievable. That was a crazy, exciting competition. Men's big air. That was nuts. Yeah, that was a good one. Curling there's too much of the... Hi, Andy, by the way. Good to see you.
Hi.
You watching the Olympics at all or not?
Watch more than I thought I would, honestly.
What are you watching?
Curling.
Curling, I feel like every time I turn it on, curling.
It's too much curling, and I don't know how anybody can watch it for more than 5 minutes.
If you're not, I mean, like last night, what else is on? Not much. My wife and daughter are totally into the skating, so I couldn't turn the skating on because they were waiting.
Who's the Tanya Harding too? The too much makeup
the Amber girl.
Amber Glenn.
First off, you've never been near a skater. Let me tell you, they all wear too much makeup. That's just part of it. It's show makeup.
Huh?
What are you saying about it? She would admit it. That's the only time she puts fake eyelashes on her for those performances.
So wait, Amber Glenn's not wearing too much makeup because it looks ridiculous.
It's what they do so that you can pick it up on TV. Have you ever got hugged by one of the damn cheerleaders where you get half of the paint on your face too?
You think I've been hugged by a cheerleader?
Well, I just, I was trying to be nice. No, anybody that's on the TV, that's what they do to help the look of go. You ever high five one of your fellow anchors after one of those TV segments? They got a lot on too.
So did Amber Glenn choke?
I don't know. I haven't even watched it. I don't care. My daughter and wife watch it.
I'm trying to take it seriously because of your daughter and your wife.
No, you don't have to. They know.
So in the Olympics,
I've not watched a minute of it with them.
When you practice things 10 million times, it's the same things you got to practice. It's 7 elements. I'm getting it, short program, and you just can't pull one of them off till you choke. Is it considered a choke?
I guess. Here's what I think is amazing.
Or is it like the twisties, like Simone Biles, and you're instantly forgiven for whatever mistakes you made, and you shouldn't be criticized, period?
No, I don't. Look, here's what I think is amazing about skating, okay? Because my daughter and wife still compete in a team thing, right?
Okay, I'm listening.
And they will spend, they've been practicing since, I want to say, August. They have tryouts in late July. They go over August. I tried to talk. Remember Kate Becker? Kate Becker, right? Becker?
Kim Becker?
Kim Becker, yeah. I didn't work a lot with her.
I
knew that was the center, right?
Skater.
And she's not even Becker anymore. The one name I got right is not even her name anymore, right? She was a skater. I was trying to get her to go join this team because they needed a stronger skater. Anyway, they practice. I couldn't do this, okay? I played lacrosse. We got a couple, every 3 practices, game. We'd play a couple games a week. Now, indoor, they play once a week. I need to play. They practice ad nauseum for 3 competitions. I don't know how many times these girls have competed. I don't know, man.
Thousands of hours.
Yeah.
It's 7 tricks you got to figure out.
Yeah, it's why I could never be an Olympian, man. You have a bad swimmer. We talked about it with Amy Van Dyken all the time. Every one of us knows Amy Van Dyken. I think we probably all done shows or something with her.
Yeah.
She would tell me about one bad swim and you waited 4 years for your shot and be like, dude, that's soul crushing. Are you kidding me? At least in the sports we all like to play, there's a game again in a week or whatever. All right? You got to wait 4 years to try it again.
Haven't you noticed that you're not allowed to critique Olympic athletes when they fail?
I don't think we care enough, if you want me to be honest with you.
All right,
I don't think we care.
So
right?
why criticize some sport you don't care about?
I will tell you this.
That's actually pretty...
Listen, whether people want to hear it or not, what gets the most criticism in this town? The Broncos.
Obviously.
Because it is the heartbeat of the sports city a lot of the times.
Yeah.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The Avs get a little bit of it, but again, the Avs have a very ardent following that we hear from the text line, don't say this, don't say that. I mean, I think when it comes to the Olympics, a lot of us don't understand what we're watching. I've been watching the bobsled, I've been watching the speed skating, but I don't get what they're doing. I'm still trying to figure out the curling. And again, last night, it was either, and just so you know,
do you know how many curling matches we've all watched and none of us still really understand the game?
I get it. It's kind of even last night I was watching that game. And look, I found it entertaining for the curling folks out there. I'm not knocking. I guess I'd give it a try if I had a free Sunday and wanted something to do.
I'll definitely do it with you, by the way.
Yeah,
There's one off six.
We'll all
Let's
go suck at a game.
Let's go.
But I thought it was funny last night because they're so intense. Who was it? Like U.S., Sweden, or no? It was Italy because they were facing the home country and everyone's cheering for Italy.
Yeah.
And our guys just sucked. They just sucked. Like, they were like, oh, he left it short. Oh, he's not going to do this. Oh, they're going to get 2 points. I didn't even know who won, but I assume Italy won because when I finally left it to go watch, you want to know I'm most psyched about the Olympics?
What's that?
I've gotten back into the first season of True Detective. And
there you go.
I watched 6 episodes last night after the curling. I got to get these other 2 in because now I can't remember. I think when I started watching last time, after they caught him, it's been out forever, folks. After the guy gets his face blown off, I thought that was the end, and I forgot to watch the rest of it because I'm like, hey, what's all this other stuff going on?
Now, does that match the concept of double touching the hog line?
Oh, I saw that where they're cussing at each other.
Yeah,
Where he gave it the little
can't trust the
little
Canuck.
For lack of a better term, little finger tickle on the chin as he let it go.
Finger tickle
I
that
saved
thing on
it.
the way out.
I saved
no,
it.
sir.
I saved it.
I love
it. You know what the best part about that whole story
yeah.
was? Is that guy was like apparently a notorious cheater that they set up.
Canadian guy?
Yeah, they set up a special camera
just for him?
Just to catch him. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't normally have it on the hog line.
Right.
They get a hog line.
They should
didn't
have
know it was the hog line. I've been watching matches
they
for,
should
what,
have
3
the
days?
hog line shot.
Yeah.
What I love about being a sports fan, as we all are, is this, even if we don't know anything about it, once we find out about something, we embrace the terminology as if we've known it forever.
Why is it the hog line? Do we know?
Because it's the hog line. I mean, what kind of question
Where
is
does
that?
a hog come in on ice, though?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Why are we calling it a hog line?
I could get it if we were outside and it was like born at a farm or something, but I mean, dude.
I thought the ski jumpers were known for the hogs.
Why is it, Nate, why is it called the blue line?
Because it's blue in color.
Okay, that makes
Was there
way
a blue
more
line on the
sense.
pond one day? You know?
All right, it's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Your pucker factor here with Team USA is what right now? They're up.
Dude,
They're
I'm so torn. I kind of was like, because look, had Canada lost?
Were you rooting for Czechia or for Switzerland?
Well, I don't know. We can't win. We can't win because Marty Natchez still would have been there. I'm rooting for our guys to get the hell home. That's especially after Sid twisted his knee and now they don't quite know what's going on.
Oh, is
I
that
don't
what
want
it
any of
is?
that.
It's a knee injury?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He had to limp off. They
I
showed
saw
a
that.
highlight before the USA game where they're like, he got his knee caught and he went down and Tyler got another foam fine. That's a foam fine right there.
Right there.
It's a buck a day.
Put it in the jar.
You know what? I didn't ask for this thing.
Don't care.
Right?
No,
Don't care.
okay.
Every day, Mike Sanford does the same thing to me, and I've never once
Okay.
said a word to
Phone
Mike
fine.
Sanford. You know what I
Well,
do?
then fight him.
When Mike walks out,
Dollar
I
in the
take
jar.
this little
I
phone
like it.
and I put his red one over there,
Sure.
and then I grab my blue one.
Well, then,
okay?
hey,
so
you know
can
what?
take my blue
Listen.
little foam and you can put it in the box where it belongs.
Dollar in the
I
jar.
didn't ask for the box or the foam.
You now can get your money from Sanford and pay me.
These foams are here because of you two germaphobes, all right?
No, they're not. You want to know why? Because, again, the golden child got sick. Now we all gonna have phones.
Exactly.
We went 5 years, but the minute DMac got sick, now we all gonna have
I'm
phones.
sitting over here getting collateral damage on this.
You're catching strays.
Yeah, why am I
Hey, you know
catching
what you are?
strays?
You're curling.
What am I?
Also,
You're Amber, what's her name?
Give you an Amber Alert.
we as a show, we've had our own
We've
foam.
had it for a while.
You had your own foam?
Well,
we're
because
we're long time foam users.
Yeah, because those foams have really helped out you two. You guys are the two biggest germaphobes, and you're by far the most sick human beings on this entire station.
Take a look at that
How
mic.
those foam things working out for you?
Guys.
Take a look at that mic.
Huh?
Look at the mic. Look at what you're talking into. Don't
mic's
tell me
pretty
you want to
gross.
look and talk into that.
I've never looked at it before, and I wish you didn't tell me to look at it.
Now you want the phone.
Because now that thing's pretty gross.
See, to me, it's an odor issue more than the illness.
That's because you got Brett Kane.
Hold on.
the
Well,
odor.
we got everybody
you
over
smell
here.
the microphone?
There's no relief over on this one.
Have
There's
you?
a lot of spitters at that one.
This gets
Yeah,
everybody.
Why don't you go ahead and smell that thing?
Yeah, I mean, you
No,
get.
no.
It's that Mark Moser spittle all over
Now,
that
that's
thing.
Moser's there.
Moser and Scotty are here.
Well, guess what? Moshes even gets on that one. That's how gross he is. The little particles of 7-Eleven burritos that fly over the monitor and on the microphone.
By the way, the blame for sickness, you start at whoever has the youngest child and you work your way up. And
well, that's not even me anymore.
It is not you anymore.
Yeah, it is Brett Kane.
Oh, it is Brett. I was thinking it was Raj, but it's Brett. You're right.
Yeah.
No, Brett. Raj has showed up post-apocalypse here that we're dealing with. Raj's kid wasn't around for the 28 days later episode we've all been living in since November.
Correct. You go from there.
You know how many people went to 28 days later thinking it was the Sandra Bullock movie, only to find out There ain't no Sandra Bullock in this movie.
How many
zombies ripping faces off?
How many of those movies are they up to now? They're
Well,
up there on like
they
the
put out
the
two
fourth
new ones.
There's two new ones.
Yeah, they
together.
Well, I think they were made at the same time or something. I actually went and saw the first one.
Was it good?
The first new one.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, not particularly.
Right. Yeah.
And
Well,
I
there you go.
remember liking the original.
But it had like zombies and blood and stuff, right?
Yeah, that's
yeah.
a tune too.
Yeah.
You're not
Yeah.
going in for a great script
They're,
when you're going
they're
to see
living on
that
some
movie.
French island or something.
Okay.
You know?
It sounds lovely.
It's like going to Star Wars and expecting to get the story better.
With
Nah, it's
zombies.
the same story. This group of magicians, and a bunch of droids.
Speaking of hogs, there's a lot of hogs in it, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Giant hogs.
Zombie hogs?
Yes, big zombie hogs.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I got to know from everybody now, because you bring up hogs, which strikes. What's the most uncomfortable movie scene you've ever seen? The one that, like, you almost.
Have you seen the new Game of Thrones?
No. Although I did, because
big
of you.
hog in that one too.
Before I settled on curling, I did stop by Game of Thrones and watch their little joust thing last night. And like, I don't get what's going on. So that's when I found the curling. But I thought of you. The new one. Did you see that last
Tyler
night?
turned me on. I haven't seen. Like, I saw the first 4 episodes. Are there more episodes out?
Of
that
I think
one?
So, yeah.
There are 2 guys bludgeoning each other last night. Is all. I don't know
Oh,
who
I
won
missed
or
that.
who lost.
I gotta catch up on that. I'm
always
into
think
bludgeoning.
of the Hannibal movie.
Yeah.
Between the hogs eating the dude and Ray Liotta eating his own brain.
All right. Good topic, Andy.
Listen, we really need the NBA and NHL back, because I
What
told
are we
you,
doing?
I am not watching enough Olympics for this to carry
Can
me.
I tell you the most viscerally disgusting movie scene I've ever seen?
Please.
This one is stuck in my brain forever.
Don't hold back.
DMac's really excited.
Did you guys see 127 Hours?
Yes.
With Franco
Aaron Ralston.
as Aaron Ralston?
Yeah. Crazy story.
The scene where, he's so
cut the nerve.
dehydrated.
Yeah.
It wasn't even that one.
Yeah.
The one that got me, he's so dehydrated, he's got, like his hydration pack, his Camelback or whatever,
Yeah.
and he pees into
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
and
yeah.
then he drinks it.
Yep.
But the way that they shot it was like the camera was inside the straw. So you see the yellow liquid coming directly toward you, the viewer.
Yeah, didn't need that
as
angle.
you're watching
Don't
it.
need that.
And I recall, like, I wanted out of my own skin.
Dude.
In that moment, I was like, I want to leave the movie. I want nothing to do with this.
The first time I saw that
Mhm.
way of hydrating yourself, I was on a CU flight, and Bear Grylls did it in a whatever his show was on Discovery.
That would be completely unnecessary. There's no way.
I was like, bro, I ain't surviving. You got a camera crew there. You know what I'm doing?
Yeah, hey, camera
Tap
guy.
out. Let's go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm out of water. Turned out it was hotter than I thought. I'm getting out of here.
I saw
I'm
that
not
episode.
resorting to this.
When Bear Grylls resorted to that, knowing there's a camera
Did you see
crew,
that
I
episode?
saw the exact episode. I was like, you've been out for like 6 hours. How thirsty could you be?
I think I yelled, "Oh God!" on the middle of the plane, and half the players woke up. The coach, I think it was a Hawkins
You're
flight. too. Hawkins,
clearly
what's that guy's problem?
You're clearly doing this, Bear, just to do it.
Yeah, I didn't need to see this. You didn't need to do this.
No.
You have a camera guy with you who's probably housing an Aquafina right now, and you're resorting to this. What are we doing?
So Team USA.
Yeah, how about that?
In
Do
the
we know,
hockey
are they
game.
still up 1-0?
Was it 1-0 last we checked?
Yeah, I think it is. Well, they probably
Home fight.
started the third.
Okay. How's Brock Nelson doing? Is he good?
He seems to have
Dude, Nelson
disappeared.
and Andy got locked up a little bit there for a minute.
Did they really?
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
McAvoy laid out
Well, how
Landy.
about this? There's 11 teammates that are facing off against each other at this stage.
Dude, Landeskog was out there. I mean, I only watched the first period, and then I drove down here. Landeskog was kicking ass out there.
Yeah, he was.
My God, man,
Better.
that was that dude. When Peter McNabb one time, like when he like cornered me in the press box and explained to me, you don't understand how good Gabe Landeskog is at hockey, and just went on and on to me about the two-way, 200-foot talent that this guy is and everything that he did. It was one of those moments where it was like, you know what? Like, I can watch Nathan McKinnon and be like, well, that guy's just faster and more skilled than everybody. But Peter McNabb was just like, listen, dummy, this is how this sport actually works.
Well, the drama was pretty real today. I mean, Finland's down 2-0. They pulled their goalie and
came all the way
equalized
back.
it. Came back, and Lecky won it in OT.
Who won it? Good old Artur Lekkinen.
Then you got Canada.
Heard of him?
Yeah.
You got Canada down by a goal with 3 minutes to go. Taves
Hey.
Shoots it, gets deflected by Marner.
Mitch Marner, yeah.
And then they win in overtime.
But see, hey, do you know what was crazy? When we all saw the Czechs go-ahead goal, thanks to DMac's phone, because we're all good company men and we were at the meeting. Did you see the controversy on what would have happened?
Yes.
I didn't know that. There were 6 guys. We're not talking 6th guy near the bench area like it's called. There were 6 guys on the ice, and they didn't catch it. They scored with literally 6 dudes playing hockey.
That's not okay.
And then they
That's
pointed
unreal.
out that when it was done, 6 dudes went to the hug pile for the goal. And the ref somehow didn't catch it at all.
That's crazy.
At all.
It's too many dudes in a single hug.
Yeah. Hey, once you got
Unbelievable.
6, now it's illegal.
By the way,
now it's up.
U.S. 10 minutes to go in the third. They're up 1-0.
So
10 minutes.
we're at this meeting today, right? And it was great. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. What was your favorite part?
And it's
Go ahead.
I like
Stout does that all the time. Go ahead.
I like when they talked about how good a job I do, and how I've been here
You
for
got
a
a
long
plug.
time. I did.
You got
I
it.
did.
You got a
That
shout
was
out.
a good job. All I heard was you were here.
I heard the part about where I was the most valuable employee for the last decade, and that everybody should model their productivity.
You went into the room at a hallucination.
Okay.
and came
Apparently,
back
you're
out.
the only candidate for. He's the only candidate for Decade Employee of the
Employee
Year.
of the Decade.
Employee of the decade.
Employee
That's
of the
me.
decade.
I get a jacket for that.
Yeah.
So during that meeting, and it was great. And again, they honored me. And
I
it
was gonna boo you, by the way.
It was kind
Should've
of
done it.
embarrassing, like how over the top it was. But it's okay. It's guys. I appreciate everything I've done for the company. And as it's all going on, though, so a member of our sales staff, okay, they had the game on a monitor on their desk in the office that was directly behind whomever was speaking at the meeting.
Okay.
Except halfway through the meeting, like a big menu box popped up in the middle of the screen, and so I texted said individual, and I was like, "You go get the damn menu off your screen. I'm doing something here," and he wouldn't do it. He didn't want to get up in the middle of the meeting and turn it off so that I could view it. I'm trying to work while I'm at work in a meeting, and I felt as though I was disrespected.
Meanwhile, I was watching DMac. I was like, DMac's got a game on his phone.
But watch it on the 5-inch screen.
But I felt
But this
bad.
was on a full size computer monitor.
yeah.
So it was a great until the little menu box.
Did you
popped
see
up.
me? We're in the middle of the HR part of things, which is probably pretty important. And I'm trying to get a little. I couldn't see his score. I'm like, I know there's a goal. Let me nudge on up to DMac's phone and make it obvious. I am not listening. What's that score?
I'll tell you this, Peacock. You can complain about whatever you want, but if you got the Peacock, man,
Pretty good.
It's pretty insane.
DirecTV has the old split screen going on.
that's nice,
Peacock
too.
has the goal zone. They have
Yeah, the goal
4
zone.
things on at the same time.
Yeah, that's always
Except-
fun too.
It's been weird this year. A lot of times I've only got one of the screens filled up. Whole lot of not a lot of stuff going on at the same time right now.
Last little question. Would you prefer to watch it in real time, whether you miss it or not, it's happening, whatever? Or do you like Tirico Tingle time, where you're just
Nah.
going to get the edited version of whatever?
I go to USA, so I'm not dealing with him yapping over
I've
everything.
enjoyed all of it. There have been some events where it was like the other day we were out all day. I didn't see a second of it. We watched Olympic primetime. It was all fresh to me.
It is pretty. It is pretty good, yeah, because they just get to it.
Yeah.
And it's not like highlights, like you see, like it is as an event.
They cut out the nonsense.
But I don't need to see. By the way, I did watch men's slalom because 50% of the men fell on slalom
No way.
run.
Was that
one,
the day of like the
snow?
blizzard?
Yeah, so it was
where
hysterical.
the ski jumpers were
But there
trying
were
to-
literally 96 skiers in the first run of the slalom run. There's guys from Equatorial Guinea. There was a dude from Haiti.
Who were the only guys
there's a guy
that
from
even
Saudi,
tried,
There's a guy
so
from
they qualified?
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. You know what those guys are? They're the dodgeball team, the average Joes that just showed up, eat the Girl Scouts, and now they're here.
I actually think I think they're really, really rich people
Yes.
Oh,
that
okay.
just sort of pay to be Olympians. Like that's sort
Go
of
to their
they've-
companies, countries IOC.
Well, the
or
guys from Saudi Arabia doing slalom skiing. You think that's a poor family or a wealthy family?
He's been on ski vacations before.
He actually lives in the Swiss Alps.
Yeah.
Well, they do a stunning amount of training inside now, which was like
That they do, actually.
shocking to me.
But did he win? How good did he do it?
No, it's
Did
like
he even qualify? But that's my point. You're inside
Andy.
training. Ooh, you're inside training.
Andy. It looks like Make-A-Wish skiing with these guys out there.
Are they out there doing pizza and French fries
I mean,
in the slalom?
there were a couple dudes. I was like, I could do that.
So it's the Boulder guys finishing a half hour after everybody really got done?
Kind of like that. And you kind of think, like, how are they even allowed to even be on the same courses?
So
with these
they're up
good
at the
guys?
top, and
Yeah,
they're
I gotta
like,
know.
"This is steep, man. Can I get a green circle?"
Hey, I didn't sign up for this. This ain't a. It's a double black diamond. Go. No. If you could rich guy buy your way into an event, what would it be?
A rich guy by I'd be GS. I wouldn't want to do slalom, but if I could do GS, like giant slalom to me is something I could possibly do. If I could be rich guy by myself in the Olympics, it would be giant, not super cheap because that's too close to the downhill. But GS is manageable. That's what I do.
Biathlon. I want to shoot a gun and cross country ski.
I kind of wanted to do bobsled. Then did you see Colin? Was it
Colin Jost?
Colin Jost
Oh, he was
do that
terrified
thing
for
and he
his life.
screamed the whole way down.
I have
Terrified.
no
rocked
no
around the
interest in
bobsled.
that at all. Do you see there's an event Skimo coming up? Do you know what Skimo is?
Skimo is nuts.
Sounds like a cold emo concert. What the hell is Skimo?
So Skimo it's ski mountaineering.
Yes.
So it's you skin up.
Yeah.
So like you wear skis and you
Is
put
that
the
where they're
skins on
running
the
on the
bottom.
things?
So yes,
Well,
so you skin
climb uphill. On
skin
skis.
up, ski down, take your skis off, run up.
Oh no.
Ski back down.
No.
It's just like, who is the most insane endurance athlete you've ever known? That's the only way you can do this sport. It's not even necessarily about being a good skier. You just got to be able to get back to the bottom.
It's a crazy endurance sport. There's actually an event at Breckenridge called the Imperial Challenge. I've done it 3 times. You bike up to the base of Peak 8, you climb up the hill, and then you ski down, which is essentially
That's
what
fun.
it is. It is one hell of a challenge, man. I'll tell you that. And I've been lucky to do it a couple of times. But they've made this into an Olympic sport, which is wild to me. So it's just about watching guys walk uphill and then ski down the hill.
See, what I typically do is like first run in the morning when you pass the people that are skinning their way up that have been going since 3:30 in the morning or whatever, like way before the lifts open.
Yeah.
And then you just make sure you yell by as you go by. I'm just like, hey, it's a lot more fun this way.
And there are people. Are you aware you're on the mountains? You see this?
No, man. I'm trying. Again, this is one of those sports. Who came up with this? Oh, I can't go fast. Well, I can race you up that mountain.
Well, now I bring it up because it would be better if they had guns, though, because it's essentially
now you want a shooting element.
Well, because this sport comes from the military training in the Alps for World War II. This is what they used to do.
That's
how
what
they
biathlon came from. Yeah,
correct. Used to train to ski uphill and shoot Nazis.
Well, then you know what I need? I need that to be 6-shooter, Western style. Little pop-up thing.
Hey, guys, it's time for another keyword for tickets to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. Text Collins to 303-504-0925. That's Collins, as in Collins.
Is that like Phil?
Yes, and Tom. To 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword for this hour is Collins, Collins. Good luck. Ticket Tuesday on a Wednesday. Your keyword is Collins, Collins. Text Collins to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. This is for tickets for Colorado and Minnesota next Thursday. It's all brought to you by Papa Murphy's. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you are ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are thrilled to be back with you here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon in Denver, Colorado. Andy, sad news. The great Doug Moe passed away. We got the news that Doug Moe passed away yesterday, age of 87. Legendary Denver Nuggets head coach, second winningest coach in the history of the franchise. Michael Malone surpassing him late in his Nuggets tenure. Earlier today, the horse Dan Issel appeared on with the morning fellas. And Dan Issel, who played for Doug Moe, was one of the Nuggets greats, obviously, during Doug Moe's era in the 80s. Why Doug Moe was so unique, why he was so different, why the way that he coached basketball was completely and totally his own.
Because he was lazy.
Wow.
He was, Vic, as you know, he was the most laid back coach, not only that I played for, but maybe in the history of the NBA. He didn't worry much about scouting reports or watching film. He was concerned with how we played, and he thought that if we played up to par, then we had a pretty good chance of winning.
That was the way Doug coached basketball, man. He wanted the ball popping, he wanted the ball moving, and he felt as though if his guys played at the pace that they needed to play at, the kind of basketball that they played with the scorers that they had, and especially when they got teams into Denver playing at altitude, that they could run teams off the floor and they could win basketball games like that. The information age that we live in today, Andy, it wouldn't have been for Doug Moe.
No, it wouldn't have. But again, and listen, I'm not saying all the guys are carbon copies of this, but run and gun, get up and down the floor. Wasn't that just kind of the North Carolina Dean Smith philosophy that they all had, right? Larry Brown had some of it. George Karl had some of it. Doug Moe certainly had some of it.
Yes. Doug didn't care about defense.
No. Not to the point of who was the guy that Paul Westhead that stayed here for a while. Not to that point. He wanted a little bit, but yeah, man, it was get up and down. Look, the leagues were a different time. Where would you say? I'd be curious to know when, and this would be a better question, I guess, for Scotty. When did the watching tape come into play? When did they really start grinding in and scouting opponents and doing? Because again, I've told the story before. I'll just tell it in quick form again right now. When I got to go out with CU to the NCAA tournament in 2012, it would have been, because we were also watching. We were on Peyton Manning watch while the Buffs were out there. And Tad let me, Mark Johnson sits in on every video session, and Tad was specific, and they're watching video and this, that, the other. And then you go and watch and implement them at practice. They had 3-point shooters, and I just was like, man, I never knew this much went into it,
Oh, yeah.
When do you think that became, I guess, clearly from what Issel's saying, that was still something that started during Doug's time as a head coach?
Very, I think technology has improved everything, like the availability of everything. Like, think about it back then, Andy. Like, back then, teams they would like mail each other videotapes and things like it was always slow and it was always behind. So, you coached reputationally, I think, a lot, but also you got to remember back then, like pre-free agency, the teams were kind of, they weren't different year to year.
You're right.
So you kind of knew who the guys were that you were going up against. This is who we need to game plan against, all those kind of things. Like, yeah, the amount of different schools of thought, the small details that could be picked out. Yeah, I think it was coming of age at that time, but nothing like it is today.
Man, you really took me back there, because I haven't thought about that in I don't know how long, 20 plus years, that's for sure.
Yeah.
A time when, and there's probably a lot listening that never even witnessed this time, where you know what your team was? Your team was the same for about 8 to 10 years. Because unless you made trades or you drafted well, you were not there. I guess when a guy got released, he'd become a free agent. But, It wasn't free agency like we're about to embark on here in 3 weeks' time or anything like that.
Again,
your team was locked in for quite a while, and if you sucked at drafting, you stunk. By the way, we've got a 1-1 game in hockey.
Hey, Team Sweden scoring to send it to OT. Way to go, Gabe! Way to go, Team Sweden. All right. You're so miserable about Olympic hockey.
I am, because every team left has got one of my guys. I want them all to come the heck home and be healthy. The Crosby thing's like the worst nightmare, and I don't know how serious the injury is, but
sure.
He limped off the ice. He didn't play the rest of the game. It's the last thing you want happening.
I mean, McKinnon got a forearm to the head against France.
Yeah, not great. I mean, look, every one of these games is going to get – I know that it's not been completely physical up to this point, but now it's about to. Don't tell me the gold medal game is going to have some sauce no matter who's playing in it.
Yeah. Sounds awesome to me.
Yeah,
high leverage, meaningful hockey in February. This is great. I've really enjoyed the Olympic hockey tournament so far.
Don't screw up my high leverage, meaningful hockey in April is all I'm saying.
82-83, Andy. 82-83. Did you realize Alex English and Kiki Vandeweghe were the two leading scorers in the NBA, both of the Denver Nuggets?
How about that?
How about that's goes to show you just how much Doug Moe's teams were just running and gunning up the floor and getting buckets, moving the ball and scoring. You know, this was pre-Mike D'Antoni, 7 seconds or less. It was time to go and score. Dan Issel this morning talked more about Doug Moe and sort of Doug Moe's temperament, so to speak. Doug Moe had an infamous basketball potty mouth, and yet not the kind of guy that held grudges after a game.
You know what? It works because of Doug's attitude. It was literally like flipping a switch. As I said, he was very laid back, and when the ball was tossed up to start the game, he went nuts, and he'd rant and rave and run up and down the sidelines. And then you say, curse at players. Of course, some players he didn't curse at, but some players like Hanslick he cursed at all the time. And as soon as the game was over, the switch went off. And I've said before, he could call you every name in the book, and then as soon as the game was over, go out to dinner with you.
It was a different time. I think they were probably used to being called every name in the book, getting to that point as it was.
I
don't know how that would go over today.
You know, the generations that, came out of that were raised by people that had been in World War II, in Korea, in Vietnam. When you came from that world, there just wasn't the softer edges that we generally tend to handle these things with today. And yeah, I think it was a generation, again, that was better, to your point, Andy, of brushing it all off. But, that's, again, think about what Dan Issel just said right there. Doug Moe could curse you up and down during a game, and then afterwards, well, you're still his buddy.
Yeah.
You're still going to go to dinner afterwards.
You know what I learned? You know what? I'll give you just an example from my own life. Because people hear us talk all the time. Matter of fact, we're going to do a podcast tonight. Check it out. It'll be hot mic. But Scotty, Scott Hastings is a little bit of what you described. And when we were trying to get a show together, nothing was nice. I've told the story famously one time where I went through 20 minutes of pitching ideas to him. He goes, well, those all suck. Why don't you call me in a couple hours and we'll try to put a show together. But when and I think this is probably Doug Moe with his players, when they're coming from a place of love, when the intentions are still good, when they're still on your side and they'll have your back to management or whatever, because Scotty put up with a young guy trying to figure it out in this business, and he never let anybody say anything bad about me in the building. When someone's got your back, I'll put up with what sounds very cruel to the outside that aren't on the inside of the relationship. And a lot of the stuff in the 80s and 90s was that way. You want to know why nobody batted an eye really at Doug Moe when you hear these stories? Because Doug Moe coached in an era of Bobby Knight, who was throwing chairs and physically assaulting people and doing stuff that never would be allowed today and was barely allowed even in that rougher time.
And by the way, for the record, it should not have been allowed back then.
No, and I think people knew it. It just got, again, when the winning stops, that's really.
And it becomes problematic.
Kind of like the Michigan thing. Oh, this inappropriate relationship.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, Michigan? Wasn't that the one where the guy got popped, the head coach?
Inappropriate. I mean, Michigan was for paying the Fab Five.
No, I mean, just this past offseason, the coach got gassed because they found out about all the The
Do you mean
because they quit winning? Now the behavior is no longer acceptable.
Do you mean Mel Tucker at Michigan State?
No, they're literally. Was there not just someone that had the inappropriate relationship and he lost his It was
Sharon Moore.
Sharon Moore.
Oh yeah. There it is.
Well,
Yes.
Hey man, that was 6 months ago.
I'm sitting here and I'm like, wait,
I know.
one?
Sorry, I jumped too many decades on you there. All I'm saying is when the winning stops, then all of a sudden Bobby Knight's act wasn't so funny in Indiana anymore.
Speaking of that, did you see Tony Clark get to leave the Major League Baseball Players Association?
Now hold on. Did we find out? Because someone put out a great question to Jeff Passan.
Yeah.
Was it his brother's wife or his wife's
sister?
Sister, yeah.
On the sister-in-law
yeah.
thing.
How did we get to the sister-in-law? Because neither is great. But
No.
man, if it's your brother's wife, isn't that just one notch up on the ladder?
The issue was that she worked for him. That was the biggest issue there. That's why it was so problematic. Also, this is one of those things, though, like, as soon as I read this story, you know me, Andy, I tend to side-eye things like this a little bit. This was one where it was like, oh, you guys just wanted to get rid of Tony Clark. Like, this is, and again, this is my galaxy brain way of looking at it. This was probably an extremely poorly kept secret that when it became push comes to shove and we're headed for a lockout next year and we want new union leadership, it suddenly became a problem. That's my guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now was there, man, I've been reading the headlines. I thought there was an inappropriate relationship. Is the only inappropriate?
There was. Yes, there was an inappropriate relationship with a subordinate who happened to be his sister-in-law.
Okay.
But again, when you
all the MLBPA cares about is let's get him out of here.
That's again like the 8-member executive committee meets. They get shown the text messages, and in the most consequential year, arguably in the history of Major League Baseball labor negotiations, suddenly the union head is out. Going into that year.
Which means they don't like how you're repping us.
Yes, which, he was also getting investigated for some alleged fraudulent charity dealings and everything else like that. Again, none of this was new stuff. So my guess is when it became time, it was like, all right, we need to weaponize what we got to weaponize because this guy ain't stepping down.
Because Nate's basically saying, why now?
Exactly.
So, why the time?
Exactly. That's it. These are the kind of questions that I asked in situations like this.
And we've learned with Albert the Pug, don't question Nate's gut.
Don't question my side eye. All right?
He called it. The guy had to admit to it. All I know is Nate Kreckman was the first guy to question, did you fake your dog's kidnapping? And we found out later he did.
Phony.
Maybe because of Nate's questioning. The world heard Nate Kreckman go, hey, I got it. I ain't buying it, influencer.
Phony
and now
dog
he's making
napping.
apologies on his account.
Yeah. It's Andy, there's a real sliding scale in the world for when we care about whether or not a dude is a skis. Okay? I don't know if anyone's been watching the news lately or not, but this just, again, all feels pretty convenient to me. Mm-hmm.
Well, it conveniently is not going to get us not a lockout. It doesn't.
Oh,
feel
we're getting a lockout.
There, Doug. Enjoy baseball in 2026,
yeah,
folks.
because
this feels as inevitable as what was it, 94, where we had the lockout.
Did you see the report? Kyle Freeland's the new. He's the new head of he's the new Players Association
Kevin
rep
Freeland?
for the Rockies. Yeah. Kevin Freeland's out there, and he claims, it's nothing awkward between me and Dick Monfort. Really?
Yeah.
I think it's going to get a little awkward this year, Kyle.
May not be yet. Wait till you're in that clubhouse.
Exactly.
And he's coming down to talk to you directly like you're the lead negotiator.
We got to talk about this Chris Bryant stuff
we do.
today on the show.
Magical time in Rockies land.
USA just won, by the way.
Hey, way to go, USA. We got a golden goal. Who scored it?
They're celebrating. I missed it. I saw a sad Landeskog that just showed sad Landeskog.
I don't like Sadeskog. That's no good.
Yeah.
No, I don't care for that. No.
Connor Hellebuck, goalie goal. No,
yeah. Team USA victorious. Some sad Swedes out there.
It's like
Hughes.
Jack Hughes.
Quinn Hughes.
Or is that Quinn? Quinn Hughes.
Yeah, one of the Hughes scored.
43. I don't know what's
got to be Quinn.
Yeah, there's multiple Hughes on the team. Yeah, hard to say which one, but a Hughes scored.
Nice.
And
a Hughes goal.
A Hughes goal.
To move you on to the semis.
And Team USA advances.
Aren't they playing Canada now? Great job seeding that one,
They
boys.
reseed now.
They reseed.
So I'm going to say no. I imagine USA, Canada are the 1 and the 2, right?
Okay, I don't know.
So they got
I saw
Finland coming up next?
Either Finland or Slovakia.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Either way, it's either Marty Party or Lecky.
Sad Swedes.
No, not Slovakia.
Oh, yeah, they lost.
They
I forgot.
lost, yeah.
No. Who'd you say?
Slovakia or
Czech-
Finland.
But Marty Natchez is on
Marty's
Czechia.
gone. Marty's
Who's on
out.
Czechia? I'm so damn confused. Can we please?
Marty Natchez. Here's the problem is see, they used to just be a country.
Right. Czechoslovakia.
Then they became Czech Republic and Slovakia.
Yeah.
And then it became they rebranded as
Oh,
Czechia.
they just realized the name was so long, 3 of us can break apart and we'll have
Text line says USA plays Slovakia.
Slovakia.
Okay.
The Slovaks.
Somebody on the text line Googled the bracket, and we appreciate you for it. Okay? All right. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Text Collins, Collins, to 303.
Like Doug.
504-0925. Also of the family Collins for you right there.
Well, Tom is a drink. I don't
Tom's
know.
a
Is
beverage.
there like a person? Is
Phil,
there some
Phil
famous
was a
Tom
drummer.
Collins? Yeah.
Turned vocalist.
Yeah.
And
Doug
and
used to be an
Doug was
analyst and a coach.
That's right.
Was he a longer coach or analyst? I'd say probably analyst.
Analyst, yeah. He made a long time on NBC.
He did.
Yeah, Bulls fired him. They hired Phil, and then they suddenly started winning championships. It was a real Mark Jackson to Steve Kerr kind of situation. Hey, Andy, I ask you this question. Does the Denver offense need explosiveness? Does the Bronco offense need more explosiveness?
I would say we need a joker.
Oh, I thought we were going to get the Bud Black one. Hey, I'll answer when we come back.
Anyway, answer the question.
Diarrhea.
Answer the question. Does it,
Right
Andy?
now?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Okay, good.
You don't want to make everybody sit around for the obvious answer.
Thanks for helping me with my tease.
Well, I thought you wanted me to wait.
Well, I'll tell you how we find it. Coming up next. Hey, if you missed the Avalanche Ticket Tuesday keyword, we'll have another one coming up in about 35 minutes. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday on a Wednesday, and we're getting you into ball to see Avs Wild next Thursday, so stay tuned all day for more keywords.
So it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday.
Yes.
On a Wednesday.
On a Wednesday.
To win a game, to tickets to a game on Thursday.
For a game on a Thursday.
All right.
Yeah, we're spanning the midweek.
Yeah, it's all covered right there in what you just said.
On an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday on a Wednesday for a
I'm
Thursday game. Mm-hmm. Days, they're tricky, all right? Andy, do you think the Broncos offense needs explosiveness?
The Broncos!
I do.
You do? Okay.
Hey, you still giggling?
When
Herman could not finish a start because of that exact problem?
Still waiting for Bud Black. Anyway.
Oh, he played?
Diarrhea.
There he is.
Yeah.
There he is. All right. Andy, I got a free agent for you. Okay? I got a free agent that I'm eyeing right now.
Sure.
I got a name I kind of I'm intrigued by, all right?
You got a guy.
I got a guy, okay? Last 2 years, okay? Last 2 years in the NFL, we have had the same leader in yards per catch each year. Do you know who that guy is?
Tyreek Hill.
Yards per catch. Not at all.
Really?
No.
That's where I thought you were going.
No. Much taller and a different color.
Hold on. Well, we've got some breaking news.
Oh, you got breaking news.
Let's pause this and get
Okay.
into this maybe even with Nick Kosmider.
All right.
But it's finally happened.
Okay.
The Denver Nuggets.
Yes.
Converting two-way player Spencer
Spencer Jones,
as now on the roster. It's done.
Okay.
This just tweeted by Shams. I'm sorry to interrupt
They
you.
needed a 14th.
But we needed another contract.
Yes.
And we were wondering. Remember, they play tomorrow in L.A. against the Clippers.
Yes.
Right. When they're going right back to where the All-Star game was, right?
Yes. Right.
With all the bathrooms.
Yes. Going to the Intuit Dome.
Yeah.
They got good bathrooms.
Yeah, they got a lot to offer.
They got the
wall of fans.
And Spencer Jones.
And they're tanking.
So it had to be done.
So Spencer Jones is officially a Denver Nugget the rest of the year.
Thank God.
So that's done.
Okay, good. They need him, by the way.
Yeah, they need the physical play.
Andy,
they just need the body.
I don't know how much Spencer Jones is going to play in the playoffs.
Sure.
I really don't.
Hopefully not a lot because everyone's healthy.
Yeah, but like right now, while we await Aaron Gordon and while we hopefully slow play Aaron Gordon's return, Spencer Jones, get some rebounds, get some stops, hit a corner three, my guy. That's his job. Okay, good. All right.
And it's back in the mix against the Clippers, not a moment too soon.
And honestly, Andy, he had the concussion issue after he bonked heads with Kat at the Garden last week.
Cat looked
bad.
That was a serious collision too. They both were not good after that.
So he probably misses the last couple of games before the break anyway. So you're fine. Okay, good. It's done. We stopped screwing around with all that. Spencer Jones is signed. Nice job, guys.
All right, let me ask you this because Scotty pondered this and kind of threw it out there. He had a quick segment before he had to jump on the team flight to get out to L.A., but he stopped by the studio to talk to the boys, and he said, are you concerned? He asked the question, are you a little concerned about Jokic and Murray, specifically Jokic, after how little they played in the All-Star game? Because he said Jokic was limping.
Yeah.
He called it out on the broadcast.
Yeah.
Against Memphis, their last home game.
Yeah.
3 days later, Nikola Jokic doesn't seem to do too much at the All. Now, look, I don't think he wanted to play. I'm sure he said, let some of these young international stars get their little taste. I'm fine with it because I've been here and done that.
He didn't want to be there.
So you're not. Do you think we see?
Well, I'm going to be concerned about his knee the rest of the year.
Really?
I'm going to be.
I don't love hearing that.
I'm going to be concerned about his knee. I'm going to be concerned about Jamal Murray's ankles. I'm going to be concerned about Peyton Watson's hamstring and Aaron Gordon's hamstring, and Cam Johnson's knee. I'm worried about them all, man. Because if they don't have every last available quality piece they have, they're not doing anything.
I'll tell you what, and he's not. I am not saying this is a 1-for-1 trade, but you and I talked about it prior to the break. Spencer Jones can at least give you a modicum of the physical play that you get out of Aaron Gordon. And you got to manage Aaron Gordon right down the stretch, like it or not.
Spencer Jones' job every night is, hey, like tonight, okay? If he's suiting up and playing tonight, I hope tomorrow night. If he's suiting up and playing tomorrow night, you know what his job is? Hey, Kawhi Leonard, go bother him. Yeah, go do that now. That's his job every single night. Whatever the worst defensive assignment is, every single night he gets it. Congratulations, you're getting an NBA paycheck.
Literally.
Tall white receiver, Andy.
You're going to tell me who this is?
Alec Pierce. Alec Pierce.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did he get the tag today? Isn't today tag day?
I haven't seen. Did he get tagged?
Because as of this morning, now I don't know. He may not have. As of this morning, the folks on ESPN, I'm trying to remember who was talking about this. One of them was suggesting, maybe it was Louis Riddick, one of them was suggesting they ought to get a long-term deal done with Daniel Jones and tag Alec Pierce.
Well, I haven't seen him tagged yet.
To have time to work on that.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because also, now again, is Alec Pierce tagged receiver? What is the tag?
Also, don't they need to tag Daniel Jones perhaps while they figure all that out?
Work out the long-term deal with him.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, the guy's coming off an Achilles.
Mm-hmm.
He's already been a $40 million mistake.
Yeah, no tag yet on Alec Pierce.
Does Daniel Jones have a lot of options? If you're Daniel Jones after the kind of road that you've been on, would you even want to leave?
No, if I was him, I wouldn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
No, you got
you had a home.
You got a good thing going on with Steichen.
You found your best football.
You got a running game. Yeah, you don't go anywhere. Yeah, your career is revived, my dude. You don't leave that place. Alec Pierce, 21.8 yards per catch over the last 2 years.
Look, I'm in. All right, I want to do it. I want to know later.
I got more for you on Alec Pierce. We got Spencer Jones during that segment, but I got more Alec Pierce.
Oh, we're not done with this because I need to know the priority list. I need Nate Kreckman goes to the store.
I got names, man.
You got a shopping list.
I did. I
and you know what you need to go get first, right?
I assembled a shopping list today, Andy. I got 3 names for you. I got 3 names I want in Bronco uniforms next year.
1, 2, 3? In that order? I want order of importance.
Oh, okay. All right. I
want top priority.
Okay. We got.
I want agent. I want. What was the word on? Who was it? Hainsworth, where whoever from Washington or wherever he ended up, Tennessee, I guess, said that they went. Was it Washington where the guy went and stalked that like Jay Gruden was outside his house at 12:01 and banging on the door and are you gonna be our guy? That's what I want Nate Kreckman doing.
I'm not gonna do that, but. Somebody else can.
Did you ever do the airport thing where you're trying to figure out if they were in the airport?
Like reading
literally at the airport,
the tail numbers or whatever.
Is he here?
Like,
he's off the United flight. Yeah, they didn't always used to fly these guys in on private jet.
I got names for you today. I'll give you names. Okay, we'll do that. We'll talk to Nick Kosmider coming up next, and then I got names. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're 20 minutes away from your next Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Stay tuned and be ready to text the keyword for your chance to win 2 tickets to see the Avs and the Wild in their first game back after the Olympic break next Thursday. So again, Avalanche Ticket Tuesday on a Wednesday for a game that's on a Thursday. Nick Kosmider, he covers the Broncos in the NFL for theathletic.com. He does so on every single day. And he joins us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Nick, interesting stuff today. You busted out the analysis piece today. Denver's own free agents. Are guys staying or are guys leaving? Let's start with the biggest name that's on the list, and that is John Franklin Myers, also the biggest person that's on the list. For JFM, make a case for why he could be here, and then we'll deal in reality after that.
Yeah, the case would be that you just look at what you've been able to accomplish the last 2 years as a defense. Over that span, of course, the record-setting sack totals, but also just that becoming the foundation of kind of your success, and really the front line in particular being the foundation of the success. So the case would be, you listen to a guy like Zach Allen, who's had the best 2 years of his career, and you hear him say how much he believes John Franklin Myers is responsible for some of that. And then you say, okay, well, we have to find a way, whatever that looks like, to try to continue to, have this continue as the duo that we throw out there every Sunday. But then the reality is, of course, that he is probably the most coveted, or he is probably the most talented available interior defensive lineman in free agency. And so that is going to create, I think, a bidding war for his services that the Broncos, given all that they have already shelled out in terms of long-term contracts, probably just won't be able to match.
Yeah, and it does just feel like if they wanted him, they could have kept him, right, Nick? I mean, don't we get to this point after seeing all the money that they've doled out, and it just kind of feels like they're just, I don't know why, but it just feels like they're not interested.
Well, I think part of it was when you look at, and I was kind of looking at this yesterday, when you look at the snaps played on the defensive line, once Malcolm Roach came back from, the leg injury that he had that put him on IR to start the season, he came back in, I believe, week 6. And from there on, he slightly out-snapped John Franklin Myers. And so I think it was a situation kind of looking at what his trajectory was as a player, what he had been for them, Roach, in 2024, and kind of making a bet on his continued ascension. Not to say that he is a all-around better player than Franklin Myers, but I think making that kind of economic choice to continue on with him, and then say whatever we might be giving up there in terms of having Roach sort of more step into that, JFM type role with obviously other guys behind him, we will then make up for with what we're able to do to the rest of the roster. And obviously, I think when you look at this offseason, a lot of that is going to be concentrated on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, they gotta add weapons. There's no doubt about that. We're talking to Nick Kosmider on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Let's stay on the defensive side of the ball, though, for just one more name. Alex Singleton. It's an interesting case with Singleton right here. But he's been massively productive in Vance Joseph's defense since he has been here. We see a lot of the mocks, Nick, pairing Denver with an off-ball linebacker, thinking in that direction. But for a win-now team, wouldn't Denver behoove themselves to have a veteran available at inside linebacker like Alex Singleton?
Yeah, and it's just sort of the same case that we're making about like continuing the continuity of what they've already been doing, and then when you talk about sort of the command center of that, it becomes even more important. And this was one of those situations where Alex Singleton made kind of jokes toward the end of the season about I hope Vance doesn't get a job elsewhere, but if he does, I'm happy to go play for him. I think that connection between the two of them could very well lead Alex Singleton back here. But it's a really fascinating thing with these three inside linebackers, because obviously Singleton and Justin Sternad are both unrestricted free agents. Dre Greenlaw is not, but his contract is such that he essentially is a decision that you have to make about whether you're bringing him back as well. So really all three of the main guys that played that position for you last year, that three-man rotation, are all kind of up in the air, so to speak. And so I think that's why you look at it and say they do need a young player that they can grow with, that can kind of be part of a longer-term solution at that position, because Alex Singleton is 32 years old. Like that is an age at inside linebacker where when the fall does come, it can kind of come pretty quickly. And so I just think that that's all part of the consideration to go to it. But I just ultimately think that Alex Singleton's just intimate knowledge of this defense and what he's doing in terms of being able to put everybody in the right place, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they do a contract that perhaps really front loads everything guaranteed into this year, this upcoming season, and then maybe it's a 2 or 3 year contract that's really a 1 year contract. It wouldn't surprise me to see them do something like that.
Who's the first free agent you would guess they call? Given, let's say we don't know the tags. I haven't seen anything about anybody really getting tagged yet. But as of the list that we have today, who would be your best educated guess you think they may call first?
You're talking about outside free agents to bring in next year?
not any of the home guys,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they gave us another. I think you can only do this every 3 years, but it's been about 2 or 3 years since they really did the big. Well, I guess they kind of had a big one last year, just not everybody worked out. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another one, like, when they got McGlinchey, when they got Powers, when they got Zach Allen. I could see something like that this year, all younger guys. So in that spirit, I guess, who would you call first? Who do you think they'll call first?
Yeah, like to me, if you're absolutely right. That's when they came in 2023. They gave out really 2 top of the line contracts. Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey were both, I believe, in that free agency class, the top paid guys at their respective positions. Left guard and right tackle are very close to it. I know McGlinchey was, and then Zach Allen, not quite that very top level, but again, a big swing on a guy that's been an obvious home run for them. And I agree with you, Andy. I think this year we didn't really see it in 2024. Both Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw were in that kind of second tier of free agents. To me, it's if you're going to do that, if you're really going to go, top of the market, I think it's going to be for somebody that can kind of come in as an offensive weapon and just really dramatically alter kind of the ceiling of what you're able to do. Perhaps that is a guy like Breece Hall, who gives you just the total offensive package in terms of his ability as a receiver, the consistency he has had as a runner, the constant production he's been able to put up in an otherwise just really unremarkable offense for the last 4 years in New York. Is something that's going to get him paid if the Jets don't in fact put a franchise tag on him, which for running backs I think is like $14 million. It's a lot to pay the position. So that would be one that I look at. And then a wide receiver, is it somebody like a Mike Evans that you want to add another proven veteran weapon to a group that's largely outside of Cortland Sutton, a pretty young receiving room? Rico Dowdle, again, going back to the running back position, is a guy that could make some sense for the Broncos. But I think if you're going to make that big move, to me, it's going to be at one of the skill positions.
Speaking of the skill positions, with J.K. Dobbins, how do the Broncos weigh the production versus proclivity for injury that you deal with Dobbins?
Yeah, and I think it's the production, it's the injury considerations, and then it's also going to be, once again, evaluating what the market is. I mean, the Broncos were interested in J.K. Dobbins from the very start of free agency last year. They had their eyes on him early, but what they were kind of willing to pay for a running back who had gone through the extensive injuries that he had, was certainly different than what Dobbins kind of thought he was going to get coming out of a season in which he ran really well for the Chargers. And so it took time for those for the Broncos willing to do, and J.K. Dobbins sort of coming down to earth about what he was going to be able to get, and was probably angling towards something much bigger this offseason before that injury. So I think that one is going to take time. I'd be kind of surprised if we open on whatever it is, Monday, that March 9th or whatever it is that the legal tampering period opens, and we hear that the Broncos are signing J.K. Dobbins. I just have a feeling that one is going to take some time.
So do you think there's possibly and you mentioned Rico Dowdle, you mentioned Breece Hall, Do you think there's a possibility that Denver could go shopping big ticket on running back?
I think so. And again, like they're going to have their, I keep going back to the thing that Greg Penner said of like, they're not going to be aggressive for aggressive sake.
Yeah.
Like they're not going to go out and just say, hey, we want a better running back, so we're just going to go throw big money at it. I think they'll have specific targets. And I don't know for sure Breece Hall to be one of those guys. It's just the more that I look at what he is able to do from kind of that total running back perspective, the ability that he has to line up in different places. He seems to me like a fit for what the Broncos want to do ultimately. And so to me, if that's the kind of guy that you're willing to go to bat for, you're going to have your red lines that you're not going to go over and all those sorts of things. But if it's not just going to be, he's not available, we're going to go to guy number 2 and throw that same money at him. That's not how they're going to operate. And so that's where I say, like, maybe it does end up you coming back to a J.K. Dobbins later in the process after you've potentially once again added to that position in the draft as well. So I think that's going to be kind of that total approach from the running back position where, hey, you probably have your big target up here, and maybe that's you swing and you hit on that, and that's kind of the position. Maybe it has to go to the next level of free agency, or you go back to the draft. But either way, they're going to add at that position.
All right, everybody, Nick Kosmider is going to cover all of it for theathletic.com. We're talking running backs. We're talking skill positions because that's what Denver needs to do. Nick, excellent work, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
Your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday when we come back. Andy, I'll give you my shopping list.
Great.
When we come
I got
back.
a list, too.
Okay.
There's a new name that just entered. I didn't realize this guy was a free agent.
Okay. Well, I got 3 names for you. 3 names that I'm eyeing.
3 names you need to know and 1 that you don't.
For the Broncos.
And then Dan Hyatt's going to give you a call and give you a little bit of a lecture.
We have plenty of that as well. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It is a Wednesday afternoon. It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday on a Wednesday. Your next keyword coming up.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We all know a physical component, intimacy, and love are essential to a fulfilling relationship. But if you've got erectile dysfunction, it can take a serious toll, stealing enjoyment, weakening intimacy, and placing stress on partners that can feel overwhelming at times. But ED doesn't have to ruin your relationship or impact your relationship. Don't let this happen. You've got a good resource to help you get treated at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Matter of fact, they've got treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, treatments with success rates well over 90%. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED is affecting you, time to get back to feeling like your old self. Get that first visit scheduled at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. First visit is $99, includes a medical consult, the Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, you get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, visit's free. If you're like a lot of men, you could be back to feeling your old self and ready for action the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins in the Springs, a great revamp location in Castle Rock they'd love for you to check out. Here's the main number to talk to them today, 720-440-7900, or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's time for another keyword for tickets to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. Text the keyword Barber. Barber. B-A-R-B-E-R. Barber. The 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name. That gets you entered. Again, Barber, B-A-R-B-E-R. That's your keyword. Text it to 303-504-0925. If you are indeed wondering what's for dinner tonight, well, you should be trying Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online, papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword for the hour, Barber. Good luck.
I'd have to hit them up tomorrow.
That's
$5 Thursdays.
That's Andy's Thursday dinner update.
$5 Thursday, baby.
There you go. All right, Andy. Shopping list. I've got it for you. I've got intriguing names for you. First off, I gave you Alec Pierce.
So, okay.
I'm intrigued.
I asked the question to Nick, is this the first free agent you're calling as soon as the door opens?
I believe that Alec Pierce fills a need for your offense more so than any other player available.
Okay. Why is that? Speed?
Over the last 2 years, of players with at least 130 total targets, so an average of 65 targets per year, Alec Pierce is number 1 in yards per catch, 21.8 yards per reception. He both gets open downfield and he makes catches downfield, Andy. He has led the league in this stat 2 years in a row, okay? Listen to this. Over the last 2 years, number 2 in yards per reception is Jameson Williams of Detroit, okay? Pierce is at 21.8 yards per catch. Williams is at 17.2 yards per catch. The gap between number 1 and number 2, from Pierce to Jameson Williams, is the same as the gap from number 2 to number 33 in Devontae Smith. That's how special this guy is getting open down the field. Last year, Cortland Sutton was number 1 on the Broncos, number 20 in the NFL, 13.5 yards per catch. Troy Franklin, number 2, 10.5 yards per catch. If you look at what Marvin Mims has been doing in recent years, again, yards per reception. It's not the be-all, end-all, but Marvin Mims is only declining. He went from 17 his rookie year to 13 in 24 to fewer than 9 yards per catch last year, as his role has only essentially become less and less consequential in this offense. So you want a guy that gets open down the field? You want a guy that maybe Bo's not going to overthrow deep down the field? Alec Pierce could be that dude. This team needs to start to get some chunks of yardage and cut down on the 3 and outs. The dink and dunk stuff, unfortunately, means you punt the ball away a little too often. You want explosiveness. That's all this guy does. And oh, by the way, he's 6'3", 211 pounds. He fits the Sean Payton mold of I like a big receiver. So, yeah, I got no problem dropping some coin on Alec Pierce. I think that's a luxury item that instantly makes your offense that much more dynamic.
Okay. My number 1. Are we going to trade back and forth here?
Go for it.
My number 1's going to surprise you.
Okay.
And I just learned this guy was available because I saw this article, top 50 free agents and the fits on ESPN. I'm going to actually call the agent for Isaiah Likely. You need a new tight end.
Yep.
You got to have a new tight end. I would still draft a tight end.
Mm-hmm.
Likely's not going to be, you could go out there, secure yourself a better run after the catch tight end, and that is exactly what he's done. This guy has just gotten better every year.
Yep.
He's a younger player. It's a second contract guy. So let me tell you some of the precepts I believe in as taught to me by Jeff Legwold.
Mm-hmm.
First day of free agency, you're going after second contract guys. You want them young. You know what? And again, that's what you hit in when you look at the guys that they've picked up. Like, again, I believe Hufanga was a second contract kind of guy, right? Luis Vasquez, that's when I first learned about this second contract thing with Jeff. Luis Vasquez was a second contract guy, and for the first couple of years before he hurt his back was really a home run hit for you. Those are the guys you're trying to go after, okay? Not necessarily broken old guys you're hoping you could get more out of. Isaiah Likely to me, and that's why I got no problem with Pierce either, but Isaiah Likely to me, I don't know how much of a bidding war you're going to have, and I'm sure Baltimore wants him back because he's been a great compliment to Mark Andrew.
I mean, the problem is that they're paying Andrew, and so it's like, are you going to be paying 2 tight ends?
Right.
That's the sticking point if you're Baltimore.
And I feel like that's a guy you can afford. You can get on here. I think he's better than even Evan Ingram and the guys that you have now. And again, what have I kept saying? With the way that Bo Nix likes to play, with the routes that he really is comfortable throwing.
Yep.
You got to give him a guy that's good at run after the catch. What this offense needs is a guy that actually picks up yardage and is a problem. Like the first tackler's not always bringing him down. And I believe Marvin Mims has got a little of that in him, but we don't always see it, and Sean doesn't always call plays for him. So that would be my first guy that I think I would call, because I bet you got a real chance of getting a reasonable contract done with that guy, and you immediately plug a need that would then That way, if we get to the draft and it's Sadiq, right, is the tight end that's been mocked to them from Oregon.
Yeah.
You could take him if he's there, or you could take Hill out of Texas. But to me, you've got to have a run after the catch guy, and I'd like him at the tight end position.
So it's interesting when you bring up that position. You mentioned Kenyon Sadiq out of Oregon. He's on my list. He's on my shopping list. And here's why I think Denver should go in that direction. You can be pretty good pretty fast as a young tight end in the NFL these days.
Assuming Sean wants to play you.
Yes. Well, there's always that tricky part.
Because we know about how he is about rookies sometimes.
But I looked this up. This is your tight end reception leaders last year. 6 of the top 20 were either rookie or second-year guys. 6 of the top 20. Okay, so is it that NFL offenses are more similar to college offenses today? Because it used to be, man, you get to this level and you got to block and you got to know how to handle the run game. You have got to be able to run routes. Like playing tight end in the NFL is a massive leap. I don't think it is anymore. Because I just think the tight ends are so specialized, they're not asked to do as many things.
Well, this also gets back to whose offense is it. I don't think Davis Webb would have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Because, again, I think he's tapped into the modern stuff. I don't know that. Now, Sean Payton is the one that signed Evan Ingram, and Evan Ingram he's got zero reputation as a blocker. And even the Jacksonville people were apparently joking about it when they got here.
I mean, did Jimmy Graham ever block anybody?
No. So I don't think Sean Payton's real worried about it either. So I don't disagree with you. I mean, look at what Colston Loveland and Ty Warren did, and the kid out from the Chargers. They all were very productive receivers.
Top 20 last year. Tyler Warren was number 7. This is in catches. Tyler Warren was number 7. Harold Fannin in Cleveland was number 8. He was a rookie. Brock Bowers was 9th. If he's fully healthy, he's up there with Trey McBride.
Missed plenty of games.
Colston Loveland was 13th. A.J. Barner in Seattle, second-year guy, caught a touchdown in the Super Bowl. Second-year guy. He was 16th in catches. And you mentioned Oronde Gadsden from the Chargers. He was a rookie. He was 20th. Like, you could get drunk and go pay for Kyle Pitts if you wanted to.
Who may get franchised, by the way.
But I don't think Denver needs to do that. I don't think they have to go shopping and I think Kyle Pitts is a good player.
I do too, and I think there's a better player in there that's just been caught up in the weirdness of Atlanta.
I think he also was a guy that he got to the league really young.
Yeah.
So I think it's just taken him a minute.
I think he and Bo would be very fun together, but
I think they would be, but okay, that's a big expensive piece. What I'm saying is I believe you could draft Kenyon Sadiq out of Oregon and you could get somebody to finish top 20 in catches next year, and you could do so on a rookie contract.
But see, I would love to see them. I would get Likely and draft Sadiq, and I'd have no problem with that. I don't care if Adam Troutman's on this team again.
Yeah.
I'd like to see Sean and Davis Webb and put some stuff together for 2 tight ends and kind of go, back in the day of what the Patriots had when they had Gronk, and they had Aaron Hernandez, and they had what this offense needs is true matchup problems. You don't have enough of those.
No.
Okay. That'll bring me. Who would be your second one? I don't think you meant to talk about Sadiq as your second one. Who would be second on your shopping list before I give you mine?
So this one I think involves a big philosophical question.
Okay.
And that question is, what do you think of R.J. Harvey? Like, what is he ready to do this next season?
You and I might be talking about the same guy. Go ahead.
Okay. Because if you want a joker, I've got a joker.
I'd say we need a joker.
Thank you.
I've got him for you. Kenneth Gainwell.
Okay.
Kenneth Gainwell last year in Pittsburgh had 73 catches, had 486 yards. He also averaged 4.7 yards per carry on 114 rushes. Again, that's not bell cow stuff, but that's over a yard per carry above R.J. Harvey, who had a higher workload this past season. Gainwell was a guy, Andy, that last year, I mean, if you watched Pittsburgh late in the season, Aaron Rodgers was leaning into him. Now, if you think you're good with R.J. Harvey as your pass-catching back, then you would look at Kenneth Gainwell and say, there's too much redundancy right there. But if you believe, again, in a win-now window, if you need a piece that fits into exactly philosophically what Sean Payton wants to do, Kenneth Gainwell, who I think played on like a 1-year, $2 million deal with Pittsburgh this year. You know, he may have earned himself a little bit more money with his production. Again, 73 catches, 486 yards, 4.7 yards per carry on the ground. Like, there's a lot of production there. But I think Kenneth Gainwell would look pretty good in a Sean Payton offense.
All right, so my second one, I know there's been a lot of talk about Rico Dowdell from the Panthers on this station. I know DMac and Coach Sanford have both talked about him, and that's ESPN's fit. The guy that I like, now, full disclosure, I've liked him coming out of college. I think he plays the same role that we're talking about here. He's probably a little on the higher ticket side, judging by his 26th rating in the top 50.
Yeah.
But I'm going Travis Etienne, and I'm with you. That's a big play guy that allows you. Look, you're paying for what you would hope an R.J. Harvey would turn into at some point.
Yes.
But Etienne, when I saw him with Jacksonville last year, that kid he's now developed an NFL body. He's a thicker back. He can run. He rushed for over 1,000 yards last year. He's got the ability to catch, make a guy miss. And again, I think what you and I are talking about, no matter the position, they need some big play pop in this offense again that doesn't require Bo to hit a downfield throw on a trick play. Again, they need a guy that scares you that if you miss a tackle, it's turning into something big because they just don't have a lot of – the guy that brings you the potential is Marvin Mims, and we just haven't seen enough of it necessarily. But I would like to see a Travis Etienne who I think could still carry the rock for you. Again, a younger guy. And I think you're still going to love to throw screens with Bo. He could be a great screen threat. And I just think it's an upgrade at the position. Like you, I'm not saying necessarily get rid of R.J. Harvey, okay?
No, he's going to be a second-year guy. He's on this team.
Listen, that's a dude you overdrafted by most accounts, all right? You got a lot of good out of him.
Yeah.
But that may be, we don't know. There may be another level. There may not be, okay? We'll see. I know this. I want someone I trust running the ball a little bit more. And maybe that's where either Gainwell or Dowdell would fit a little bit better. But see, I'm still keeping Dobbins around just to see. If we can come together on a team-friendly deal, Dobbins is still on my team, and I think Etienne can really give you – you need to get to a point as well where you're not giving away your hand personnel-wise like what was going on the famous fourth down play. And because of personnel, we found out that Vrabel changed his coverages to zone so the pick play wouldn't work. You can't do that kind of stuff. Who's your third guy?
It was Kenyon Sadiq. That was the third name I had.
That was the third name that you had?
Yep. So I went receiver, running back, and tight end on my shopping list right there. So I went pay big for Pierce. I said go economy shopping for Gainwell and draft a tight end. I think those three skill position players are all fits in exactly what Sean Payton wants to do, and instantly you are more explosive as an offense, doing the things you didn't do well enough a season ago.
All right, as I look through this list, and I don't know that there's really there's a couple of guys that could be interesting fits.
One quick thought, by the way, real quickly on ETN. I know Basil Tutin's a good player, man. To me, that would be dumb of Jacksonville to let him walk.
Oh, I don't disagree.
Like, you're just building that thing. Like, you guys just have your legs underneath you. Trevor Lawrence just had his best season in the NFL. Like, you just have, like, don't mess up your vibes now.
Oh, I don't disagree.
Because ETN is so important to what they do. But to your point, Andy, if he becomes available, Broncos should make that call. I agree.
All right. So the last guy, and the last guy that I would call, just because I'm trying to think of guys that maybe you don't. I don't know that the Broncos are into bidding wars. Now, they can win anyone that they want to.
Sure.
But judging by the comments we saw at the end of the year, I think, remember, the teams at the end of the race, the Patriots. Now, the Patriots did have a big free agent class, but they weren't in cap hell, okay? Seattle has a ton of money because they've drafted well. They're not in cap hell.
By the way, real quick, you mentioned the Patriots right there. If I was calling Alec Pierce, that would be the team that I think you're racing against. I think New England would do very well to want him.
Well, what would you think of a Juwan Jennings, the old 49ers receiver? 6'3", 212.
Yep.
I have not mentioned a receiver yet. That, to me, could be – now, he's listed number 28 on ESPN's top 50, right ahead of Javonte Williams, funny enough, and Boye Mafe. But to me, there's a guy – that could give you a downfield threat. I think he's versatile. I think he's reliable. And I think that's a guy that, again, if you miss out on a few of these top targets. If the A.J. Brown, I don't even know. I'm still not positive if I think they would go dabbling in the A.J. Brown pool because of what went on with Michael Thomas and Sean's last stop in New Orleans, how they paid him. And that got a little weird. And he didn't want to play because of all that kind of stuff. I don't know if first off, I think in general, Sean doesn't suffer divas too much. And I think there's a little of that with A.J. Brown. But Juwan Jennings, to me, is a guy that I think you could get that could upgrade the receiver room and maybe would not be, again, a guy that you'd have to pay the biggest paycheck to.
Doesn't everybody hate Juwan Jennings?
Isn't
that a part of his problem?
They could be.
Isn't that why he got punched in the nads?
Yeah, it could be. But again, isn't that Sean Payton's kind of player? I don't think – I don't know that Alex Singleton's beloved by everybody when he's tackling them either.
Sean Payton, the kind of guy you want to punch in the nads, so he should coach players to get punched in the nads?
I'm just saying. I'm just telling you. You need a little nasty. They need a little nasty out there. Well, if you're not going to look at Juwan, I would think about a Rashid Shaheed, but I would ask you, are Rashid Shaheed and Marvin Mims a little similar?
Yeah. Are you going to throw Shaheed the ball?
Right. So
that's what I want to know. No, Shaheed's a guy that, again, if they're gonna evolve those weapons, he would fit great here. It's just.
But you already got a guy like that. You could kind of.
I know.
I mean, again, Jennings is at least the frame that Sean would put on the field.
It's time for another keyword. For tickets to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday, text Barber. Barber, B-A-R-B-E-R, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, you should try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you are ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Your keyword to text in to 303-504-0925 for tickets is Barber. Quick break. When we come back, we've got a fresh edition of The Olympics Are So Weird.
Yes!
I'm excited about this one today, Andy. This is one. I heard some reporting during the Olympic Games that caught my ear. I need professional sideline reporter Andy Lindahl to grade the sideline reporting that we're getting out of the Olympics. We'll do that when we come back. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, if you missed the Avalanche Ticket Tuesday keyword, we'll have another one coming up in about 35 minutes. It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday on a Wednesday. We're getting you into Ball Arena to see Avs Wild next Thursday. Stay tuned all day for more keywords. We get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at 5 o'clock. But first, Andy, it's time for yet another edition of Kreckman and Lindahl's Olympic Spectacular, known only as The Olympics Are So Damn Weird. Oh, there's so much more weird stuff happening.
Oh, this has been consistent.
Double touching on the hog line, Andy. The curlers are mad at each other.
Yes. Oh, the curlers are big.
Oh,
I loved it. It's kind of funny.
That was
listening.
great.
They were fighting like they were at a bar.
Great.
Did that not sound like a beer league softball game or something like that?
Isn't that essentially what curling is? It's a beer league sport.
It feels that way right now.
It's interesting, too, like learning, like the more that I've read about this, because again, curling's one of those things you only care about like once every 4 years. Like the officiating is like super lax in curling, even at the Olympic level. They're just like, yeah, you guys handle it yourself. It's a gentleman's game. Yeah, take care of it.
Well, where else did you put the officials? You got like 3 games going on at once, right? They got those little carpets in between things like you were at a bowling alley.
They're barely paying attention. And now you got these Canadians and Swedes rumbling with each other. But actually, this edition of the Olympics Are So Damn Weird comes to us from the alpine skiing.
Okay.
Andy, one of my favorite Olympians in these games that I've every time she skied, it's become must-watch television in our house, is Frederica Brignone of Italy, okay? Frederica, she's Italian. I believe she's 33 years of age, veteran, had a horrific crash like 10 months ago. Broken leg, ACL, everything. Like, only started skiing again a couple of months ago, and she's out there winning gold medals at the games. And she won the gold medal in the Super G last week, right? And it was an insane race. I mean, like, it starts off, the fog rolls in, she crushes it. Everyone else is, like, skiing off the track. Breezy Johnson, the American gold medalist from the downhill, like, went into the netting. It was insanity, right? But Frederica just bombs this thing, wins the gold medal. Incredible. She's skiing on, I want to say this was Sunday night I was watching this. She's skiing in the giant slalom, okay? Which, by the way, she would also win. She would go on to win the gold medal. Giant slalom is 2 runs, right? And during her first run, you got Dan Hicks on the play-by-play. Love Dan Hicks. Guy's nothing but a pro. He did all the Michael Phelps gold medals, and now he's up there doing the skiing. Dan Hicks is a good Olympic play-by-play guy. The sideline reporter, kind of sideline analyst, is American skiing legend Peekaboo Street.
Who doesn't remember Peekaboo?
Peekaboo, gold.
You know the name, if nothing else.
Gold medalist from Nagano.
Yeah.
And Peekaboo she's the sideline reporter. Okay, listen to this scoop that she drops. Okay, Frederica Brignone of Italy. She has won the gold medal in the Super G. She's now skiing in the giant slalom, so she already has 1 gold medal. Andy, you're a sideline reporter. I want you to break down this scoop from Peekaboo Street. Roll it, Spring.
And as Brignone heads down again, let's check in with Peek.
Well, so from what I understand, she took every advantage to celebrate the Super G gold medal. In fact, by the time she was done with the evening after making her way around to all the country houses, she was at the Austria House dancing on one leg because her knee was so sore. She didn't look like she was struggling at all this morning. She was great in warm-up, and she's having a good one now.
Well,
yeah.
I like how first off she's got golf hole reporter.
Yeah,
talking there like I'm by the hole and he's getting ready to putt.
Uh-huh.
Huh.
What do you think of that tee she just dropped?
Listen.
Well, she raged all night.
Yeah, I don't know quite what you're supposed to be given from, like, again, what am I trying to do as a sideline reporter? I'm letting you know if the coaches are saying something. There's an injury. There's intrigue, a battle between 2 people. I don't know what you're doing in an individual sport like this, right? Unless her and her coach just got into some screaming match right in front of you. So, I credit for you getting the material up, talking about something that could have affected what we just watched, which is what the role is.
Yeah, is she a little fuzzy out there?
But was Peekaboo in the same bar? Is that how she knew? See again.
See, that's
where some of the ethics of the job could be
I mean, Andy, that's, you know what it is? That's just a reporter on the beat, is it not?
Well, who was the special teams coach under Kubiak that had coached the time he was gone?
Joe
DeCamillis.
Yeah.
I mean, I did not drop the report going, well, we left the steakhouse at 12:30 last night, and old DeCamillis was still pulled up to the bar before we got here, Dave. Anyway, back to you.
Peekaboo dropping the dancing on one leg because her knee was too sore.
Yeah.
At the
but
Austria
she raged
house.
till 4 a.m. with the rest of us.
Yeah, that's what I wondered as I heard that, is like, is Peekaboo's source on this Peekaboo? Because she was right there at the party with her.
I would say so.
Yeah.
You know.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Remember, they ran out of the old prophylactics in the village. So maybe everyone's had to resort. Maybe we're dancing a little more.
It's a good scoop.
You know?
Yeah.
It is a good scoop.
Yeah, she was hungover as hell a couple of days ago, but hey, she's great now. That's a good scoop. All right, I got another.
So did she also turn around and do the report with kind of her back to everybody so they couldn't hear? Hey, you know what I heard?
Well, no, she wasn't on camera because, they're showing Frederica skiing. Yeah, it's like a 90-second run, so they got time to kill. So, yeah, you go to Peekaboo for the
No, I know, but again, the way she's talking, I feel like she's like, hey, I don't want to tell.
Tails out of school.
Yeah. Hey, you didn't hear this from me.
Uh-huh.
But she was drunk dancing in the party until 4 a.m. before this race. Had to get up at 6 a.m. Why do you think we saw?
All right, I got another Peekaboo Street report for you. All right? This is a good one, too. So we got another Italian up there skiing now, Sofia Goggia. Okay? And Peekaboo gets out there and starts reporting on some of the dynamics going on the Italian ski team between Frederica Brignone and Sofia Goggia. Roll it, Spring.
And here is Sofia Goggia. After Brignone just a short time ago put in an electric run. Pete, what do you got on Sofia?
Well, I noticed that there's kind of an icy environment around her and Frederica Brignone. There's not a lot of information exchanged back and forth between them, which is going to work to Sofia's disadvantage because she's got 3 DNFs over the course of the week. So she's out for redemption and the Italian spotlight today.
Wow.
Icy relationship.
There's a little...
the Italians aren't exchanging information.
Yeah, there's a little
tension.
Little cattiness going on here.
I liked it. Again, how about Peekaboo just up there just dirty laundry all over the place.
Yeah.
She's getting hammered. She hates her teammates.
I hate you. Goodbye.
Yeah. They're not talking.
Yeah.
They're not checking any info with each other.
It's icy.
It's cold.
That's true.
It's Cortina.
Cortina.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's quite icy there in the Dolomites.
Interesting.
What do you think of alpine skiing sideline reporting there, Andy?
I think that's the best you could do. I mean, again,
pretty
unless
good.
You're just because it's not like she's riding the course with her to go, she missed this gate,
hey, you
gotta
watch turn 37.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're giving the people what they want.
Now, see, again, does she start getting scoops less and less because she reveals too much?
I mean... Again,
maybe they don't even know what she's saying because they're Italian.
Again, Andy, like if you're in the bar and the old social lubricants are flowing a little bit, you're gonna get those scoops. Peekaboo's pretty good. That's good sideline reporting.
Is Peekaboo now dressing? Is she gonna have to go out
in costume,
in disguise, to be just like now? Hey, does she get the bushes thing?
Yeah.
From the halftime show. No, I'm just a fern on the wall. Don't you mind me. I'm just pottery.
It's also possible. And again, we different sports have different cultures.
Yeah.
Like first off, Nikola Jokic being out partying until all hours of the morning, he's not shy about having that stuff being reported. He doesn't really seem to care. Maybe that's just how the Europeans roll. They're just like, yeah, I won. I partied. You heard it right. Maybe the Italians too are just kind of like, yeah, I don't like her. That's fine with me.
Well, they're a fiery people. We've got one on the station. That's
yes.
right, Lombardi. By the way, we've all noticed it. And I love you.
Uh-huh.
Can I get some healing music or something?
What's that?
Just something healing. Something like therapeutic.
Ooh.
something, because this is not confrontational, by the guy with impeccable speech on this show. The only one, really. Sorry, Spring. I need you to say slalom. Why are we getting slalom?
Slalom?
Yeah.
Slalom? What's wrong with slalom?
It's slalom.
I like slalom.
It's not what I feel like you're saying salmon, like that Raider rookie from Hard Knocks.
Slalom.
A few people have noted. Spring corrected you originally, like in the room.
Yeah.
It's
No, I didn't say
slalom.
anything. I haven't noticed this once. This
Slalom.
hasn't bothered me once.
Yeah.
It's not, it sounds like slalom sounds like something you put on a burn or a cut.
I need
Slalom is the actual event.
I like slalom. Yeah.
But you're not that guy. You were like the impeccable. You were like the defender of the English diction. Where is this coming from?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I like slalom. Yeah.
I don't think you are.
I think I'm crushing
All
this.
right, let's get Peekaboo Street on. Let Nate say it that way, and let's see her reaction.
Actually,
and I'll make you this deal.
I do want to get Peekaboo
If
on
she
the show.
does-
I could get Peekaboo.
Let's get her on.
Yeah, let's get her on.
Because that was impeccable work.
Yeah. She's a great sideline reporter.
I just want to see the reaction.
We'll talk slalom.
And if she doesn't care, then I'll leave it alone. How about that? We'll let her be the ruler. Is she from Vail? I do feel like half the skiers are from Vail. Like, it's unbelievable. Normally, I feel like there's one or two from Vail. It feels like everybody's from Vail.
I believe Peekaboo, I think, well, actually, here's why. At least I know she trained in Utah because I did ride up here's another word that's going to drive people crazy. I rode up a gondola with her one time.
Only my redneck friend calls it a gondola. Shout out to Matt, seriously.
On the gondola.
Gondola?
Gondola. Uh-huh. Yeah, so you take a gondola up and you do the
Gondola.
slalom.
We're good on gondola. You and I are both good on gondola.
Okay, but I rode a gondola with her one time in Utah. She didn't talk to us. She had earbuds in. She
knew.
She was focused.
Sure,
she was getting ready for
focused
a training
on not
run.
talking to anybody in that gondola. Now, see, once you've had the night that Bargnani had, then it's gondola.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now you turn southern on certain things after enough libations.
And then she leaves Italy and she goes to Venice and she takes a ride in a gondola. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Lindahl show. It's 45, Andy. It's too late to change it now. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up next. We got your next keyword coming up in 15 minutes on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday for your chance to win Avs Wild tickets for the first game back after the Olympic break. Right now, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, let's go.
Hey, are you wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Got some news on possible franchise tags for a couple of the big free agent running back names. First, Seahawks free agent running back, Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker III. Adam Schefter tweeting out that according to league sources, it is unlikely that the Seahawks will tag Kenneth Walker. Schefter writes the Seahawks have multiple free agents they want to retain and sign. They also will try to extend Jackson Smith and Jigba. There are enough Super Bowl tax costs that now make using a franchise tag this offseason unlikely. Also, for Breece Hall, the Jets free agent running back, Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic said that it feels unlikely the Jets will apply the non-exclusive franchise tag, or feels likely. This one is likely that they will use the non-exclusive franchise tag or the transition tag. They could still trade him even with applying that tag.
Okay, so there's a lot in here. Let's start on the Breece Hall thing, Andy. Last year, the Jets were very active at the trade deadline in moving pieces, including tons of speculation that they were going to move Breece Hall at the deadline last year. They didn't. They ultimately did not trade him. Now, Andy, I don't know if you've ever heard of a team not trading pieces at the trade deadline and then not signing them to long-term deals.
I don't know anybody
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
And then just having them leave. Yeah. But seriously, like most teams never act like the Colorado Rockies. Like
the Jets are trying to, or they have in the past.
It would make very little sense for the Jets to have not moved him at the deadline and then just let him walk for nothing.
No, you're right. Well, but what is...
But then again, it would have made no sense for the Rockies to do it, and yet they consistently did it year after year after year.
Feels similar. I've not heard the term transition tag in forever, it feels like. I thought that was a thing that almost went away. You normally just hear franchise tag. Once upon a time, like if you got applied the transition tag, they could work out a trade for you, or they had a chance to like match the offer, stuff like that. What is the modern transition tag? Do you know? It's a way for them to be able to work a trade, right?
I believe so. It seems more likely they would go.
And the reason why it got the name transition tag was this was a tag they used in the 90s as we transitioned into free agency.
Right.
That's where it came from. So you could have one franchise player who was the person basically you didn't want to lose, and then a transition player who you could either match the deal or work out a trade.
Here's the good news. The Jets don't have enough players that they wouldn't want to lose. So they'll probably just go franchise. Should it be viewed as at all a cautionary tale on Kenneth Walker that the Seahawks, despite him winning Super Bowl MVP, are willing to let him walk out the door?
I mean, maybe. I'm not going to say no. But again, it's about what are you going to use him for? You know what I mean? So I guess I'm reading this real quick. Colts.com, that basically the transition tag, you can match the offer, but you don't get anything in return if you don't match. So basically it's your right of first refusal on a deal if signed. Okay. So there you go. I don't know what to make of Kenneth Walker, quite honestly, because I guess here's what I laugh at. Safeties and running backs are basically the same thing in the NFL. Part of me is going, we're not afraid to pay receivers $40 million a year, but a running back at $15 million feels too expensive.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A guy that may literally touch the ball more than your receiver in some cases, but
they often
$15 million
do.
is too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I kind of chuckle at that, but teams don't want to pay $15 million to a running back. They just don't. So
I mean, the theory
and that's
there
what
being
it would be. This value on this
that a $30 million wide receiver is much harder to find than a $15 million running back. I guess would be the theory right there. I don't know. Maybe the Seahawks
and there's
are
probably higher rate of injury at the position.
Hey, we got Zach Charbonnet, we got George Halani. We're good to go. We can't pay everybody. We just won a Super Bowl.
Well, and on top of it, I mean, they're a little bit like the Broncos of, hey, we loved our season, but we'd like to make some upgrades offensively.
Exactly.
Right? That wasn't exactly the hottest offense in the league too often.
Yeah. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Mike Evans is a free agent. He is going to be 33 years old when the season starts. His agent, Derek Gilmore, told multiple reporters that Evans is not going to retire. He plans to play this upcoming season, and he is going to explore all options for where he will play.
You know, the 1,000-yard streak was pretty impressive with Mike Evans. I believe he should be a Pro Football Hall of Famer, but also is it a coincidence that in his age 32 season, he suddenly had hamstring issues and his production went down to 30 catches for 368 yards?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
And like you sound a little like me. I didn't want to. We didn't have enough time to get into it with Nick because we wanted to pick his brain on other topics. When he brought up Mike Evans as a top target for the Broncos, I was like, please, I hope not. Look, I think the guy's a hell of a receiver.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much of an upgrade. Again, I don't know how much the different skill set is from what Cortland Sutton brings you right now. I need a speed guy. I need a yak guy. I think his yak days are mainly behind him.
Yeah, I just, you look around the NFL and you look at look at Kansas City, look at Buffalo. There's just a lot of teams that I think are far more receiver desperate than Denver is, where Mike Evans would be a fit and more of a win now kind of team. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, the Chiefs have converted. They have restructured Patrick Mahomes' contract, converting $54.45 million of his salary into a signing bonus, which cuts his cap number from $78.2 million to $34.65 million for the upcoming season.
Of what I understand, though, they're still not under the cap, even after having made this move. Yeah.
And I think this is the 4th straight year they've done this.
Yeah,
consecutive
it's
years,
no big
yes.
deal for, you know what? People, I think, look at this and go, oh, great job by Mahomes. No, he got a $43 million check.
He's going to get all his money.
Yeah.
He's fine.
All that does is become guaranteed money as a bonus that they can spread out for the accounting purposes, and he's supposed to get a check unless they agree to break it up somehow.
Yeah, he didn't give any money back.
No,
They're
he
just doing
did
some
not.
creative accounting.
He's just guaranteed $43 more million, which guess what? They were going to pay him anyway.
Also, this is piece of evidence number 9,654 that the NFL salary cap is a giant steaming pile of BS. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Seahawks have officially announced that they are for sale. A statement from the team released today said that the estate of the late former owner Paul Allen will sell the team and donate the proceeds to charity, as had been his wish.
Well, hey, that's going to be a great day for some charity somewhere.
All of it?
Apparently. That's
I
what
guess
it
when
says.
you made the computer money that he did, this was his nice little side for him. You're going to donate $10 billion. Let me say that again.
Billion.
$10 billion is the early guess what this franchise will go for. $10 billion. For those that aren't keeping up, double basically what the Broncos win for. More than double.
I got to get that human fund going. Money for people.
That's a hell of a tax write-off, too. Do you ever
right.
pay taxes again if you donate that?
I don't think you have to. $10 billion, by the way, for the Seahawks. What's the? Because you have to have a principal owner and all of it. It can't just be a giant group.
This is what I think gets interesting because there's a few. Like I wouldn't doubt that Mike Brown wants out at some point. That Al Davis's kid, Mark Davis, wants out at some point. You know, you look at the money.
No, I don't think Mark Davis wants out.
Well,
what else is Mark Davis going to do?
Well, buy a Bond yacht and drive to where people actually like that haircut. You can build a Benihana on your Bond yacht for
But that's
$10
just
billion.
it. Like Mark Davis, remember by the way, remember when he was photographed sitting next to the girl and the girl had to
She's
come
like,
out
no.
and be like, "That's not my boy."
No, we are not dating.
I am not dating.
Yeah. I don't care 10 billion Bond yacht or not.
Yeah.
No. But I keep thinking you're going to run out, and I think this is what you're getting at. You're going to run out of people that have the money for this. It's the ultimate billionaire brag toy, right?
Yes.
Because if Jeff Bezos doesn't want in on this, and he's kind of passed on the last two.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, I don't know how many more people you got because we've already the group that bought the Commanders. They were rumored to be in on the Broncos.
Right.
Right. So I don't remember what other rumor groups there might be that have now double what the Broncos paid. What? The richest people in the world didn't pay what you're going to charge for the Seahawks.
They're going to get bought by
Saudi,
like the Saudi Royal
It's going
Investment
to have
Fund.
to. Where else are you going to get the money?
Yeah, that's That's eventually.
And then the NFL is going to have something to think about there.
Yeah, where all of this goes, I think is then what happens. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Hey, remember a couple years ago when Northern Illinois University upset Notre Dame in South Bend? Well, the NIU coach has been and was until today, Thomas Hammock. And he is leaving his post as the head coach at Northern Illinois to go be the running backs coach in the NFL for the Seahawks.
Andy, how much do people hate being college football coaches in 2026?
When you're leaving, that's got to be a significant pay cut. You were the head coach somewhere.
I don't know, though, man.
Well, maybe the money's
Northern
even.
Illinois?
Look, all I know is you ain't the boss anymore. Now, maybe that's what he wants.
Northern Illinois joining the Mountain West next year.
Not with him.
No, not with him.
Guess who's not?
Yeah. North Dakota State also making the jump into the Mountain West, making the FCS to FBS jump.
But the main Mountain West, now hold on. So this is going to be what the old Mountain West is after the current Mountain West leaves and becomes the new Pac-12.
Well, you
right?
got your Boise, your San Diego State, your CSU, Fresno, Utah State. The disloyal five are all leaving the Mountain West to form the new Pac-12 with the Beavers and the Cougs up there.
Sure.
So you got that going down. Then your Mountain West, North Dakota State's making the jump up. You still got Air Force, you still got UNLV, you still got Wyoming, you still got New Mexico, San Jose State. You got Northern Illinois now. You're getting UTEP in there, Andy.
You need just some Texas El Paso.
Yeah, you sure do. Plus, did you see the news? Sac State is going to the MAC.
Why?
Sacramento State is making the jump from
Mid-America
FCS
Conference
to the Mid-America Conference.
Sacramento State.
Yeah, Sacramento State.
California,
Sacramento.
on the West Coast,
Yep.
is joining
a conference that's based in Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Okay.
MAC.
Why not? That's Moser's school.
That's right. Sac State. The Mighty Hornets.
Will he be chipping in for the gas bill to get the teams out there?
I would certainly think so. Plus,
he gets to enjoy some action now.
I mean, you got to think about this, though, okay? The rivalry possibilities, Sacramento State, and, like, how heated it's going to get with Ball State.
Sure.
Every single year when they're playing for the Ball Sack Trophy.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's make that happen.
It's going to be heated.
That needs to be the opening weekend game.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Sponsored by all sorts of things.
All sorts of things. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. You hadn't considered all that, had you?
I really had.
No,
Maybe that needs to be a November game, now that I think about it. Because I believe that's the awareness month for it all.
Thanksgiving weekend.
Sure.
Yeah, get it right in there.
Saturday after Thanksgiving. You know how they talked about an NFL team at once upon a time it'd be the Jaguars, but now they're building their palace in Jacksonville, I guess.
Oh, moving to London?
Yeah. When they were going to put Jacksonville in London and you were going to have just a remote headquarters there.
Yeah.
Is that what Sac State's going to have in Ohio? You play for Sacramento State, but the football operations are in the Midwest because that's our conference.
Probably.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't come here, kids. You're not going to class anyway. Go to our facility in Ohio.
Here's the quote I read about this. And by the way, one of the things weird about this is, like, North Dakota State moving up to the FBS makes all the sense in the world because, like, they win the national championship like every year.
Yeah, people are tired of dealing with them.
So, but, like, Sac State's not even that good. I mean, they beat CU back in the day, but they're not that good. This week, school president Luke Wood from Sac State, Sac State,
okay,
claimed, listen to this, that the MAC move will deliver, are you ready for this? An estimated economic impact of $975 million and national broadcast value of $675 million over the next 5 years.
Because they become a part of MACtion.
$975 million, $675 million in broadcast value over the next 5 years.
Value?
I do believe the annual television deal for the MAC is like $13 million, and it gets spread out between everybody. But this guy claims, again, an estimated economic impact
value
of nearly $1 billion.
Not actual dollars, but value.
Do that math for me, will you?
Yeah, I'd like to know what your what's the value? You must have a lot of social channels you're trying to claim are going to get a lot of eyes on it that we'll be able to sell because that's not actual dollars.
It's the friends they'll make along the way.
Sure.
You can't put a price on that. But
when
if you can, it's
Miami of
$975
Ohio
million.
and Sac State get together, it's really going to up enrollment requests because people in Ohio sometimes don't know you can leave Ohio.
When you make the jump from the Big Sky to the MAC, we're talking close to $1 billion.
Yeah.
Andy. That's what that generates for you.
I think he read the Big Ten contract and got confused. You're not facing Ohio State, guy. You're facing Miami
the wrong
of Ohio.
Midwestern-based league. Uh-huh.
By the way, have you figured out this keyword link today?
I have not. We've got a keyword for you on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday when we come back.
No, let's just do it right now.
Should we do it right now?
Let's avoid one day.
Should we?
Let's just knock it out.
Okay. Well, it's time for another keyword for tickets to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday.
Are they a Maction school? Has Minnesota got any Maction teams?
Well, are there any Minnesota-based schools in the MAC? I got to do the math
Or do
on
they
that
hate
really
Ohio
quickly.
too much to agree?
Text Sedin.
Yeah.
Sedin.
Like the Twins.
To 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Try Papa Murphy's Pizza for dinner tonight. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword for this hour is Sedin. We got Nuggets updates all over the place for you when we come back. We got the particulars on the Spencer Jones deal.
Good.
We'll give you that when we come back. We have got injury updates on a couple of guys getting back to work today before tomorrow night's matchup in L.A., so we'll give you that. And Nikola Jokic has spoken, Andy, one-on-one with Malika Andrews. And the best player in the world was asked the classic Nikola Jokic question, do you care?
Ooh, and he had a different answer.
We'll find out next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. It's a great time. February is a fantastic time to go to roller.bid. That's Roller Auction's website. By the way, all the bidding is online, guys. When you hear us talk about Roller Auction, you don't got to go to the auction house and listen to somebody talk real fast at you and the 4 to 5 to 5. Nope, you don't have to do with any of that stuff. It's all online. Go to roller.bid. Make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. But you check out all the auctions that they have got coming up. They've got all kinds of great restaurant equipment auctions. If a bar and grill, a tavern, a restaurant, whatever it may be, if it goes out of business, well, guess what? They then move their assets at public auction at Roller Auction. If you're a home chef looking to upgrade the kitchen, or perhaps you have a bar or restaurant, or you got a food truck and you're looking to upgrade your equipment, these are great auctions to get some underpriced stuff, get some used underpriced stuff, and really beef up your kitchen and keep yourself in budget. So check out these restaurant equipment auctions. They're up for bidding right now at roller.bid, and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Our next ticket giveaway is for Avalanche Penguins tickets, catered sweet ticks. You want to win them? Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up right now. Yes, it is time for another keyword to see Colorado's return to the ice against Minnesota next Thursday. You want to text the keyword Sedin, S-E-D-I-N, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Again, your keyword for this hour, Sedin. Good luck.
S-E-D-I-N. S-E-D-I-N. I don't even remember their names.
There was Henrik.
And Daniel.
Daniel.
That's what it was.
Daniel.
Henrik and Daniel.
Sedin, the twins from Vancouver.
Hank and Danny.
I still want to know, don't tell me some shenanigans didn't go down that those two got drafted to the same team. Can't prove it.
If you checked one of them into the boards, did the other one feel the pain?
That's a great question.
Yeah. Like those twins from G.I. Joe.
What was it? Tomac and Zomot?
Tomax and Zomot. Whatever it was.
Sure.
Yes. We're dorks. We kind of remember it.
I just remember that. I remember Zartan, the Baroness.
Oh, I like that Baroness. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Over Lady Jane. Who was missing a button peculiarly. Scarlett had like the full.
I don't think it was that peculiar, Andy.
Yeah.
I don't think it was that.
Like, hey, you know what? We're not selling enough of these figures.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what we need?
Yeah.
We need our version of Princess Leia from Jabba's lair.
You 8-year-old boys are getting curious about things. We know how this works. Okay. Spencer Jones, Andy.
Here's Heather Locklear in a G.I. Joe outfit.
Spencer Jones.
Yeah.
They got it done. Denver signing Spencer Jones to a standard NBA contract. He will play the rest of the regular season and the playoffs. The Nuggets had until today, or actually until tomorrow, technically, to add a 14th player to the active roster. They had to do so coming out of the All-Star break. You got to have at least 14 on the roster. They had to get it done. And they did, according to a report in the Denver Post from Bennett Durando. Players on two-way deals are capped at 50 games per season at the NBA level. We knew this. This is why Spencer couldn't play anymore. The Nuggets had been planning to convert Jones to a standard contract for several weeks, but the process was delayed when he suffered a concussion on the same night he reached his game's limit. Of course, they made the trade to ship off Hunter Tyson to be able to get under the luxury tax line. Jones will make the prorated minimum salary for the rest of this season. He will become a restricted free agent in the summer. Restricted free agent this summer.
Which will probably be interesting.
Yeah.
You know, I think Spring sent us another report where people are starting to wonder, will Cam Johnson actually be the player available so Peyton Watson can be kept, because no one saw this kind of season for Peyton Watson coming. Now, look, man, this has been kind of a twisty-turvy season, would you not say? With injuries and hot play. First off, they looked unstoppable start of the year. Then literally everybody got hurt.
Yep.
Surprise performances out of a number of players, including, Spencer Jones, including, I would say, Peyton Watson from what we've seen previous. Heck, we've look, the whole bench has had their moments, right? Yeah. So who knows how this is going to close out. But if they can get everybody healthy, you said earlier, Spencer Jones may not factor into the playoff conversation, but we'll see. In a perfect world, Spencer Jones is what? A 5-6 minute a night
in the
guy
playoffs? Yeah.
In the playoffs, just here and there.
And maybe that is just, we need to stop.
Yep.
And I hope you hit the corner three when you're open.
Or someone's in foul trouble and we don't want to make it any worse.
Because guess what? In the playoffs, if the ball is kicked to Spencer Jones in the corner, you know what the other team is going to say?
Have it.
Go ahead. We'd rather you have it than Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. Cool by us. And you know what, Spencer? Hopefully Spencer Jones knocks it down. I want to throw in a couple of more notes here. These are from Shams. If Jones starts 7 more games, he becomes the first player to earn the starter criteria qualifying offer as a straight two-way to standard deal conversion. So because if you've started enough games at the threshold, you make more money essentially on the minimum. Jones is making 41% of his catch-and-shoot threes and holding opponents to 45% shooting as the closest defender, according to ESPN research. Andy, he's the kind of guy like Spencer Jones. There will be no shortage of suitors.
Oh, no. There's 1,000 teams that'll want. The whole league will have an interest in him.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to be an expensive commodity.
You get stops and you make corner threes. We like players like that.
He'll make a nice chunk of change.
Yeah.
But by NBA standards, it won't be. That'll be an easy item for a lot of teams to afford.
Let's hit some Nuggets audio here really quickly. By the way, Aaron Gordon participated in parts of practice today, according to reports.
It's good to hear.
Okay, cool. That's good. We're going in the right direction. Peyton Watson did not practice. He was getting shots up after practice today, but no practice yet for P. Watt. So there's your injury updates. Jonas Valanciunas talking to the media today as the Nuggets are getting ready to start the stretch run tomorrow night in L.A. against the Clippers. Some fun audio here from Jonas Valanciunas, asked by our own Katie Wingy, what is the team's mindset have to be here down the stretch?
You mentioned a renewed hunger. What do you want the identity of this team to be the last 27 games?
I've been physical guy all the time. You know, for me it's physicality. So I think that we're capable and we'll do it. Being most physical team on the court.
How do you do that? I know that might sound like a silly question, but how do you bring out physicality in your teammates?
I mean, look in the mirror, bring your heart, bring your muscles, and bring your balls.
The three necessary ingredients of physicality, Andy: heart, muscles, and testicles.
Oh. We all don't get to bring our own Spalding
not
to play with.
Yeah. No. I don't believe
this
that's
is the one I like to play
what he's
with.
going for. I believe he was talking about fortitude.
We're not to
Fortitude.
the quarterback level where everybody gets to have their own basketball out there.
I don't think so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heart, muscles, balls. That from Jonas Valanciunas today. Cool. I like it. This is the time of year to bring those things.
You know, on a serious note, it's good to have Spencer Jones back in if that's what you need, though. He's a tough dude.
Yeah.
Tough physical player. Not a lot of fun to be boxing out in the paint. Again, he needs to bring that because you're missing it with Aaron Gordon out.
I mean, Andy, like one of the when you look at key differences in what this team was from last year to this year is when you can look down the bench and you see you see Jonas Valanciunas, you see Bruce Brown, and you see Spencer Jones. Like when I think of all of those three qualities that Jonas just described, those three players, that's what you're paying those guys for.
Yeah, and again, they Spencer Jones in particular never shied away from getting rough in the middle.
Nope.
So that's what you need. But look, it's going to be physical down the stretch. Heck, this is an interesting. What do you think they're going to get out of the Clippers tomorrow night? Just real quick. I mean, that's a team that they signaled that
blew it up.
Yeah,
Blew.
But you still got Kawhi.
Kawhi is.
It's kind of a weird deal.
Did you see Kawhi in the Team World versus Team Stripes game? He scored like 31 points in 11 minutes.
Yeah.
He just rained.
You were telling me about that. So, no.
It was awesome.
I had one of those days where I was trying to run around and get a few errands done, and I kept thinking in my mind that was like a 5 or a 6 o'clock start. And the next thing I know, I'm seeing updates. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is this thing going at 1:30
Everything started so early. Yeah, everything started so early.
I caught the last game between the youngins and the old heads,
and it was lame because the old heads couldn't make a shot.
They
to
were
save
too
their life.
tired.
Yeah, they were done. Like they got the emotional win over the world team, and they beat Wemby, and they got the victory. And then, but by the way, Jokic didn't care. Jamal over dribbled. Jamal. I'm a little concerned about Jamal's legs. I'm a little concerned about them. If this team can find spots to rest him.
He's had to carry more of the load than ever because of the Nikola Jokic injury.
And I don't mean this as a knock against his professionalism, but like he spent November, December, and January playing really hard.
Yeah.
He doesn't always do that. He's kind of he usually ramps up, and this year it was run and gun from the beginning.
He was hell-bent on making an all-star team.
I think he was hell-bent on carrying his team when they had nobody else.
No, you're right, but I also think to your point, at the beginning of the year when they did have guys, he came out like
he was motivated.
We haven't seen.
Yeah, I think he took the criticisms to heart. And I think he came out. He was also healthy.
Well, and the contract kicked in.
Yep.
Remember, that extension kicked in
And
this
there's
year.
pressure on guys. They feel that.
He doesn't want anybody complaining about him making that money.
He feels that. So, yeah, I'm a little concerned about his legs here second half. Let's hear from Nikola Jokic. Joker at the All-Star break, he sat down with Malika Andrews on ESPN for a little one-on-one, and she gave the standard question about, does Nikola Jokic care enough about basketball for whatever reason, even though he's the best player in the world? These questions persist on a national level. Let's roll it, Spring.
It's interesting that you say you felt like you needed basketball, because I think there's a lot of folks who even look back on when you won a championship and your famous quote.
Yeah.
Now you are an NBA champion, Nikola. How does that feel?
It's good. It's good. The job is done. We can go home now.
There's a lot of people who say, well, how much does he care?
I care a lot. There's those people. I mean, I think if you don't care for winning, you're not supposed to be in the sport. I think just my personality maybe a little bit is different, or I accept victories and accept success in different way. But I think I care about basketball, and I love to play basketball, and I enjoy it and enjoy competing. Just maybe accepting the success or defeat or not success differently.
A human being with perspective on what he does and priorities in life that aren't just living and dying and being a Mamba mentality psychopath. What a concept.
Well, and a guy, and the famous quote came when that guy had just lived through the most pressure ever. Again, there is sometimes no joy in the first championship or the pressure to get it done. And remember, by the time they got past that was an interesting playoff season where by the seeding alone, you should have beat the Lakers. You should have beat the Heat. They were the number one seed in the West, period, anyway.
Yeah, they should have won the championship.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they did. And sometimes when everybody's saying that you should and we expect it, it's not the same joy as when you finally do and people are wondering if you can.
For Jokic, there's relief that comes with that. Heavy is the head, you know?
Yeah,
there's relief that comes with it.
It's always heavy on him. Everything is always on his shoulders when he goes on a basketball court.
Yes. And also, I just love how, like, that's painted as, like, because he wanted to go home, he doesn't care.
Right.
He said that after they won a championship.
Yeah, the job is done.
It's done.
We've won the championship.
Yes. I'm not going to go grind film and go to the gym and take 500 shots tomorrow. It's the off season. I'm going to enjoy myself.
And he did, and wanted to stay on parade.
He got the question as well from Malika about what mattered. How did she frame this question?
Basically,
here,
do you want 3 championships? Would you take another championship for your horses or an NBA championship? This was after, I think, and remember, Malika worked here for a while, so I think she has a bit of a personal relationship with him, right? Which is probably part of the reason why I agreed to do it. But for those that missed it, who was our guy that played here?
DeMarcus Cousins.
Cousins got into it. He was playing media guy.
Yeah.
Asked Nikola, would you take another MVP for you or 3 MVP or whatever, horse races for your horses? And he goes, well, I've already got 3, so give me the horse races. So now the question changed to, what about championships? And this is what he said.
I mean, for the record, a horse race and your horse winning and you bursting into tears, or an NBA championship.
Yeah, it was a whole process because that horse came supposed to be really good, and then before that race, the last couple of races, he didn't race really good. And then he won probably, for me, one of the best races in Serbia, and I was just happy in the moment.
If you had to pick just one, the horse racing championship or an NBA championship?
NBA championship right now.
All right, everybody cool? We all good? Everybody happy now? He picked the NBA. Of course he picked the team prize. Come on. Of course he picked the team prize. When he was asked about individual stuff, and he said, I'd rather my horse, that's who he is. The guy leads. The guy's got a ton of assists, and he's all about team basketball, the right shot, the right play, all of us doing it together.
He doesn't care if he ever wins another MVP award.
He doesn't.
He does not.
Now, but again,
when you won 3, what do you care?
You know, it'd be another interesting question for him would be NBA championship or gold medal as we're in the midst of this thing. How special would the gold medal be for him?
For Team Serbia.
And we've talked a lot about it. I mean, I bet you that would be top of the mountain for him, especially with the guys he's playing with. He almost single-handedly drug him to it a couple years ago.
I mean, they blew that lead in the fourth quarter against Team USA in the semifinal, and I know it just crushed him.
Yeah.
It crushed him that they weren't able to get past the finish line in that game. Steph went off, Embiid had a great fourth quarter, and they lost that game. That was brutal.
That's why
I felt for him that day, man.
That's why I think the world versus the U.S. If you just did one game of world team versus U.S. team, you probably get that spice most years because I think
Wemby brought it, man.
Well, I think they all.
I think Wemby and Ant, the two of them, they came in with a different perspective on what this All-Star game was going to be. Also, I watched something that just tells you, like, you look for the little micro instances of how big a problem Victor Wembanyama is going to be. Andy, I watched him knock down a pull-up jumper over Kevin Durant.
That dude's an issue.
He's the only human on the planet that could do that. He looked like a friggin' guard, and he's 7'5",
and he's only getting more competitive.
He's
so starting
good.
to feel himself.
My God, is he good?
The NBA and the Nuggets and the Western Conference have a problem.
Yeah,
the Thunder have a problem.
I enjoy what I watched the All-Star game. I really did enjoy it. I did. I thought it was fun to watch guys kind of give it their all a little bit. It got good and competitive, and again, I think Wemby busted it, and guys, they responded to it a little bit. But I think the game needed some new blood kind of injected into it. And quite frankly, I think both Ant and Wemby, they both got that juice in it of like, okay, this is going to be our league soon, and we're going to do it a little bit differently than that last generation.
Well,
did.
and the young guys, I think, loved getting a shot at all those old guys.
Yeah.
So
it was, God, that stuff was fun. God, Kawhi caught fire.
Here's what I love about Ant, though. I know Anthony Edwards, not the most popular guy here. That dude is old school out there to compete. None of us are friends out here. Yeah. I don't care. You call an all-star game all you want.
Oh, Anthony Edwards.
I'm here to take your soul.
Anthony Edwards is on my television. I'm watching, man.
I like him competing.
Yep.
I really do.
And I just like watching him play, man. That dude is friggin' special. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got some college basketball we got to hit before we get out of here. Andy, it's that time of year. The coaches are starting to feel the heat a little bit.
Yeah, they're getting annoyed.
In college buckets. We heard it from Tad Boyle last week. We got a new one for you here today. We'll play some audio of a college basketball coach losing his mind coming up next. We'll announce our ticket winner coming up here in just a moment. If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Andy, last night UCLA lost at Michigan State. It is that time of year. Tad Boyle went off on his team after a pretty disappointing trip to Texas Tech. He was quite disappointed in their performance and quite disappointed in himself. Fair enough. Tad's always a point the finger at himself first kind of guy. We had Doug Gottlieb flipping out over Summit League officials.
Got suspended for a game today.
Excuse me, Horizon League. Yeah. Gottlieb got suspended. He was losing his mind. And last night, you had UCLA at Michigan State. Again, it's almost March, man. These coaches, the pressure that they are feeling. This is the time of year they kind of start to snap a little bit. Okay.
And they're seeing the who's in, who's out, and blah, blah, blah.
They're looking at bracketology every single day. They're starting the process of talking to their roster about who's staying and who's going next year. Like, they make a good paycheck. Okay. That's what the money is for. These guys are compensated very well for what they do for a living. Also, they are human beings, and it's being a college basketball coach, being any college athletics coach today is a hard friggin' job. Okay. That said, Mick Cronin, dude, you got to chill. Last night, did you see Mick Cronin ejected his own player?
Yeah. Walked him halfway out of the arena.
Yes. Upgraded it to a flagrant 2 for clipping a guy going up for a dunk, kicked his own player out of a game. I've never seen that before.
Send him to the locker room for those. Send him to the locker room.
Didn't even just bench him. He kicked his guy out of the game.
Out of the gym.
Yeah. And they get blown out at Michigan State. After the game, a reporter, I'm assuming it's one of the East Lansing reporters, is asking Mick Cronin if he hears what is being chanted by the Michigan State student section last night. Here's UCLA head coach Mick Cronin.
What was your thoughts in the student section chanting Booker's name?
I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
I just meant overall the way that you
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Did you like
you should take it.
The preparation of the...
Do you really think I care about the other team's
No, I don't
section?
think you care about the other
Are you
team's
raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Come on, dude.
No reason.
Come on. Yes, you are. Everybody's standing here listening to you. Everybody. This is on camera. They can hear you. I answered the question. I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section. I coach UCLA. I don't care about Michigan State students. I mean, who cares?
You raising your voice at me?
Yeah, dude. You just told me a worst question ever. So, yeah, guess what? I'm going to maybe come back at you a little bit.
Also, let's isolate. This is what Mick Cronin considers having the voice raised, a slightly higher octave in order to, in a crowded area, be overheard. And this is what he considered a raising of a voice.
Do you really think I care about the other team's
No, I don't
section?
think you care about the other
Are you
team's
raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
Do we have any idea who that was? Like, was that an adult or was that a student reporter, like you said, from East Lansing, just trying to get something for the team website or something? Or I don't know, man. Whatever. That's highly annoying, dude.
That is petty on a level.
Listen.
Look,
No,
this
I
is
don't.
This
think
is
you care
Mick
about the
Cronin, who is a world class a-hole.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Like, it's Mick Cronin's bag. He's also a hell of a basketball coach. Like, the guy's very good at what he does, but also, like, dude, you raising your voice at me? It's on camera. That's assault, brother. Calm down, Nick.
You can probably imagine I get a little sensitive to that because sometimes I want to show people what raising my voice would be. I have a very loud voice. And not often. I'll show you raising my voice at you.
Also, I think in that exchange, what Mick Cronin put on display, he was pretty bothered by the student section.
Clearly.
Yes. A nerve was struck.
He didn't like anything that went on last night, including his team losing by a healthy margin.
Didn't like losing to Issel.
Nope.
Didn't like coughing up a game this late in the season. I mean, that's back-to-back losses now for UCLA.
Well, let me ask you this, too. We got to make it quick. Is this maybe again, is he sick of the travel of this conference? We already talked about it. It was Sac
Not an
State
easy
going to the
gig,
MAC.
man. It's not.
I'm sure both those schools are like, we're really traveling to the Midwest all the time for this.
Those West Coast
so the
schools
football schools can play each other.
Have Oregon's complained about it? Like the West Coast schools have audibly griped about the travel in their league.
If I were that basketball, I would go, you know what, we're putting the Pac-12 back together for basketball only, and let's just get the member schools back in. This is stupid. Let football do their own thing.
Yeah, and the AD goes,
now I need them checks.
Too bad. Mm-hmm.
You're the 2 chains, well, I'm 2 checks, and I want them both.
The economics of our sport are broken.
Yep.
So you will
go suffer.
You're guess what? Road game at Rutgers next week.
Welcome to
Enjoy
February,
it.
Michigan, baby.
Exactly. Spring, who is our ticket winner?
Heather Quint.
Heather.
Congratulations, Heather.
Quint. Congratulations to Heather Quint. Heather has won tickets on a Ticket Tuesday on a Wednesday for a game on a Thursday between the Avalanche and the Minnesota Wild. So, way to go, Heather Quint. Congratulations to Heather. Blitz is coming up next with Mark Bertinoli. We're back tomorrow. Andy, I have a pile of stuff we didn't even get to today. My goodness. Chris Bryant was spared from our discussion today here on the show. We have to discuss what is happening down at Talking Stick. That's all coming up tomorrow on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Plus, we'll get you ready for the Nuggets and the Clips, more Olympic results, more NFL free agency. It's all happening right here on Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl's fine radio show known as the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, produced by Mark Springer on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.